Uchiha Madara was furious. Was it merely because Itachi claimed to be Hanyo's boyfriend? This jealous Azura was truly terrifying. Hanyo was caught by Madara in the company of Itachi, who had introduced himself as Hanyo's boyfriend, igniting Madara's wrath. In response, Madara summoned meteorites to strike the Ninja Alliance, prompting Hanyo to resolve to confront the crisis. Who is this little brat? Madara glared at Hanyo, his eyes brimming with lethal intent, resembling a father who had just discovered his daughter in a secret romance. Hanyo was bewildered. This scene felt eerily familiar. Wasn't it just like hiding a relationship from one's parents, only to be caught red-handed? I am Hanyo's boyfriend. Do you have business with me? Itachi retorted coldly, showing no fear of Madara. Madara instantly exploded with rage. Humph, have you thought about how you wish to die? Lord Madara, please do not kill Itachi. Hanyo broke free from Itachi's grasp, positioning herself protectively in front of him, her face flushed crimson, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon witnessing this, Madara's murderous intent inexplicably dissipated, though he maintained a hardened exterior. You are merely my pawn, do you dare to command me? His demeanor, however, had softened noticeably. The onlookers were left in shock, and Noki murmured, "Is this girl in league with Madara?" Fujitaka's eyes brightened. Apparently, Hanyo had a plan all along. Go all out against Uchiha Madara. Fujitaka commanded, and the Ninja Alliance surged forward in unison. Madara scoffed. A rabble dares to challenge a deity? With a mere shift of his gaze, his half-formed Susanoo rose majestically from the ground, and before the alliance could close in, many fell, blood spraying in all directions. It is far from over, Madara declared as the clouds parted, and a meteorite nearly a kilometer wide plummeted from the sky. My heavens! Is this the extent of human power? The alliance was thrown into complete disarray, with some collapsing in terror, hands clasped in prayer. Do not give up. I will bear the brunt. The fourth Raikage leaped into the air, carrying Noki, while Rashi manipulated sand to push upwards, and Noki himself ascended to shatter the meteorite. Meanwhile, Itachi pulled Hanyo backward. It is too dangerous. We must flee. We can't escape. There is a second meteorite above us. Hanyo halted, aware from the original story of the ferocity of the meteor storm. Are you certain you want to stay? Itachi's eyes were filled with concern. Hanyo nodded. While everyone else fled in terror, the two remained rooted in place, making them conspicuously noticeable. The jealousy of this Azura in the ninja realm was more terrifying than the meteorites themselves. How would Hanyo resolve this predicament? Would she unleash her complete Susanoo to cleave the meteorites? Even Madara would be unable to hide his pride. This display of combat prowess would elevate her to divine status. Hanyo commanded her complete Susanoo to slice through the two meteorites summoned by Madara, saving the others. Madara retreated as Obito approached the outer path's golem, yet the power Hanyo exhibited left Itachi both astonished and ashamed. I will assist as well. As Hanyo's voice faded, a black complete Susanoo charged from a distance, its twin blades gleaming ominously. Hanyo, what brings you here? Fujitaka's eyes widened at the sight of the colossal entity. Madara was still nearby. This was incredibly audacious. First, sever the meteorite. Lord Suchikage, quickly step aside. Noki quickly withdrew his hand, only to see Hainen manipulating Susanoo to slash fiercely. With a sharp crack, the enormous meteorite shattered like glass, its fragments cascading downwards. Beware of falling debris. Hainen's voice echoed from the heights, and those below gazed upon her figure, feeling inexplicably reassured. Madara sat upon a stone pillar, propping his chin on one hand, an air of pride glimmering in his eyes. How intriguing. Though this meteorite was not summoned with full force, your ability to cleave it speaks volumes of your skill. No sooner had he spoken than his pupils shifted, the Rinnegan igniting with power as a second. Even larger meteorite plummeted, obscuring the sun. Damn it, this one is utterly outrageous. Hainen gritted her teeth and swung her blade once more. This time, it was evidently more taxing. Susanoo's movements slowed slightly, yet she managed to slice the meteorite in two. That light broke through the sky, and the crowd erupted in jubilation. We've won. We're alive. Lord Madara, Obito is approaching the outer path statue. White Zetsu emerged from the ground. Madara's expression darkened as he glanced at Hainen in the distance. Vanishing in an instant, was he truly retreating as the so-called Shura of the shinobi world? Hainen was taken aback. He's running away? That is not aligned with his character. Hainen, are you all right? Itachi rushed over. Concern etched upon his face. I'm fine. Hainen wiped the sweat from her brow. That was a complete Susanoo, only achievable with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Itachi gazed down at the petite girl, suddenly bowing his head. How shameful it felt to rely on her protection. "Uncle, let me heal your wounds," Hanan said upon noticing the setting sun's crimson glow, extending her hand to release golden light that swiftly mended his injuries. In the distance, the snowy landscape lay in disarray. Many ninjas sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain, yet they had evaded the calamity of the meteorites. This Hanan was indeed a hidden powerhouse. Even Madara could not help but acknowledge her prowess was extraordinary. Itachi felt a pang of shame for being outshone by Hanan. The five Kage were all rooting for her. What an extraordinary status. Following the meteorite incident, the five Kage interacted with Hanan and Itachi. A week later, feeling the disparity in strength, Itachi resolved to become stronger, determined to protect Hanan earnestly. "Uncle Fugaku, did Itachi do something wrong?" Hanan positioned herself protectively behind Itachi, her expression fierce. Fugaku observed his son's bowed head in silence. Letting out a sigh, had thought Itachi exceptional. Yet here he was, lacking confidence before Hanan. TSK, what a harmonious couple," Mei Terumi teased, her gaze flitting between Hanan and Itachi. Noki suddenly bowed deeply to Hanan. "Thank you for saving my life. Do visit Awagakure, and I will treat you well." Hanan was taken aback. This elder was significantly older than her, and yet so earnest. What a stark contrast. "Little sister Hanan, come play in Kirigakure." Mei Terumi winked. Hanan quickly waved her hands. "Maybe next time." She felt an unsettling aura from the older woman. Fugaku launched a signal flare, and five-colored chrysanthemum fireworks erupted in the sky as the injured ninjas helped each other to their feet. Lord Kage is unharmed. A week later, Madara fell silent, and life returned to tranquility. "Hanan, are you awake? Come and taste the breakfast I made." Itachi gently knocked on the door, his tone imbued with a tenderness that could almost be grasped. Hanan opened the door, her sleepy appearance stirring something deep within. Itachi was simply adorable. "Where's Sasuke? He's still asleep. Our parents want to handle clan matters." Hanan took his hand, but Itachi suddenly lowered his gaze, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. His previous victory over Hanan was undoubtedly due to her leniency. Now she could unleash the full power of the Susanoo to obliterate meteors. While he could not even protect her, "I must grow stronger. I will go to any lengths to safeguard her." Itachi silently clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. "What's wrong, Itachikin?" Hanan tilted her head, a look of confusion adorning her face. Itachi, the prodigy, was experiencing anxiety over his inferiority to a girl. How striking. It seemed a riveting spectacle was about to unfold. Jiraiya caught spying on Hanan? The awkwardness was palpable, leaving Itachi momentarily stunned. Hanan and Itachi enjoyed breakfast together at home, and later, while strolling through Konoha, Hanan caught Jiraiya in the act of spying. "Try this." Itachi offered his chopsticks to Hanan, his eyes brimming with affection. Hanan picked up some food, feigning indifference. "It's barely passable, far inferior to my culinary skills." Yet her hands betrayed her, unable to stop. Itachi gazed at her, warmth flooding his heart. No matter how powerful he was, she remained a charming girl who loved to be pampered. "I am going to train now." As Itachi rose, his collar was suddenly tugged. "Can't you stay with me a little longer?" Hanan pouted, a hint of playful defiance in her voice. Itachi found himself at a loss, sitting back down, his gaze glued to her. "Stop staring at me, you idiot." Hanan's cheeks flushed crimson. "If I'm not looking at you, then who should I look at?" Itachi chuckled lightly. The room was theirs alone, with Sasuke still asleep and their parents absent. Such moments of solitude were exceedingly precious. After their meal, Hanan pulled Itachi to explore Konoha. Freed from the identity of a rogue ninja, and without a mask, her spirit soared. "Isn't that Jiraiya Sensei over there?" Hanan suddenly halted. There, amidst the bushes near the bathhouse, an older man was holding a telescope, emitting a series of strange chuckles. "That scoundrel Jiraiya, up to his antics again." Hanan fumed, releasing Itachi's hand and charging forward. Itachi stood frozen, watching her swiftly disappearing figure, clenching his fists. Her speed was something he could not hope to match. "Enjoying the view, Jiraiya Sensei?" Hanan stood with her hands on her hips, her voice icy as winter. Jiraiya jumped, startled, scratching his head awkwardly. "Ah, Hanan, what are you doing here?" Hanan glared at him, her gaze lethal. This was truly a predicament for Jiraiya caught in the act of spying. Itachi could only imagine the trouble he was in. Sasuke activating his Sharingan to unleash Chidori against Kakashi? What a thrilling twist! Hanan escorted the spying Jiraiya to the security department, only to encounter Sasuke bursting in to challenge Kakashi, plunging the scene into delightful chaos. Searching for writing material, Huayin retrieved a pair of silver handcuffs and, with a decisive click, secured them around Jiraiya's wrists. Come with me to the security department for a thorough explanation. On the bustling street, the adorable girl tugged at the comically awkward man, creating an absurd spectacle. Isn't that Jiraiya of the legendary 3? Caught peeping again? That girl certainly knows how to handle things. Listening to the murmurs of passers-by, Jiraiya could hardly lift his head. His disciple had apprehended him, and he felt utterly humiliated. Within the security department, Kakashi regarded Jiraiya with a resigned expression. Lord Jiraiya, how many times has it been this month? Ahem, has the latest edition of Paradise of Affection been released? Jiraiya whispered discreetly. As the two engaged in hushed conversation, Huayin appeared unexpectedly. What are you discussing? Kakashi jumped, startled. Nothing. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang as Sasuke stormed in, his dark hair obscuring his face, his gaze fierce. Sasuke? Huayin's eyes brightened. Sister Huayin, you're as lovely as ever. Sasuke blushed instantly, his words dripping with sweetness. Huayin's heart fluttered. This boy was far more articulate than Itachi. Kakashi, I challenge you. Sasuke's demeanor shifted dramatically as he activated his Sharingan, a hand crackling with lightning. Chidori, you treacherous Kakashi, I shall end your life. He bellowed as he charged forward. Kakashi was taken aback. How could he switch from camaraderie to hostility so rapidly? With Jiraiya caught in his peeping scandal and Sasuke suddenly turning against his mentor, the security department seemed on the brink of chaos. The AI-generated response serves merely as a reference. Please discern carefully and consult professionals as needed. Itachi Uchiha, contemplating striking his younger brother Sasuke, all because Huayin resided in their home? The dynamics within this family are strikingly authentic. After Huayin moved in with Itachi, his patience with Sasuke diminished, while Naruto often cast cold glances at Itachi, who felt increasingly conflicted due to his inferiority to Huayin. Hey, this is not a place for your antics. Kakashi grasped Sasuke's arm, letting out a weary sigh. Huayin tapped Sasuke gently on the head. Calm down first. It turned out that Kakashi had employed the 1,000 years of pain technique on Sasuke, which had left the boy seething with resentment. Observing the two lively characters, Huayin fell at a loss and turned to leave, only to realize halfway down the path. Where was Itachi? In the Uchiha back mountains, Itachi practiced with shuriken, the target riddled with holes. Yet his expression grew increasingly somber. This level of skill is far from sufficient. You fool, where have you been? Huayin panted as she approached, hands on her hips. I wish to train alone. Itachi replied calmly, though his disappointment was palpable. Huayin tiptoed and cupped his face in her hands. I understand that you are struggling. Who wouldn't feel a sense of pressure having a girlfriend whose abilities vastly surpass their own, always needing to rely on her assistance? A month later, Huayin officially moved into Itachi's home. Fugaku and Mikoto treated her exceptionally well, almost as if they had adopted Itachi and Sasuke instead. One morning, Itachi knocked on the door. Huayin, it's time to wake up for breakfast. As Huayin opened the door, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Good morning, Itachi. Itachi reached out to touch her forehead. Are you running a fever? No, I'm not. Huayin took a step back, feeling exceedingly bashful. Hand in hand, they descended the stairs, only to be confronted by Sasuke, who emerged from a corner with a sour expression. Is it really necessary to be so lovey-dovey this early in the morning? Sasuke. Itachi's gaze instantly turned icy ever since Huayin arrived. His younger brother had become increasingly irksome. Sasuke shivered slightly. I didn't say anything, you two carry on. Has Naruto woken up yet? Itachi sighed. For an entire month, Naruto had been glaring at him with an icy stare, a disconcerting experience. This domestic battlefield was more thrilling than battling Uchiha Bido. Caught between Huayin, Sasuke, and Naruto, Itachi felt his head spinning. Was he truly letting go of Huayin's hand just to provoke her? Such a move was rather foolish. After their meal, Itachi and Huayin strolled through the streets. Itachi intentionally teased Huayin, provoking a mild quarrel, while Naruto remained cold towards him, leaving Fugaku in a precarious position as Hokage. At the dining table, Naruto stood with his hands in his pockets, his face as frosty as ice. Itachi attempted to engage him in conversation. You should pace your training. Oh, was Naruto's curt reply, his gaze chilling. Huayin could no longer tolerate the rudeness. Naruto, that's quite impolite. Naruto softened slightly. Itachi served a fragrant pork rib soup. When will Mom and Dad be back? Sasuke inquired as he dug into his meal. Itachi shook his head. I'm not sure they're quite busy. Fugaku's tenure as Hokage had been challenging. The rift between Konoha and the Uchiha clan had yet to dissipate, and there were persistent rumors from the daimyo's side about a potential change in Hokage. Huayin mumbled through her food. Itachiclaim, Is Uncle Fugaku still busy? Swallow first, then speak, Itachi replied, a mixture of exasperation and affection evident in his tone. After their meal, as they strolled through the streets, Huayin, still holding Itachi's hand, feigned indignation. You fool! I told you not to accompany me, I'm not a child. Itachi deliberately released her hand. Well, you did say so. Huayin immediately flared up, her palm feeling empty and a sense of inexplicable loss washing over her. I just let go like that? She glared at Itachi, her cheeks aflame. All right, didn't you just ask me to let go? Why are you still angry? Itachi suppressed a laugh. Hold my hand. Huayin turned her head away, her voice muffled. No you. Huayin puffed up in annoyance. Seizing the moment, Itachi lowered his head in apology. All right, Huayin, I was wrong, it's all my fault. Though he couldn't quite fathom where he had gone astray, the whims of a girl's heart were truly perplexing. Your attitude is acceptable, I forgive you. Huayin stole a glance at him, unable to hide her smile. Thank you, Lady Huayin, for your magnanimity, just know that. This young couple's daily interactions were sweetly suffocating, yet laced with a touch of awkwardness so delightful to witness. Itachi's skill in navigating human emotions was becoming increasingly adept. Was Uchiha Madara truly left gravely injured, hiding in the sewers to survive? Such a notion was utterly absurd. Hana sought to enlist Kaon for mission to the Rain Village, but unexpectedly encountered the severely injured Obito in the sewer, learning that Kaon might have been rescued by him. Hana and Itachi strolled towards the Hokage building, where she instructed Itachi to procure some groceries. No need to wait for me, it may take a while, she remarked. Itachi, with a tender smile, replied, What would you like to eat? Just like before, she responded. Upon knocking on the office door, she found Fugaku engrossed in paperwork, his brow furrowed with concentration. Uncle Fugaku, I wish to inquire about the whereabouts of the Akatsuki organization. Fugaku retrieved a scroll from his drawer, stating they may be in the Mist Village. If you intend to go, I shall assign you a mission. Hana's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Fugaku. She accepted the mission scroll and instantly vanished. Upon returning home, Itachi discovered a note. Itachiclaims, I received a mission and have left. Don't wait for dinner. A clumsy little rabbit was sketched at the bottom. He sighed softly. To undertake a perilous mission alone is quite worrisome. He turned to Naruto and Sasuke, saying, I have matters to attend to tonight, procure something to eat for yourselves. With that, he too disappeared. In the Rain Village, rain poured down as Hana held an umbrella while navigating the sewer, where blood was sporadically smeared on the ground. What on earth happened here? Her pupils dilated as she advanced, discovering a gravely injured figure in the corner. Obito. Hana was taken aback. How could this legendary figure be in such a state? His body was riddled with wounds from explosive tags. What are you doing here? Obito's voice was icy as he staggered to his feet. I'm searching for Sister Kaon. She is no longer here, Obito replied somberly. Hana's demeanor shifted dramatically, her Sharingan spinning rapidly. What do you mean? I can't be certain she's dead. I haven't seen her body. She may have been rescued by Tobe. Hana exhaled a sigh of relief, then turned back to Obito. You're gravely injured, I can heal you, but there's a stipulation. Little girl, understand who I am. Obito scoffed, clearly dismissive of her offer of healing. This unexpected twist was startling. Even Obito could find himself in such a predicament. What had become of Kaon? What conditions would Hana impose? Was Obito merely being considered a tool by Hana? Itachi's arrival to play the hero added an exhilarating tension to the scene. Hana healed Obito and informed him of the looming threat posed by the Otsutsuki clan, urging him to strengthen his abilities. However, Itachi misinterpreted the situation, believing Obito posed a threat to Hana, leading to a moment of palpable tension. That I do not care who you are, Hana declared, glaring at Obito as her hand pressed against his chest, activating her reversal technique. As Obito felt his wounds mend, he was astonished. Your abilities are truly remarkable. That I won't assist you without reason, Hana retorted, rolling her eyes. Once restored to peak condition, Obito coldly inquired, How can I assist you? Do you know of Kaguya, Otsutsuki? Obito was taken aback. Who is that? Hana sighed, explaining is too cumbersome. What about Kurizetsu? Perhaps he is dead, Obito replied, his tone laden with complexity. Kaon and Tobe collaborated to detonate the Outer Paths golem after Huayin recounted the tale of the Otsutsuki clan. Madara's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Is there anyone stronger than me and Hashirama? You are currently too feeble, barely touching the threshold of the Sage of Six Paths, Huayin replied without mercy. Madara's temper flared instantly, but he was ensnared by Huayin's Jinjutsu. Witnessing the ominous vision of an impending Otsutsuki invasion, that boy named Boruto the only one capable of standing against me? Madara's expression was one of displeasure. First, focus on enhancing your strength, she advised at that moment. Itachi rushed into the underground passage, spotting Madara and Huayin in a standoff. He swiftly positioned himself protectively in front of Huayin. Madara, what do you intend to do to her? How ridiculous. Do you think you can defeat me? Madara taunted. Don't get too arrogant. Itachi gritted his teeth. Caught in the middle, Huayin was exasperated. Do boys only think of fighting and killing? Everyone calm down, she shouted. Huayin tugged on Itachi's arm, urging him to leave. Lord Madara, we must take our leave. Farewell. Madara's hand hung, suspended in the air, resembling a father reluctantly bidding farewell to his daughter and son-in-law, before he clenched his fist. The Otsutsuki, how intriguing. The sight of Itachi, the devoted husband, and Madara's fleeting sense of desolation, along with Huayin's exasperation in between, made the unfolding drama ever more captivating. Huayin sharing a room with Itachi. Ultimately, Itachi on the floor while she occupied the bed? Such innocence was almost too pure. In the heavy downpour of Rain Village, Huayin and Itachi sought refuge in a hotel. A month later, they returned to Konoha, with Huayin anxious about the looming threat of the Otsutsuki and Konoha's stance toward the Uchiha. The rain poured down like a deluge, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Huayin held a small umbrella, while Itachi bent low beside her, walking awkwardly. The umbrella is too small, should I carry you? Itachi suggested, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as raindrops soaked their shoulders. Huayin blushed, rising on her toes to wrap her arms around his neck. Don't misunderstand, I'm merely concerned you might catch a cold. Itachi tightened his embrace, smiling. This way, neither of us will get wet. Let's find a hotel first. Huayin pointed toward the distant inn. Itachi booked a single room, and Huayin's eyes widened in shock, her face flushing crimson. You fool. Why did you reserve a single room? We don't have enough money, Itachi replied with a resigned shrug. He'll sleep on the floor, and you can have the bed. Huayin covered her forehead, feeling an inexplicable tinge of disappointment. Was it not as she had imagined? With her cheeks burning, she followed Itachi, her heart pounding as if in a drum roll. In the end, they merely slept. Itachi lay on the floor throughout the night while Huayin tossed and turned in bed. As the sun rose the next day, they walked back to Konoha, their shadows stretching long behind them. Could you stop looking at me like that? Huayin felt flustered under Itachi's gaze. What kind of look? Itachi feigned innocence, eliciting her ire. A month later, as winter faded into spring, Huayin sighed while gazing at the calendar. Is the timeline still reliable? The advantage of being a time traveler was dwindling, and with the Otsutsuki yet to confront, the thought alone was daunting. What's the matter? Itachi approached her, noticing her furrowed brow. What is the current attitude of Konoha towards the Uchiha clan? Itachi sighed softly. It's about the same. The daily interactions of this young couple were sweet to the point of being cloying, yet the looming threat of Otsutsuki instilled a sense of apprehension. It seemed that significant events were on the horizon. The relationship is still not entirely harmonious, but it has improved considerably compared to the past. Gradually, some villagers have begun to accept the Uchiha clan. Shizui's voice interjected. Shursui, you're here too? The two turned their heads toward the source of the voice. After several years apart, Shursui had grown significantly taller. Dressed in the traditional Uchiha attire, his long hair appeared slightly tousled, and his face was adorned with a bright smile, resembling that of a friendly older brother from the neighborhood. What's wrong? Can't I come? Jishui pretended to be sad and asked. Of course not. Kagani looked at Shursui and explained softly. Itachi, on the side, closed his eyes tightly and took a deep breath. What's wrong? Did I interrupt you too in your sweet moment? Shursui joked, a bit confused. Not all. Hana subconsciously retorted, then froze for a moment, her face flushing red. She hurriedly explained, No, I definitely don't like that idiot Itachi. Then why is your face red? Shizushui saw through everything but chose not to point it out, which made Hana feel a bit embarrassed and angry. That's enough, Shizushui, Itachi said helplessly from the side. He knew his wife's personality too well, stubborn and persistent. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I have to go out on a mission soon. Shizushui looked at the girl as flustered and angry expression, his eyes filled with affection. All right, Shizushui, be careful on the road. Kaon softly reminded at this moment. I will. Jishui smiled slightly and then distanced herself from her. Jishui, be careful on the road, Itachi said coldly. I will. You're really a jealous one, Jishui's voice came. Just as the two raised their heads, Jishui had already disappeared from the spot, leaving only her voice echoing in the air. Speaking of which, What exactly did Jishue's earlier action mean? Itachi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Soon, a glimmer of light flashed in Itachi's eyes, and he subtly turned his head, glancing at Kaon beside him. Jishue, could it be that she's hinting that Kaon is feeling jealous? At the same time, Hana raised her head to look at Itachi, her face full of confusion and misunderstanding. She blinked her eyes, secretly wondering, what's wrong with Itachi? He has been frowning since just now, which is really puzzling. Strange. High above, the sun was slowly sinking to the west as time passed. Soon, it would be noon. It's lunchtime, shall we go eat? Itachi turned his head to look at Hana and asked softly. Sure. Kagun blinked her eyes, gently nodded, and a joyful smile spread across her face. However, I must clarify that I am not carrying too much silver. Kanon continued, her tone tinged with a hint of apology. It's okay, I prepared some. Itachi gently sighed, his eyes reflecting a mix of helplessness and affection as he gazed tenderly at Kanon. Feeling such a gaze from Uchiha Itachi, Kagani helplessly shrugged her shoulders. What else could she do? In this world, there was no convenient payment method like WeChat Pay, and in her previous life, she wasn't accustomed to carrying cash. This habit naturally carried over to the shinobi world. Let's go, Itachi said softly, interrupting Kagani's thoughts. As they spoke, the two had already taken steps forward. What should we eat for lunch? Kanon asked in confusion, and then she reached out her delicate hand and gently took Itachi's hand. How about Ichiraka ramen? Itachi hesitated, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. All right, then let's go eat Ichiraka ramen, Hana softly said. Unknowingly, a month had quietly passed. Ding, dear host. Please choose one of the following 3 tasks. A. Capture a tailed beast. Reward, 6 Tomo Rinnegan. B. Create a human with Itachi that night. Reward, directly ascend to 6 paths. C. Give Itachi a kiss. Reward, unknown. Faced with the task window popped up by the system, Hana fell into deep thought. First, the second task was immediately ruled out by her. No matter how she looked at it, it was inappropriate. How could she possibly choose such a task? As for capturing a tailed beast, to be honest, in her current form, the 5 Kage knew her. If she went to capture a tailed beast, wouldn't that be equivalent to openly declaring war on Sunagakure on behalf of Konoha? She wasn't foolish. It seemed that only option C was feasible, but the key was giving Itachi a kiss made Hana feel a bit embarrassed. What kind of task is this? System, can you unbind me? Huayin took a deep breath, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness. No, please complete the task as soon as possible, or punishment will be enforced, the system's cold voice echoed. Huayin let out a soft sob. Fine, I'll endure it. System, if you keep messing with me, you will definitely regret it, Kagami said fiercely, taking a deep breath. Huayin's eyes were slightly reddened, and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart, as if she were being controlled by an invisible force. Although deep down she had no fondness for the system, she still had to force a smile and follow the other party's arrangements, doing her best for him. At this moment, Huayin was shrouded in such a complex emotion. Staring at herself in the mirror, her petite and delicate figure, innocent and naive face, resembled a bud of a delicate flower waiting to bloom. I can do this, I must pull myself together, Kagami softly said to herself, while gently patting her cheek, her face showing a mix of stubbornness and cuteness. However, whenever scenes of the task she was about to perform surfaced in her mind, her cheeks involuntarily flushed, and she shyly lowered her head. I just got off work from the electronics factory. I'm really tired. I really don't know how to continue. I feel a bit guilty towards everyone who has always supported me. Here, I want to apologize to my friends who have always supported me, and to everyone who has given me gifts. Really, I'm very sorry. Chapter 183. Should I kiss? No, I still don't feel mentally prepared. Huayin had just perked up, but as soon as she looked at herself in the mirror, she immediately deflated. The little loli in the mirror had rosy cheeks, and her silly hair on top was standing straight up like a telephone pole. This task, given to me by the system, always felt a bit off. Huayin lowered her head, her voice a bit shy. Upon careful consideration, the only option, it seemed like the system knew she could never go to Sand Hidden Village to catch a tail. As for option B, it felt like the system was teasing her. The more Hana thought about it, the more she felt it was true. Forget it. Let's not think about that for now. I need to hurry and complete the task, otherwise the system's punishment will be very severe. Huayin's forehead oozed a hint of cold sweat as she opened the wardrobe. The wardrobe was full of all kinds of dresses. Huayin picked a favorite piece and put on with satisfaction. She stood in front of the full-length mirror, pinching the hem of her dress and spinning around. For some reason, at that moment, she recalled a video from her previous life. The video depicted men dressing either in military uniforms to guard territory or in women's clothing to cause trouble everywhere. The meaning of the video was, Kaon can understand it now, but that's not the main point. After all, she is no longer a man. Looking back at that moment, Kaon actually feels a bit ashamed. Forget it, there's no need to think about that anymore. Anyway, I've gotten used to it. Being a girl is quite nice too. Kagani patted her flat chest and let out a gentle sigh. Outside the window, the sky was slowly turning as the sun set, and evening was approaching. Yet the girl's heart was beating like a drum, throbbing incessantly. Damn it, just imagining that scene makes her feel. Kagani crouched down, gently touching her chest, listening to the pounding of her heart, her emotions gradually becoming complex. Although she and Itachi had indeed kissed before, it had been his initiative at that time. This time, having to take the initiative to kiss him made her feel a tingling sensation just thinking about it. There was an indescribable awkwardness. Even though she would be the one to initiate the kiss with Itachi. Itachi didn't seem to mind. Kagani wouldn't pursue it too much, but she still felt a bit shy. After all, which girl would be so to kiss the boy opposite her? This isn't a plot from a novel. In reality, most girls would appear bashful in such situations. How could they really go in for a kiss? In Konoha's mind, various thoughts flashed through, and her face instantly turned rosy, as if brushed by steam. The hair on her head also drooped slowly, as if soaked in water. Meanwhile, on the other side, Itachi Uchiha followed his mother, Mikoto Uchiha, to handle various family matters. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll be the next head of the Uchiha clan, so he needs to master some management skills in advance. Itachi, how do you think we should handle this matter? Mikoto handed him a piece of paper. Itachi took it slowly, quickly scanned the contents, and immediately furrowed his brows. The paper recorded a dispute between two brothers in the Uchiha clan over the distribution of assets after the death of an elder, leading to ongoing quarrels. According to common sense, the inheritance should go to the elder. Because of this, the brothers frequently argued, even disturbing others who were resting in the evening. Mother, I think this matter should be. Itachi carefully examined the information on the paper, and suddenly had a bright idea, expressing his thoughts. Not bad. But that alone is not enough. Mikoto nodded slightly in appreciation after hearing him, but then shook her head with a complex tone. Then what should we do next? Itachi asked, somewhat confused. Since they want the inheritance, let us split it evenly. The remaining half of the assets will be distributed based on their contributions to the family in the future, Mikoto said casually. Upon hearing his mother's suggestion, Itachi suddenly understood. So it should be handled this way. Right, if we do it this way, they will definitely bring more benefits to the family in the future. And the family can use certain rules to control them in some aspects. Those who contribute more will get more, and vice versa. This will also serve as a warning. If the side that gets less inheritance wants revenge, thinking of the family's influence, they will think twice. At the same time, it serves as a warning to other clan members facing similar situations. I understand now. Itachi took a deep breath, looking meaningfully at his mother. Mother, I will handle it right away. Mikoto nodded in satisfaction. After Itachi quickly finished handling the affairs, he returned home, dragging his weary body. Ding dong. Itachi gently pressed the doorbell. Coming. A hurried sound of footsteps immediately came from inside. Soon, the door opened with a click. Itachiclaims, why are you back so early today? Kaon was wearing an apron, curiously looking at Itachi Uchiha. Well, I've mostly taken care of the clan's matters, Itachi said with a tired smile. The moment he saw Kaon, it felt like the exhaustion of the entire day had vanished. No more talking, I need to go cook. Hana suddenly remembered something and anxiously said, rushing into the kitchen. Itachi watched Hana's figure run away, wanted to say something but hesitating. Itachi-kun, I think I put in too much oil. Soon, Hana's surprised voice echoed from the kitchen, mixed with a hint of disappointment. Sigh, I'll handle it. You come out quickly. Itachi sighed helplessly and walked into the kitchen. Before long, Itachi had prepared the meal and turned off the gas stove. All right, the food is ready. What are you still standing there for? Take it to the dining table, Itachi said gently, looking back at the girl standing behind him. But the girl, upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, remained motionless. What's wrong? Itachi noticed something was off and asked with concern. Itachi-kun. Hana looked up, staring intently at Itachi. Her cherry lips unconsciously pursed. Seeing Hana's eyes reddening, Itachi felt a surge of heartache. What happened? Can you tell me? Itachi became increasingly anxious. The girl shook her head. Itachi secretly speculated about why Hana was suddenly like this. Was it because he hadn't returned home for too long and had neglected her? It must be that. How should he make it up to her? just as Itachi was deep in thought. Please urge for updates. Please support for love. Wah. Working in an electronics factory is exhausting every day. Chapter 184. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. Itachi suddenly felt his lips were a bit moist and blinked to take a look. Kaon shyly lowered her head. Kaon, you. Itachi immediately covered his lips, looking at the girl in astonishment. Idiot. Huayin's eyes were slightly red, and she glared at Itachi before lowering her head and running into the room. Itachi looked at Huayin's retreating figure in confusion, quickly serving the food from the pot into a bowl, and then rushed forward. Huayin, wait a minute. Bang. The door was slammed shut by the girl, followed by the sound of the lock clicking. Itachi watched this scene with a bead of cold sweat on his forehead. Huayin, open the door. Can we talk properly? Itachi reached out and gently knocked on the door, calling out helplessly. But there was no response from the other side of the door. Inside the room, Kagani leaned against the door, her head lowered in shame. And then she slowly slid down. Damn it, no matter how you look at it, this is just too embarrassing. Tears of floral sounds slide down, murmuring to myself with a complex expression. This matter is really shameful. What should I do next? I really don't know what kind of gaze Itachiclaims will use to look at me. Kaon barely supported her delicate body to stand up, then gently turned her head to look at herself in the mirror. In the mirror, she resembled a fragile and lovely flower, evoking feelings of affection. Sigh. Maybe I should muster up the courage to go out and have a good talk with Itachiclaims about this matter. Huayin murmured to herself, and at the same time, a few strands of her silly hair gradually stood up, looking playful. Forget it, let's just go for it. Huayin slowly walked to the door, took a deep breath, and that hand seemed to carry a heavy burden, finally landing heavily on the cold doorknob. With a soft click, the door was slowly pushed open. At that moment, sitting at the dining table with full anticipation, Itachi heard this sound, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he quickly stood up. Huayin, if there's something on your mind, just say it. Itachi looked at Huayin, who was slowly walking out of the room, her delicate face flushed with a hint of red, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, provoking curiosity. I'm sorry, Itachiclaims, my actions at that time may have seemed a bit abrupt and impolite. Hannah gently shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of shyness and softness. You don't need to apologize to me. Itachi listened to Hannah's slightly trembling whispers, feeling a wave of confusion rise within him. What a joke. He was the one who clearly benefited from the situation. Of course, Itachi didn't voice this thought. Itachiclaims. Kagun suddenly interrupted Itachi's thoughts. What's wrong? Itachi asked, confused. Never mind, it's nothing. Let's eat first. Henin let out a light sigh and then sat down at the table. To be honest, her emotions had been quite complex from start to finish. However, as she ate the food in her hands, Henin gradually forgot everything that had just happened. I have to say, Itachi's cooking skills are indeed very high. Eat slowly. Sasuke and Naruto are eating out tonight, Itachi said gently, looking at Henin, who was gobbling down her food. Huh, is that so? Hannah raised her head in shock and looked at Uchiha Itachi. Yes, Itachi nodded. It's so late. Are they safe outside? Kaon glanced out the window at the scenery. At this moment, it was dim outside, and thunder rumbled in the sky, signaling that it was about to rain. It'll be fine. Naruto can use the flying thunder god technique. Even if that doesn't work, the two of us can escape. Itachi explained softly. I see. That's good. Kaon sighed in relief upon hearing Itachi's response and patted her chest. So how is the food I made? Is it good? Itachi asked curiously, watching the girl devour her meal. It's pretty good. Kaon gave a fair evaluation. She would never admit that the food made by Itachi Uchiha was even more delicious than hers. In fact, it was quite normal for Kaon to be unwilling to accept this fact. It's strange how it suddenly started raining tonight, Itachi murmured curiously while looking out the window. After all, he had watched the weather forecast, and the television clearly said it wouldn't rain tonight. Yet the weather was so bizarre. I always have a bad feeling, Itachiclaims. Huayin was also gazing out at the scenery outside the window, her brows furrowed. Of course, if one didn't notice the few grains of rice stuck to the corner of her mouth, the atmosphere might have been better. All right, it's late, you should go to sleep. Otherwise, be careful not to grow any taller in the future, Yu teased softly as he looked at the girl in front of him. What? I can still grow taller. Hannah felt a bit displeased upon hearing Itachi Uchiha's teasing. Really? Itachi extended his finger and gently tapped Hannah's forehead. That hurts. Kagani covered her forehead and called out, her eyes immediately moistening as she glared more dissatisfiedly at Itachi. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Do you still want to take a bath tonight? I've already prepared hot water for you, Itachi said gently with a smile. In the bathhouse. I have to say, The technological development in the ninja world is quite distorted. They clearly have televisions, yet there are no firearms and not even a water heater for bathing. They can only rely on the simplest method of boiling water to heat it, much like in ancient times. Kagami lay in the wooden tub, her hair slightly messy, covering her eyes. No matter what, this is the true enjoyment. Kaon felt her body soaking in the warm water, surrounded by a hazy mist. Meanwhile, on the other side, what do you plan to do next? Kaon stared at Obito in front of her and slowly asked. Damn it, that bastard Madara actually deceived the pure and kind Kaon, using her goodwill towards others to heal his own wounds. As Obito thought of this, he couldn't help but clench his teeth, his tone filled with uncontrollable anger. Looking at Obito's angry face, Conan's expression became somewhat helpless and speechless. After spending these days together, she finally understood that, to put it simply, Obito had secretly been in love with Kaon, but he himself had not realized it. Obito, since Kaon chose to help Uchiha Madara, she must have her own reasons and thoughts. Kaon gently comforted Obito in a soft tone. No, that's not it. That guy Uchiha Madara definitely deceived Kaon with sweet words. Obito shook his head violently, further solidifying his inner thoughts. At the same time, the pupils hidden beneath the mask began to spin rapidly, as if brewing some kind of emotion. In a short while, those pupils transformed into complex and mysterious patterns, making them hard to grasp. Obito, calm down. Kaon looked at Obito, whose whole body was trembling with anger, his hand hanging in the air, yet powerless to drop down. Sigh, forget it. She knew she couldn't dissuade this idiot. Thank you very much for the support. The author is deeply grateful. Thank you. Chapter 185. Encounter with Uchiha Obito. Calm? Obito seemed to have heard an extremely funny joke, rolling his eyes at Kaon. Well then, do you plan to go back to Konoha to see Kaon now? Seeing this, Kaon didn't say anything more. I'll go back to Konoha to take a look. Obito replied coldly, then transformed into a vortex, twisting his form and disappearing from the spot. Konoha Village. Itachi, are you going to handle things again today? Henio looked at the meticulously dressed Uchiha Itachi in front of her, blushing as she softly asked. Still the same as usual. Itachi sighed helplessly, then put on a hat and was about to head out. Wait. The girl's voice came from behind, interrupting Itachi's actions. What is it? Itachi turned around, looking at Hanyo with a puzzled expression. Take this. Kagami handed a bento box to Itachi, slightly turning her head to the side. Thank you. Itachi smiled faintly as he took the box with both hands. Is there anything else to mention? Itachi looked gently at the girl. No. That's all. Kono lowered her head, blushing, and shyly replied. Okay. Itachi turned his head and opened the door. After walking for a while, he heard the girl's voice calling from behind. Be careful on the road. Yeah, I will. Itachi walked down the road, a barely noticeable smile playing on his lips. Watching Uchiha Itachi walk away completely, Kagami patted her chest and sighed lightly. From the moment she first saw Itachi, her heart had been racing nonstop. She wanted to say something, but due to her nervousness, she forgot everything. Forget it, don't think about that anymore. Let's think about what to do today. Kaon softly spoke to herself in front of the mirror. To be honest, she didn't know what to do now. After all, she was used to leaving everything to Itachi. And she, every day, just stayed at home, feeling like a housewife. Although she wasn't sure why she had this thought, Kaon could generally accept it. Or should she go out for a walk alone? Huayin opened the window and gazed at the clear sky, which strengthened her resolve. After changing her clothes, Huayin stepped out alone. The morning sunlight bathed the slender figure of the girl, and her shadow grew longer with each step. Kagami walked alone on the stone-paved road. The Uchiha clan still resided in a remote corner of the village. It seemed that Fugaku had no intention of moving the Uchiha clan back to Konoha. However, upon closer thought, it was understandable. After all, this could serve as a certain warning. Whenever Fugaku relaxed his guard, he would remember the past. The Uchiha clan was despised by the people of Konoha and pushed to the fringes. Just as Kagami was lost in thought, a familiar presence approached, and her pupils suddenly constricted. Wait, could it be Obito? Kaon was momentarily stunned. It was Obito, but why would he come to Konoha village? Before Huayin had time to doubt, that familiar presence in the distance quickly approached her. Kaon faced Obito, still maintaining the necessary caution. Soon, in her lovely pupils, the Magatama spun rapidly, transforming into an eternal kaleidoscope. Obito, what brings you here? Kagami looked towards the familiar figure in the distance wearing a mask, her face full of caution. Can I come? Obito's voice was cold, but the gaze hidden behind the mask was fixed intently on Kagami. Counting the time, it had been several months since they last met. Hanyo is still as cute as before. Hanyo, you've been deceived by that guy, Uchiha Obito. Obito slowly approached Hanyo. Looking at the kaleidoscope in the girl's eyes, his expression complicated. Are you still on guard against me? Huh? Kaon was taken aback by Tobe's words. What does this mean? What do you mean I was deceived by Uchiha Madara? You might not have realized it yet, but that bastard Madara used your kindness to deceive you. Tobe thought of Uchiha Madara, gritting his teeth. Are you saying that I healed him with the reversal technique? Kaon looked at Obito in confusion. Yes. Obito nodded seriously. Seeing Obito like this, Kaon couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Obito asked. Obito, is there a possibility that I willingly saved Uchiha Madara? Kaon covered her mouth with one hand, her eyes curving into a crescent shape. Why do you want to save him? Obito asked, puzzled. Why can't I save him? Hana tilted her head and carefully examined Obito. Aren't you aware that he's going to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi plan? Obito's gaze was fixed on Hana as he said seriously. Of course I know. You told me a long time ago. Hana blinked. Looking at the girl's naive expression, Obito sighed helplessly. She may not yet realize that Madara is deceiving her, using her. How can you be so naive? This pathetic ninja world is even using you? Obito's eyes gradually dimmed. He had already lost hope in this ninja world, but he never expected that even you would become a pawn in this war. Hana, do you know what the infinite Tsukuyomi means? Obito sighed heavily, staring intently at Hana. Of course I know, but we have even stronger enemies to face. Kagome explained. A more powerful enemy? What do you mean? Obito asked anxiously. Do you know Kagaya Otsutsuki? Kagome looked at Obito, who was getting closer, instinctively taking a step back, calmly adding, Kagaya Otsutsuki? Obito murmured unconsciously. Soon, Kagome explained the situation of the Otsutsuki clan to Obito. While explaining, she observed the changes in Obito's expression. He initially appeared calm, but gradually showed signs of doubt, and finally his face was filled with terror. All these emotions were captured by Kagome. Is what you said true? Obito asked nervously, looking at Kagome. He didn't doubt her, but was filled with confusion. Of course what I said is true. Kagane patted her chest and replied proudly. Then why do you know so much? She questioned. Seeing Dato so nervous, Kaon straightforwardly confessed that this was the ability of her kaleidoscope to foresee the future. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Obito took a deep breath, slowly removed his mask, revealing a serious expression. I understand now what I should do next. Obito looked at the girl in front of him, who was a head shorter than him, his words carrying complex emotions. Kaon must have paid a considerable price to know so much information. Why is she so kind to tell me all this? Lin, Kaon really seems like you. Both of you are so kind and innocent. With this thought in mind, Obito looked at the girl with eyes full of pity. Next, all you need to do is... Kagome tiptoed and leaned close to Obito's ear, whispering, The only reason we've made it this far is thanks to everyone's love-powered efforts. Chapter 186. The Resurrection of Minato Namikaze. Is this okay? Obito looked at the girl in shock. Why not just give it a try and see? Kagome looked at Obito and smiled sweetly. Let Madara become the Jinchuriki, Obito murmured, a complex mix of emotions surging in his heart. He had never considered such a possibility. But hadn't Kagaya already died? Obito's words were left unfinished. Kagaya wouldn't die so easily. Kagome shook her head, interrupting Obito. He might be hiding in some corner, waiting for Madara to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki before he makes his move. The girl looked at Obito meaningfully. Obito sighed softly. Is the most important thing right now to collect the tailed beasts? Yes, but if the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Kaon paused here, closed her eyes, and began to think. Obito quietly watched her, saying nothing. After a moment, Kaon opened her eyes. Let's have Minato sacrifice the Nine Tails. Are you saying to have Sensei Minato sacrifice the Nine Tails? Obito was taken aback. Yes, Minato has the other half of the Nine Tails. We just need to bring him back with Edo Tensei. Huayin smiled sweetly. However, Obito wanted to say something but hesitated. Don't worry, someone can do it easily. Kagura tiptoed and patted Obito's head, and the figure of Orochimaru appeared in her mind. However, she needed to check where Orochimaru was now. Obito suddenly realized, if it's him, this matter will be easy to resolve. But do you know where he is now? Obito asked Kagura in front of him. Isn't enough to just find him? Huayin waved his hands and made a gesture, summoning the Jade Hounds. Two wolves, one black and one white, immediately appeared beside him. Earlier, Kagura had quietly marked Orochimaru. Now these marks came in handy. Two wolves sniffed the air and quickly sprinted off into the distance. Kagome followed closely behind. Obito silently trailed behind the girl, staring at her slender and delicate figure. Lost in thought, he momentarily mistook her for Rin. The morning sunlight bathed the girl, making her look particularly lively and adorable. The shadows grew longer and longer, and he didn't know how much time had passed. Huayin noticed that two wolves had stopped ahead, and she became alert. The two wolves were lingering in front of a cave entrance, then transformed into a puff of smoke and gradually disappeared. It seemed that Orochimaru was hiding in this cave. Kanon held her chin with one hand and murmured to herself, "I'll go down first to scout the way, you follow me." Obito moved forward while looking back at Kanon. "All right." Kanon thought for a moment and nodded obediently. Although Obito's strength was not as good as hers, it was still necessary to be cautious. Who knew what traps Orochimaru had set at the entrance? With Obito leading the way, she could avoid those traps. However, Kanon did not understand why Obito had to do this. Perhaps it was because he was relying on his ability to become intangible? Maybe. The cave entrance was not spacious. On the contrary, it was narrow and long. It extended in a stepped manner, and the crimson eyes hidden beneath Obito's mask were revealed as he walked down the stairs. Kanon followed closely behind. Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, Kanon secretly muttered about Orochimaru. "Can't you light a few candles? It's so dark. Can you see anything? Are you sure you won't trip? There seems to be a door ahead." Obito stopped, his tone tinged with caution. "I'll go open it." Kaon peeked out from behind Obito, just about to step forward. "Let me handle this. Be careful." Obito stepped in front and suddenly pushed open the big door. "Oh, isn't this Kaon and a Fae? Long time no see." As soon as the door was pushed open, Orochimaru's deep, hoarse voice came through. "Orochimaru, what are you doing here?" Obito tightly gripped his kunai, his crimson eyes warily assessing Orochimaru. "You don't need to ask too much about my business. Kaon, what brings you to me?" Orochimaru looked meaningfully at the girl, then extended his tongue to lick his face. Huayin shivered at the sight and secretly thought to herself, "This Orochimaru is really disgusting. How is the research on the reanimation jutsu coming along?" Kaon endured the discomfort and stared at Orochimaru, saying, "Thanks to you, the Edo Tensei went smoothly." Orochimaru replied in a deep voice, his gaze wandering between Akatsuki and Kaon. "So, who do you plan to resurrect?" Orochimaru asked directly, without beating around the bush. "I want you to resurrect the fourth Hokage." Kagun pretended to glare fiercely at Orochimaru, but to outsiders, it looked more like a pout. "Then what do you offer in exchange?" Orochimaru licked his lips. "I'm commanding you, not negotiating with you." The Magatama in Huayin's pupils spun rapidly. "That's really ominous," Huayin said coldly, while continuing her movements. After a series of complicated actions, Orochimaru raised a dagger and cut open his own abdomen. Immediately, a phantom of the Grim Reaper appeared behind him, the soul of the fourth Hokage from his abdomen. The soul slowly seeped into the already prepared body of White Zetsu. After a heart-wrenching scream, a familiar figure gradually emerged. At the same time, seeing that the timing was right, Orochimaru a snake from his mouth, which quickly coiled around another prepared body. Kagani witnessed all of this, her pupils slightly constricting, as expected of Uncle Snake. This operation is truly something that ordinary people can't accomplish. Am I late? The dimness in Minato's eyes gradually regained its luster as he looked around, quickly becoming stunned. "Where's this?" "Fourth Hokage-sama, long time no see." Hana spoke softly. Hearing that familiar voice, Mizumoto slowly turned around. "Huh, Hana, is that you?" "It's me. But the situation is a bit complicated right now, and it's a hassle to explain." Kanon fixed her gaze on Minato's eyes and then cast an illusion. Minato felt his body being invaded by the illusion, instinctively struggling for a moment before calmly accepting it. Before long, Minato looked at Kanon with caution. "Are you sure you want to make Madara the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails?" Minato gasped, asking heavily. "Yes, I sincerely ask Lord Minato Namikaze to believe me." Kagun nodded obediently. "I understand. How is Naruto doing now?" Minato showed a relieved expression. The corners of his mouth curled into a bittersweet smile. "He is doing well now. Do you want to go see him?" Kanon tilted her head, sizing up Minato Namikaze. If possible." Minato rubbed the back of his head, looking somewhat sunny and warm. "If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." A cold voice came from the side of Obito. The three of them turned their heads simultaneously. They saw Obito's body being pulled by a wave of space, and then he vanished from the spot. "Isn't he Madara?" Minato's gaze turned cold, and a bad suspicion surfaced in his mind. "Anyway, let's not think about that for now, Lord Minato." Kanon was stunned for a moment, looking at Minato Namikaze in front of her, and softly said, What's up with this guy? Minato nodded, gazing at Orochimaru, whose eyes were filled with enthusiasm. One incredible masterpiece, Kaon, Orochimaru said, extending his tongue to lick his lips, looking at Minato with excitement. Don't mind him. This guy is just a pervert. Kaon shivered and then tugged at Minato's collar. Minato had already set up the Flying Thunder God technique in Konoha, so he understood the girl's meaning. In any case, thank you very much for reviving me. Before leaving, Minato bowed to Orochimaru. Chapter 187 Naruto. Do you know how I've been living these years? Are you thanking me? Fourth Hokage, you're still too naive. Orochimaru said meaningfully, then licked his tongue. Konoha Village. The sun in the sky shone down on the two of them. Is this the Konoha village of today? Minato Namikaze looked around the streets and alleys, his pupils slightly constricting. Yes, because Uncle Fugaku became Hokage, Konoha's economic situation has improved a lot. Kaon smiled sweetly and said softly, did Fugaku become Hokage? A figure of Fugaku appeared in Minato's mind, and he couldn't help but smile. What's wrong, Minato? Do you know Fugaku? Kaon looked at the smiling Minato in front of her and curiously asked, Oh, of course I know him. Our families even planned an arranged marriage before, but unfortunately, Naruto is a boy, Minato said innocently, while looking up at the blue sky and white clouds. Ahem, what if Naruto and Sasuke are? Kaon thought of an interesting meme upon hearing Minato's words. After all, in the previous life, Naruto and Sasuke were considered true love, and everyone else was just a coincidence. Hearing Kanon's response, Minato was instantly taken aback. Huh? Are you saying Naruto's sexual orientation? Minato said, his eyes widening in shock. Then, Minato fell silent again, thinking about it. Naruto had been rejected and isolated since he was young. Forget it, Minato. Why don't you go meet him first? I was just joking. Kagani looked at the silent Minato and said softly, Where's he living now? Minato let out a and then turned to look at Kagani. I'm not sure, but we can go look for him first. Huayin shook her head. Ding dong. Huayin lightly pressed the doorbell. There was no response from inside the door. It seemed he wasn't home. Kaon looked at the carefully dressed Minato in front of her and said softly. Minato's appearance was too conspicuous, so on the way here, he used a transformation technique to turn into the guise of an ordinary uncle. Is that so, Kaon? Can you tell me about that guy Naruto? Minato sighed lightly, his gaze complex as he looked at the girl. Well, Naruto has gone through a lot of hardships along the way. Kagani reminisced about the scenes from the animation and recounted them to Minato one by one. As Minato listened to the girl's narration, his gaze gradually dimmed, filled with sorrow. Naruto had such a miserable childhood, largely because of himself. At that time, he only wanted to die with Kushina and never anticipated that Hisashi and Danzo would target Naruto so fiercely. Naruto, at just 3 years old, was required to live independently. Thinking of this, Minato's heart ached as if it had been stabbed by a knife. Foolish man, look at this. This is the Konoha village you swore to protect. The Ninetales within Minato watched this scene with a face full of mocking derision. Every time he saw Minato display this expression, the Ninetales couldn't help but be amused. After all, seeing the child of his enemy treated this way by the village was satisfying in every way. Kagani, thank you for taking care of Naruto. Minato took a deep breath as he listened to Kagani recount Naruto's experiences and thank the girl in front of him. No need for thanks. Huayin quickly waved her hand. Kaon found it difficult to accept that Minato was thanking her in this manner. Expressing gratitude was still necessary. If you hadn't saved Naruto earlier, he might not have been here. Minato paused here, not daring to continue. As for the subsequent events, he couldn't even imagine. Fortunately, Kaon saved Naruto. Soon, Kaon listened quietly to Minato's silent words as they walked along. She didn't speak, just listened intently. Soon, they arrived at the back mountain of the Uchiha clan, a place where Naruto often came to train. Before long, they saw Naruto, his golden hair shining, gasping for breath as he continuously threw punches. At that moment, Minato, who was hiding behind Kaon, looked at Naruto's cold demeanor and felt a deep sense of guilt in his eyes. Naruto struck a wooden post with his fist, silently counting. In no time, the area around the post cracked open, shattering like a spider's web. Naruto stared at his bandaged fist, his expression complicated. He felt that his current strength was still too weak to protect Kaon. But what was hardest for Naruto to accept was, Kagome actually likes that guy Itachi. But never mind, I must become stronger and defeat that guy Itachi. Just as Naruto was thinking this, his pupils suddenly constricted. Who's there? Naruto threw the shuriken in his hand towards the distant bushes. The shuriken embedded itself, and then a familiar figure walked out. Naruto, it's me. Kaon held the kunai that Naruto had just thrown to her and said helplessly, "Kaon, why are you here?" Naruto's eyes lit up as he saw the girl. Who is he? Naruto's attention quickly shifted to the person behind the girl, who had the same hair color as him. "Naruto, long time no see." A familiar and warm voice rang out. Naruto was instantly stunned. This voice, it sounds familiar. He looked up at the person in front of him, Minato Namikaze, with a dazed expression. "Minato? Is it you?" Naruto's brows furrowed tightly as he saw Minato. "What's wrong?" Minato asked, looking at his son with a complex expression. "Why are you back?" Naruto asked coldly. "I am sorry, Naruto." Minato slowly walked towards Naruto, then half knelt on the ground to meet Naruto's gaze. "You've grown quite a bit." A bittersweet smile appeared on Minato's lips. "Oomph, so you came back just to say that?" Naruto glared coldly at Minato. "I'm sorry, I neglected you back then." Minato looked at Naruto and gently embraced him. Bang! A fist suddenly struck Minato's abdomen. Minato gritted his teeth, the pain causing him to take a step back. Just like in the original story, Naruto showed no mercy and threw a punch at Minato. "Bastard, do you know how I've been living these days?" Naruto looked at Minato with anger, expressing his resentment. "When I was a child, everyone hated me and treated me like a monster. If it weren't for Sister Kaon, I probably—" Naruto choked up, his eyes reddening, tears welling up. Beside them, Kagami watched the scene of the father and son in silence. This is actually quite good. Let Naruto vent his emotions properly. In the original story, Naruto was far too optimistic. Treated like this by the people of Konoha since childhood. He still regarded Hokage as his goal. If it were her, once she had strength, she would undoubtedly choose revenge without hesitation. "Just got off work from the electronics factory. I'm exhausted. Please send a gift. I would be very grateful. Thank you all for your support." Chapter 188. The culprit behind the Nine Tails chaos is Obito. Like in the original story, after crying bitterly, Naruto gradually calmed down. "I'm very sorry, Naruto. I didn't consider it well back then." Minato sighed lightly and then hugged Naruto tightly. Seeing that it was almost time, Minato turned to Kagami. "Is it okay?" Kanon nodded. At this moment, Naruto, who was watching the strange behavior of the two, looked puzzled. "Sister Kanon, are you and Dad hiding something from me?" Naruto asked cautiously, wiping away his tears. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but we need to leave for a bit," Minato said, looking at Naruto with guilt, patting his head. And then he and Kanon vanished instantly through the Flying Thunder God technique. "You guys!" Naruto's hand was raised in the air, then weakly fell down. After a long time, Naruto's expression became complicated, even though he didn't understand why. In a certain base, "You really made me wait for a long time," Orochimaru said, looking at the two who hurried over with a low, hoarse voice. Then he extended his tongue and licked his cheek. "Orochimaru, can you change this habit of yours? It's really nauseating." Henin looked at Orochimaru with a face of disgust, her delicate nose wrinkling slightly. TSK. "Henin, you weren't like this with me before?" Orochimaru said with a hint of a smile as he looked at Henin. "What does it matter how I was before?" Kagami furrowed her brows slightly. Just as the two were about to argue, Mizumoto's gentle voice came in, interrupting Kagami's thoughts. "What's wrong, Mizumoto?" Kagome curiously turned to Minato Namikaze and asked, "Can you take the Nine Tails out of me?" Minato smiled shyly and replied, "I'm afraid not yet." Orochimaru shook his head. "Why?" Kagami shot a glance at Orochimaru. "Have you found the container?" Orochimaru looked at the girl with a hint of mockery in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Kagami froze, her ahogue standing upright. This was bad. She hadn't thought of this at all at the beginning. She had been focused solely on resurrecting Minato as soon as possible. But she forgot that the container wasn't ready yet. Without a container, what use was it to extract the young Nine Tails from Minato's body? "It seems we came at the wrong time." Minato looked at the girl, who appeared slightly embarrassed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Orochimaru, hurry up and find a container." Kagami glared at Orochimaru. "So what can I gain from this?" Orochimaru crossed his arms, looking at the girl with great interest. Kanon looked at Orochimaru's appearance and fell silent instantly. Indeed, it's all her fault for overthinking. Orochimaru would never cooperate with her. "It seems you are still as naive as ever, Kanon-chan." Orochimaru chuckled in a low and hoarse voice. "Damn it. Orochimaru, couldn't you have warned me first?" Kanon immediately glared at him in anger and embarrassment. "You didn't ask me at first either." Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes filled with a hint of mockery. Kanon was momentarily speechless. Orochimaru's words were not false. She indeed had not inquired beforehand. "All right, both of you. This is not the time to argue about these things." Minato awkwardly interjected, observing the two in conflict. Well, Minato, that's a good question. I've already made preparations. Kanon looked at Minato and proudly raised her head. Who is it? Uchiha, Kanon said softly. Upon hearing this, Minato was stunned and took a moment to regain his composure. The guy hasn't died? Minato looked at Kanon in shock. He hasn't died, and he was the one who previously destroyed Konoha and initiated the Nine-Tails attack. Kagomine raised her head and said confidently, but soon she was stunned and widened her eyes. Wait, are you saying that it wasn't Madara who initiated the Nine-Tails attack? Minato's pupils shrank, and some bad thoughts flashed through his mind. Ahem, yes, it was Madara. I misspoke just now. Kagomine anxiously added, Is that so? Watergate squinted his eyes. Looking at Watergate's expression of disbelief, Hannah's heart couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. What now? How should she handle this? She had accidentally let something slip. Should she honestly tell Minato that it wasn't Uchiha Obito who killed his entire family, but his loyal disciple Kakashi? Setting aside the consequences of such a confession, just the thought of betraying Kakashi filled Hannah with guilt and inner turmoil. The situation seemed to be getting more interesting. Orochimaru watched the girl's anxious demeanor, and a playful smile crept onto his lips. Sigh, fine, since you want to know the truth so badly, I will tell you. Kagome let out a light sigh, raising her head to gaze at Minato Namikaze, her eyes filled with complex emotions. The one who harmed your entire family and incited the Nine-Tails chaos is Uchiha Obito, your former good disciple. As soon as Hanen's words fell, Minato's pupils instantly widened, shock evident on his face. It was actually Tobe who did it? No, how could this be? Minato looked up at the girl in disbelief, his voice filled with confusion and pain. The truth is as it is. If you don't believe it, you can uncover Tobe's mask. The flying thunder god mark you left on him is the best proof. Kanon sighed again, looking at Minato with a complicated expression. Is it really like this? In Minato's mind, countless fragments seemed to flash by, and his mood became exceptionally complex. He understood Obito's personality well as a teacher. On the surface, he seemed carefree, gentle, and cheerful, but in reality, he was more sensitive and fragile than anyone else. Once he lost the most important thing, he would likely go to extremes. However, what Minato never expected was that Obito would actually do something so extreme. I need to go talk to him. Minato's voice sounded particularly heavy. Before that, let me take you back to Konoha first. Okay, Hannah nodded obediently. Soon, Minato used the flying thunder god technique to place Hannah in Itachi Uchiha's home, then vanished without a trace. I wonder if Obito will be angry when he sees Minato coming to look for him later. The scene of the two people about to meet emerged in Konoha's mind, and she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. I hope Obito won't complain about me, Sai. Hannah raised her head and looked towards the door, gently pressing the doorbell. The door opened with a click. Hannah, where have you been today? It was Itachi Uchiha, looking at the girl with a surprised expression. I want to do something important. Kagane faced Itachi Uchiha, speaking a bit hesitantly. Thank you all so much for your gifts. The author is very grateful here. Additionally, everyone, please lend a hand and encourage updates. This is very important to me. Seeking gifts. I can't afford meals again. Chapter 189. Don't touch my head. Big matter? What big matter are you talking about? Itachi looked at his cute little wife. Wanted to laugh, but holding it back. Anyway, it's a big matter, just don't ask. Kagomine tiptoed and covered Itachi's mouth. Unexpectedly, her hand was gently bitten by Itachi. What are you doing? Huayin glared at you in anger. You tilted his head and looked at Huayin with a face full of affection. Your hand is too soft. Can I take a bite? You. Kagun's face turned red, and she began to speak hesitantly. Yuko curiously leaned down and pointed at her own face. What's wrong with me? Forget it, it's nothing. Kaon's hands waved about in a fluster as she turned her head to look into the distance, her face unconsciously flushing. Yao gently extended a finger and tapped Kaon's forehead. You come on, just say it. Where exactly are you going? I'm not going anywhere, just wandering around. Kaon covered her forehead with both hands, where a noticeable bump had appeared. She looked at Itachi with a sense of grievance. Itachi smiled gently at the girl in front of him and picked up a gentleman's hat from the nearby table. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. I still have some clan matters to attend to. Kaon looked at Itachi, hesitated for a moment, and then said, I'll go with you. Itachi smiled, sure, let's go. The sunlight cast on the two of them, and their shadows gradually elongated. A gentle breeze brushed by, and the treetops swayed lightly, creating a warm atmosphere. The young boy and girl walked side by side, their steps in sync. Don't you have anything you want to talk about? Itachi asked as he walked down the road, holding a stack of documents tightly in his hand. turning to look at Kaon with curiosity in his eyes. Aren't you supposed to be handling work next? It might not be good for me to chat with you. The words of Huayin were not finished, and there was some hesitation. Well, what you said makes sense, but we can still chat for a bit now. Itachi stroked his chin and thought for a moment before responding softly. All right, Itachi-kun, what mission are you on? Hanyo looked at Itachi with a curious expression. Is it just dealing with some internal family conflicts? That's it. Yes, Itachi nodded. That sounds pretty easy, Hanyo said casually. Not necessarily. Sometimes it's easy, but most of the time it's quite exhausting, Itachi said with a feint. Under what circumstances would it be easier? Kagani looked at Uchiha Itachi with curiosity. Itachi closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then opened them. Usually, it's when the clan members are quiet, but many of them don't have enough composure. Itachi shook his head. I see. Kaon heard Itachi Uchiha's words and fell silent for a moment, her eyes lowered. Soon, Itachi Uchiha, who was walking at the front, stopped in his tracks. Due to Itachi's sudden halt, Kaon accidentally bumped into him. Why did he stop so suddenly? Kagani covered her forehead and looked at Itachi with a sense of grievance. We've arrived, just ahead. Itachi let out a soft sigh. Kagani followed Itachi's gaze and looked into the distance, where a small house stood lonely at the foot of the mountain. How strange. Hadn't the Uchiha clan already completely eradicated poverty? Kaon curiously spoke to herself. That's right. That's what makes it strange. The commission comes from here. Itachi slowly moved forward, with Kaon closely following behind. Knock, knock, knock. Itachi reached out his hand and gently knocked on the door. The door creaked open slowly, revealing an elderly man bending over, who slowly opened his eyes. Isn't this the young clan leader? The one who opened the door was Elder Shauna. Elder Shauna, how come it's you? Itachi looked at the old man in front of him, his pupils slightly constricting. At this moment, Kaon, standing beside Itachi, also showed a look of surprise as she gazed at the elderly man. Old people with no descendants just want to live here in peace. Shauna snorted coldly, then turned to look at Kaon standing next to Itachi, pausing for a moment, his eyes suddenly brightening. You must be that little girl Kaon, right? Shauna asked excitedly. Yes, it's me. What's the matter? Elder Shauna, do you need something from me? Hannah pointed at herself with curiosity as she looked at the old man. After all these years, how are you still so tall? Shauna sighed lightly, with a hint of teasing. Upon hearing the old man's teasing, Hannah couldn't help but clench her fist. Forget it. Let be destroyed. Everyone is making jokes about her height. After an afternoon, the matter was quickly resolved. It turned out that Elder Shauna, at such an old age, still lived alone in a remote corner. Some people in the clan were worried and informed the guard department. Makoto, wanting to train Itachi, assigned this task to him. The outcome was relatively smooth. After some persuasion from Hannah, Elder Shauna finally agreed to move to the center of the clan. The faint light of dawn in the sky was gradually fading, and the afterglow of the setting sun spilled over the young boys and girls walking ahead. Their shadows grew shorter and shorter. How about it, Itachi-kun? Am I impressive? Kaon walked ahead of Uchiha Itachi, hands behind her back, looking proudly at the boy in front of her. He is indeed very impressive. Itachi nodded and then reached out to gently stroke Kaon's head. Kaon lowered her head, allowing Itachi's hand to rest on her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. So this is what it feels like to be patted on the head. It feels quite nice. Itachi looked at the shy girl with her eyes closed in front of him, just as he was about to withdraw his hand. Kaon opened her eyes and looked at him with a hint of confusion. Instinctively, Itachi placed his hand back on the girl's head. Kagami closed her eyes again, looking shy. Immediately after, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Itachi's forehead, and he then moved his hand away. Kanon opened her eyes for the third time, a hint of disappointment flashing in her gaze. Itachi's hand went up once again, only to be lowered again. The girl's emotions were rising and falling like this. This scene looked quite amusing. Itachi's lips unconsciously curled up slightly. After a while, Kanon opened her eyes, her face full of anger as she stretched out her hand to block Itachi's touch. Then, Kanon took a few steps back, her face slightly flushed, and said, "You were clearly teasing me just now. I'm not a child." Itachi replied. Seeing Kanon like this, Itachi couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Don't laugh, you jerk." Kagami pouted and shouted, "Why did your expression keep changing just now?" Itachi stopped in his tracks, allowing the girl to lightly punch his chest with her small fist. "Really?" Hannah raised her head and was momentarily stunned. "Of course there is." Itachi couldn't help but slightly lift the corners of his mouth, looking at Hannah with eyes full of affection. Kanon looked at Uchiha Itachi's expression and gradually fell silent. "Oh no, it seems like she has been played. Brothers, please do me a favor. Can you give me a gift? The author is currently struggling to make ends meet and can't even afford to eat. He has been living in poverty every day, suffering from hunger and cold. I didn't eat anything in the morning, only had a few buns for lunch, and now my head feels heavy and swollen. Chapter 190, Eating Grilled Fish. Obito, I didn't expect you to be the masked man from before. Minato Namikaze looked at Obito, who was wearing a tiger-striped mask with a complex expression. So what if I am? Obito snorted coldly. Why did you do this? Minato's voice trembled slightly. Then let me ask you. Obito gritted his teeth and glared at Minato in anger. Why didn't you come to save us back then? If you had arrived just a moment earlier, Rin might not have died. Where were you at that time? Obito's eyes widened in fury. Things were too sudden back then. I had to deal with matters on the front line. I'm truly sorry. Minato's expression darkened, as if recalling something. From that time on, I became completely disillusioned with the shinobi world and wanted to change it. Obito sighed lightly, looking at his teacher with a complex gaze. So you want to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi? Minato stared intently at Obito. Yes, but that was my previous thought. Now I just want to protect that girl. Obito shook his head. Ever since he realized the gap in strength with Uchiha Madara, he had given up on that absurd plan. What good would activating the infinite Tsukuyomi do? Rin is gone, and nothing can change that. I understand, Minato said, placing a hand on Obito's shoulder. His eyes filled with guilt. You don't have to forgive me. I've never forgiven myself. Walking this path, I can no longer turn back. Obito's gaze was icy. After that, Obito began to pour out his tragic experiences to Minato like a child. Minato listened, nodding from time to time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Itachiclaims, what do you want to eat for lunch? Kagani leaned on the table and lazily asked, what do you want to eat? While washing the dishes, you looked at the girl with a loving gaze. I haven't decided yet. Kaon shook her head and murmured softly. How about we go eat grilled fish? Yao suddenly suggested, looking at her gently. Sound good, let's go with that. Kanon's eyes lit up upon hearing Uchiha's words. Then let's set off. Huayin stood up and looked at Itachi, who was still washing the dishes. Not yet. Itachi shook his head. Why? Huayin asked curiously. I'm still washing the dishes. I'll go after I'm done. Itachi sighed softly. Oh, okay. Kagani nodded, then returned to her room. She opened the wardrobe, looked at the cold weather outside, and specifically tied a scarf around her neck. Forget it. I'll bring another one for Itachi. Kagun took out a black scarf and said softly. The girl's gaze brushed over the mirror by the table, her cheeks slightly flushed. She had been in this world for a while, and she didn't expect to have changed so much. Itachi, this black scarf is for you. Try it on and see how it looks. Kanon blushed and handed over a black scarf. This scarf was one she had knitted by hand not long ago. It looks really nice, Itachi said as he wrapped the scarf around his neck and examined it carefully before nodding. I'm glad you like it. Kanon showed a sweet smile, with her hands behind her back. Did you knit this scarf for me? Yura looked at Kanon curiously. Yes, I did. Henio nodded gently. Thank you very much. I really like it. Itachi looked at the girl in front of him, a barely noticeable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Can we go out now? Henio looked up, staring intently at Itachi. Yeah, let's go. Itachi took Henio's hand. The two walked out of the house together. As soon as they opened the door, a bone-chilling cold wind rushed in, causing Henio to shiver involuntarily. Are you cold? Itachi looked down, concerned as he watched Henio. Not really. Let's go, Henio said, her teeth chattering as she looked at Itachi. Yeah, Itachi observed his little wife's appearance, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. How should I put this? Hana's appearance looks quite cute. I have to say, the weather in December is really exceptionally cold. Looking at the originally green grass covered with a thin layer of ice crystals and the gently flowing water by the roadside firmly frozen by the severe cold. The whole world seems to be wrapped in silver. Hana, did you bring money? Uchiha Itachi's voice interrupted Hana's thoughts as she was immersed in the cold world. Huh? Kanon looked up in confusion, her gaze blank as she stared at Uchiha Itachi in front of her, and then her pupils suddenly constricted. Oh no! She had been too rushed when she left this time and had forgotten to bring money again. What should she do next? Forgotten? Itachi looked at the little lowly in front of him, completely stunned, and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, his eyes filled with affection. I knew you would forget to bring it, but it's okay, I brought some. A gentle smile crept onto Itachi's lips. Then I'll treat you next time. Huayin blushed and said in a voice as small as a mosquito's. This is the third time you've said that. You shrugged helplessly, covering your forehead, and looked at Huayin with a hint of a smile. Huh, really? Kagani extended her finger, placed it by her mouth, and whispered softly, showing a hint of dissatisfaction on her face, looking quite adorable. Did you forget? Itachi extended his finger and gently tapped Kagani's forehead with a hint of teasing. It hurts. Enough, Itachi. I've told you several times already, don't tap my forehead like that. Kaon covered her slightly swollen forehead with both hands, glaring at Itachi with a look of resentment, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Itachi looked at his little wife and her sulky demeanor and almost couldn't hold back a laugh, but he still managed to restrain himself. All right, I won't tease you like this next time, Itachi said, his eyes curving into crescent moons, speaking gently, his tone filled with affection and tolerance. Oomph. Kaon turned her head away in dissatisfaction, throwing her delicate back at Itachi. Itachi's demeanor clearly indicated he had no good intentions, or so Kaon thought. Soon, the two naturally arrived at the grilled fish restaurant. This grilled fish place wasn't very spacious. Its scale was similar to some barbecue stalls from her previous life, which made Kaon wonder why Itachi had chosen to bring her here. Boss, we'll have 4 skewers of grilled fish, Itachi said calmly as he approached the counter. All right, please wait a moment. Esteemed guests, the restaurant owner, a middle-aged man, said, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he fanned himself with his right hand. At that moment, the skewers on the wooden rack were sizzling, and the fish on the charcoal was being grilled to a golden crisp. The owners skillfully sprinkled pepper and salt, filling the air with a rich aroma. The intense fragrance wafted over, making Kaon swallow hard in anticipation of the delicious meal to come. Before long, the middle-aged man came over with a tray, neatly presenting 4 grilled fish carefully wrapped in aluminum foil. They're ready. Please enjoy, he said with a smile, his tone filled with warmth and sincerity. How is it? The taste is okay, right? Itachi asked, tasting the grilled fish with one hand while turning his gaze towards Kaon. The girl held the grilled fish in both hands and, after finishing, licked her fingers, still wanting more. It's quite good, Kagani replied with a hint of tsundere, her eyes secretly glancing at the half-eaten grilled fish in Itachi's hand. Itachi gently shook the grilled fish in his hand. Itachiclaims, I'm already full. Huayin noticed Itachi's movements, and her cheeks turned slightly red. I see, then let's go. Itachi placed the unfinished grilled fish on the aluminum foil. Oh, are we leaving just like this? Kaon stared at the remaining grilled fish on the aluminum foil, unconsciously swallowing. What else? Aren't you already full? Itachi tilted his head, pretending to look confused as he watched Kaon. Forget it, let's go. Kaon lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Just kidding, boss. Another 4 skewers of grilled fish. Yao shook his head with a smile and turned to the boss who was grilling. All right, the middle-aged boss replied, and then took out 4 pieces of grilled fish from the refrigerator and placed them on the grill. Kaon looked up at Itachi in surprise. She originally thought that Itachi didn't bring enough money. What's wrong? Itachi asked with a gentle smile. It's nothing. Kaon shook her head, a warm current rising in her heart. It seems that Itachi still cares about her. However, staring at the piece of grilled fish on the foil that hasn't been finished yet, Kaon swallowed hard, feeling a bit helpless. You eat. I'm already full. Itachi handed it over. Huayin's eyes lit up, and she nodded happily, as if she had received some precious gift. You looked at Huayin's expression, somewhat surprised, feeling a bit embarrassed. Your wife seemed a bit overly naive. That was just a piece of grilled fish. You didn't need to. You hesitated, looking at Huayin, your heart also unconsciously racing. Kagani looks very cute no matter how you see her. That the 4 skewers of grilled fish are ready. The middle-aged boss gently placed the tray on the table. Itachi calmly nodded. After the middle-aged boss left, Itachi turned his head and gently directed his gaze towards Kagani. Watching the girl in front of him eat the grilled fish with great enjoyment like a little squirrel, Itachi couldn't help but smile slightly. This kind of life seems really nice. It's just that he doesn't know if the future can continue like this. If possible, Itachi sincerely hopes that the Otsutsuki clan will not invade the ninja world. The meal was quickly finished. The two walked side by side on the street. What do you plan to do next? Itachi, with his hands in his pockets, looked at Kagani with curiosity. Let's just take a stroll. Hanin smiled sweetly, looking at Uchiha Itachi with full of energy. Itachi reached out his hand, signaling Hanin. What is it? Kagani looked at the hand extended by Itachi Uchiha and asked in confusion. Hold hands? Itachi smiled gently and said, All right, since you just treated me to grilled fish, I'll reluctantly hold your hand this once. But don't get me wrong, I'm just afraid you'll be upset. Hanyo said with its thunder tone, All right, then thank you. Itachi held Hanyo's small hand tightly. I have to say, Kagamine's hands are really delicate, and Itachi couldn't help but hold them a bit longer. Idiot, what are you doing? There are people watching. Kanon glared at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi shrugged helplessly. Due to the cold weather, there were still few pedestrians on the street. Soon the two of them, hand in hand, spotted a familiar figure. Isn't that Kakashi? Kagani turned to look at Itachi Uchiha. Let's go say hello to him. Itachi smiled slightly. All right. Kagami gently pulled her hand away from Itachi's, her tone tinged with a hint of arrogance. After all, being seen by someone familiar made her a bit embarrassed. Kakashi, what are you doing? At that moment, Kakashi was lingering at the entrance of the bookstore, looking around. Suddenly hearing the familiar voice, he couldn't help but shiver. Oh, it's Kagami. Kakashi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his tone slightly stiff. After all, he had just been planning to buy a book titled Intimate Paradise. Kakashi, are you standing here to buy a book? Kagami looked at Kakashi in confusion. Ah, yes, I do have that intention, Kakashi said with a flustered expression. You're not planning to buy something inappropriate, are you? Hana's gaze was fixed on Kakashi, filled with doubt. Kakashi hurriedly waved his hands. No, Hana, you misunderstood. How could I be that kind of person? Before he could finish his sentence, Kakashi caught a glimpse of Sasuke walking out of the bookstore, holding a copy of Intimate Paradise. Kakashi-senpai, is this the book you wanted me to buy? Sasuke looked up and was immediately stunned. Hana, brother, what are you two doing here? Sasuke, it's better if you don't read that book, Itachi said, the corner of his mouth twitching as he shifted his gaze to the flustered Kakashi. Ahem, Hana, let me explain, I didn't lead Sasuke astray. Kakashi hurriedly defended himself. Really? Huayin's eyes were half squinted, and a faint aura of killing intent surrounded her. Kakashi couldn't help but shiver, a look of terror appearing on his face. Immediately, Kakashi hurriedly explained the situation to the bewildered Sasuke, appearing somewhat anxious. Even Sasuke, no matter how slow he was, understood Kakashi's meaning. Ahem, Sister Huayin. I bought this book voluntarily. It has nothing to do with Teacher Kakashi, Sasuke said awkwardly, clearing his throat. Then this book, I will confiscate it. Kanon sternly snatched the book from Sasuke's hands. Sasuke immediately became curious about what was written in that book. Kakashi-senpai, sighed Itachi as he looked at the dejected Kakashi. Itachi, I've taken care of you before. Can you this time? Kakashi clasped his hands together and looked at Itachi with a pleading expression. He knew that book, Intimate Paradise, was out of print. If he lost this one, he didn't know how long it would take to buy another. Moreover, Jiraiya was not in Konoha recently. I'll try my best to see if I can help you get it back. By the way, are you interested in visiting the Uchiha clan? Itachi shook his head, then thought of something and looked at Kakashi curiously. Is something wrong? Kakashi's expression suddenly became serious. Not really. Well then, it's just in time for a free meal. Kakashi shrugged, his lazy eyes making him seem particularly relaxed. What I wrote feels so awkward. I don't know how to continue. I hope there will be a spark for love. Thank you very much to the friends who have read this far. Chapter 192. Shall we all have a meal together? Itachi and Kakashi walked to the front. Kagani stood behind, whispering to Sasuke. Sasuke, don't be fooled by that guy Kakashi. Henning bent down and whispered softly in Sasuke's ear. Sasuke felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. His face flushed as he listened to Hanin's words with restraint. The four of them continued on their way and finally returned to the Uchiha clan's land. It's been a long time since I've been to the Uchiha clan, and it's changed so much here, Kakashi said in surprise as he looked around. It really has changed a lot, Itachi quietly agreed, his expression calm. Hennin, Sasuke, what do you want to eat tonight? Itachi, walking in the front, suddenly turned around and curiously asked the two. I'll eat anything, Sasuke replied casually. I'm fine with anything. As long as it's made by Itachiclaims, I love it all. Hana smiled sweetly. Seeing the girl evaluate like this, Itachi felt a warm current rise in his heart. Not bad. His wife really has high emotional intelligence. Kakashi, who was nearby, watched the two exchange glances and felt like he was fed a mouthful of dog food. He glared at Itachi, wishing he could eliminate this guy immediately. Kakashi, it seems you don't have a partner yet, right? Itachi curiously asked, looking at Kakashi, who was radiating killing intent. Yeah, and then? Kakashi sighed lightly, feeling a bit helpless. It's nothing, but Kakashi-senpai, you're not that young anymore, Itachi said, looking at Kakashi, wanting to say more, but stopping himself. Stop, let's not talk about this topic. Kakashi quickly waved his hand to interrupt. Kakashi took a deep breath, signaling himself to calm down, his gaze resting on Itachi. For some reason, he always felt that Itachi had a bit of a punchable face, a feeling he had never had before. Forget it, maybe it's just an illusion. Itachi, you and Hana should still be. Kakashi suddenly leaned closer to the calm Itachi. While glancing at Hana, who was chatting with Sasuke, a mischievous smile appearing on his lips. Itachi looked at Kakashi, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He didn't quite understand what Kakashi meant. What do you mean still? Were he and Hana not doing perfectly fine now? Ahem, Itachi, it seems you haven't understood my meaning. Kakashi said, looking at Itachi's confused face, lightly sighing, and pretending to be profound. What exactly do you want to say? Itachi frowned, unconsciously clenching his fists. Sigh. Look at this book. It might help enhance the relationship between you and Hana. Trust me. Kakashi pulled out a book without a cover from his pocket, secretly shoved it into Itachi's arms, and then patted his shoulder. Itachi took the book with some skepticism while discreetly glancing at Hana, who was still chatting and laughing behind him. This book is serious, right? Itachi asked Kakashi seriously. Ahem, of course it's serious. Kakashi awkwardly coughed a few times. Seeing Kakashi like this, Itachi became even more curious about the contents of the book. But then he thought, after all, this was a gift from Kakashi. So it seemed a bit impolite to open it in front of him. I'll read it tonight when I get back to my room. All right then, thank you. I still need to go to the market to buy groceries. You go back with Hana first, Itachi said softly. Yeah, okay. Kakashi smirked and patted Itachi's shoulder before turning to walk towards Hana. Itachi sighed lightly, watching Kakashi's somewhat unserious demeanor. No matter how you looked at it, Kakashi was once his captain, but he really did have a punchable face. Forget it. Don't think too much, just go buy groceries. Itachi shook his head and then used the flying thunder god technique, disappearing from the spot in an instant. Kakashi-senpai, where's Itachi-kun? Kanon looked at Kakashi, who was walking over, and curiously asked, he went to buy groceries. Shall we head home first? Kakashi gently looked at the girl and shrugged lightly. All right. Kanon took Sasuke's hand. In just a few months, Kanon had grown a head taller than Sasuke. Standing side by side, they finally resembled siblings a bit. Unlike before, when Sasuke was always a head taller than Kanon. Ahem, Kanon, as someone who has been through it, I feel it's necessary to remind you two young people. Kakashi glanced meaningfully at the lovely Kanon and cleared his throat awkwardly. What did you say? Kanon looked at Kakashi with a puzzled expression. It's nothing, you're still young. Don't do anything that could cost lives. Kakashi said with a mischievous smile, and then instinctively took a step back. Hana's initial confusion about the meaning quickly turned into a blush that spread rapidly throughout her body. Kakashi-senpai, please refrain from such jokes. Kanon took a deep breath, looked up at Kakashi, her face flushed. Sully. Kakashi scratched the back of his head, his eyes curving into crescent moons. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of a residence. Ding dong. Hana gently pressed the doorbell. With a click, the door opened, revealing Swayman, while Dato stood beside him. Oh, little one, you're back? Dato raised an eyebrow at Hana. Dato, what are you doing here too? Kanon asked in surprise. Well, I've already forgiven Obito. Minato scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Watching this scene, Kanon almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Is this the concept of small days? Forget it. This world is already chaotic enough. What does it have to do with me? Sister Kanon, why are you only back now? At this moment, Naruto, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up and walked over, complaining a bit. I didn't pay much attention to the time. Kanon looked at the clock in the living room and replied apologetically. Since he was here, there was nothing urgent. Naruto gently pushed aside Sasuke's hand that was holding Kanon and smiled brightly. At the end of the crane, Sasuke's hand was pushed away, and his expression instantly darkened as he glared at Naruto with dissatisfaction. Seeing the two of them in a posture that seemed ready to fight, Kanon frowned slightly. Just like in the original work, Naruto and Sasuke still looked like this. It seems that Naruto and Sasuke have a good relationship. Minato looked at the two and smiled as he said, "Me and him?" The two pointed at each other simultaneously, looking disdainful. All right, stop arguing and sit down. I still need to cook. Minato suddenly thought of something and hurried to the kitchen. Minato-sensei, Itachi is still out buying groceries. Isn't it a bit early to cook? Kakashi watched Minato's hurried appearance, his mouth twitching slightly. Oh, it does seem that way. Minato stopped in his tracks and nodded, as if waking from a dream. I feel like I really can't write anymore. Let us just mix in some attendance for meals. Please, everyone, give some support for love. It's very important for the author. Thank you all. Also, the results of the book test have come out. Take a look at this cover, Chapter 193. When are you two getting married? Looking at Minato's innocent expression, Kagun couldn't help but find it a bit funny. After a while, the doorbell rang. I'll go open the door. Hanin glanced at the people in the living room, quickly got up, and jogged to the front door. With a click, Huayin gently pushed the door open and saw you standing outside with 2 bags. Yukuin, why are you back so late? Kanon complained with a hint of dissatisfaction. Sorry, there were too many people at the market. Is everyone here? Itachi turned his head to look at the people in the living room, his expression slightly stunned. Who are you? He noticed the stranger's face, and a sense of familiarity surged in his heart. Obito fell silent for a moment, then took out a mask from his pocket and put it on. "You're the masked man from before?" Itachi asked in surprise. "Yes," Obito nodded. Kakashi, sensing the atmosphere was a bit tense, quickly stood up and pushed Itachi's shoulder, saying Ahem. "Itachi, let's go cook first. We could talk about some things at the dinner table later." Itachi nodded with a complex expression and walked towards the kitchen. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of Obito. After all, this masked man had killed his two companions. In the kitchen, Itachi was peeling potatoes and curiously asked Kakashi-senpai, "Is that guy your former companion?" "Ah, yes, he was a very important companion of mine," Kakashi replied with a complex expression. He had just talked a lot with Obito and Minato before gradually accepting Obito. However, he didn't know how Itachi would view Obito. He hoped Itachi wouldn't hate Obito. This was the thought in Kakashi's mind. "Are you okay?" Kakashi looked at the silent Itachi and asked with concern. I'm fine." Itachi smiled slightly, gently shook his head, but his eyes were unusually calm. Kakashi took in the scene. "Sure enough, you still care about your previous two companions. Huh? By the way, what do you plan to cook next?" Kakashi asked curiously, looking at Itachi. "Cooking what that guy likes to eat," Itachi replied calmly, though he couldn't hide his joy. The guy Itachi referred to was probably Kaon. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, clearly feeling he was being fed dog food again. "When you two plan to get married?" Kakashi sighed softly, suppressing his discomfort, and looked at Itachi with curiosity. "I haven't thought about that yet." Itachi blushed slightly at the thought of the future. "Oh, are you shy?" Kakashi noticed Itachi's restless demeanor and smirked. Itachi helplessly glanced at the unserious Kakashi and continued cutting the potatoes. "Did you read that book I gave you?" Kakashi leaned closer, teasingly. "Not yet. Didn't you say it was very serious?" Itachi replied, while putting the potato strips into the pot. "I see. Then you have to read it tonight," Kakashi said, his tone slightly disappointed, but he quickly perked up again. "What's it about, anyway?" Itachi asked, frowning as he heated the oil in the pan. "Ahem, it's about some really great content." Kakashi awkwardly coughed a few times. "Okay, I'll read it tonight." Itachi nodded as he stir-fried the vegetables in the pan. "Then you keep busy. I'll head back to the living room." Kakashi waved at Itachi, opened the kitchen door, and walked out. Itachi watched Kakashi's back and sighed softly. He remembered Kakashi's words clearly. Marrying Kaon? Just thinking about that scene made Itachi feel a bit of a headache. However, this headache wasn't due to disliking Kaon, but rather because it felt a bit complicated. More than anything, he felt at a loss, unsure of how Kaon would feel about it. In the living room, Kaon looked at the conversation between Swayman and Obito with a helpless expression. After all, Itachi was gone. Who else could she confide in? "Sister Kaon, what are you thinking about?" Sasuke's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. "Oh, just thinking about some things." Kaon turned her head and looked at Sasuke, who was a head shorter than her, and then reached out to pat his head. Although Sasuke was somewhat reluctant, he quickly accepted this display of affection. Afterwards, Sasuke quietly turned his head to look at Naruto, who was sitting at the other end, and raised an eyebrow as if to show off. "Look, Sister Kaon is patting my head, not yours." Seeing Sasuke's provocative demeanor, Naruto was filled with rage, wishing he could rush over and beat him up immediately. But the timing wasn't right, because Kaon was still present. Naruto took a deep breath and slowly walked towards Kaon. At this moment, although Huayin was touching Sasuke's head, her heart gradually drifted elsewhere. She completely failed to notice that Naruto had come to her side. "Huayin!" Naruto's aggrieved voice sounded. The sound of flowers was like waking from a dream, and she was momentarily stunned. "What's wrong, Naruto?" Kagami stood up and patted Naruto's head. Only then did Naruto feel a bit better, and he raised an eyebrow at Sasuke. Sasuke immediately gritted his teeth, his eyes seemingly glimmering with fire. The dishes were ready, and Itachi carried the platter with both hands and placed it on the dining table. Before long, the table was filled with delicious and visually appealing dishes. It looked really good. Minato smiled brightly. "All right, Naruto, Sasuke, let's go eat." Kaon glanced at the tense situation between the two and said gently, "All right." The two answered in unison and then nodded. Seeing this, Huayin broke out in a cold sweat on her forehead. She wasn't sure why, but whenever these two little ones looked at her, their gaze always carried a hint of something strange. Perhaps it was just an illusion. Henio shook her head, clearing away the distracting thoughts in her mind. "By the way, Obito, where is Konan? Didn't she come with you?" Kagami sat down and curiously asked Obito. She is still in the Rain Village, probably still worrying about Nagato." Obito answered vaguely while eating. "I see." Kanon's eyelids drooped slightly. She still felt guilty about Nagato. "What's wrong?" Itachi asked with concern, seeing the girl bow her head in silence. "I'm fine, Tobe." How is it with Madara? Kanon shook her head in response to Uchiha Itachi, then looked at Obito with a complex expression. Madara has agreed to our plan and is now planning to assist me. As for the 5 Kage, I'm not very sure. Obito gently replied, while picking up meat from the dish with his chopsticks. I see. Kanon sighed lightly once again and picked up the shredded potatoes with chopsticks. What are you two talking about? Kakashi looked confused, his gaze shifting back and forth between the two. Just some everyday, trivial matters. Kanon was picking at her food, mumbling, "Is this what you call daily trivialities?" Watergate's mouth twitched slightly. He seemed to have caught some astonishing information just now. Madara, the 5 Kages, either of these words was enough to shock anyone. Thank you very much for everyone's gifts. I'm currently copying everyone's D. Although there are quite a few, I will definitely try my best to finish copying them. Please support me with your love. Also, please urge me to update more. I am very grateful that everyone can read this. The author is extremely thankful. Chapter 194, The Young Clan Leader's Wife is Right. Ahem, isn't this topic a bit heavy? Watergate awkwardly coughed, his gaze drifting back and forth between Obito and Kanon. Are you okay? Kanon looked at Watergate and replied dazedly. Has Uchiha Madara already cooperated with you? Itachi looked worriedly at Kanon. Yes, as long as we deal with the Otsutsuki clan, there will be no problem, Kanon smiled sweetly. Relying solely on us. It seems we can't handle those Otsutsuki, right? Itachi frowned slightly. So, we can only take it step by step. Kanon sighed lightly, her brows furrowed tightly. It seems this is the only way for now. Watergate nodded thoughtfully. Clearly, the strength of the Ninja Alliance alone was not enough to counter them. That's right. But I will have Orochimaru use Edo Tensei to summon the first Hokage, Kanon nodded. Sensing the tense atmosphere at the dining table, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged confused glances. What are they talking about? Naruto asked. Not sure, Sasuke shook his head. A month passed. The gradually cooling weather began to warm up. This weather is really unpredictable. Hanaeon looked out at the sunlight and sighed. Isn't it? The weather in the ninja world has always been like this. Itachi gently rubbed Hanaeon's back and said softly, It seems so. Hana's sweet smile turned as she looked at the considerate boy. A warm current surged in her heart. Having been in this ninja world for 10 years, Hana had once lived in constant fear, always on guard against Itachi Uchiha. However, the outcome today was beyond her expectations, which made her feel a bit awkward. Itachiclaims, I want to ask you a question, Kagami suddenly said. Itachi paused for a moment in his action of patting her back and asked, What would you do if I disappeared one day? As soon as Huayin finished speaking, she felt a heavy force coming from her head. It hurt so much. Why did you suddenly hit me? Huayin covered her head, looking at Itachi with tearful eyes. Don't ask such questions anymore. Itachi's expression was serious as he reached out to lightly tap Huayin's head again. It hurts. All right, I won't say anything anymore. Is that okay? Kagami had no way to deal with Itachi and could only compromise. She had just acted on impulse and curiously asked that question, not expecting such a strong reaction from Itachi. However, Itachi's attitude surprised Kagami a bit. After all, he usually appeared so calm and quiet. Yet this time, his behavior seemed somewhat unusual. In any case, such jokes shouldn't be made, Itachi said heavily, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness, as if he were looking at a mischievous child. All right, I won't make such jokes again next time. Kanon quickly nodded in agreement. Really? That guy Itachi has no sense of restraint. That hurt a lot this time. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door sounded. Young clan leader, are you there? Uncle Tetsahana's voice came from outside. Yes, I'm here. Itachi glanced at Kanon in front of him, allowed a soft sigh, and then turned to walk towards the door. Usually, most clan affairs were handled by Mikoto, so it was indeed strange that they sought out Uchiha Itachi this time. Hana was curious and followed behind. Young clan leader, we have encountered some tricky issues within the clan, and Lady Mikoto happens to be away from the Uchiha, so we can only ask you to take charge of the situation, said Taka with sincere words, carrying a hint of helplessness. Is that so? Hana, come with me. Itachi turned his head, his gaze landing on Hana beside him, who was sweetly smiling at him. Itachi's lips unconsciously curled up slightly. Okay. Kagami followed Itachi obediently, and the three quickly disappeared from sight. Soon, they arrived at the clan's council hall, where many had gathered, and the atmosphere felt quite tense. Itachi stepped inside, and everyone stood up to pay their respects. Itachi looked around, his brow slightly furrowed. What exactly has happened? An elder stepped forward and recounted the recent difficulties faced by the clan. It turned out that a drunken man had accused the Uchiha clan security department of being overly strict. Is it confirmed that he wasn't abused? Itachi asked, looking at the Elder Council with confusion. The Elder Council shook their heads in unison, hurriedly denying any abusive behavior, stating that everything was done according to the rules. I understand. First, take me to see him, Itachi nodded. Yes. The crowd obeyed Itachi's command, and at this moment, Itachi's expression was as serious as Fugaku's. Kanon followed closely behind Itachi, and upon seeing this, no one dared to neglect her. After all, they had lived for most of their lives, and even the dullest among them could tell that she was the wife of the young clan leader. Who would dare offend the young clan leader's wife? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? The two accompanied the elder group to the Uchiha clan security department. Behind the security department was a large prison. Soon, the prison door was opened by the elder group, and the two saw the drunken man who was making a scene. The drunkard was in tattered clothes, with dark skin. He groggily opened his eyes, instinctively ignoring everyone, then turned to look at Kanon behind Itachi. "Oh, little girl, you look pretty cute. Come rub my back," he slurred, followed by a silly laugh and a burp. Hannah's brows furrowed slightly, and she unconsciously took a step back. The Elder Council immediately frowned upon seeing this. Before long, several of them angrily reprimanded. "How dare you offend her? This is our young clan leader's wife. You truly have no eyes. Can't you see your own disgraceful behavior? You beast, open your eyes and see. Do you have the guts to talk to Miss Hannah like that?" 3 young Uchiha clan members rushed forward and began to beat the drunkard. The other members of the Elder Council watched with furrowed brows, secretly regretting. This was a good opportunity to show off in front of the young clan leader's wife, but they missed it. Just as everyone was feeling regretful, Itachi's voice rang out. "Tetsuhebe, Inahebe, Hakadai, you 3 performed well, but stop hitting the drunkard. Let the Umbu handle it. Yes, we still need to work hard compared to the young clan leader." That's right. The young clan leader manages the family well and even married Miss Hannah. The 3 spoke with humility, their tone sincere, looking eager for improvement. Hannah listened to the words of the 3 people, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gently pinched Itachi's collar. One matter was quickly resolved. Along the way, several Uchiha clan members began to praise Hannah, using extravagant compliments that made her feel a bit giddy. Itachi, on the other hand, appeared exceptionally calm, his gaze deep. He understood well that these clan members were flattering him merely to gain a greater share of benefits from him. In his heart, Itachi was filled with disappointment towards these Uchiha clan members, believing they lacked any true character. However, Hannah remained completely unaware, not understanding why these people were praising her for no reason. Seeing his wife's innocent demeanor, Itachi's gaze gradually grew resolute. He secretly resolved to remind Hannah to be cautious of these things in the future. If possible, Itachi truly hoped that the naive Hannah would not get caught up in the family's internal strife. I feel that this chapter is a bit silly, deviating from the core of Naruto fanfiction, resembling ancient fantasy. Also, thank you very much for everyone's gifts. He had a good meal at noon. Chapter 195. Did you remember everything I said? Hannah, did you remember everything I told you? Itachi lightly tapped Hannah's head, his tone heavy. Seriously, I could just say it nicely. Why do you keep tapping my head? Huayin covered the red mark on her head, wanting to cry, but having no tears. Yao looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Huayin frowned. It's nothing, just remembered a funny incident. Yao shrugged. What funny incident? There was a silly person who got hit on the head and didn't even know to resist. Yao teased Huayin with a meaningful look. Oh, then this silly person really is quite dumb. Kagani pouted, then froze, looking up at the smirking Itachi, her face slightly flushed. Itachi, you've changed. If you keep teasing me, you'll regret it. Kanon tiptoed and punched Itachi lightly on the head. All right, just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Itachi felt cold sweat break out on his forehead and quickly waved his hands. For some reason, he found teasing his wife quite amusing. She looked a bit silly and was easily fooled. Did you remember what I just said? Itachi sighed softly, looking at Kanon with a complex expression. As the future leader of the Uchiha clan, he knew that Kanon, as his wife, would face many troubles and might even get caught up in family struggles. Itachi didn't want her to bear those burdens. I remembered everything. Kagani saw that Yatsu's expression was serious, and she stopped her playful antics, nodding obediently. Just remember. Yatsu nodded and gently stroked her head, looking pleased. I understand everything you said. Am I really that foolish? Hannah pushed away Itachi's hand and complained unhappily. I didn't say you were foolish. Itachi's eyes flickered slightly. Oh, I didn't mean anything else. So, are you going to be busy with clan matters all day today? Kagun looked at Itachi with complexity. I'm afraid so. Itachi sighed lightly and took a sip of tea from the table. At this moment, they were gazing at each other, and a brief silence filled the air. So what about you now? Kanon looked up at Itachi Uchiha and asked curiously, are you taking a day off today? Itachi replied casually, I'm taking a break today. Hearing that Itachi Uchiha was going to rest for the whole day, Kagun's mood relaxed as well, and she reached out to gently pat her chest. Itachi observed all of Kagun's reactions. The weather outside was nice, so let's go for a walk. Itachi stood up and looked out at the bright sunlight. Sure, staying at home all day is driving me crazy. Huayin heard that they could go out, and her silly hair immediately stood up. She got up and jogged to Itachi's side. So, where are we going to play? Kanon reached out and tugged at Itachi's collar. Let's go check out the shopping street in Konoha Village. Itachi shook his head, chuckled softly, and let the girl pull his collar. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Haneon excitedly shouted, shaking Itachi's arm nonstop. Itachi's eyes showed 4 parts helplessness, 3 parts speechlessness, and 2.5 parts of indulgence. After the two quickly got ready, they opened the front door. The sunlight from high above fell on the young boy and girl, and their shadows grew longer and longer. Before long, they arrived at Konoha Village and reached a dark alley. The Flying Thunder God technique is quite convenient for traveling, but no matter how hard I try, I just can't learn it. Kagami excitedly shouted, but soon her expression dimmed. So, can you get off me? Itachi looked at the girl in his arms with a black line on his face. Oh, Kanon then realized that she was still lying in Itachi's arms, and couldn't help but blush. Afterwards, Itachi gently placed the girl on the ground. You don't need to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. I'll use it from now on. And you just need to lean on my shoulder, Itachi said, comforting the slightly disappointed girl. All right then. Hanako could tell that Itachi was comforting himself, and she felt a wave of warmth in her heart. What should they buy on the street next? Itachi took Hanako's hand and walked ahead. The two of them emerged from the dark alley, their shadows gradually stretching, and before long, they appeared on the bustling streets. I don't know. Kagun shook her head and then glanced sideways at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi smiled back at her. Huayin instantly turned her head shyly. It's been so long. Why are you still so shy? Itachi teased. Kanon lowered her head even further upon hearing Itachi's words, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The person in front looked somewhat familiar. Itachi gazed at a sneaky figure in the distance, murmuring to himself, that seems to be Jiraiya-sensei? Huayin raised her head curiously upon hearing the words. She saw a person with long white hair, holding a telescope, with a slight hunch in his back. No doubt about it. It's definitely Master Jiraiya. Hana suddenly released Itachi's hand and ran off into the distance. Itachi looked at Hana's reckless behavior and let out a gentle sigh. How could a ninja be so straightforward? If you charge like that, won't Jiraiya-sensei notice you immediately? Itachi felt a bit uneasy about Hana, so he followed closely behind. Kagami pushed aside the distant green grass, only to find it empty inside. Strange, where did everyone go? Huayin was stunned. By doing this, he must have already noticed you, and he probably ran away by now, Itachi teased from his side. It's not like I have no way to handle it. Huayin pouted and immediately made a gesture. J-Dog. Shortly after, 2 wolves, one black and one white, appeared beside her. The 2 wolves sniffed the air and then dashed towards Jiraiya's direction. Itachi, seeing Huayin use this skill, suddenly recalled past events in his mind. During the CH-nin exam, Hana used this trick to defeat Kakashi. A quarter of an hour later, the two entered a dark alley and discovered Kakashi and Jiraiya standing there, seemingly engaged in some sort of transaction. Ahem, sorry to interrupt you two, Itachi awkwardly coughed, interrupting their conversation. Ah, Itachi, Hana, what are you doing here? Kakashi said in surprise. Ah ha ha ha, Hana-chan, long time no see, Jiraiya said, scratching his head awkwardly as he turned to face them. Jiraiya-sensei, you're not selling those inappropriate books again, are you? Huayin frowned slightly and gave the two a stern glare. No, how could that be? The two quickly waved their hands to deny it. Is that so? Then let me check. Huayin walked closer to the two. They handed over the books they had prepared in advance. You see, this should be fine, right? It does seem to be fine. Kagami flipped the pages of the book, her furrowed brow gradually relaxing. Since there's no problem, can we trade now? Jiraiya asked. Of course. Kanon nodded in agreement. Standing behind Kanon, Itachi looked at the two with a helpless expression. Although he knew the truth, he ultimately did not tell Kanon, swayed by their pleading gazes. In fact, upon closer inspection, it wasn't hard to realize that Jiraiya had long prepared a few normal books to prevent the security department from searching. The truly valuable books were probably hidden in some corner. Itachi's gaze flicked to the pipe around the corner, where there was a noticeably bulging black bag. Sigh, Kanon. Since they haven't done anything illegal, let's leave for now. Okay. Teacher Jiraiya, Senior Kakashi, goodbye. Kagani turned around and waved goodbye to the two. Well, bye-bye. The two broke out in a cold sweat as they watched Kagani and Itachi leave. Chapter 196. You want me to be the clan leader? A week passed, and everything remained the same, without a ripple. Itachi was busy with the affairs of the Uchiha clan, while Kagani was alone in the house, appearing particularly relaxed. What should I do next? Kaon was rolling on the sofa, talking to herself. To be honest, staying at home for a week has almost driven her crazy. No matter what she does, she can't muster any enthusiasm. Maybe I should find something to do. A spark of inspiration flashed through Huayin's mind, and the hair on her head perked up. Sigh, what can I do now? She shook her head, let out a soft sigh, and interrupted her inner thoughts. Forget it. Thinking too much is pointless. I might as well go find Itachi. Huayin picked up the key and walked out of the house. After confirming that the door was locked, she turned and left. The sun high in the sky cast warm rays of light, gently illuminating the girl's figure and slowly stretching her shadow. Not long after, Kagun stepped into a room. The room was filled with all kinds of books, and before she even crossed the threshold, a rich aroma of books wafted towards her. In the center of the room, the faint glow of candlelight flickered. Why? Kaon, what are you busy with at this moment? Huayin looked at Itachi in front of her, who was tightly gripping a scroll with a furrowed brow, and a wave of curiosity surged in her heart as she asked, Huayin, how did you end up here? Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. What's wrong? Can't I come to see you? Kagani stared intently at Uchiha Itachi in front of her, tilting her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. It's nothing, just a bit surprised, she said. Itachi gently shook his head, a hint of teasing in his tone. Why would you say that? Huayin frowned tightly, her eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. Because you usually stay at home and rarely go out, I was surprised to see you out today. You smiled and gently flicked the girl's forehead with your finger. Ouch, that hurt. Huayin covered her forehead with both hands and unconsciously took a step back. Then, she widened her watery eyes and looked at Itachi with a dissatisfied expression. Itachi, I've told you many times, can you please stop flicking my forehead? It really hurts. Kagun's tone carried a hint of grievance. All right, I remember. Yada looked at his wife's resentful eyes, feeling a twinge of guilt in his heart, and then solemnly nodded. Just then, an awkward cough suddenly came from the side. The two slowly turned their heads and saw Elder Shana standing there, with a look of surprise on his face. Elder Shana, what brings you here? Kanon asked with a look of confusion. Well, there are some matters in the clan that require the young clan leader's attention. Shana hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a large stack of documents from her bosom, piled up like a small mountain. All right, I understand. Please place these documents on my desk. I will review them carefully. Itachi nodded steadily, his expression somewhat resembling that of Fugaku Uchiha. After Shana nodded in acknowledgement, her figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. Itachi-kun, do you have to handle so many documents every day? Kagani looked at the mountain of documents piled up on the table, her face showing a stunned expression. Yes, so I'm afraid I don't have much time to spend with you right now. I'm really sorry. Itachi shrugged, his tone filled with regret. It's okay. I'll just sit quietly beside you and won't disturb you at all. Huayin gently shook her head and said softly, then you mustn't speak later. The ferret looked at the girl with affection and teased her, saying, Kagani was about to speak, but suddenly thought of something and quickly covered her mouth with both hands. Seeing his wife's expression, Itachi couldn't help but chuckle, but still held back his laughter. Then, the young man lowered his head and continued to handle the documents. Kagun knelt beside, resting her chin on her hands, seriously watching Itachi. She looked at Itachi's profile and the determined gaze in his eyes as he held the pen. Kagun couldn't help but feel her face flush, and then she instinctively turned her head away to avoid the gaze, swallowing hard. After an unknown amount of time, the air finally quieted down. Hanin quietly looked at Uchiha Itachi, her heart beating rhythmically. Gradually, Itachi's brows furrowed, clearly facing a tricky problem. What's wrong, Itachi-kun? Kanon looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of her and suddenly asked with concern. Hearing the girl's voice, Itachi's thoughts were interrupted, snapping back to reality like a broken bowstring. We've encountered a tricky problem. Kanon, what do you think we should do? Itachi hesitated, then handed the tightly gripped scroll in his hand to Kanon. Kagami took the scroll and looked at its contents. At first, her brows furrowed tightly, but after a while, they gradually relaxed. It's quite simple, Itachi. Simple? Itachi tilted his head, looking at Kagami with curiosity. If you handle this matter this way, won't it be resolved? Kaon expressed her thoughts. At first, Itachi was taken aback by her words, But then he reacted and looked at Kaon with a face full of surprise. So that's how it is? Itachi gazed at the cute girl in front of him, his eyes unable to hide his excitement. Huayin was held in the arms of you, blinking her eyes, her face turning even redder. It was truly embarrassing. However, Huayin still reluctantly accepted it. Well, how do you think we should handle this matter? He said while picking up a few documents from the table, looking at Huayin with curiosity. Maybe handling it this way would be better. Hanyo shyly lowered her head, responding to Itachi's inquiry. As Itachi listened to Hanyo's suggestions, his eyes gradually brightened. Many of the previously puzzling questions finally became clear at that moment. This feeling was like finding a way out of a predicament, as if the dark willows suddenly opened up to a bright village. With Hanyo's assistance, Itachi's work efficiency was much faster than when he was working alone. Have all these been dealt with? Kagami looked at the neatly arranged scrolls on the table and asked curiously. Yes, everything has been taken care of, Itachi nodded, appearing calm on the surface but feeling excited inside. Then, Itachi turned his head and looked at Kagami with a complex expression. Kaon blinked at him, pretending to know nothing. Kaon, I think it's more suitable for you to be the leader of the Uchiha clan. Itachi looked seriously at the girl in front of him. He now deeply realized that his wife's ability and perspective in handling problems were indeed much stronger than his own. Huh, me as the leader? Kagami widened her eyes in confusion as she looked at Itachi, then pointed at herself. Yes, your processing ability far exceeds mine. Itachi solemnly nodded. I really have no idea what to do. I can't even write the main storyline. Please don't criticize me. Ahem, shamelessly asking for a gift. It shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Requesting gifts. If not, please support Lotus with some love. One love donation, just a dime. Not much. But the author can feel everyone's intentions. Chapter 197. As expected of Kagami. I can't do it. I can't be the clan leader. Kanon quickly shook her head upon hearing Itachi's words. The tuft of hair on her head also swayed vigorously, as if responding to her movements. Seeing the cute appearance of the girl, Itachi couldn't help but smile. You're much smarter than I am. I will bring these matters up with father later and let him decide. Noticing that Kanon still wanted to make excuses, Itachi hurriedly covered her mouth with his hand. Woo-woo. Huayin danced with joy, as if wanting to say something, but was silenced by Yu, who covered her mouth. Let's go. The documents are all processed. We should take a break. Yu looked at Huayin and shook his head again. Hanyo wanted to speak, but was pulled into silence by Itachi holding her hand. Forget it. With her silly personality, Fugaku would definitely not agree to her becoming the clan leader. After a while, Itachi used the Flying Thunder God technique and brought Hanyo to the commercial street of Konoha. Itachi-kun, what are we doing here? Kanon looked at Itachi Uchiha with a confused expression. Can't we just go for a walk? You don't want to? Itachi turned his head and curiously stared at Kanon. Well, that's not the case. Hana fell silent for a moment and shook her head. Then let's set off. Itachi took Hana's hand, a smile flickering in his eyes. All right. Huayin wanted to say something, but hesitated. On the road ahead, Huayin felt a bit confused. The look in Yu's eyes was complex and difficult to decipher. Kagon didn't understand why Itachi was like this, but she didn't want to think too much about it. Itachi. Kagani gently shook Itachi's arm and asked curiously, why do you think I could become the clan leader? The topic went in circles and returned to the starting point. Why not? Itachi was even more puzzled. His wife was clearly very strong, yet why was she so cautious? Besides, nothing. Kaon sighed helplessly, looking at Itachi with a face full of black lines. Forget it. Actually, the documents that Uchiha gave her were all just nonsense she made up. But she didn't expect that this guy Itachi would misunderstand her meaning and slowly become more serious. From beginning to end, Kaon was in a state of confusion and still hadn't come to her senses. Itachi-kun, actually, those words were just casual remarks I made. You misunderstood them. This shows that your imagination is much richer than mine. Kagani looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of her and tried to speak as gently as possible. To put it simply, Kagani didn't understand anything here, yet she was pointing things out randomly, and Itachi took her nonsensical words to heart, gradually piecing together the clues. Then he completed the task within the clan. This feeling was quite interesting, but such an absurd thing really happened to her. What on earth was going on? This wasn't a novel. Kagani, you are still too humble. Itachi looked at the gentle demeanor of the girl, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. Father, I finally understand your meaning. It turns out that Kagani has already seen the bigger picture. So, do I really deserve her? Itachi looked at the girl in front of him, his fists clenched tightly. I must seem very foolish in your eyes, lacking any grace at all. All right, Itachi-kun, if you really want to thank me, then please take me out for a meal. Kanon looked at the dejected Itachi Uchiha in front of her, feeling worried. She tiptoed and gently cupped his face with her hands. Well, okay. Itachi's expression was complicated, and he nodded slightly. Then, the boy and girl held hands and strolled through the commercial street of Konoha village. The sunlight fell on them, and their shadows gradually elongated among the crowd. It was still very lively here. Kaon looked around at the bustling shops and sighed. Yes, I finally understand the original intention of Lord First Hokage in creating the village. Itachi nodded in response, his eyes filled with affection for the girl. What do you think of Konoha? Hanyo curiously asked Uchiha Itachi. A gentle breeze swept through the crowd, softly tousling the girl's hair. Itachi gazed at the girl, pausing in silence for a moment, then looked up at the distant blue sky and white clouds. After a moment, he lowered his head to look at Hanyo. I feel that Konoha is like a dense forest, where tall trees shield the saplings from the wind and rain, allowing them to grow strong under their protection. Itachi slowly expressed his insights gathered over the years. He had once been lost, searching for the meaning of life. But now, he had found the motivation to live. Looking at the girl's lovely face, Itachi's conviction grew even stronger. Is that so? Kaon was surprised by Itachi's words. What Itachi said was not false. The will of fire passed down from the first Hokage was indeed like that. Where the leaves dance, the traces of fire continue endlessly. However, Itachi, this alone is not enough. Your understanding still needs to deepen. Kagani gently shook her head and sighed. What does it mean? Itachi looked puzzled. Although tall trees can shelter seedlings, they can also absorb their nutrients and even block their sunlight. Kaon looked up at Itachi, her words carrying deep meaning. So what do you think it would be like under the management of Father in the Hidden Leaf Village? The sound of flowers gently caresses the chin, and the beautiful brows slightly furrowed, lost in thought. Overall, it's good, but there are also many shortcomings. Kagun shook her head thoughtfully. What other shortcomings are there? Yato asked. That depends on your own insights, she replied. Hannah spoke up to this point and then stopped. What she had just said was merely intentional. Nothing more than putting on a show. How Itachi would interpret it was uncertain. Since everyone enjoyed filling in the gaps themselves, I might as well go along with it and reveal some information for you to handle, right? I don't know how much time passed, but Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted. So that's it, I understand now. Itachi raised his head and looked at the girl with a complex gaze. He really wanted to know why Hannah knew so much. Knowing so much must have come with a lot of pain as well. Itachi stared at Hannah, his eyes filled with compassion. As long as you understand. Huayin looked like a teachable child, with her silly hair standing up playfully on top of her head. Although she wanted to ask, what exactly do you understand? She knew that saying it would ruin the current atmosphere, so she chose to act mysterious and nodded slightly. Huayin, thank you for your reminder just now. I have urgent matters to discuss with my father, so I will leave first. You then used the flying thunder god technique and instantly disappeared from the spot. Hey! Kaon looked in the direction where Itachi had disappeared, her adorable face filled with confusion. Huayin, seeking to generate energy for love. Generating energy for love. Just a dime, not much, but every little bit counts. Fun fact, you don't need to generate energy for love. Just watching a 10-second ad is enough. Chapter 198. Enough, Watergate, I am Hokage. Is that it? Kaon watched Itachi Uchiha's departing figure, murmuring to herself in confusion. She had just said something casually, but what had that guy Itachi imagined? Days passed one by one, with the sun and moon in the sky alternating. In the blink of an eye, 2 months quietly slipped by. The cold weather gradually warmed up, starting to have a bit of temperature. Huh, not bad. Sasuke, keep up this kind of intensity. Kaon took out the handkerchief she carried with her and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, her gaze fixed on Sasuke, who was continuously swinging his sword. Is this the kind of strength? Sasuke gripped the long knife tightly and cleaved the wood in half with one strike. Very good. Now, try chopping that stone. Kagani nodded and then pointed to the hard boulder in the corner. Am I supposed to chop this stone? Sasuke was taken aback, and the knife in his hand began to tremble slightly. Yeah, what's wrong? Can't you break it? Kagun tilted her head, looking at Sasuke with confusion. No, that's not it. Sasuke shook his head. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and smash this stone. Hannah sighed softly. Just a month ago, Sasuke suddenly showed up, saying he came to learn swordsmanship from her specifically to defeat Kakashi. Hannah was bored at home, so she decided to agree to Sasuke's request and teach him. Thus, the scene before us appeared. The boy gripped the long sword tightly in both hands, staring at the giant rock, and took a deep breath. Then, he exerted force with both hands and swung the sword down. With a crack, several tiny cracks appeared on the giant rock, and soon a few small stones fell off sporadically. However, The giant rock remained standing, completely unaffected by Sasuke's attack. Sister Hana, this task is too difficult, Sasuke said, looking at the scene before him with a sigh, then turned to Hana with a puzzled expression. This is just the most basic training. If you can't even break this, then swordsmanship won't be of much use. Kagani shrugged her shoulders and looked at Sasuke seriously. All right then, I understand. Seeing this, Sasuke had no choice but to pull himself together. He continued to repeat the training from earlier. Hana-in saw that his condition was stable, so she used a shadow clone to stay here and guard, while her main body went elsewhere. She also wanted to check on Naruto, wondering how he was doing now. Soon, Kagun arrived at a bamboo forest. Huh? When did this bamboo forest appear in the back mountain of the Uchiha clan? Kaon gazed at the scene before her, murmuring to herself. The tall and sturdy bamboo in the bamboo grove blocked the sunlight pouring down from the high sky. Suddenly, a sound of fists cutting through the air came from a distance, accompanied by the panting of a young boy. Kagon looked over and saw Naruto constantly punching the wooden post. Naruto, are you still training hard here? Kanon walked closer, looking at Naruto, who was sweating profusely, her tone laced with a hint of surprise. Sister Kanon, what brings you here? Naruto exclaimed with joy upon hearing her voice, turning his head to see a sweet-looking girl smiling as she approached him. I was a bit worried about you. By the way, where's your father? Kanon looked around and didn't sense any chakra from the water gate, so she curiously looked up at Naruto. Her father and Uncle Fugaku were busy dealing with the affairs of Konoha village. Naruto sighed and looked at Kanon with a complex expression. Hearing Naruto's words, Kanon was taken aback. It's strange that Fugaku would do something like this, Kanon blurted out instinctively. What's so strange about it, Sister Kanon? Naruto tilted his head, looking at Kanon with confusion. It's nothing, Naruto. You're still young, and there are some things you might not understand yet. Henio squatted down and gently ruffled Naruto's hair. She knew well that in the world of politics, two tigers cannot coexist. Uchiha Fugaku is currently the Hokage, while Minato has been revived and serves as the Hokage's advisor. Over time, it's inevitable that villagers will call for Minato to become Hokage and for Fugaku to step back into the advisory role. I'll be leaving for a while, Naruto. You stay here and practice obediently. Your sister will be back soon. Kanon rubbed Naruto's hair again, then disappeared in an instant under Naruto's reluctant gaze. In the Hokage office, Minato, how do you think we should handle this matter? Fugaku handed over the document in his hand. Minato glanced at the scroll, frowning slightly. This has been handled a bit hastily, and there are quite a few loopholes. Hearing this, Fugaku looked at Minato's sunny face, and his brow gradually relaxed. He thought to himself that his dear friend's management skills were indeed much stronger than his own. Perhaps it was time to pass the position to the younger generation. This way, he would also have more time to accompany Sasuke, Itachi, and his wife. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks interrupted Fugaku's thoughts. Kumein, Fugaku replied, but couldn't help feeling a bit puzzled by the sudden visitor. The door slowly opened, Kanon appeared at the door, glanced at the water gate and Fugaku inside, and softly called out, Fourth Hokage-sama, Fifth Hokage-sama. Kanon originally thought she would see the two of them anxiously discussing important matters, perhaps even arguing due to disagreements. In her imagination, Fujitaka might stand up and slam the table, while Mizumoto would glare at him with a face full of anger, quietly saying, Fujitaka, you'll regret this. Enough. Mizumoto, I am Hokage. However, all of this was just Kanon's fantasy. In reality, the office was calm, and there were no signs of any argument between the two. Kanon, is there something urgent that brings you here at this moment? Fujitaka sat steadily in his chair, looking curiously at the girl in front of him. I think my appearance right now might be a bit out of place. Kagani's forehead broke out in a thin layer of cold sweat, and then she awkwardly spoke up. What does this mean? Shimon looked at the girl's dazed expression and asked in confusion. You guys shouldn't end up becoming characters like Haiden and Danzo, right? Huayin took a deep breath, her gaze shifting between the two with a hint of curiosity and apprehension as she asked. As soon as the girl's words fell, the air seemed to freeze, plunging into a moment of silence. After a long while, Fuyue awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, as if he understood the girl's implication. Huayin, you can rest assured, we are not that kind of people, Fuyue said firmly. Oh, I see. Then I'll take my leave first, she replied. Kagami blushed, whispered softly, and then hurriedly disappeared from the spot. At this moment, her heart was filled with embarrassment and shyness. She really wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in, or simply roll on the floor to relieve this awkwardness. I really don't know how to write, and my head is starting to hurt again. Everyone must wear more clothes recently and not catch a cold. Anyway, he has already caught a cold, feeling unwell, dizzy all day, and is still lying in bed now. Chapter 199. Are you gonna make me poor? As soon as Hanin left the Hokage's office, she ran into Uchiha Itachi, who was on his way over. Huh? Hanin, what are you doing here? Itachi curiously examined the shy girl. Ah, Itachi-kun. Kagani looked up in shock at the boy. She never expected to run into Itachi Uchiha here. Itachi-kun. I just came to talk to Uncle Fugaku about some matters, and now that I'm done, I was just about to head back. What about you? Kanon took a deep breath and shyly spoke up. Me? Itachi pointed to himself, curiously looking back at Kanon. Seeing Itachi's action, Kaon frowned slightly, not knowing why she suddenly had an urge to hit Itachi. You idiot, of course I'm asking you, she said. I'm here to report something to Lord Hokage. Itachi raised the scroll in his hand, not stating the content of the mission. Kagun didn't dig too deep. After all, protecting information is a basic principle for ninjas, and they usually don't easily disclose details while executing missions. Then I'll wait for you here, so hurry up. Kaon glared at Itachi Uchiha and said angrily, All right, I'll be back soon. As soon as Itachi finished speaking, he used the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from spot. In the Hokage office. Itachi, what brings you here? Fugaku was busy handling documents when he suddenly caught sight of his son. Hokage-sama, I have some suggestions regarding the village management. Itachi half kneeled on the ground, his tone serious. Get up first. Fugaku looked at his son in this posture and sighed lightly. Well, Itachi, you've mastered the Flying Thunder God technique quite well. Minato's voice came from the side. Itachi then raised his head and looked at the gentle Minato beside him. Not at all. It's the fourth Hokage-sama's research on the Flying Thunder God technique that is the most impressive, Itachi humbly said. The Flying Thunder God technique is not my invention, Minato said, scratching his head awkwardly as he looked at Itachi. Isn't it Lord Minato's invention? A hint of astonishment flashed in Itachi's eyes. This is not surprising for Itachi Uchiha. After all, many people in the current ninja world mistakenly believe that Minato Namikaze is the inventor of the Flying Thunder God technique. If the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, were to witness this scene, he would probably jump out of his coffin and shout angrily, The Flying Thunder God technique was invented by me. But unfortunately, this is just a hypothetical. I just learned the jutsu from his second Hokage and made some modifications, Minato said, smiling brightly while scratching his head. I see. Itachi's expression suddenly became complex, as if he thought of something, and then he fell into contemplation. By the way, I still have friend waiting, so I'll take my leave. Itachi politely gestured to Minato and Fugaku before using the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear again. Fugaku, is this your eldest son? He seems quite impressive, Minato praised as he sensed Itachi's departure. That guy, well, sometimes intelligence can backfire, but fortunately, he met Kaon. Fugaku shook his head, showing some reservation in his evaluation of his eldest son. Oh, Fugaku, what do you mean by that? Minato looked confused. Where should I start? Fugaku fell into contemplation. Too slow. Why are you only coming out now? Hana complained to Itachi with dissatisfaction. She had chatted with Uncle Minato for a while, which caused the delay. Itachi looked at the adorable girl in front of him and said indulgently, So where are we planning to go next? Kagani shook Itachi's arm and asked curiously, I'm listening to your arrangements. Itachi sighed softly. How about we go to the shopping street? Kagun suddenly thought of something, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. Haven't we been there many times already? Itachi's tone carried a hint of helplessness, but his gaze gently watched the girl. Whatever. Let's go take a look again. All right. Then hold on tight to me, and I'll use Flying Thunder God to take you away. Itachi shrugged helplessly. Silly. You just want to take advantage of me. Kagami looked at Itachi's calm expression, secretly murmuring in her heart, but she didn't say much. The scene in her eyes began to change unpredictably, and before long, the young boy and girl arrived at an open grassy field. All right, let's get down, Itachi said gently. Hanabi's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit shy. The girl looked around, her eyes revealing surprise. When did this place have an extra patch of grass? Oh, recently Konoha village has been doing some greening. Look, even Yamato is busy over there, Itachi said, pointing to the weary Yamato in the distance, teasing him. Kagani looked in the direction that Itachi's finger was pointing and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Itachi asked curiously. It's nothing, I just suddenly felt. Kagani shook her head, looking at Yamato's tired appearance, and a meme from her past life flashed in her mind. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, used wood release to conquer the world, while Yamato used wood release for greening. Compared to the two, Yamato seemed a bit useless. But in fact, this couldn't be blamed on Yamato. After all, it wasn't wood release itself that was powerful, but Senju Hashirama. One could say that only Senju Hashirama had pushed would release to its limits. Enough of that. Let's go explore around first. Kaon shook off these distractions and reached out to tightly grasp Itachi's hand. Itachi held Kaon's hand, and the two of them walked out of the grass and onto the bustling, vibrant street. Well, time really flies. Kagane was walking on the bustling street when she suddenly sighed. Yeah, you've grown quite a bit compared to 2 years ago. Itachi looked at Kagane and couldn't help but tease her a little. What Itachi said was indeed the truth. Huayin has indeed grown a lot. From the once delicate little girl, she is quietly transformed into a graceful young lady. You can't help but feel a bit dazed as you look at Huayin, whose height has reached your shoulders. Can you please stop saying these things? Hana muttered in dissatisfaction, then lightly punched Itachi. This punch brought Itachi back to reality. Have you eaten lunch yet? Itachi asked. Not yet. Then let me treat you. Saying this, Itachi took Hana's hand and led her to a barbecue restaurant. This was the same barbecue place Asuma often brought his students to. All right, then I'm going to eat you poor. Hana glared at Itachi and pretended to be fierce. Seeing Hana like this, Itachi couldn't help but laugh. Are you sure you want to make me poor? He said with a smirk, continuing to tease. Seeking gifts, just a little support for love would be great. He is very grateful to everyone here. Supporting for love only requires watching a 10-second ad, but can make you happy for a long time. Thank you. Chapter 200. Can you drink? Yes. Yes. Kanon looked at Uchiha's teasing smile and hurriedly nodded. Really? Itachi lightly raised his hand, gently touching Kanon's forehead, his eyes filled with gentle laughter. Okay. It hurts. Kagun covered her forehead with both hands, took a step back, and then came to her senses, casting a resentful glance at Itachi. Ahem, let's go. Itachi, under the gaze of his wife's resentful eyes, clearly felt a bit uncomfortable. The young couple held hands, and in the distance, the lightning sky gradually faded, while the moonlight slowly rose, illuminating the two behind them. With a creak, Itachi pushed the door open. Are we here to eat? Hana turned her head and looked at Itachi in confusion. Because the moon viewing here is just right, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Itachi lightly brushed Hana's delicate nose. Annoying. Kagamine's face turned slightly red as she turned her head, the hair on her forehead drooping down like her current mood. What would you like to eat, esteemed guests? The sound of lively chatter filled the restaurant, creating a warm atmosphere. The waiter noticed the young couple entering and asked enthusiastically, just bring some dishes at random and reserve a private room, Yato said softly, her expression unreadable. All right, please follow me upstairs, esteemed guests. The waiter bent slightly, gesturing for them to go upstairs. Guided by him, the two entered a private room. The sound insulation here is quite good. The sound of petals lightly tapping against the wall. The ferret looked at her indulgently. Looking around, the typical ancient-style decorations caught the eye. One can only say that the technology in the ninja world has taken a wrong turn, developing in a somewhat peculiar direction. There are both barbecue shops and modern technologies like televisions and cinemas, yet there are also retro-style shops that seem completely out of place with modern technology. The moon is so round tonight. Hanin looked at the ever-smiling Itachi and brought up a topic. Yes, that's why I booked the room. Itachi shook his head slightly. The two of them looked up at the high-hanging bright moon in unison. Gazing at the bright moonlight, Hanin couldn't help but recall a line from a poem in her past life. The bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect it is frost on the ground. Though a bit childish, it was indeed a fact. After all, in her previous life, she rarely saw such a magnificent moon. Before long, the food was served by the waiter on the second floor. The waiter carefully placed it on the table, then turned to leave, closing the door behind him. Itachi raised his wine glass, gently swirling it, the wine reflecting the high-hanging moon. Itachi-kun, when did you start drinking? Kagane was a bit surprised by this scene. In her memory, Itachi never touched alcohol. It only started recently. Itachi looked gently at the girl, and then drank it all in one go. Seeing Itachi's relaxed demeanor, Hana's tightly knit brows gradually relaxed. This is actually quite nice. At least unlike in the original work, the current Itachi appears easygoing and somewhat carefree. The Itachi in the original story has endured too much suffering and is always taciturn. However, this current calmness mixed with a hint of nonchalance is something Hana quite likes. Do you want to take a sip? Itachi poured wine into Hana's cup, his gaze carrying a hint of teasing. All right, let me give it a try. Kagane licked her lips, picked up the cup on the table, and took a small sip of wine. In an instant, she was stunned, followed by a frown. This one is really bitter, ugh. You really are still a child. You should just drink plain water, right? Itachi looked at his wife's aggrieved expression and couldn't help but laugh. That's enough, Itachi-kun. Do you really think I'm a child? Hana shook her head, snorted, and although her expression seemed cold, the slight flush on her cheeks revealed a hint of cuteness. You, Itachi, wanted to say something but hesitated. At this moment, Hana had already started to sway her head, clearly a bit tipsy. How could she be drunk after just a few sips? Besides, she had only taken a small sip. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Itachi's forehead as he awkwardly spoke. How about this, Hana? You really shouldn't drink anymore. No way. I have to show you my drinking capacity today. Kagami spoke ambiguously and then drank it all in one go. After a moment, she said, Itachi-kun, why are you swaying? Huayin let out a hiccup and chuckled foolishly. Itachi looked at Huayin with a helpless expression. What do you think? Itachi, are you scared? Kaon stumbled as she steadied herself and walked towards Itachi. Yeah, I'm really scared. Be careful. Itachi looked at Kaon's silly appearance with concern, then stood up and gently supported her with his arm. That's enough. Itachi, I'm not drunk. Kaon mumbled indistinctly. Okay, you sit for a while. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Itachi's forehead as he awkwardly replied, Do you think I'm drunk? Huayin let out a hiccup and, with Itachi's support, sat down steadily. I didn't say that. Before Itachi could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a dampness at the corner of his lips. By the time he realized what was happening, Huayin had already nestled into his embrace, her breathing steady. Is she asleep? Itachi gently pulled away and sighed. He looked at the sleeping girl with affection, reaching out to brush the stray hair from her forehead. This is a bit tricky. Itachi glanced at the mess on the table and then used the Flying Thunder God technique to place Huayin in his room. Returning to the tavern, Itachi quickly tidied up the scene. Some bowls and chopsticks had fallen to the ground, shattered into pieces. This was all because Huayin had been tipsy earlier, unsteady on her feet, and had knocked over all the dishes. Itachi went downstairs to explain the situation to the waiter and provided compensation. All right, sir, I understand. The waiter accepted the money and nodded. After confirming that everything was fine, Itachi's figure instantly vanished from the spot. The door creaked open. Itachi looked at the girl sleeping soundly on the bed, drooling slightly, with a helpless expression. He then gently covered her with a blanket, his gaze soft. The image of Huayin just now flashed in his mind, and his face couldn't help but turn slightly red. Silly girl, sigh. I won't indulge you like this next time. Itachi shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his eyes, watching as Huayin's drool landed on his pillow. He turned back to glance at the sleeping girl 3 times before gently closing the door. By the way, it seems Huayin hasn't done her chores for today. Itachi suddenly remembered, and then walked to the balcony to collect the dried clothes before re-entering Huayin's room. Hana's room is generally tidy, but the blankets are casually piled up, making it look a bit messy. Sigh, it really worries me. How will Hana live if I'm not around one day? Yao sighed softly and started tidying up the girl's bed. I feel like this is written too foolishly. Please give me a gift. The author doesn't ask for much. Just a little support for love would be enough. He can't afford meals now and urgently needs everyone's support for love. One for love support, just a dime. Not much, but he can feel everyone's sincerity. Thank you all. Chapter 201 Xiaonan. You just thought of coming to see me? In the morning, the sun hangs high, and its rays shine on the bed. Kaon sat up in bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes, her expression slightly disheveled. Strange, where's this? She looked around and suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head. After a moment, she regained her senses and recalled the events of last night. Kagun's face instantly flushed. Last night, it seemed she had kissed Itachi. She couldn't imagine what kind of gaze Itachi would look at her with. And at this moment, she just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. The embarrassment made her feel utterly ashamed, and she couldn't bear to face Itachi at all. At that moment, the sound of chopping vegetables came from the kitchen. Kagami gently grasped the doorknob, carefully poking her head out to take a glance at Weasel. Good? He hadn't noticed her. Kagami quickly finished washing up, came down from the second floor, and walked into the living room. You're awake? I was just about to come and wake you. Itachi smiled gently upon seeing her. Itachi-kun, about what happened last night. Kagami looked at Itachi and shyly lowered her head. I still remember. Your alcohol tolerance is really poor. Itachi gently shook his head. Ugh. Kagani's eyes were slightly red, and she turned her head away, no longer looking at Itachi. Kagani, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Itachi walked over anxiously upon seeing this. It's nothing. I just feel too embarrassed. I hope you can forget about what happened last night. Huayin shook her head, her voice a bit stiff. Oh, is that so? Itachi sighed helplessly. Are you making breakfast? Huayin raised her head and asked Itachi hesitantly. Ah, it's just finished. Come and give it a try. Itachi turned and walked into the kitchen, placing the plate on the table. It looks pretty good, but compared to mine, it's still a bit lacking. Kagun looked at the beautifully presented dishes and rubbed her cheeks. Itachi looked at her and smiled helplessly, not saying much. Then, Itachi watched the girl eat, his gaze gradually becoming fond. Why are you staring at me? Aren't you going to eat? Kagun felt a bit uneasy while eating. Just imagine, being stared at while having a meal. Who can eat comfortably? Itachi smiled and nodded him. Soon, the food on the table was all gone. How does it taste? Itachi raised an eyebrow and asked the girl. It's a so, Kagun replied, pulling out a napkin to wipe her mouth, answering in its sundera manner. I won't be home this afternoon, so if you're hungry, you can go buy something to eat. Itachi suddenly thought of something, his expression slightly complex. The money is in the drawer. Take it as you like. Are you going to be out the whole afternoon? Kanon looked at Itachi, her expression instantly dimming, appearing somewhat dejected. I was just not home in the afternoon, but I'll be back in the evening. Itachi sighed lightly and comforted her. Can I go with you? Kagun looked up, her eyes filled with anticipation. Itachi pondered for a moment, shook his head, and said, I'm afraid not, but I'll be back soon tonight, so don't worry. All right then. Huayin lowered her head in disappointment upon hearing the words. Suddenly, she felt a gentle touch on her head. She looked up and saw Itachi gently stroking her hair. I'll take my leave first, Itachi said, and in an instant, he disappeared using the flying thunder god technique. In the living room, Huayin stood there all alone. After a while, the girl slowly came back to her senses, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she softly muttered, What a silly Itachiclaim. After Itachi left, she couldn't help but feel a bit lost, wondering what she should do next. Suddenly, Huayin's eyes suddenly brightened, as if a light bulb had gone off in her head, and she thought of something important. Yes, how could I almost forget the other members of the Akatsuki? She murmured to herself, feeling secretly annoyed. She only remembered Conan, while Scorpion and Deidara seemed to have not been seen for a long time, and a wave of longing surged in her heart. Why not go look for them now? As this thought popped up, Huayin nodded firmly, feeling that it was an extremely reliable idea. So, she carefully chose a cute yellow raincoat and lightly put it on. Standing in front of the mirror, she examined her petite and delicate figure, and against the backdrop of the yellow raincoat, she looked even more lively and energetic. Kagun, this outfit looks really good. Huayin smiled sweetly at her reflection in the mirror, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then, she carefully picked up the keys from home and gently pushed the door open. With a creak, the door slowly closed. After Hanan locked the door, she disappeared from the spot like a gust of wind, embarking on a journey to find the remaining members of the Akatsuki organization. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The pouring rain fell heavily, and Hanan flew high in the sky, unable to help but shiver, her delicate body trembling slightly. Why does it rain every day in the rain village? It's truly against reason. A light breath of cold air escaped from Huayin, who then gracefully descended to the ground. The reconstruction of Huayin village is nearing completion. The once shattered sea surface, devastated by explosions, has now been completely filled and rejuvenated. The newly filled sea surface sparkles in the sunlight, indistinguishable from the normal ocean, making it hard to tell the difference. Kagami was secretly curious about what kind of great power could fill the ocean so perfectly. However, this was not the time to indulge in curiosity. She still needed to find the remaining members of the Akatsuki organization. Excuse me, sir, could you please wait a moment? Where's Conan right now? Huayin hurriedly stopped a passing middle-aged man, speaking earnestly and politely. The man was initially annoyed by the continuous drizzle and was about to refuse, but suddenly his eyes lit up. The girl before him was beautiful, with rosy lips and white teeth, dressed in a bright yellow raincoat, adding a touch of liveliness and energy. Oh, are you looking for our angel? Her tone made the middle-aged man's voice instantly soften, his eyes sparkling with kindness. Oh, thank you for your guidance, sir. I understand now. Huayin finished speaking. Her figure flickered and disappeared in an instant, leaving only a faint shadow of a yellow raincoat. As for why she wanted to find Xiao Nan, to be honest, Huayin knew nothing about the whereabouts of the other Akatsuki members. Therefore, she decided to go to the current leader of Akatsuki to gather information. In a room, Huayin raised her fist and gently knocked on the door. Sister Xiao Nan, are you inside? Come in. Huayin pushed open the door and saw Xiao Nan, dressed in a white robe and standing gracefully, sitting in her seat, savoring tea. So you finally remember to come back to see me? Xiao Nan's words carried a hint of pride, but the longing in her eyes was hard to conceal. After all, no one looked forward to seeing Huayin more than she did, due to the poor economic situation in Huayin village in recent years. Xiao Nan had to take on the responsibilities of the leader. Over these years, she had been dedicated to developing the economy of Huayin village, rarely having any leisure time. Today, she had the rare opportunity to rest here because her subordinates reported that someone had arrived in Huayin village. According to her subordinate's description, it was a petite and cute girl who had come. The image of Huayin from a few years ago immediately surfaced in Xiaonan's mind. It's been a few years since we last met. You've grown quite a bit taller. Xiaonan looked at the girl in front of her and gently sipped her tea. Sister Xiaonan, I haven't come to see you in a long time. You're not mad at me, are you? Kagamine's face turned slightly red and her fingers gently tapped. Thank you all for gifts. He is extremely grateful here. Chapter 202. Don't use this ability anymore. Are you saying that you came here to visit Deidara and the others? Conan gently sipped her tea, her gaze softly landing on the girl kneeling beside her. Yes, that's right. Huayin nodded obediently, her face full of innocence. Is that so? Xiaonan placed her hand on her chin, pondering for a moment before slightly nodding. What do you mean by is that so? Is it not okay? Kagun tilted her head, a look of curiosity on her face, with a glimmer of doubt in her eyes. There's nothing wrong. Let's go. Xiaonan gently shook her head, stood up, and then took the girl's soft little hand. Huayin responded softly. The hand held by Xiaonan seemed to be enveloped by a warm current, and an inexplicable feeling arose in her heart. At this moment, heavy rain continued to pour outside, the rainwater cascading down like a torrent. Xiaonan held an umbrella and walked leisurely, while Huayin followed closely behind, the two of them resembling a captivating painting. Their figures appeared faintly among the rain, like an older sister taking her charming younger sister for a stroll in the rain. The dark clouds in the sky were thick, completely blocking out the sun. As the two walked through the streets and alleys in the rain, their silhouettes becoming blurred on the wet ground. The air was filled with a unique, fresh scent of rain. Huayin heard this and couldn't help but feel relaxed. Sister Xiaonan, has the weather in Huayin village always been like this? Kagani curiously looked at Xiaonan, who was walking ahead. I don't know why, but this village is always shrouded in continuous rain, and I've never seen a sunny day. Xiaonan replied softly, her eyes filled with affection for the girl. Is that so? Hannah was a bit embarrassed under Xiaonan's gaze, shyly lowering her head. Xiaonan was tall and had a strong, mature woman vibe, towering over Hannah by a head. The two of them walking together was particularly eye-catching. I wonder if Senior Deidara and the others are okay? Kanon finally voiced her concerns. Their situation was not optimistic. They had been severely injured by a beetle and had been in a coma ever since. Conan's tone became sorrowful, and a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. Huayin felt a surge of guilt in her heart upon hearing those words. If she had come earlier, perhaps Deidara and the others wouldn't have been injured. Let's go. Xiaonan interrupted Huayin's thoughts, her mature voice ringing out. Kagani looked up and saw a small hospital ahead. The hospital appeared somewhat simple overall, with a damp atmosphere lingering in the corridors, possibly due to the unique climate of rainy hidden village. Nevertheless, the hospital was equipped with all the necessary medical facilities. As soon as she stepped into the lobby, Huayin saw a group of people coughing weakly, some with flushed faces, slumped in their seats. There were countless suffering patients, their pained expressions making Huayin's heart ache like a knife. She could not stand the sight of these people suffering, filled with sympathy and compassion. Ah, is that the angel coming? Lord Xiaonan. Xiaonan, you came here for us. A girl in a white coat with long purple hair stood up and curiously looked at Xiaonan. However, when her gaze caught sight of Huayin standing behind Xiaonan, her face showed a look of surprise. Huh, Sister Huayin, is that you? Ziyang Luhua excitedly ran over, looking up at Huayin, who was a head taller than her. Oh, you are Ziyang Luhua? Kagani looked at the purple-haired little girl in front of her, her gaze somewhat dazed. Soon, memories of her time as a teacher in the Hidden Rain Village surfaced in her mind. At that time, she had even taught Uchiha Shion. Oh, I didn't expect Sister Kagani to remember me. The little girl nodded excitedly, her face beaming with a happy smile. I'm sorry. I've been a bit busy in Konoha and didn't have the chance to come back to see you. Are you already a medical ninja now? Kaon said with guilt, yes. There are too few medical ninjas in the village, so I can only do my best. Ziyang Luhua glanced at the suffering refugees, her tone carrying a hint of sadness. Now is not the time to discuss these things. Kaon, come with me for now. Ziyang Luhua, you go ahead and work. Conan interrupted their conversation. All right, Lady Conan. Ziyang Luhua nodded and turned to throw herself into the busy work. With a creak, the old door was slowly pushed open by Conan. Have they all fainted? Kaon anxiously glanced at the people lying in bed, receiving 4 drips, her heart tightening involuntarily. Well, although the wounds have healed, When they will wake up remains unknown. Xiaonan gently shook her head, her face filled with helplessness. So that's how it is. Huayin heard this and felt a wave of sadness rise in her heart. She then approached the crowd and observed them carefully for a moment, gradually understanding. I will try to see if I can wake them up. Kagani glanced at Xiaonan. Well, if it won't endanger their lives, you can give it a try. Xiaonan looked at the girl in front of him, smiled slightly, but his eyes were filled with worry. He didn't have much hope for Kagani. After all, how could the treatment for a vegetative state be easily resolved? It couldn't be like the previous treatment for Nagato, where one life was exchanged for another, right? Xiaonan. Just as he thought of this, Xiaonan's gaze suddenly tightened. He looked up, wanting to stop the girl's actions, but was surprised to see dazzling golden light emanating from the hospital bed. The girl gently placed her hands on the chests of everyone, her eyes tightly closed. Gradually, the golden light gathered in Kagani's palms, shining like brilliant stars. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew in from the window, lightly swaying the curtains and brushing against the girl's dress. She looked like a benevolent deity, gazing compassionately at everyone, appearing incredibly gentle and lovely. In no time, the golden light gradually dissipated as if it had never existed. Phew, that should be enough, she thought. Kaon let out a sigh of relief, then raised her hand to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead, revealing a hint of exhaustion but a satisfied smile on her face. Is this enough? Xiaonan leaned forward curiously, her eyes filled with surprise and anticipation. Soon, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The people who had fainted on hospital beds slowly opened their eyes, as if waking from a deep slumber. Sister Xiaonan, where am I? Deidara was the first to sit up, looking at Xiaonan with a face full of astonishment and confusion. As Deidara awakened, Scorpion also came to. As for the others, they remained in a state of unconsciousness and might need some more time. Kaon, you're here too? Did you heal us? Scorpion looked at the lovely girl in front of him, and in that instant he found his answer. You got it right, but there's no reward. Kagun proudly lifted her head and playfully said, Come on, praise me. I am invincible. Thank you, Kagun. After hearing Scorpion's words, Deidara reacted and looked at the girl with overwhelming joy, his eyes filled with gratitude. You're welcome. Huayin helplessly waved her hand, just as she was about to say something. She saw Xiaonan in front of her looking at her with a worried expression. Huayin, didn't I tell you before not to use that ability of yours? Xiaonan's delicate face was filled with exhaustion and worry as she looked at Huayin, her eyes full of concern. Kagami was suddenly dumbfounded. Wait, what exactly is going on? Seeking a Power for Love, Chapter 203, Missing Person Notice. Are you saying that your ability has no side effects? Xiaonan stared at the girl in astonishment. Yes, this is my bloodline limit, and it has no side effects. Kagami sighed lightly. A few minutes ago, she had already understood Xiaonan's doubts. It turned out that Xiaonan had always mistakenly believed that she would have to pay a huge price to use this healing ability. After Kagami repeatedly assured her, Xiaonan gradually believed that this ability was indeed harmless. Kagami, next time tell me earlier. Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Xiaonan, you didn't ask either. Huayin's mouth twitched slightly, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. If I don't ask, you won't say anything? Xiaonan looked at the girl with some helplessness and lightly tapped her head. It hurts, Sister Xiaonan. Kagura touched her head in dissatisfaction, pouting slightly. Has Nagato been revived now? Deidara suddenly interrupted their conversation. Conan looked at Deidara, her eyes filled with sadness. I'm sorry, Deidara lowered his head. Let's not talk about these sad things anymore. It's rare for everyone to be awake. Huayin noticed the heavy atmosphere and hurriedly tried to ease the situation. Huayin is right, Xiaonan nodded, forcing a smile. It's noon, let's eat first. Sister Xiaonan, should we eat outside? Huayin asked, looking at Xiaonan in front of her. There are dishes at home, and the food outside isn't clean. I'll cook, Xiaonan replied lightly, her tone revealing a hint of parental concern. Oh, okay. Henio drooped her head, and her ahogue also fell down. Okay, let's go first. Xiaonan smiled, patted Henio's head, and then looked at Deidara and the silent Sasori on the bed. Sister Xiaonan, wait a moment for me. Deidara weakly sat up from the bed. Sasori remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. At home, Kagome occasionally handed Xiaonan soy sauce or vegetables in the kitchen. Scorpion and Deidara sat at the table, blankly gazing at everything around them. During their period of slumber, the Akatsuki organization underwent significant changes. At least it was completely different from before. Nowadays, it felt somewhat like a warm home here. After a while, the two girls walked out of the kitchen with a platter of dishes. Relax a bit, Deidara, Scorpion Senpai, and taste how it is. Kanon set the dishes on the table. The two of them were pleasantly surprised by the visually appealing and fragrant dishes. Although Scorpion didn't need to eat, Kaon still specially prepared extra food for him. It looked really nice. Deidara rubbed his fingers together, then picked up his chopsticks and brought a dish to his mouth. It tasted quite good. There were no exaggerated scenes like in other novels, where one's eyes sparkled and clothes burst. How did it taste? Kaon looked at Deidara and asked curiously. It's quite delicious. Deidara nodded and then began to gobble it down. He had just woken up not long ago and was now feeling famished, so it was perfect for him to have a big meal. Scorpion watched Deidara devouring his food and fell into deep thought. Senior Scorpion, why aren't you eating? Kagani looked at the dazed Scorpion and curiously asked. Well, then I'll dig in too. Scorpion let out a gentle sigh, then picked up a dish and brought it to his mouth. He actually didn't need to eat, but wouldn't it be a waste to not enjoy the efforts of Xiaonan and Kagani? Watching the two who were dining, Huayin and Xiaonan exchanged a tacit smile. In the blink of an eye, the bowl of rice was empty. Due to an unexpected matter, after briefly bidding farewell to the three people, Han-in hurriedly left the rain-hidden village. She stepped into a tranquil little forest. After confirming that no one was around, Huayin's pupils began to rapidly rotate. In a moment, cherry blossom-like brilliant pupils bloomed in her eyes, and then a pair of black wings elegantly spread out from her back. The flower notes fly in the high sky, allowing the raindrops to gently pat on her yellow raincoat. The raindrops create a rhythmic sound, like a cheerful natural symphony. Huayin took a deep breath and accelerated her flying speed. An hour quietly passed. Miss Huayin, here's your pass. You may enter now. The guard at the border of the Leaf Village politely stepped aside after checking her documents. All right. Hannah nodded slightly, crossed the boundary of Konoha Village, and instantly disappeared from the spot once again. A faint creaking sound came from the slowly opened gate of Konoha Village, pushed by Hannah. At this moment, the sun rose gradually in the sky, and the warm sunlight fell on the girl, illuminating her slightly damp raincoat and her hair adorned with raindrops, making them shine brilliantly. This feeling was somewhat magical. Just a moment ago, she had been immersed in the rain, and the next moment, she was greeted by bright sunshine. Having been away for a day, it seems she hadn't mentioned this to Itachi yet. Kaon strolled through the commercial street of Konoha, her gaze searching around, quietly murmuring to herself. A scene had already formed in her mind. Upon returning home, Itachi would surely come to greet her, asking with a hint of concern, "Why are you back so late?" Or perhaps he would curiously inquire, "Where did you go yesterday?" Just thinking about Itachi's deeply caring concern made her, Kao's cheeks involuntarily flushed with a hint of red. It really made her feel a bit embarrassed. Huayin shyly said in a low voice, and then pushed open the heavy door of the mansion. However, she quickly froze. Inside was an empty space, with not a single person there to greet her. A biting cold wind swept through, causing Huayin's face to instantly turn a little awkward. It's really strange. Where has everyone gone? Kaon frowned slightly. After confirming that no one was around, her figure instantly vanished from the spot. In no time, Kagun found an eye-catching missing person notice on a lonely telephone pole. To her surprise, her own photo was prominently displayed on that notice. Hannah stood frozen in place, as if petrified. She finally understood why so many people had frequently turned to look at her with curious eyes while she was walking in Konoha Village. At first, she naively thought it was because she was too good-looking and attracted everyone's attention, and she felt a small sense of pride in her heart. However, now she realized that the truth was not like that at all. Damn, the Uchiha family was currently anxiously searching for her, and they must be as restless as ants on a hot pan. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Hannah quickly headed to the Hokage building. "Father, do you think Hannah might have been taken by that guy, Madara?" Itachi looked at his father with a worried expression, his eyes full of concern and unease. "Itachi, you need to calm down," Fugaka sighed helplessly and said to his son. "That girl is much more far-sighted than you think. Perhaps she has her own plans and strategies right now." But just as Itachi wanted to say something more, suddenly, a rapid knocking on the door interrupted him. "Hokage-sama, I have urgent matters to discuss with you." A familiar, sweet voice came from outside, and Itachi's eyes brightened instantly, a surge of indescribable excitement welling up in his heart. Is it okay to ask for love to generate power? Chapter 204. Oh no, she got installed. So that's how it is? Listening to Hannah's account, Itachi couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It turned out he'd been overly anxious. He had even mistakenly thought that Hannah had been kidnapped by that guy, Madara. Right? As long as everything is fine, there's no problem at all. Kaon shook her head gently, accompanied by a long, delicate sigh. She had thought something earth-shattering had happened at home, especially since the house was empty. It seemed she had only troubled herself unnecessarily. Itachi, you see, I told you Kaon would be safe and sound. Fugaku gazed at his eldest son, letting out a soft sigh, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. I'm sorry. I was overthinking it. Itachi's handsome face flushed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Kagani looked at Itachi's shy appearance and couldn't help but find it amusing. Soon after, the air fell into a brief silence. Before long, Fugaku broke the dull atmosphere. First, let's withdraw the missing person notices posted all over the streets, and then inform Mikoto and Sasuke about this matter. Okay, I understand, father. Itachi nodded and then used the flying thunder god technique to instantly disappear from the spot. Fugaku looked at Kagani. All right, Kagani, since you're fine, you can go back now. Oh, okay. Kanon nodded blankly, and her figure immediately disappeared from the spot. Kanon, can you see that far already? After Kanon left, Fujitaka stood up from the sofa, looking out at the prosperous Hidden Leaf village, his tone meaningful. Well, let's continue to handle the work at hand for now. Fujitaka shook his head and began to immerse himself in the documents on the table. Inside a mansion, Kagani pushed open the door and saw Mikoto and Sasuke with worried expressions. I'm back. Hana took off her shoes and said softly, hearing that familiar voice. The two instantly came back to their senses, looking up at the girl with shining eyes. Hana, Sister Hana, watching the two excitedly approach her. A warm feeling surged in Hana's heart. I'm sorry, I haven't had the chance to tell you about some things in the past few days. So I left Konoha village without permission. Kagani explained softly. To be honest, she was filled with self-reproach. Well, you must tell us next time you go out. Mikoto said with a face full of complaints, but the love in her eyes was evident. I am sorry, Mikoto ni. Kagani noticed that there were a few more white hairs on Mikoto's head, and her guilt deepened. The pain in her heart was like a twist, a feeling that was hard to endure. It's okay, as long as you come back. Sasuke, you go find Naruto first. Mikoto glanced at her son and said calmly. Okay, Kagani sister, I'll go for a while. Sasuke quickly ran out of the house. Have you all been looking for me these days? Looking at Sasuke disappearing into the distance. Kagani felt full of self-blame as she looked at Mikoto. The girl at this moment appeared pitiful, and the distant breeze stirred the curtains, bringing a hint of faint sadness. But this sadness was fleeting. Before long, it seemed as if the clouds in the sky were being pushed apart by hands. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Yes, we heard you weren't around these days, so we were all looking for news about you. Now that you're back, that's really great. Mikoto wiped away a tear, and the love in her eyes was hard to conceal. At this moment, she resembled a mother, warm like a medieval oil painting. After all, Mikoto and Kagani had been together for over a decade, and she had long treated Kagani as her own daughter to care for. Suddenly losing a daughter whom she had cared for so many years would make anyone feel worried. Not to mention Mikoto, who appeared to be nearing 40, but still looked like a woman in her 30s. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Mikoto reluctantly released Kagani's hand and hurried to the door to open it. Familiar faces filled the doorway. Kakashi, Minato, Obito, and even Jiraiya-sensei were all here. You guys went to such lengths to find me. Kagani's mouth twitched slightly. Kagani, we all thought you were taken away by that guy, Obito, Kakashi said, looking at the girl safe and sound, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Soon, everyone entered the house, and Naruto and Sasuke also returned home using the flying thunder god technique. With everyone gathered together, the girl at the center felt a warmth in her heart. Everyone, I'm really sorry. I should have thought it through and told you about this in advance. Hana's head shook like a rattle, her tone filled with apology and pity. Itachi looked at the girl in this state and couldn't help but reach out to flick her forehead. That hurts, Itachi, what are you doing? Kagani covered her forehead with both hands, where a noticeable bump had formed, and looked at Itachi with a resentful expression. It's nothing. You suddenly disappeared before, which worried all of us. Consider this a little lesson for you, Itachi said helplessly. Get lost, get lost. When did it become your turn to interfere with my disciple? Jiraiya looked at the girl's pitiful appearance and flicked Itachi's forehead with his thumb. Soon, both the boys' and girls' foreheads had bumps, one big and one small, making it somewhat amusing. Itachi-kun, you look so funny like this. Kaon couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly, her laughter as pleasant as silver bells. By the way, has everyone had lunch yet? Mikoto casually inserted a warm remark as she noticed the others in the living room exchanging glances. Not yet. Kakashi gently shook his head, a hint of laziness in his expression. Then I'll go prepare the meal. Sasuke, come help me. Mikoto stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Sasuke reluctantly responded with an "oh," slowly trailing behind Mikoto like a little duck being dragged along. Poor little Sasuke. Ever since Kaon came to this house, his family status had plummeted. However, after so many years, Sasuke had long since gotten used to this change. Sigh, love can fade away. It seems to be an unchanging truth throughout the ages. Sasuke. Oh, Kaon, what is your strength like now? Jiraiya lazily slumped on the sofa, taking a sip of the warm tea in his hand, asking with curiosity. Against Uchiha Madara, it should be about 50-50, right? Henin propped her chin on her hand and blurted out instinctively. Hearing the girl's words, Jiraiya was caught off guard, and the tea in his mouth was instantly sprayed out, splattering onto Obito, who was sitting next to him. Obito immediately erupted in anger, a bright red mark appearing on his forehead. Obito, cough, 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 I'm sorry. I just couldn't hold it in. Jiraiya hurriedly waved his hands in apology, then quickly grabbed a tissue from the dining table and handed it to Obito. Obito sighed helplessly and took the tissue, carefully wiping the tea off his face. Kakashi, on the side, struggled to hold back his laughter, secretly glancing at Obito's disheveled appearance. Is that true? Henin, have you already surpassed the Hokage level? Minato appeared relatively calm, as he was not familiar with Hanane's strength before. Yes, I now have the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and with my various abilities, I should be able to compete with Uchiha Madara for quite a while. Huayin shrugged helplessly, her tone revealing a hint of her sigh. She had intended to keep a low profile, but her strength wouldn't allow her to do so. Kagami, hearing the girl's pretentious words, everyone present broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that she had caught on. So what should we do next? Naruto asked curiously while holding a hand gripper. Upon hearing Naruto's question, everyone suddenly understood and turned their gaze towards the girl. They were already aware of the Itachiclaims matters, and all the villages in various countries were doing their utmost to strengthen their defenses in case of emergencies. Why are you looking at me? How would I know? Kagami extended her delicate fingers and gently pointed at her adorable face. Then, her head shook back and forth like a child's wave drum, looking extremely playful and cute. Chapter 205, Summer Beach. Swimsuits. Soon, Mikoto and Sasuke skillfully placed the plates on the table. The meal is ready. Please enjoy, Mikoto said softly. Let's eat first. We can talk about those topics later. Jiraiya laughed heartily and then leisurely got up from the sofa. All right, Huayin replied softly and nodded gently. Everyone then walked toward the dining table and sat in a circle. To be honest, Kagami is still quite confused about how to deal with the threat of the Otsutsuki clan. The original work does not specify a timeline, so now she can only remain vigilant at all times. Speaking of which, what is Uchiha Obito doing now? Kanon was eating while vaguely asking questions. I wasn't sure either. A few days ago, I ran into him in Rain Hidden Village, where Obito was also chewing food and responding indistinctly. You two, can you finish your food before talking? Kakashi seemed a bit displeased, frowning slightly. The two exchanged a smile and then fell silent, focusing on their meals. Haha, Kakashi, your relationship with Obito is really good. Just like when you were kids, Minato said, trying to lighten the mood, but he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Good relationship with this deadweight? Kakashi raised an eyebrow in response, his tone teasing. Minato looked at Kakashi, and his expression seemed to take him back to their childhood, making him feel a bit dazed. Kakashi, you useless fool, with your current strength, you're not even my match. Obito snorted coldly, his eyes revealing disdain. So childish. Naruto watched the two of them in a tense standoff and shook his head helplessly. After the meal, everyone left, each going their separate ways, leaving only Itachi and Kanon alone. What do you mean by staring at me like that? Kagun looked at Itachi, her face full of confusion. It's just that you're so good-looking, I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Itachi had unknowingly learned such cheesy lines, and they slipped out of his mouth. Who compliments someone like that? Kanon's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly lowered her head. As spring turned to summer, time flowed like a supple grass rope, carefully twisted and woven between people's hands, sometimes breaking into fragments, other times. What the future holds, Kanon is completely unsure of right now. So she chooses to immerse herself in the beauty of the present and enjoy each day. Are you saying we're going swimming? When Itachi's words reached Kanon's ears, her cheeks instantly turned a vibrant shade of red, as dazzling as the rising sun. Not long ago, due to the hot weather, Konoha had just introduced a beach vacation, a brand new entertainment project. Thus, Itachi suggested that the whole family go together. However, Fugaku, as the Hokage, has a special identity and is not convenient to participate in this activity. What's wrong, Kanon? Don't you want to go? Mikoto noticed the blush on Kanon's face and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. This girl tightly clutched her clothing, her thoughts racing, her whole body turning red from shyness, and even a wisp of steam seemed to rise from the top of her head. The sound of flowers whispers softly, as faint as a mosquito. No, it's not that I don't want to go. Then why is that? Are you embarrassed? Mikoto supports her chin with her hand, her delicate brows furrowing. Well, that's not the case. Kagami quickly shook her head in denial, her head spinning like a rattle drum. Anyway, I'll just go. Sasuke interjected. Well, Miss Izumi and Haruko will be going there soon too, so you girls can have company. Hearing Sasuke's words, Kagami's nervousness eased significantly. Originally, there were only Mikoto and her among the girls, which made Kagami feel a bit shy. But now, with Haruko and Izumi joining, her mood relaxed as well. Itachi silently observed the changes in Kagami's expression from the side, wanting to laugh, but ultimately holding back his amusement. After all, this side of Kagami looked very cute too. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open, and the three of them walked together, stopping intermittently to enjoy the scenery along the way. The Uchiha clan's path was filled with an ancient atmosphere, shaded by green trees, resembling an ancient scroll. On the back mountain, temples were arranged in a scattered yet orderly fashion. Climbing up the steps to the foot of the mountain, the red torii gate came into view, and various statues representing the mythology of the Cherry Blossom Valley stood tall on the mountain. When did these get set up? Hanyo took a deep breath of the fresh air and curiously asked. A faint fragrance filled the air, making one feel relaxed and happy. It was done a month ago, Mikoto gently explained, her gaze filled with affection for Hanyo. Soon, the village will hold a grand celebration. Meanwhile, little Sasuke was overlooked by Mikoto, but he had already gotten used to it. Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair, understanding his feelings. Is that so? Hana gently nodded. Soon, the three of them arrived at a beach. In the distance, various small vendors attracted a steady stream of people. Laughter echoed back and forth. The sounds of children playing were incessant, while the sea in the distance continuously surged towards the shore, crashing against the sand. What lies beyond the sea? Kanon looked at the distant scenery and couldn't help but think of the scenes from Attack on Titan. What do you say is on the other side of the sea? A sweet voice suddenly interrupted Kanon's thoughts. Ah, is that Haruko? Hana turned her head and saw a little girl with long black hair and a swimsuit standing in front of her, unable to help but widen her eyes. Oh, Hana-chan remembers me? Haruko teased with a smile. Haruko, what are you doing here? At that moment, another mature voice came through. Isn't this Hana? Izumi wiped the sweat from her forehead, holding a volleyball covered in sand with both hands, her tone filled with surprise. Both of them had graceful figures, and the curves of their bodies under the swimsuits appeared particularly enchanting. Kaon's face turned slightly red, and she unconsciously swallowed. My writing skills are limited, so this might be a bit awkward. Please bear with me, and feel free to imagine some scenes on your own. Thank you very much for all the gifts. The author is deeply grateful. This book has been written from September until now, and with the previous 800 yuan for full attendance. I've only earned a little over 2,000 yuan in total. Writing books really doesn't pay well. Most authors create out of love, which is both tough and challenging. I sincerely ask everyone to support He more. Thank you. Chapter 206, Deadstock. You guys are actually here too? Kanon instinctively took a step back and nervously swallowed. That's right. Didn't we inform you a long time ago? Izumi tilted her head, curiously examining Kanon. Kanon-chan, you wouldn't be shy, would you? Haruko looked at the girl in front of her, her eyes sparkling with teasing light. I am not shy at all. Hanako turned her head to the side, her face instantly turning crimson. Really? Haruko leaned closer to Hanako. One was standing and the other was sitting, and in comparison, Haruko was clearly a head taller than Hanako. Really? Hanyo shyly lowered her head and said softly, Then why don't you go change into your swimsuit? Haruko blinked her eyes and curiously looked at the petite and adorable loli in front of her. If Hanyo-chan wears a swimsuit, she would definitely look super cute. Izumi walked over, and an image of Hanyo in a swimsuit involuntarily appeared in her mind, her eyes sparkling as she stared at her. Kagami looked at the two lively and adorable little girls in front of her, falling into silence. At this moment, the figures of three young girls became a beautiful scene on the beach, attracting everyone's attention. After a while, Itachi, wearing a deep blue sun protection outfit and holding a table tennis racket in her right hand, walked over with a gentle gaze. What are you guys talking about? Itachi asked curiously, looking at the three. It's nothing, Itachi-san. I just wanted to see what Kagami-nichan would look like in a swimsuit, Izumi said, resting her chin on her hand and murmuring as she watched Itachi approach. Well, since Izumi-chan said so, I'm quite curious too, Haruko said, her eyes sparkling as she stared intently at Kagami. Huayin couldn't help but shiver, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Her long black hair gently swayed in the wind as she lowered her head and remained silent. All right, I'll wear it. Huayin gritted her teeth and said, as if she had exhausted all her strength, her face turning red. Otherwise, Huayin, you look at the shy girl in front of you. Want to say something, but stopping short. No need, Itachiclaims. Hana gently shook her head, interrupting Itachi's words. The three of them. All three had expressions of surprise and anticipation on their faces. After a while, the girl dressed in a black swimsuit lowered her head and shyly walked over. Haha, Hana-chan. You look really cute in that, Haruko said with a teasing smile, looking at Hana. Compared to Haruko and Izumi's outfits, Hana's attire seemed particularly conservative. During this process, she had put in a lot of effort, as wearing a swimsuit was a first-time experience for Hana. In her previous life, as a boy, she was always busy with a 996 work schedule and had no time to understand how girls dressed. In this life as a girl, Hana lived much more freely and unrestrained. Hana's skin looks so fair. How do you usually take care of it? Izumi hugged Hana tightly and asked curiously. The two girls were close together, resembling a delicate oil painting from the medieval period, pleasing to the eye. At this moment, Hana, who was being hugged, was completely stunned, her mind blank as if it had crashed, and her face instantly flushed red. I usually just stay at home. Hana swallowed nervously and shyly replied. Maintenance? Since I came to this world, I've never paid attention to my skin color. How annoying. Hana, you don't even want to share with me, Izumi pouted, looking at the girl with a face full of resentment. She then stretched out her delicate fingers and gently poked Hana's flawless face. Haruko watched this scene, covering her mouth and chuckling softly. Itachi looked at Izumi with a helpless expression. After all these years, Izumi's personality was still the same as before, carefree and reckless. All right, Izumi-chan, stop teasing Hana. Haruko walked over and gently tugged at Izumi's ear, as gentle as an older sister. Ah, that hurts, Haruko-chan, be gentler. Izumi looked at Haruko with a resentful expression, tears shimmering in her eyes. Seeing the girl looking so pitiful, Haruko wanted to laugh but managed to hold it in. Hana, let's go. How about we play volleyball? Haruko glanced at Hana, who was still standing there in a daze, and invited her. Okay. Huayin nodded obediently, her voice as soft as a whisper. The sunlight on the beach gently cast over the four of them, stretching their shadows longer and longer. Along the way, Weasel's eyes were filled with concern, constantly reminding the three to be careful. Ha ha ha, Huayin, your reaction is so slow. Kaon clapped her hands on the volleyball and suddenly hit it over. The speed of the ball was astonishing. Huayin was caught off guard and failed to catch the volleyball, stumbling a few steps before awkwardly falling onto the soft beach. Cough cough, phew. The girl struggled to get up, her hair a mess and her clothes covered in fine sand, looking quite disheveled. Are you okay? Itachi hurried over, looking at Huayin with concern. Itachiclaims, I'm fine. Huayin shook her head, brushing her messy hair behind her ears, and looked up intently at the spring in the distance. Her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Good, woman, you have successfully caught my attention. Haneon. At this moment, Huayin was feeling quite angry. It was clear that she had not taken things seriously. Seeing Huayin's serious expression, Kaon couldn't help but shiver, and an ominous premonition surged in her heart. Kaon, Huayin-chan, you wouldn't take my earlier teasing to heart, would you? Kaon hesitated to speak. What do you think? Huayin waved the volleyball with one hand, her arm wrapped around it, and her face turned slightly red. With a bang, Kagami quickly threw the ball over, at an incredible speed. Izumi stumbled to catch the ball, but couldn't stop in time, falling into the sand pile, just like Kagami. Cough cough, Izumi got up, looking disheveled, with a scrape on her palm. It seemed like they were playing too hard. Haruko looked at the serious duo, a bead of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Itachi had a speechless expression, unsure of what to do. Itsumi, I'm sorry. I didn't control the strength well, just now. Kanon hurried over and cast a reversal spell on Izumi. Before long, the small wounds on Izumi's body healed. Kanon, you were really rough just now, Izumi said, holding her head with both hands and looking at Kanon with a resentful expression. Ahem, I said I didn't mean to. Do you believe me? Huayin felt a bit embarrassed upon seeing this. Suddenly, Kagami felt a bump on her head and covered it with her hands, crying out in pain. You both apologized to each other, and this incident was considered over. Itachi raised his hand and gently tapped Kagani's head, letting out a sigh. My writing skills are limited, so I can't express that feeling. Please use your imagination. Please support with love. 1 for love, 1 cent. Not much. But every little bit helps, and he really needs this money now. Chapter 207. Something's off with you two. I'm sorry. The two girls deeply bowed to each other simultaneously, their eyes filled with a hint of resentment. Itachi, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, then looked at them with gentle eyes. You two should be more careful while playing. Itachi reminded them again, his tone filled with concern. Okay, I understand, brother Itachi. Izumi replied with a hint of dissatisfaction, her face showing a sense of grievance. Kagun also showed her dissatisfaction. Finally found you guys. Didn't expect you to be here. Mikoto was wearing a swimsuit, her figure graceful and elegant, like a budding young girl, showing no signs of being a mother of 2 children. Kanon looked at Mikoto, her eyes twitching slightly. To be honest, Kanon really doesn't understand how Fujitaka managed to marry such a beautiful wife. In terms of appearance, the two of them are quite different. Fujitaka looks considerably older. Moreover, it seems that in the original work, Mikoto actively pursued Fujitaka. Kagun couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she thought, so she decided not to dwell on it anymore. Mikoto-ne, you're here too? Izumi had just been receiving reprimands from Itachi and felt a bit dissatisfied, but her eyes instantly brightened at the sight of Mikoto's arrival. Izumi, long time no see. Mikoto walked over and affectionately patted the little loli's head. Meanwhile, Sasuke looked on with a displeased expression. When he wasn't around these older sisters, his mom only cared about him. Now it was as if Sasuke was completely ignored. Could it be that love would disappear? Sasuke crouched on the ground, drawing circles with his finger when he suddenly felt a gentle pat on his head. He looked up in confusion and saw Kagun smiling at him. Kagun-chan, why are you? Sasuke's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed. Kanon is currently wearing a swimsuit. Her skin is fair and delicate. Sasuke couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of her. What's wrong with me? Also, you should call me sister. Kagome gently touched Sasuke's head, her tone carrying a hint of affection. Since just now, Hana noticed that Sasuke's mood was off, so she deliberately walked over to comfort him. Soon, Sasuke's face began to flush, and seeing this, Hana smiled gently. Sister Hana, you came too? A familiar and youthful voice came from beside her. Hana turned her head and saw Naruto with his hands in his pockets, his hair messy and sweat on his body, as if he had just finished training. Naruto. Long time no see. Kanon waved at Naruto with a sweet smile on her face. Only then did Naruto slowly walk over. It had been a while since he last saw Kanon, and she had blossomed into a graceful young lady, just like a little girl. As Naruto looked at the girl in front of him, his gaze gradually became determined. He didn't think Itachi deserved Kanon. Then, he turned his head and looked coldly at Itachi in the distance. Itachi sensed the chilling, killing intent, turned around in confusion, and when he saw Naruto, he smiled slightly. Naruto snorted coldly and turned his head away. Wait, what is going on? Kanon also saw this scene, looking very confused. Before she could ask, a bright and cheerful voice came from behind. Naruto, you can't have that cold expression, or you won't make any friends. Minato slowly walked over, looking at Naruto with gentle eyes. Ah, Lord Minato has come too? Kagome looked up at the water gate, her eyes brightening. The golden hair at the top of the water gate danced wildly in the air, with a gentle smile on its lips. Alongside were Obito and Kakashi. It seemed everyone was here. Kakashi-senpai, where's Jiraiya-sensei? Kanon suddenly thought of something and looked at Kakashi with cold eyes. He might have something urgent to attend to, Kakashi said, scratching the back of his head, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. No, I need to check on Jiraiya-sensei to make sure he doesn't cause any more trouble. Kanon shook her head, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. Kanon, Jiraiya-sensei might be off on a mission. Anyway, there's nothing to do right now. So let's take a break for a while, Minato gently explained, watching the scene. Okay, Lord Minato. Kanon looked at the sunny and handsome Minato, her cheeks slightly flushed, and then obediently nodded. Itachi, watching this scene from the side, showed a hint of jealousy on his face. Mikoto, witnessing her child's jealous expression, felt a bead of cold sweat on her forehead. This eldest son of hers really is a vinegar jar. Everyone was laughing and chatting, and because they were in a remote location with few people around, it felt particularly tranquil. Soon, Minato suggested camping here, and everyone agreed. Let me show you my skills, Kakashi said confidently as he sprinkled pepper and salt on the barbecue. Kakashi-senpai is really cool, Izumi said while looking at Kakashi, her cheeks slightly flushed and then leaned closer to Kanon and whispered, "So, do you like him?" Hana looked at Izumi's shy appearance and leaned close to her ear, asking softly, "Silly, what are you saying?" Izumi was teased by Hana and shot her an unhappy glance. Huayin smiled proudly upon seeing this. Kaon was furious, clenching her fists but then relaxing them. Forget it, she couldn't beat Huayin. By the way, how's your relationship with Itachi progressing? Kaon glanced at Itachi, who was helping Kakashi from a distance, and asked softly, "Just ordinary friends, I guess." Huayin, seeing Kaon's curious gaze, hurriedly replied, waving her hands in the air. "Oh, really?" Kaon looked at Huayin with a mischievous smile. "Can we change the topic?" Huayin's face instantly turned red. "Fine." Kaon shrugged helplessly. Time passed quietly like fine sand, the high sun gradually fading and the moonlight poured down. Everyone sat around the campfire, savoring the grilled meat in their hands. I didn't expect Kakashi's cooking skills to be quite good," Minato said in surprise as he looked at his disciple. Useless Kakashi can only grill meat." Obito huffed proudly, continuing to enjoy the grilled meat. Everyone turned their gaze toward Obito and Kakashi, their expressions becoming meaningful. Could it be that the two of them? Everyone, Ahem, why are you all looking at me? Kakashi noticed the strange looks from everyone and coughed awkwardly. Kakashi, let me grill next, you go take a break. Itachi smiled as he stood up and took the grilling tongs from Kakashi's hand. All right, then I'll trouble you, Itachi. Kakashi didn't refuse and sat down next to Obito. Obito glanced at Kakashi and instinctively shifted to the side. Seeing this, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Kakashi's forehead. Please power up for love. Chapter 208, Ghost Stories. Everyone was laughing and chatting, filled with a warm atmosphere. Kaon quietly sat in the dark corner by the bonfire, her gentle gaze watching everyone laughing and chatting, the chill in her heart gradually dispelled by the warmth. The barbecue was ready, come, give it a try. Weasel glanced at Kaon, sitting in the corner, his eyes soft as he approached. Kagami slightly nodded and then stood up. The taste should be quite good, right? Itachi curiously observed the girl in front of him who was enjoying the grilled meat and asked softly, "Is the taste really good? Did you make it?" Kanon nodded again, then playfully stuck out her tongue to lick her fingers, a shy blush appearing on her cheeks. "Well, eat slowly, there's still a lot here." Itachi sighed indulgently. "Ahem, can you two stop sweetly feeding each other right here?" Kakashi walked over with a look of resentment, his gaze tinged with a hint of jealousy. "Really?" Itachi awkwardly scratched his head, his face filled with a forced smile. Hana heard Kakashi's teasing, and her cheeks instantly turned red, shyly lowering her head. Still saying no, Hana-chan. "Really?" Izumi slowly walked over, looking at Hana with a serious expression, pretending to be angry. "You guys are thinking too much, aren't you?" Kanon's forehead trickled with a bit of cold sweat, showing some nervousness. "All right, next, should we tell some thrilling ghost stories?" Kakashi pulled out a horror novel from somewhere. His eyes filled with a hint of mockery as he looked at everyone. "Idiot, the stories you tell are so old. Everyone has heard them to death. How can anyone still be scared?" Obito said, lazily yawning with his hands in his pockets. "Ahem, do you really want to hear it or not?" Kakashi awkwardly cleared his throat and then looked around, trying to grab everyone's attention. Upon hearing the words ghost story, Kaon furrowed her brows. An inexplicable sense of unease welling up inside her, feeling somewhat flustered for no reason. Forget it. After all, she was a brave girl. How could she be scared by the ghost stories Kakashi told? Before long, everyone gathered around the campfire, their faces illuminated by the flames, creating a particularly warm atmosphere. "Is everyone ready? Then I'm about to start," Kakashi said, his gaze carrying a hint of mischief, especially when he glanced at Itachi and Kaon, his eyes filled with significance. Kagami felt the unusual gaze from Kakashi, and her expression suddenly darkened. She probably already guessed what Kakashi was up to. Soon, Kakashi began to tell ghost stories, and surprisingly, they were quite frightening to listen to. Hanyo unconsciously swallowed, her body slightly curled up, looking a bit nervous. Yoro looked at the frightened expression on the girl's face and sighed helplessly, then reached out his hand and gently took hers. "What do you think the ending of the story will be?" Kakashi sighed meaningfully, seemingly anticipating everyone's reaction. "What happened in the end?" Izumi nervously swallowed and asked impatiently. "The result is..." Kakashi suddenly let out a strange cry, shocking everyone. "Ah!" Izumi instantly screamed. Kaon also shivered, but soon was tightly held in Itachi's arms, and her unease gradually calmed down. "Ahem, how was that? Scary enough, right?" Kakashi covered his forehead, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting slightly, revealing a hint of a proud smile. "Idiot, you're really boring like this," Obito quietly commented, though there was a hint of amusement in his tone. Kakashi, why are you suddenly acting so strange? You're such a fool. Izumi glared at Kakashi with dissatisfaction. Look, isn't she scared? Kakashi couldn't help but laugh at Izumi's frightened expression. All right, Izumi. Haruko helplessly glanced at Kakashi, then patted Izumi's shoulder and sighed softly. This feeling is a bit like Haruko, somewhat like a mother. Ahem, Kakashi. Why do I feel like your personality has become more childish than before? Minato looked at Kakashi's teasing demeanor, wanting to say something but hesitating. Really? Kakashi awkwardly scratched his head. Yes, you always used to wear a mask, giving people a feeling of keeping their distance. Minato held his chin, recalling past events, and slowly said, it does seem to be the case. Mikoto listened to Minato's conversation, also resting her chin in her hand, softly agreeing. Sigh, let's not talk about the past. By the way, Kaon, can you bring Rin back to life? Kakashi shook his head, then turned to the girl and asked a complicated question. As soon as he finished speaking, Obito's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body trembled slightly. Kin, could I ask you to revive Rin? Kanon stared at Obito in shock. The idea of resurrecting Rin might be possible if they asked Orochimaru to use the Edo Tensei technique. But the problem was that it seemed they didn't have any of Rin's hair or similar items from her life. Looking at it this way, it became a bit tricky. Obito, do you have any of Rin's hair or important belongings from her life? Kanon looked at the worried face of Obito in front of her and asked curiously. I do. Obito nodded anxiously. Seeing Obito nodding so vigorously, Kanon was also stunned for a few seconds. It seems that the original work did not mention the whereabouts of Rin's body after her death. If nothing unexpected happened, it should have been hidden by Obito in the Kamui space. Okay, I'll go find Orochimaru later. He should have the ability to resurrect Rin. After a moment of silence, Huayin nodded. That's great. Huayin, thank you so much, Dato said with a grateful expression. You're welcome. Kaon waved her hands gently, looking somewhat flustered, while Obito, overly excited, leaned closer to her. In the distance, Kakashi awkwardly coughed at the intimate actions of the two. Ahem, Obito, calm down. Oh, sorry, I got too excited. Obito scratched the back of his head, awkwardly taking a step back, only then noticing Itachi in the corner. Obito was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of what to do. Ahem, Itachi, should we continue grilling the meat? Izumi tugged at Itachi's sleeve, breaking the silence. Itachi sighed lightly and continued grilling the meat. The tense atmosphere gradually dissipated, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Please support for love. Thank you all for your gifts. The author is very grateful here. Thanks to Knuckle for the inspiration capsule. The author is very thankful here. Chapter 209, Impure World Reincarnation of Rin. Kamui cannot hide tears. Time flies like a fleeting horse. In the high sky, the bright moonlight gradually vanished into the horizon, replaced by the scorching sun, shining brilliantly. The girl opened the kaleidoscope, gracefully flying in the sky. If I remember correctly, Orochimaru is in that cave. The flower's voice whispered to herself. In a short while, a girl dressed in a bright yellow raincoat slowly descended from the sky. The vivid color of the raincoat made her petite figure even more adorable, like a flower blooming in spring. Huayin stared into the dark, ink-like cave in the distance, and walked inside. Tsuke, Huayin-chan, you finally gonna find me, huh? If we count the time, it has indeed been a year since we last met. Orochimaru was deeply immersed in his experiment, his low, hoarse voice echoing in the cave. From beginning to end, he didn't look up at Huayin even once, but continued to focus entirely on his work. Kanon glanced at the white corpse lying on the laboratory table, as well as the large pile of startling bodies, and her brows couldn't help but furrow slightly. At this moment, Orochimaru seemed to sense the girl's change in emotions and softly explained, Kanon-chan, these corpses are all from some ruthless rogue ninjas. You don't need to feel sympathy for them, do you? After hearing Orochimaru's response, Huayin's tension in her heart eased slightly, and she let out a sigh of relief. So, what exactly do you want from me? Orochimaru played with the scalpel in his hand, looking at the girl in front of him with a mocking expression. I want you to resurrect someone. This is her hair. Henio stretched out her fair and delicate little hand, opening it wide, and on her palm lay a few scattered brown hairs. TSK. Henio-chan, are you ordering me? Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on the girl in front of him, filled with amusement. That's right. Kaon fearlessly lifted her head, her kaleidoscope-like eyes fixed on Orochimaru. As long as Orochimaru showed her even a hint of hostility, Kaon would completely deal with him right here. That might be a bit rude, but oh well. I like it. Orochimaru licked his lips, then took out a scalpel and retrieved the chilling death god mask from the cabinet. Just like in the original work, after a series of outrageous maneuvers, Orochimaru successfully pulled Rin's soul out of the Pure Land space. Then, he himself dove into White Zetsu's body. Seeing this absurd operation, Kaon silently gave a thumbs up. Perhaps in the entire ninja world, only Orochimaru could think of such a method. Where's this place? Soon, a delicate and cute voice echoed in the cave. Huayin slowly turned her head and looked at the cute little lowly with short brown hair in front of her, feeling a surge of joy in her heart. You can't deny it. Lin is indeed quite adorable. No wonder Obito in the original story likes her so much. Who are you? Lin looked curiously at the girl in front of her, her eyes filled with confusion. TSK, Huayin-chan, I've already helped you resurrect. Aren't you going to give me something as a reward? Orochimaru walked out from the corner, looking somewhat eerie since he had just possessed White Zetsu. Lin glanced at the strange uncle approaching her and instinctively took a step back, her eyes showing a look of fear. Orochimaru, you've scared the little girl. Kagani glanced at Orochimaru with a hint of reproach in her tone, then slowly walked towards Rin. Sister, let's go back to Konoha for a bit. Someone really wants to see you. Kanon looked at the adorable Rin in front of her and said softly. As she gazed at this beautiful and gentle older sister, Rin's inner fear gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of security. Rin's little head unconsciously nodded gently. Orochimaru, thank you. This is my reward for you. Kagani gently touched Rin's head, then cast a glance at Orochimaru behind her and silently cast an illusion. After completing this series of actions, Huayin tightly embraced Rin, and with a flash of her figure, they disappeared from the spot, leaving only a faint fragrance lingering in the air. Is this my reward? Orochimaru felt a splitting headache, then quickly digested the memories in his mind. Physics? That sounds really interesting. Orochimaru's eyes grew increasingly excited, as if he had discovered a new continent. The gate of Konoha slowly creaked open under Huayin's push. Is this Konoha? Rin murmured as she looked at the refreshed streets around her. Yes. Do you want to see Obito and Kakashi now? Huayin gently wrapped her arms around Lin and asked. At this moment, passers-by on the streets and alleys turned to look at the two girls, simply amazed by their beauty, without any outrageous scenes like those in novels unfolding. Why is everyone looking at us? Lin shyly tugged at Huayin's sleeve and asked. Maybe it's because we're too pretty, Huayin replied with a light laugh, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Sometimes being too good-looking can be a burden, as it constantly attracts the attention of those around them. Kagani finally understood why those celebrities in her past life always wore masks when going out. The sun in the high sky shone on the two of them, stretching their shadows longer and longer. Ding dong. Hannah gently pressed the doorbell. Soon, a hurried sound of footsteps came from inside. With a click, the door opened, and Itachi stood at the door with an anxious expression, while Kakashi was beside him. So you were all here? Kagani hugged Rin and teased Rin. It's so great to finally see you. After Obito opened the door, he was stunned, standing there in a daze, softly murmuring as tears welled up in his eyes. Sister Kagani, could you please put me down first? Rin said softly, blushing as she looked at the familiar face in front of her. Oh, okay. Hanin gently set Rin down. Immediately, the two of them, one large and one small, looked at each other. Obito, Kakashi, and Minato-sensei, you're all here. Rin stood outside the door, her gaze complicated as she looked at the three of them. Well, let us go inside and talk, Minato said, patting Obito's shoulder and looking gently at Rin. Okay. Rin nodded and walked into the living room, seeing that the four were about to reminisce. Hanin wisely prepared to leave. She didn't want to be a third wheel. With this time, she might as well go find Itachi and chat a bit. I'll take my leave now, you all have a good talk. Kanon waved goodbye to the four people, and her figure immediately disappeared. Thank you, Kanon, Obito said, looking up at the vanishing girl with deep gratitude. Thanks to everyone for the gifts. The author is immensely grateful. Also, please give a 5-star review. Hoping this book can score an 8 points. It's a bit shy to say, but it's my first time receiving such a high rating. Chapter 210. Aren't you still here? Obito, Kakashi, Minato-sensei, how have you all been over the years? Rin tilted her little head, her gaze gently directed at the three in front of her. Well, I've been doing quite well, Kakashi sighed lightly, looking at Rin with a complex expression, as her familiar face seemed to bring him back to the past. As he gazed at Rin's innocent appearance, Kakashi's thoughts involuntarily drifted to Kanon. There seemed to be some indescribable similarity between them. Too similar indeed. Kakashi carefully examined Rin's face again, and gradually, he noticed that Rin's face appeared more innocent and lively. while Kaon had a touch of delicacy and gentleness. Although they looked extremely similar at first glance, upon closer comparison, they were not entirely the same. Kakashi couldn't help but change his previous opinion. "What's wrong, Kakashi?" Rin noticed Kakashi's odd expression and felt a tinge of sadness. She turned around and asked curiously. "It's nothing." Kakashi shook his head, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Even he couldn't articulate why he felt sad. Rin, don't mind this cold guy, Kakashi. He's always like this." Obito complained from the side. "He never cares about others' feelings, selfish and self-centered." "Obito, don't say that." Minato, standing nearby, looked worriedly at Kakashi, filled with concern. "Sensei, actually, Obito is right. I was indeed very selfish in the past." Kakashi shook his head again, tears welling in his eyes. Obito's words were not unfounded. Kakashi had always viewed his father as an idol during his childhood. However, good times didn't last long. His father leaked information during a mission to protect his teammates, leading to mission failure. Despite Hiruzen Tsurutobi repeatedly comforting him not to mind, the villagers' rumors took a toll on his father's psyche, ultimately leading him to choose suicide. Young Kakashi witnessed his father's death firsthand, and in that moment his pupils constricted violently, filled with fear. From then on, he developed a selfish personality, believing that ninjas should prioritize missions. "Enough, it's been so long. Obito, Kakashi, why are you still like this?" Rin looked at the two, disappointment filling her eyes. "Rin," Kakashi hesitated, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Obito also fell silent. "I'm sorry, Kakashi. I really had a lot to deal with at that time and couldn't support you in time," Minato said, feeling the atmosphere grow tense, feeling quite frustrated. "Let's not bring this up again. It's rare for Rin to gather with us. Can we be happier?" Obito sighed, then reached out to pat Minato and Kakashi's shoulders. Only then did the three slowly show smiles, their gazes refocusing on Rin. "That's more like it." Rin covered her mouth and let out a light laugh. That smile was as beautiful and captivating as flowers blooming in spring, as if it could melt away all the world's sorrows and troubles. On the other side, the sun hanging high in the sky shone down on Kaon, casting her petite figure onto the ground. "Itachi, what do you think would happen if Rin suddenly came back to life?" Kagami stood lightly on the railing, her hands gently swaying to maintain balance. "So, can you come down first?" Itachi gazed at his wife with a look full of helplessness, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. "Please don't." Kaon gently interrupted Itachi's words, her tone carrying a hint of a pout. "Be careful not to fall." Itachi sighed helplessly. "Who did you actually look for when you revived Lin?" "Oh, I looked for Orochimaru." Kaon stood steadily on one leg on the railing, casually responding, "That guy Orochimaru can actually use the second Hokage's forbidden techniques?" Upon hearing this, Itachi couldn't help but show a mix of surprise and confusion on his face. "Yeah, those forbidden techniques were all taught to him by me, and I even made improvements. The current Edo Tensei can achieve complete resurrection now," Henio proudly said, her hair sticking up on top of her head due to excitement, looking quite adorable. Itachi listened to Henio's story, momentarily stunned, and only after a while did he gradually come back to his senses. He took a deep breath and then asked, "Are you saying you secretly checked the sealing scroll?" Is there a problem with that?" Henio jumped lightly down from the railing, her face beaming with a silly smile. However, soon a slight pain came from her head. Itachi mercilessly gave her a hit and his tone became serious. "Do you know that peeking at the sealing scrolls will result in severe punishment? And you might even be imprisoned for a long time? Anyway, you're here, right?" Kaon pouted her lips, a playful smile appearing on her face. It seemed to say, "As long as you are here, I'm not afraid of anything." Upon hearing his wife's response, Itachi hesitated, his tightly clenched fist slowly loosening. "Well, at least this answer was not bad. So, is there anything else you want to say?" Itachi wore a look of helplessness, his gaze fixed on Kaon, seemingly waiting for her to continue. "Well," Hannah's hands gently intertwined, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, and her voice became softer. "As long as you don't tell those people, isn't everything fine? After all, no one else knows about this." A glint of teasing light flashed in Itachi's eyes as he leaned slightly forward, looking at Hannah with interest. "So why do you think I won't tell others?" Upon hearing Itachi's retort, Hannah froze for a moment, a look of confusion on her face. "So what do you want to do?" Hannah felt a bit embarrassed and angry, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile as he gently extended his finger and pointed to his own face. Kagami quickly understood Itachi's meaning, and her face instantly turned bright red like a ripe apple. "What's wrong?" Itachi curiously leaned down, carefully observing the shy girl in front of him. His eyes filled with tenderness. What a fool. Kaon grumbled discontentedly for a moment, then mustered her courage, stood on tiptoe, and gently left a kiss on Itachi's face. Itachi felt the moisture on his cheek and nodded in satisfaction, a smile creeping onto his lips. Well, I'll just pretend I didn't TC that this time. But next time, I won't be so forgiving, Itachi teased. Itachi, you will regret this. Kaon widened her eyes and glared fiercely at Uchiha Itachi in front of her. Enough, I am the one. Itachi was about to retort, but swallowed his words back. Ahem, I was just joking, don't take it seriously, you fool. Itachi extended his finger and gently flicked Kaon's forehead. Ouch! Huayin suddenly cried out in pain, covering her head tightly with both hands, stepping back a little, and showing a look of grievance on her face. What are you doing? You idiot! Do you know that randomly flicking someone's forehead can make them stupid? Kaon said angrily, well, I really don't know. Itachi shook his head, unable to suppress a smile that surged in his heart. But he still tried hard to hold it back. Chapter 211, Security Department Kaon. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, a month has quietly passed. It's morning, time to get up. Today is your first day interning at the security department. Itachi looked at Kaon, who was still lazily lying on the bed, with a face full of helplessness. What time is it? Huayin curled up in the blankets, her voice carrying a hint of laziness and reluctance. It was already 7:30 in the morning. You looked at Huayin, still unwilling to get out of bed, and helplessly reached out your hand, gently tugging at the corner of the blanket, and gently pulled her up. Huayin barely crawled out of bed, stretched out her somewhat hazy hands, and gently rubbed her still half-closed, sleepy eyes. All right, go wash up quickly, and after you're done, go have breakfast. You looked at Huayin, who was still bleary-eyed, with a gaze full of indulgence. Over these past few months, Huayin spent the whole day lounging in her room, eating and drinking to her heart's content before dozing off, resembling a leisurely salted fish. One day, Kaon had a sudden idea and proposed to work in the security department. Upon hearing this, Itachi agreed without much thought. Thus, today's scene unfolded at the dining table. Huayin chewed on her breakfast, her face full of drowsiness, and her little head occasionally drooped. Yao looked at Huayin's appearance and couldn't help but smile slightly. For some reason, he found his wife's look to be somewhat adorable. After a while, Huayin suddenly woke up, and the tuft of hair on her head stood up. Ah, Yaokoan, how long did I just sleep? Hannah's pupils constricted suddenly, and she looked at Itachi in shock. Well, you should finish your breakfast first. It's already past 8, and you're late. Itachi noticed the glistening drool still hanging at the corner of Hannah's mouth, and couldn't help but chuckle, laughter following. Kagani suddenly realized, quickly took out a tissue to wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth, and then glared at Itachi in dissatisfaction. Immediately afterward, Kagani wolfed down her breakfast. After eating, she quickly tidied herself up in front of the mirror and hurried out the door. Ita watched Kagani's hurried figure, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He wondered whether this girl was doing well at work, but he quickly calmed down. He knew that if he became the clan leader in the future, there would be more affairs to handle, and he couldn't be by Kagani's side all the time. Sometimes, letting Kagani be more independent wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The sun in the sky beat down on the girl's face, and due to running too hastily, Kagani's face was covered with fine beads of sweat, and at that moment, she was gasping for breath, finally arriving at the Uchiha clan's guard department. As described in the original work, the guard department didn't look particularly grand. As soon as she stepped through the door, Kagani quickly clocked in. Kagani, you're late. Just after she finished clocking in, a familiar voice came from behind her. When Huayin heard the words, she suddenly felt a rush of panic in her heart and hurriedly turned around. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, her expression became even more flustered. Ankritiu, please let me explain. I have my reasons. Hannah swallowed hard, her hands flailing in a panic. Since Fujiyama had become the Hokage, the position of head of the Uchiha clan security department had fallen to Tetsuka. Well, you should get to work quickly. Today, you're in charge of the patrol mission for Team B in the Eastern District of Konoha. Tetsuka did not complain about Hannah's tardiness. Instead, he spoke respectfully. After all, he was not a fool to have reached this position. It was important to remember that she was the wife of the young clan leader. As a mere head of the security department, how could he dare offend the young clan leader's wife? All right, Captain Tetsuka, I'll be on my way. Kaon looked at the iron fire in front of her and nodded slightly in a flustered manner. You gold fires. Iron Fire watched the girl disappear from view and took out a tissue from his pocket to wipe the cold sweat that had emerged on his forehead. To be honest, the young clan leader's wife came to the guard department just to experience life. Who would dare to assign her any particularly strict tasks? They were all trivial matters. Captain Ironfire, are you really going to indulge Kaon like this? Inada came over, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Are you crazy? She is the young clan leader's wife. Do you dare to offend her? Ironfire glared at Inada and said sternly. That's true. Inada swallowed hard and nodded. By the way, increase Kaon's performance rating. Give her all full marks for your evaluations. Ironfire continued, somewhat uneasily. She's already gotten full marks for everything. Inada replied helplessly. Well then, you can leave for now, Ironfire said, frowning. In a corner of my village. Hannah, having previously carried out patrol missions, was much more familiar this time. At this moment, the girl was dressed in dark uniform, her expression serious. However, to others, she appeared exceptionally cute. Before long, Kana heard a dispute coming from a shop in the distance. You bought something without paying, and yet you bite back? The shop owner, a middle-aged man, was angrily questioning a drunk man. Which eye did you see me not paying? The drunk man retorted disdainfully, glaring back at the owner. Kagani looked at the noisy scene in the distance, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Please make way, she said to the crowd that was watching. The onlookers, feeling dissatisfied, turned to look at the person who was pushing them. Upon seeing the guard's uniform, their pupils dilated in shock. Ahem, a steam guard. The troublemaker is that drunk man. You two, quiet down. Huayin followed the direction they pointed to. The two people who had been arguing incessantly, instantly, stopped their movements. Then, just like a common glitch in novels, both sides began to shift the blame onto each other. Huayin listened to the two arguing passionately, her brows furrowing once again. However, looking at the drunken man, she couldn't shake the feeling that he looked somewhat familiar. Soon, Huayin remembered the identity of this drunken man. He was the one who tried to harm her many years ago. She didn't expect to run into him again this time. Hannah glared at the drunk man and said fiercely, It's unfair, Sir Guard. I just took a little something. The drunk man recognized the girl in front of him and immediately argued with a face full of panic. But Hannah wouldn't give him a chance to defend himself. She immediately used her Sharingan to control the drunk man and put silver handcuffs on him. This farce came quickly and left just as fast, as the drunk man was locked up in the Konoha village prison. Recently, the weather has been cold. Everyone take care of your health and don't catch a cold. Anyway, the author has caught a cold and feels very dizzy. Seeking Gifts, Chapter 212. Does Lin prefer Obito or Kakashi more? With a crisp sound, the sturdy chains of the cage were tightly shut by Hannah, producing a dull echo. Uncle, you just stay here and reflect for a while. Hannah glanced at the drunken man, gently clapped her hands, and then elegantly turned to leave. It's unfair, Lord of the Guard Department. The drunkard wanted to explain something, but when he saw the guard member's blood-red eyes staring at him, he was so frightened that he shut his mouth. Truly worthy of Miss Hannah, her efficiency in handling matters is astonishing. A member of the guard department looked at the decisive girl and sincerely praised her. Exactly, others echoed in agreement. If nothing unexpected happens, Hannah should have the best performance this year, right? The crowd discussed, praising Hannah's abilities endlessly. Kaon walked out of the guard department, listening to everyone's compliments about her, a shy blush appearing on her face, making her seem a bit embarrassed. Everyone is praising me. Clearly, Kaon wanted to keep a low profile. Time flies. Autumn passes into winter, and it feels like just a blink of an eye. In the distance, on Hokage Rock, it seemed as if the heads of the 5 Hokage were wearing a pure white snow hat. Kanon, dressed in the guard department's uniform, is patrolling every corner of Konoha as usual. Time really flies. I wonder if Itachiclaims is still as busy over there. Huayin yawned, her tone carrying a hint of laziness and lethargy. At this moment, a biting cold wind blew in from afar, causing the girl to shiver involuntarily. It's so cold. Kagani instinctively shrank back, then let out a puff of warm breath, her cute cheeks instantly flushed with a hint of crimson. The sun in the sky intertwined with the white clouds, but it seemed powerless to tear through the heavy gray clouds. Snowflakes were still swirling around, and the whole world was covered in white, wrapped in a silver cloak. Huayin was walking down the street, watching the people laughing and playing around, and a warm current gradually surged in her heart. I'm sorry. Just as Huayin was still immersed in her thoughts, she suddenly felt her body being bumped into. Kagami was taken aback for a moment, then turned her head to look at the girl who had collided with her. Lin, why are you here? Kaon looked at the adorable little girl in front of her, with 2 purple patterns on her cheeks, and greeted her with slight surprise. Kaon's sister. Long time no see. Lin picked up the package from the ground, allowed a breath of warm air, and curiously examined Kaon. Don't call me sister. You're much older than me. Huayin looked at Lin, who was a head shorter than her, and awkwardly spoke up. After all, Edo Tensei can only revive a person in their previous state, so Lin still maintained the appearance of a little lowly. However, after a while, Lin should gradually grow taller, right? After all, this time, the Edo Tensei has been modified by Huayin and is already completely different from the original work. Who are you planning to give these things to? Kagani looked at Rin, who was tightly holding a bag. Inside the bag were several envelopes, with childish handwriting on them addressed to Obito. Next to the envelopes were a few vibrant flowers, seemingly symbolizing something. Although Huayin doesn't understand these things as a girl, she has probably guessed Lin's feelings. Oh, Lin-chan, are you going to give this to Obito? Huayin raised her eyebrows and said with a hint of teasing tone, Sister Huayin, what are you talking about? Lin immediately became shy, twisting her body and looking at Huayin in front of her, wanting to say something, but hesitating. What was written in the envelope? It wouldn't be a love letter, would it? Kagani looked at Rin in front of her, a teasing smile on her face, and then pretended to reach for the bag. Rin instinctively took a step back, tightly holding onto the red bag, her cute face flushed with embarrassment. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. I actually need to hurry home as well. Let's go. We're headed in the same direction. Huayin smiled faintly, and then reached out to hold Lin's hand. I'm sorry, Huayin. Lin shyly lowered her head, as if feeling apologetic for her earlier action. Lin, you don't need to apologize to me. I was just teasing you. Huayin looked speechless at the little lowly in front of her. Well, I understand. Lin nodded, and then revealed a sweet smile. So, do you prefer Obito or Kakashi now? Kagani held Rin's hand as they walked down the road. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she continued to ask. In fact, there are many opinions in the original work. Some say Rin likes Kakashi, while others say she prefers Obito. But no matter which side of the debate it is, Kagani find it very frustrating. After all, the original author, Kishimoto, never clearly stated who Rin ultimately liked. Why are you asking me this question again? Rin looked at the girl with some dissatisfaction, her eyes carrying a hint of resentment. Kagani looked at Rin's expression and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat on her forehead, feeling so awkward that she didn't know how to start. Ahem. Then as compensation, how about I treat you to a meal? Huayin also realized that her previous words and actions were somewhat impolite, so she sincerely apologized. Sigh. Sister Huayin, you really like gossip. Lin looked at the slightly disappointed girl in front of her, who didn't get an answer, and let out a gentle sigh. Actually, I can tell you, but you can't tell anyone else. Lin hesitated for a moment, then raised her head and fixed her gaze on Huayin. Okay, I promise I won't tell anyone. Huayin nodded firmly. Then I will say it. Lin took a deep breath and then cautiously looked around to see if there were any familiar faces. Kaon didn't know why, but suddenly felt nervous and then swallowed hard. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Kagami is extremely anxious at this moment, eagerly wanting to know the truth. In fact, I prefer Obito's voice to Rin's, which is so faint like a mosquito that it's almost inaudible. However, Hannah still heard it, and then looked at Lin with a knowing look, as if to say, I understand. You won't tell anyone else, right? Lin swallowed hard again, nervously looking at Hannah. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Kaon patted Lin's shoulder and said candidly, Thank you very much for everyone's gifts. The author is very grateful here. Recently, the weather has been cold, and he has caught a cold, feeling unwell, so the quality may have declined. Here, I sincerely apologize to everyone. He wants to ask everyone for a small gift. Shouldn't be too much to ask, right? I've been feeling dizzy all day and really don't want to go to the hospital and spend money unnecessarily. I'll take a leave tomorrow, sorry. Chapter 213, Lin's Token of Confession. The two girls strolled leisurely down the road, chatting casually about various topics. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. All right, we're home. How do you plan to talk to Obito? Huayin looked at Lin with a hint of teasing in her expression. Don't look at me like that, Huayin, Lin replied somewhat helplessly, unable to endure her best friend's gaze full of gossip. Ahem, then I'll go knock on the door first. Keiho glanced at Rin and then sighed softly. Just then, Rin hurriedly stood on her tiptoes and stopped Keiho, who was about to reach out to press the doorbell. What's wrong, Rin? Huayin tilted her head, looking at her with a face full of confusion. Don't bring that up later. Lin bit her lip, a blush spreading across her face. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Henio shook her head, then extended her finger and gently pressed the doorbell. Ding-dong, the sound of the doorbell rang out crisply. Immediately after, a hurried sound of footsteps could be heard. The door opened with a click, and Obito looked at Rin and Henio in surprise. Huh? Rin, Henio, what are you two doing here? Obito was momentarily taken aback, then turned to look at Henio, his eyes filled with astonishment. This is my home, isn't it? Why can't I come here? Kanon responded somewhat unhappily. Isn't this Itachi's home? Obito looked at Kanon with a speechless expression. Kaon fell silent immediately, then awkwardly coughed a few times. Ahem, Itachi's home is my home too. Oh, that makes sense. It's marital property. Obito nodded, looking enlightened. Upon hearing the word couple, Kaon's face instantly turned red. Lin, on the side, covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, her smile blooming like a flower. We're still just. Kaon stopped suddenly at this point and swallowed her words back. Forget it. She didn't want to argue with Obito, who's only got the intelligence of two. All right, come in. It's cold outside. Minato smiled and played peacemaker as he watched the three of them fooling around. Soon, the three of them walked into the house. Feeling the stark contrast between the climate inside and outside, Kaon couldn't help but be a bit surprised. The weather outside was obviously biting cold, while the inside was warm like spring. Here, have some tea. Minato brewed a cup of fragrant tea and handed it to Kaon. Kanon took the teacup with both hands and politely nodded, saying thank you. Mizuke's gently waved his hand and continued to brew tea. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Faike is coming back tonight. Mizuke's said softly, with a hint of warmth in his tone. Isn't Uncle Faike the Hokage? Logically speaking, matters in the village. Huayin wanted to say something, but hesitated, showing a look of confusion on her face. It has already been handed over to Lugio to handle. Mizumoto gently shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of ease. I see, that's good. Huayin suddenly realized and nodded, her expression carrying a hint of relief. She couldn't help but recall the third Hokage from the original work, who often entrusted various troublesome matters to Jukyu. Jukyu, you are truly exceptional and capable. The Hokage hands over all the tedious and complex affairs to you entirely, because he has immense trust and regard for you. In Hainen's mind at this moment, a clear image had already emerged. Fujitake gently patted Riku's shoulder, his eyes filled with deep meaning, and slowly said, Riku, for the future and prosperity of Konoha Village, please continue to bear these heavy responsibilities on your shoulders and persevere. I will, Lord Hokage, Riku replied, though his face showed signs of pain. He still forced out a smile and nodded repeatedly. This was the image that Hainen had in her heart. Thinking of the scene, Hainen couldn't help but feel pity and heartache for Riku. By the way, Teacher Minato, what about Obito and Kakashi? Rin, sitting beside Hainen, suddenly asked with a hint of curiosity. Kakashi should have gone out to handle some personal matters, but he should be back tonight. Minato gently shook his head, his tone warm and calm. That useless Kakashi is probably off doing something inappropriate again. Obito snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. Teacher Minato, Obito, this is a special gift I prepared for you. At that moment, a delicate and cute voice interrupted Obito's thoughts and caught everyone's attention. Thank you very much for your companionship and care, Rin said gratefully, handing over 2 pink envelopes with both hands. Minato looked at the pink envelopes Rin handed over, feeling a bit shy as he scratched the back of his head, a warm smile appearing on his face. Thank you. Obito, on the other hand, solemnly extended his hands to receive the envelopes from Rin, his eyes shining with excitement. Seeing that both of them accepted her gifts, Rin finally breathed a sigh of relief, a look of relief spreading across her face. By the way, Hainen-chan, you also have a special gift. Rin took out a beautifully crafted, small box from her bag and handed it to Hainen. Thank you very much for your thoughtfulness. Kaon reached out to take the box, but did not open it immediately, nodding politely. Since everyone had already accepted the gifts, all that was left were Kakashi, Jiraiya, Fugaku, Makoto, and Itachi. Rin bit her lower lip tightly, her brows slightly furrowed, and then took out a pen to seriously jot down something in her notebook, looking both earnest and cute. Obito watched Rin with a doting expression, his eyes filled with tenderness. Meanwhile, Kaon glanced back and forth between the two, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. For some reason, she really wanted to remind Obito that the way they looked right now seemed more like. Being overly close might be seen as inappropriate behavior and could get them taken to the security department. But on second thought, she decided against it. After all, this was their matter, and it wasn't her place to interfere too much. My head is spinning. Please send love. I didn't eat this morning. I'm so hungry. Taking a day off tomorrow. Very sorry, everyone. The 2 chapters for the leave will be made up later. He keeps his word. Chapter 214. Let's sleep together tonight. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Kanon strolls alone on the street, the dim yellow streetlights illuminating her petite figure, surrounded by a sense of tranquility. Sigh, work is really exhausting. Huayin let out a breath of warm air, the cold weather causing her cheeks to flush. She reached up to adjust her scarf, then rubbed her hands together and exhaled another breath of warmth. It's really cold today. Looking up at the sky, she noticed that the sun had quietly disappeared, replaced by a dim blue moon. The moonlight spilled down, covering the snowy ground in a silver cloak. The dim streetlights cast long shadows of Huayin, making her solitude even more pronounced. Hannah looked into the distance, her mind filled with countless thoughts. It's very cold, isn't it? A gentle voice interrupted her contemplation. Itachi, why are you here? Kanon turned her head in surprise and found that the visitor was Itachi Uchiha, her eyes filled with astonishment. I was worried that you might have run into trouble on the way, so I came to check on you, Itachi said with a light sigh, holding the umbrella with one hand and gently gazing at Kanon. Is that so? Hanyo shyly lowered her head. Let's go home, Itachi said softly, patting Hanyo's shoulder. The two walked side by side on the path, as snowflakes slowly fell from the sky, gently blocked by the umbrella in Itachi's hand. What are you thinking about? Itachi asked curiously, looking at the girl lost in thought. Nothing, I just suddenly thought of that guy, Madara. Kagani gently shook her head, a complex expression appearing on her face. Ban? Itachi was slightly taken aback upon hearing this name, seemingly surprised by it. Yes. It had been a while since he last saw him, and he wondered how he was doing now. Hannah nodded slightly, her tone carrying an indescribable emotion. Is that so? Then why don't you go meet him? Itachi tilted his head, curiously observing the girl in front of him. At that moment the girl, perhaps due to the cold weather or some other reason, had a flushed face, and her cherry-red lips looked particularly tempting under the light. Why are you looking at me like that? Kanon subconsciously swallowed, her heart pounding like a little deer. It's nothing. Let's go, Itachi said with a smile, his gaze directed into the distance. After a while, the two arrived at the Uchiha clan's compound. Itachi gently pushed the door open with a crisp click. I'm back. Kanon walked into the house, turned on the light in the entrance hall, took off her shoes, and after changing into slippers, lightly walked into the living room. Itachi silently walked to the girl's shoes, neatly arranging the pair that had been carelessly placed. Looking at the girl in the distance who was cooking instant noodles, Itachi sighed softly, his eyes filled with affection. Let me cook instead. Eating too much instant noodles is not good for your health, Itachi gently said as he watched the girl come out of the kitchen. All right then, I'll leave it to you. Huayin was about to boil water when she heard Yu's words, so she stopped her actions. Suddenly, Huayin felt a warm touch on her head. She looked up and saw Yu with a doting expression, gently stroking her head. You always stroke my head like this. I'm not going to grow tall. Kagun glared at Itachi with a hint of resentment. Well, I'm already very satisfied with your height. Itachi stretched out his finger and gently flicked Kagun's forehead, teasingly saying, That hurts. How many times have you done this already? Hanin covered her slightly flushed forehead with both hands, her cheeks puffed out, and sparkling tears glimmered in her eyes. I haven't kept count. Do you remember so clearly? Itachi shook his head, walked to the kitchen, and started heating the oil. All right, Itachi, if you keep teasing me like this, you'll definitely regret it. Kagami looked at Itachi's teasing expression, feeling more and more irritated. All right, then I'll wait and see. Itachi shrugged helplessly. In a little while, a simple yet warm dinner was presented by Itachi on the dining table. Kagami sat by the dining table, staring at the dinner with a look of surprise in her eyes. Hurry up and eat. Don't just sit there and daze. Let's sleep together tonight, Itachi said, looking at his wife's dazed expression, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Kanon subconsciously ignored Itachi's last sentence. Her face flushed, and her voice as tiny as a mosquito. How does it taste? Itachi asked, looking at the girl who was enjoying her dinner, raising an eyebrow. It's okay, Kanon said with its undertone. All right, I'll go take a shower first. You eat slowly. Itachi nodded, stood up from the table, walked into his room, took out some clean clothes, and went into the bathroom. It's so cold. Do you really want to take a shower? Kagami looked at the bathroom light turning on and curiously asked. Of course, Itachi nodded. What a monster. Huayin muttered to herself and continued to enjoy her dinner. On such a cold day, she certainly didn't have the courage to take a shower. Changing clothes would definitely make her shiver. Just thinking about that cold scene made Huayin shudder. Forget it. Forget it. She decided not to think about it anymore. Huayin shook her head, pulling her thoughts back to reality, and continued to savor the food in her hands. The cold wind outside blew fiercely in waves. After Huayin hurriedly finished her meal, she quickly locked the window tightly. This time there shouldn't be any cold wind blowing in anymore, right? Huayin murmured to herself, her body involuntarily shivering slightly. Then, the girl slowly stepped into the bathroom, washed up briefly, and returned to her room. However, the moment she entered the room, Huayin was instantly stunned. This guy, Itachi, was actually lying on her bed. Kanon's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. Just as she wanted to reach out and pull Itachi away, she hesitated and stopped her movement. Indeed, Itachi had been busy since the day began, working tirelessly until the early morning hours, eagerly waiting for her to come home after her shift. He must be even more exhausted than she was, especially since he had thoughtfully prepared dinner for her. Thinking about her earlier irrational thoughts, Kagami suddenly felt a bit ashamed. Forget it. I'll make an exception this time. Of course, this is the last time. I won't let you lie on my bed again in the future. Kagami gently lifted a corner of the blanket and then quietly laid down inside. At this moment, Kagami shyly turned her back to Itachi, her heart racing like a fawn. This is really embarrassing. Itachi shouldn't suddenly wake up, right? Kagami nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling her husband's steady breathing behind her, as an inexplicable tingling sensation surged in her heart, especially since Itachi had just finished showering, his body still exuding a faint fragrance of shampoo. This scent made Kagami feel inexplicably warm. Ayu, Kanon suddenly felt Itachi's hands reach around from behind, holding her tightly. At that moment, the girl's face was as bashful as a delicate flower, and she shot a glare at Itachi, who was behind her with his eyes closed, lost in sleep. The heart of Huayin was surging with 1,000 words, yet she could only hold back, silently feeling the embrace. Seeking support for my love, seeking gifts, the author was dismissed from the electronics factory due to a fever and cold. Now back home, starving. I originally wanted to take a day off today, but I gave up on that. I'm just too hungry now to sleep. Seeking gifts. This is really important for he. I have only written one chapter, and the second chapter is not finished yet. I will post it later this morning. Chapter 215. Pay attention to the time. A night has passed. Outside the window, the warblers are chirping, weaving a delightful spring symphony, and the bright sunlight gently filters through the curtains, softly falling onto the bed. Huayin slowly opened her hazy eyes. Just as she was about to struggle to sit up, she felt a pair of strong arms tightly wrap around her, making it difficult for her to move at all. At this moment, Huayin suddenly realized, her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. She turned to look back and saw that Weasel was still immersed in a dream. A wave of inexplicable excitement surged in Huayin's heart. Silly, let go of me already. Kanon extended her pink fist and gently tapped Itachi's head. But Itachi remained as still as a sleeping giant. This feels so strange. It's really a bit embarrassing. Huayin's eyes turned red with anxiety, tears swirling in her eyes, her face full of shyness. Just then, there was a slight movement behind her, and Huayin's heart lifted. She slowly turned her head to see that Yao had already opened his eyes and was looking at her with a smile. Why are you awake so early? Yao's voice was gentle like a spring breeze. Yeah, could you let me go first? I still have to go to work. Henio stretched out her delicate hand and gently pushed against Itachi's chest, trying to break free from his embrace. However, seeing Henio's cute, struggling appearance, Itachi instead held her tighter, as if wanting to merge her into his own body. He took a deep breath, feeling the faint fragrance emanating from the girl, and for some reason, his heart felt a bit satisfied. Kagun looked at Itachi's intoxicated appearance, wanting to say something, but hesitating, ultimately falling into a long silence. Forget it. Let's sleep a little longer. After all, I stayed up late last night, and I really need to catch up on sleep now. Kagayaki slowly closed her eyes again and leaned back into Itachi's embrace, falling into a deep slumber once more. Itachi gently rested his head on Kagayaki's chin, feeling her breath and heartbeat, and unknowingly began to drift off to sleep himself. After some time, when Kagayaki opened her eyes again, the sky outside had become somewhat overcast. Wait, what time is it now? Kagami glanced at the clock on the table, only to see it glaringly displaying that it was already 12 o'clock. Oh no, it's already noon, Huayin exclaimed in surprise. Just as she was about to get up, she was tightly embraced by the weasel. How infuriating! Kagami gritted her teeth as she looked at Itachi, who was still immersed in his dreams, her face flushed with embarrassment and helplessness. You idiot, it's already noon. You should get up. Kagun cupped Itachi's face in her hands and shook his head vigorously. After being shaken by the girl, Itachi finally opened his drowsy eyes. What's wrong? He asked, a bit confused. What do you mean, what's wrong? Just look at the time. Henio pointed at the clock on the table with her finger, her tone filled with reproach and helplessness. Oh, it's already noon. Itachi barely propped himself up, turned to his lovely wife, and curiously asked, what's wrong? Seeing Itachi's calm demeanor only fueled Henio's frustration. What do you mean, what's wrong? I've already been late for so long. But Henio still suppressed her anger, sighed lightly, and said, "Forget it, I took a day off today anyway. So, can you let go of me now? I need to wash up." Kagani looked at Itachi's hands tightly holding her, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness and resentment. Itachi nodded and finally released his embrace. Huayin broke free from the weasel's restraints like a heavy burden being lifted and lightly walked towards the bathroom. After finishing her grooming, she sat alone on the sofa in the living room, lost in deep thought. What had she just done? At that moment, with a soft click, her room door was gently pushed open. The weasel also entered the bathroom, and after washing up, sat down next to Huayin. "What are you doing?" Kagani turned to look at Itachi, her face full of confusion and bewilderment. "What else can I do? Of course, I'm just watching you." Itachi pointed to his own face, revealing a hint of a helpless smile. Upon hearing this, Huayin was somewhat speechless. "I'm hungry. Hurry up and cook." Kagani stretched out her arms, gently wiping the fine sweat from her forehead, her gaze filled with a mix of hope and expectation. "Oh, good." Itachi nodded and stood up, walking towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, the distinctive crackling sound of adjusting the heat could be heard, followed closely by the rhythmic thuds of the knife chopping on the cutting board, resembling a lively and rhythmic symphony echoing in the air. Huayin sat in the living room, the familiar and warm melody of cooking from the kitchen echoing in her ears. A sense of peace and stability inexplicably surged within her. However, this tranquility did not last long. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, causing her pupils to constrict instantly. "Right, I still need to ask for leave from the security department." Kagami suddenly stood up from the sofa, her figure darting like a gust of wind as she quickly made her way to the entrance, skillfully changing into her outdoor shoes. "I have to say, the technology in the ninja world is really skewed. They clearly have modern inventions like televisions, yet they lack convenient communication tools like mobile phones. If they had mobile phones, Kagami could simply ask for leave in the WeChat group without needing to explain to Iron Fire in person. "Itachi, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back soon." Kagani stood at the door and gently called out to the living room, her voice carrying a hint of tenderness. "All right, be safe on the way." The gentle and magnetic voice of Itachi came back. I will." Huayin responded softly, a warm current surging in her heart. With a gentle click, she pushed the door open. However, when she stepped outside, she found that the originally bright sky had turned gloomy, as if covered by a heavy curtain. In fact, the sky couldn't be considered truly overcast. It was merely a bit dim. The sun high in the sky was obscured by patches of white clouds, and the occasional beam of light that broke through seemed faint and dull. The entire sky appeared to be on the verge of pouring down a heavy rain. It seems like it really is going to rain today." Huayin looked up at the sky, softly whispering to herself, with a hint of worry and anticipation in her eyes. After a short while, she arrived at the door of the guard apartment. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm her nervous heart, then swallowed hard and, with a panicked expression, pushed open the heavy door of the guard department. "Ahem, is Captain Taihui here?" Huayin cautiously walked into the room and asked timidly. There was a slight tremor in her voice, as if she was afraid of something. "Huayin, what brings you here?" At that moment, Daohua walked out from inside the room, looking at Huayin's anxious and uneasy expression with a hint of helplessness on his face. In fact, Daohua really wanted to tell Huayin that she was different from ordinary people like them. Even if she was late, no one would blame her. Even if she didn't come to work, she would still receive her share of the salary. However, he ultimately did not voice these thoughts. "Uncle Daohua, you're here too? May I ask where Captain Tieshin is?" Kagani looked at the rice fire, hesitating to speak, her forehead already beaded with cold sweat. She lowered her head somewhat shyly, as if feeling ashamed for her tardiness. However, Huayin is not clear about how powerful she is right now, seeking support for love. "Thank you." Chapter 216, Huayin versus Chixian. Time flies like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, winter has passed and spring has come, and everything is reviving. Not long after, Jishui found Huayin with a serious expression. "What's wrong, brother Jishui?" Huayin looked at Jishui, who had suddenly arrived, with a face full of confusion and bewilderment. "It's like this, Huayin," Jishui said seriously, gazing intently at Huayin. "I unexpectedly discovered traces of the Shell organization deep within the Water Country's mist-hidden village." The Shell organization? Kaon was instantly stunned upon hearing this, her face filled with shock and disbelief. What is going on? Has the plot of Boruto quietly advanced? Logically, the Kara organization should have been established only after Naruto became Hokage. Now, with this sudden change, could it be that I inadvertently triggered a butterfly effect? Their scale is comparable to that of the Akatsuki organization, and every member has reached the level of Kage. Shursui said cautiously, his tone revealing a sense of wariness towards the Kara organization. By the way, is Itachi home? Shursui looked around the empty living room, a hint of doubt rising in his mind. Itachi is not home. He is still dealing with some matters concerning the Uchiha clan. Huayin helplessly shook her head and spread her hands. Well, anyway, I'm here to remind you. Jishui sighed, stretching out his finger to rub his tired brow. How do you plan to deal with the Akatsuki? They have all awakened now. The Akatsuki in our Konoha village are currently allies, so there's no need to worry about that for now. Kagani also sighed lightly and said complicatedly, let's pay more attention to the movements on the Shell organization side. Well, okay. Do you want to go with me to Huayin village now? Jishui looked up at the girl in front of him, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. All right, let's go then. Huayin nodded obediently, her face full of trust. In the midst of Huayin's puzzled gaze, Jishui extended his arm and gently placed it on her shoulder. Before Huayin could open her mouth to ask, with a swoosh, the two instantly disappeared from their spot. In the blink of an eye, the once warm and peaceful home began to undergo drastic changes. The scenery around them rapidly shifted, and in an instant, they arrived at the hidden mist village. Thick mist surrounded them, as if they were in a fairyland. Flying thunder god technique? Huayin was taken aback and stammered, Brother Jishui, when did you learn this? I learned a long time ago. Jishui smiled slightly and made a shushing gesture. Now, don't speak, just follow me. The enemy might be very strong, so we need to be careful. After saying this, he led the way ahead, his steps steady and vigilant. Kagani nodded and obediently followed behind him. I have to say, this feeling is quite thrilling. Sneaking out behind Itachiclaims' back to fool around with another man. The mist in the distance seemed dense, but as they approached, it became unusually thin. After a while, the two vaguely saw a pitch-black figure in the mist. They instantly held their breath, becoming cautious, while the patterns in their Sharingan changed into complex designs. Are two more ninjas coming? Before Shursui could ask the other's identity, the person had already walked towards him. He looked very much like a monk, with a blackboard stuck on his forehead and black hair tied up at the back of his head. Oh my, isn't that Jigen? The villain who defeated Naruto and Sasuke in Boruto. Kagami felt a surge of tension in her heart. Who are you? The still water was as cold as ice. Staring at the newcomer. Who I am is not important, but unfortunately for you, you have encountered me today, and you must leave your lives here. A deep, hoarse voice came from Tsishian as her hands slowly opened. Jishui retreated quickly. Huayin noticed a movement in the distance and suddenly tensed up. A pair of pitch-black wings suddenly unfurling from her back. With a bang, before Jishui could react, 3 black rods instantly pierced through his shoulder. Ugh! Jishui cried out in pain, staggering backward. Meanwhile, Huayin took to the skies with her black wings, evading the previous attack of the black rods. Huayin, what kind of ability is this? Jishui pulled the black rods out of his shoulder and retreated rapidly. Jishui, you can't handle this kind of enemy. Use the Flying Thunder God technique to notify Obito and the others. Kagami shouted anxiously, her eyes fixed on the distant Shirzan. Be careful. Shizuka understood that he was not a match for Shirzan and immediately planned to use the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from his location, rushing to Konoha for help. Trying to escape? No way. Shirzan sneered, appearing in the exact spot where Shizuka had been in the blink of an eye. However, at that moment, a frail figure stood in front of him. Bang! A violent sonic boom echoed. The staff in Huayin's hand clashed violently with Xian's black rod, sparks flying everywhere. Taking advantage of this moment, Jishui quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the scene. TSK, little brat. You are the strongest ninja I've seen since my recent resurrection. Xian watched Jishui leave, clicking her tongue in dissatisfaction, then lowered her gaze to the graceful girl standing in front of her. The two looked up at the same time, exchanged a glance, and with a whoosh, their figures disappeared from the spot. Bang! The sound of cold weapons clashing created dazzling sparks. The domain unfolded. Demonstrating chef. Huayin's pupils suddenly contracted, and she coldly uttered her words. In a moment, of white bones surged up from the ground, and a deep, profound door slowly opened. At this moment, relentless slashes surged towards Xian like a tide. Xian's gaze was icy as he observed the surrounding assault, his hands spread wide. Instantly, a massive black square barrier appeared around him. Immediately after, The black square rapidly expanded, completely enveloping the surroundings. The continuous slashes struck the black square barrier but left no trace whatsoever. Damn it, Huayin, watching the scene from a distance, was taken aback. She had not delved deeply into the events of Naruto, having only seen some commentary at most. Without information, it was impossible to compare the combat abilities of the ninjas. Just then, Xian moved, transforming into a shadow as he lunged fiercely towards Huayin. Kaon reacted quickly, shifting her body to the side to evade Xian's attack. At the same time, she formed hand seals with both hands and murmured, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." From the distant river, a massive water dragon surged forth, lunging towards Xian. However, Xian did not dodge or evade. With a wave of his hands, the water dragon bullet was instantly absorbed by his hands. Huayin's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. She knew she couldn't continue like this and had to find a flaw in Xian. So, she formed the hand seals again and shouted, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A huge fireball erupted from Huayin's mouth and flew towards Xian. However, Xian seemed to have anticipated this. He swiftly moved and reached out his palm to absorb the ninjutsu. The battle between the two grew increasingly intense, and the surrounding environment was being destroyed more severely. But no matter how hard Huayin tried, she couldn't break through Xian's defense. Just then, Huayin suddenly came up with an idea. She deliberately exposed a flaw to lure Xian into attacking. Xian indeed fell for it and moved towards Huayin to strike. However, just as his attack was about to reach Huayin, she suddenly disappeared from her original spot. It turned out that she had already set a trap beneath her feet and used the body flicker technique to evade the attack. Xian's strike missed, and he paused slightly. At that moment, Kagami launched a surprise attack from behind, a black arm with a blade's gleam slashing towards him. Chapter 217, Kagami is so powerful. Bang! Huayin controlled the arm of Susanoo and struck heavily on the ground. In an instant, a thick cloud of smoke rose from the ground. Did it hit him? A trace of joy flashed through Huayin's heart, but soon, this joy was interrupted by the gradually dissipating smoke in the distance. Xian stood steadily on the arm of Susanoo with her hands behind her back and said calmly, "Is this the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan? It does look impressive, but how is its defensive capability?" Before her words fell, Xian's figure had already disappeared from spot. Kaon had already anticipated his move and decisively detached from Susanoo, rising into the sky. As expected, Huayin kicked the still dissipating Susanoo into pieces, just like in the original work. Fortunately, Kaon had read the original, so her reaction was quick. Huayin was slightly surprised. His eyes instantly turned golden as he looked up at the girl in the sky. Then, he slowly raised his palm and softly said, "How will you defend against this move?" Kanon's pupils suddenly constricted. She didn't know when, but a black rod had appeared on her left shoulder, deeply embedded within. It hurt. It really hurt. A heart-wrenching pain surged through her. Huayin gritted her teeth in pain, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, decisively using 10 shadow techniques. The distant space was instantly torn apart. A massive illusion directly enveloped Xian, crashing him heavily to the ground. Bang! Dust flew up, and Xian was firmly pinned beneath the ground. Compared to the damage Huayin suffered, Xian was clearly in a worse state. However, the battle was far from over. In no time, the massive illusion pressing down on him turned into smoke and dissipated. Xian struggled out of the dust, his eyes flashing with a golden light, appearing even more furious and frenzied. "You dare to hurt me," he roared, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, preparing to launch a more intense attack. Huayin also showed no weakness. She took a deep breath and formed hand seals again. Kaon had a premonition that as long as she wanted, she could debug the magical void. Xian suddenly charged forward, her attacks becoming increasingly fierce. Flowers flew everywhere as Kaon dodged left and right effortlessly. Kaon could see Xian's movements clearly through her Sharingan and would not be passive like Sasuke in the original work. Taking hits. Bang! Another loud noise echoed. Huayin gathered her cursed energy with both hands, launching an attack similar to Gojo Satoru's. Xian was violently knocked away by this strike, crashing into a distant tree, which couldn't bear the weight and fell with a loud crack. Xian staggered a few steps, looking solemnly into the distance. The earlier confrontation made him realize that Huayin's strength was not so simple. "Little ghost, what is your name?" Xian asked, his gaze icy as he examined the graceful girl. "Humph, you don't have a right to know." Kaon snorted coldly and began to convert her chakra into cursed energy. Once Zixin got close, she would summon the magic void Luo and smash it down fiercely. Seeing this, Zixin shouted angrily and launched another attack. Huayin moved gracefully, skillfully dodging while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. The two exchanged blows, and the battle grew increasingly intense. Huayin continuously tries to summon Mo Su Luo, while Xian does everything in her power to stop her. Suddenly, Huayin seized the opportunity, and the cursed energy surged, causing the figure of Mo Shuo to materialize in the air. Xian was taken aback and hurriedly dodged. However, Mo Shuo's power was too overwhelming. Even though Xian evaded the attack, the residual shockwave forced her to stagger back several steps. Hannah seized the opportunity to launch a series of attacks, intertwining her cursed power with chakra. Zixin struggled to defend herself, gradually falling into a disadvantage. Soon, a thick cloud of smoke suddenly billowed up in the distance. The black substance in Zixin's abdomen began to shatter like broken glass. Damn it, Zixin pressed her hand against her abdomen, gritting her teeth. Oh, are you not going to fight anymore? Kaon looked disdainfully at Zixin in the distance, still having some strength left. Humph. Zixin shot a cold glare at Kaon and then vanished. Upon seeing this, Huayin decisively flew into the sky. She had watched Naruto Next Generations, and knew that Xian might have shrunk her body at this moment. The information that Sasuke and Naruto took a long time to gather in the original work was easily deciphered by her. As long as she stayed high in the air, it would be difficult for Xian to attack her. It seems you've discovered my ability, a good thought, but unfortunately. Xian's voice came from behind. Huayin's pupils suddenly constricted, and she immediately swapped positions with the demon void Luo on the ground. Xian's attack landed on the demon void Luo, and in an instant, a large amount of blood gushed from its body. But a few seconds later, the demon void Luo's body returned to normal. Is it the ability to swap positions? TSK. Xian looked at her attack, missing its target, her gaze growing colder. Next, Xian continuously launched attacks, while Huayin skillfully used the position-swapping ability to evade. Shadows intertwined in the air, and energy collided, producing deafening sounds. The sound of flowers occasionally soars to the sky and at times hovers close to the ground, dancing with the kind strings. The kind strings pursue relentlessly, each attack exceptionally fierce. However, every time, Huayin seems to have anticipated this and switches positions. Little ghost, I remember you. Zixin feels his physical condition worsening, and then a pitch-black black hole appears beside him. Zixin quickly dives into the black hole and disappears from spot. In fact, this is not because Zixin is too weak. He has just found a suitable vessel and hasn't adapted for a few days before encountering an opponent like Huayin. It's already quite difficult for Zixin to hold on until now. So is this a retreat? Huayin looked in the direction where Xian had left, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, still feeling a bit uneasy as she hovered in the sky. After a while, a familiar voice came. Did I arrive late? Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato brought everyone to Huayin's side. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Huayin slowly descended from the sky, her expression cold and serious. Huayin, what is the situation? Where is the enemy? Itachi asked with a worried look. I've already chased them away. By the way, why did you all come? Kagun's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. At this moment, she was covered in blood, with wounds all over her body. The injury's on you. Minato looked at this scene, wanted to say something, but hesitating. Don't worry, it's just minor injuries. Huayin waved her hand to indicate that she was fine. Soon, the wounds on her body began to heal. The golden light dissipated, and Huayin appeared rejuvenated in front of everyone. What is the strength of the opponent? Obito curiously asked as he looked at Huayin, who was healing from her injuries. Their strength should be at the peak of the Super Shadow level, comparable to Uchiha Madara. Kanon recalled Chiharu's condition and answered softly. Chiharu was clearly not at her peak yet, and her state was particularly different from when she confronted Naruto and Sasuke in the original work. She might have just been revived not long ago and still hadn't T-adapted. Please power up for love. Please give a 5-star review. Chapter 2:18 Conan. What is your relationship with Kanon? At this moment, Itachi witnessed Kanon's injured appearance, and an indescribable pang of sorrow surged in his heart. He felt deeply incompetent, still unable to protect Kanon, causing her to suffer so much pain. I'm sorry. Itachi looked at the girl in front of him, slowly lowering his head, his voice deep and full of regret. Huh? Itachi-kun, why are you apologizing to me? Kagani's face was filled with confusion as she looked at Itachi. It's my failure to protect you. If my strength were strong enough, you wouldn't have suffered so much harm. Itachi gently shook his head, his gaze complex as he looked at the girl before him. Seeing Itachi's deep sense of guilt, Kagani was taken aback. She hadn't expected that Itachi would be so upset to see her injured. I feel kind of embarrassed. Actually, you really don't need to worry too much about this. I haven't been seriously hurt. Huayin let out a soft sigh, then tiptoed and gently patted Itachi's head. At that moment, the people standing nearby fell out of place. Like bright light bulbs, their expressions instantly darkened. They didn't like being fed dog food. No showing off, love here. Let's leave first. Minato awkwardly scratched the back of his head, trying to break the slightly ambiguous atmosphere between the two. Kanon turned her head in confusion to look at Swayman, then nodded. Swayman and the others instantly vanished from the spot, leaving only a gentle breeze. Only Kanon and Itachi remained, looking at each other with expressions full of perplexity and doubt. Why did they all leave? Itachi glanced around, finding no one else, and turned to Kanon with a puzzled look. Perhaps they had something urgent to deal with. A cold sweat trickled down Huayin's forehead, and she quickly reached out to wipe it away. The sun high in the sky seemed to want to pierce through layers of haze, casting its light on the pair of young boys and girls. So, are we going back to Konoha? Itachi looked up at Huayin, his eyes filled with anticipation. However, the graceful girl gently shook her head. Before Itachi could ask, she spoke first. I want to visit the Akatsuki organization first. Itachiclaims, can you accompany me? Kaon reached out her palm and gently took Itachi's hand, a sweet smile blooming on her face. Looking at the beautiful girl before him, Itachi's heartbeat began to quicken in a rhythmic manner. Itachi responded softly, resting his arm on Kaon's shoulder. Before long, the two figures transformed into a gust of wind and vanished from the spot. Itachi used the flying thunder god technique to take Kaon to the land of rain. In the sky, heavy rain poured down relentlessly, drenching both of them. I brought an umbrella, so let me hold it, Itachi said, taking out the prepared umbrella from his coat and gently opening it. All right. Hanyo smiled and nodded, standing closely beside Itachi. Since the umbrella wasn't very large, the two had to lean tightly against each other. The raindrops pattered against the umbrella, creating a cheerful melody. They walked side by side, sketching a beautiful picture in the rain. A gentle breeze mixed with the rain brushed against Hanyo's face, and she couldn't help but shiver. I'm sorry. I was a bit rushed when I left, so I didn't prepare very well, Itachi said apologetically. It's fine, let's go. The Akatsuki is just not far from here anyway. Hanin blushed, shyly cuddling in Itachi's arms, and softly said, all right. Itachi gently replied. The sound of rain grew more urgent, with occasional drops falling onto their clothes, leaving mottled marks. The two continued forward, the sound of rain gradually blocked by the massive buildings, until it completely disappeared. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open by Itachi. Has the Akatsuki organization moved here now? He curiously looked around, but suddenly froze, because he sensed a strong, killing intent. Who are you? Conan slowly walked out from the corner, a pair of large white wings spreading behind her. Sister Conan, it's me. Don't worry, Itachi is not an enemy. Huayin peeked out from behind Itachi, explaining in a flustered manner. After hearing Huayin's detailed explanation, Xiaonan's emotions gradually calmed down. She gazed at the boy in front of her, the youthful face from a few years ago, quietly overlapping with the mature and steady appearance he had now in her mind. Are you that little brat from before? Xiaonan's gaze was icy, and her tone revealed a hint of disbelief as she fixed her eyes on the girl in front of her. Yes, Itachi nodded politely, a hint of humility in his expression. For some reason, he always felt that Xiaonan seemed to regard him as an enemy. Ahem, Xiaonan, don't worry. Itachi is really a good person. Kagani keenly sensed the faint murderous aura emanating from Conan. She anxiously explained, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. However, Conan remained completely unmoved. After all, her precious daughter seemed to have been taken away by this guy in front of her. Conan glared fiercely at Itachi, her expression identical to Naruto's. In her eyes, Itachi was simply not worthy of Kagani. At this moment, Kagani, who was witnessing this scene, was completely stunned. Wait, what exactly is going on? Logically speaking, since she had such a good relationship with Itachi, Conan shouldn't dislike him. But why does it seem like Conan wants to kill Itachi right now? Could it be that there was some unspeakable conflict between them before? Are you guys okay? Kaon looked at the two of them, hesitating to speak, with a hint of worry in her expression. Kaon, what is your relationship with this Itachi? Xiaonan's eyes narrowed as she stared intently at Itachi, as if trying to see through him. Just as she was about to reach out to take Kaon's hand, Itachi unexpectedly stepped forward and tightly grasped Kaon's hand. I am her husband. Is there a problem with that question? Itachi's eyes held a hint of hostility as he coldly looked at Xiaonan, his tone laced with provocation. Husband? Xiaonan's mind felt like it had exploded. She stood there in shock, taking a long time to recover from the sudden surprise. I really don't know how to continue writing. I plan to start a new book, also a Naruto-themed marriage story, but the specific time hasn't been decided yet. Learning from the lessons of this book, the quality of the new one will definitely be much better. Finally, I asked for a 5-star review. Please support me. This is really important for he. Thank you all. Chapter 219, The Shell Organization. Do you know what you're talking about? Xiaonan gritted her teeth, her gaze intense, locking onto the boy in front of her, the killing intent around her pouring out toward him without reservation. However, Itachi remained steadfast, unhesitatingly protecting the girl behind him, his expression unchanged and calm. Why is he so expressionless? Xiaonan was momentarily speechless, staring at him in a daze. Of course, I know very well what I'm saying. I understand better than anyone else in this world. Itachi slowly raised his head, his gaze steady and indifferent as he met Xiaonan's eyes. Looking at Itachi's composed demeanor, Xiaonan couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Unknowingly, her feelings for this boy had quietly grown. Although she still stubbornly believed that Itachi was not worthy of that girl, the current situation was much better than before. So what do you want from me? Xiaonan reined in her previously cold expression and curiously asked Itachi. It's not that I came to find you, it's Kaon. Itachi gently shook his head, his tone carrying a barely perceptible indifference. The thing is, Sister Xiaonan, I accidentally discovered the Shell Organization. Kaon looked at Xiaonan in front of her, her words slightly hesitant. She wasn't worried that Xiaonan would distrust her, but she genuinely didn't know how to continue. Shell Organization? Xiaonan was taken aback by the words, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes as she looked at the girl in front of her. Let me explain briefly. I encountered a guy named Sishian on the way, and Huayin approached Xiaonan and began to narrate in detail her experiences along the way. At this moment, the candle quietly burning in the corner had unknowingly extinguished, leaving only a puddle of water quietly spread on the ground. Could it really be like this? Xiaonan's pupils suddenly constricted. The name Shell Organization was completely unfamiliar to her. Listening to Huayin's account, her heart was filled with shock. After all, was that Sishian really that powerful? Could it be that Huayin had misunderstood certain situations? Sister Xiaonan, I really haven't deceived you. In any case, please gather the other members of the Shell Organization immediately. The most urgent task now is to stop the actions of the Shell Organization. Kaon looked up, gazing at Conan with sincere and determined eyes. Seeing the genuine expression in the girl before her, Conan couldn't help but feel a slight stir in her heart, an inexplicable emotion welling up within her. All right, you all follow me. Conan slowly turned around, a hint of resolve in her demeanor. Itachi and Kaon followed closely behind, and the three quickly made their way to a conference room. Before long, they arrived at the spacious and bright meeting room. At this moment, Conan, like Pain in the original work, sent an urgent message to the Akatsuki organization through her ring. Soon, several vague and mysterious figures appeared on the chairs in the conference room, as if they had crossed over from another world. Conan, you called us in such a hurry. Is there something important? Deidara was the first to speak, looking at Conan with curiosity. Kaon, you're here too? Deidara suddenly noticed Kaon standing beside him, his face showing surprise. Hey, can you be quiet? Sasori shot a glance at Deidara, his tone filled with annoyance. Ahem, everyone, please quiet down. Conan awkwardly cleared her throat, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Her voice echoed in the conference room, carrying a hint of authority. I know you all are excited to see Kaon, but there are more important matters to discuss. Following this, Conan detailed everything that had happened to Kaon on the way, as well as the threat posed by the Shell Organization. There's actually a group like the Shell Organization? Kisame's mouth curled into a slight smile, feeling an unprecedented challenge arise. Yeah, this Shell Organization is nothing compared to us Akatsuki. Deidara looked at Conan with curiosity, a spark of battle flashing in his eyes. Conan, are you planning to have us deal with them? Idiot, the leader of the Shell Organization has already injured Kaon. Are you sure we can easily handle them? Sasori looked at Deidara with disdain, his tone filled with mockery. All right, Kaon, are you okay? Deidara suddenly remembered something upon hearing Sasori's words. Looking at Kaon with concern in his eyes. I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern. Kanon smiled sweetly at Deidara, her smile as warm as a spring breeze. Deidara's cheeks flushed unconsciously, and his heart raced a little faster. Standing behind Kanon, Itachi watched this scene, and a surge of jealousy welled up in his heart. He instinctively stepped in front of Kaon, glaring at Deidara with cold eyes. Itachi. Deidara. Deidara pointed at his own face, looking confused as he asked Itachi. May I ask who you are? No problem. Itachi looked at Deidara in front of him, and after realizing the situation, he let out a gentle sigh. Well, his wife was too stunning. Any man would be moved upon seeing her. Itachi couldn't help but feel a bit jealous, but he would never lose his temper. Conan noticed Itachi's emotions and instinctively nodded. This guy named Itachi seems able to restrain his inner feelings. Not bad. But that's still far from enough. In any case, from now on, I require you to pause your respective tasks and head to the Hidden Mist Village to investigate the Shell organization, Conan said seriously to everyone. Received. The members of the Akatsuki nodded and then disappeared from the spot. Watching Conan arrange the tasks methodically, Kanon felt a bit surprised. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to arrange things so well. After all, she would feel shy with too many people around. I've already sent them to investigate. What do you both think? Conan sighed lightly and then walked over to the girl, patting her head. Sister Conan, I'm already an adult. Please don't treat me like a child, Kanon murmured with slight dissatisfaction. The change in Huayin is indeed significant. She used to seem like a little sister, but now she resembles a budding young girl, standing gracefully like a fairy from ancient times, holding an oil umbrella, with a smiling gaze that is captivating. All right, I understand now. Recently, you need to be extra careful as Xiao Nin looks at the girl with a doting gaze, her eyes momentarily lost in thought. I got it. Huayin obediently nodded. This book is still at 7. 9 points. When will it reach 8 points? Thank you all for the gifts. The author will see them in the background. He sincerely thanks every friend who sent gifts. Chapter 220, I Take a Bite. After a brief exchange with Xiao Nan, Yao elegantly left the place with Huayin. The bright moon hung high in the night sky, casting its light like a pearl, illuminating the bustling and lively market as if it were daytime. Have we reached Konoha village so soon? Kanon curiously turned her head, gazing at Uchiha Itachi with her bright eyes. How is it? The speed is quite fast, right? A smile flickered in Itachi's eyes as he gently looked at the girl beside him. It is indeed very fast. Hana nodded obediently. What should we do next? Itachi asked curiously. I don't know either. How about we just wander around for now? Huayin is still holding that exquisite umbrella, her small head gently swaying like a rattle, making her look exceptionally cute and endearing. Yao's gaze becomes increasingly gentle. Then let's go. Yao reaches out his large hand and gently takes the girl's delicate little hand, and the two of them rush into the bustling marketplace together. The wafts of fragrance coming from the alley and the laughter and cheers of the crowd gradually calm Huayin's previously tense mood. Reflecting on the intense and nerve-wracking match with Cien earlier, she now finds herself in this completely different world. Are you still feeling nervous? Yao seems to see through the girl's thoughts and asks with a worried expression. No, I'm fine now. Kaon gently shook her head and answered briefly but firmly. Do you want to eat something? Yao held the girl's small hand and asked curiously, his eyes filled with affection. Sure. I want to try the octopus balls I had before. Kagani's eyes instantly brightened, and the tuft of hair on her head stood up high, making her look exceptionally cute. Then let's go. Itachi replied with a smile, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness. The two arrived at a small stall, and Itachi looked at his wife's adorable appearance, his gaze becoming even more indulgent. Boss, how much is this? Itachi politely asked while holding the girl's hand. Huh, Kakashi, is that you? Kanon was stunned when she saw the boss behind the stall. The boss was wearing a mask, with silver white hair flowing in the wind, and his handsome features were faintly visible beneath the mask. Hi, you too. Kakashi waved at them, his eyes filled with a smile. What brings you to set up a stall as well? Hanin crossed her arms and curiously examined Kakashi, her eyes filled with. Ahem, it's just to make a little money, nothing serious. How many servings do you two want? Kakashi awkwardly coughed, and then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, smiling as he said, I want 4 servings. Hana spoke softly and then took out the cash from her pocket, placing it in Kakashi's hand. All right. After confirming that the money had been received, Kakashi decisively activated his Sharingan and carefully executed the actions in his hands. Hanaeon was taken aback by this scene. Wait, what's going on? Kakashi, you're just making a meal. Is it really necessary to activate your Sharingan? Kagami. In no time, 4 servings of octopus balls were prepared by Kakashi. Here, take it. Kakashi placed the octopus balls in a box and handed it to Kagami. Why did you order so little this time? Itachi looked at Kagami curiously, his eyes filled with confusion. Let's go first. Kanon shot a glance at Itachi without showing any expression, then took his hand and quickly left the stall. Under Kakashi's gaze, the two quickly disappeared into the crowd. You're really stupid. How could I possibly order so much in front of acquaintances? Henio shot Itachi an annoyed glance, her cheeks slightly flushed. Is that so? Itachi's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, secretly feeling frustrated. It seemed he needed to pay more attention to his wife's emotions in the future. For some reason lately, Henio's temper seemed to be a bit off. All right, you idiot, you try it too. Kanon took a soy sauce-dipped meatball from the box and held it up to Itachi's lips, slightly parting her mouth. Itachi gently swallowed the meatball offered by the girl. The meatball was coated with a bit of ketchup and sugar, giving it a slightly sweet taste, which was just to Itachi's liking. After all, he had always preferred sweet flavors. Why do you like sweet so much? Aren't you afraid of cavities? Kagani asked with a hint of curiosity. Well, now that you mention it, after thinking it over, it does seem to be the case. After a moment of contemplation, Itachi gently nodded. Forget it. Henio once again took out her portion of takoyaki from the box and unhesitatingly put it into her mouth. I have to say, Kakashi's cooking skills are indeed excellent. Huayin sincerely gave him a thumbs up, secretly admiring him. Hey, what are you doing? Just as Huayin was about to taste another meatball, Itachi suddenly leaned in and swallowed that meatball in one bite. I'm going to have another one. What's wrong with that? Itachi tilted his head, curiously staring at the girl in front of him. It's nothing. After thinking for a moment, Hanan lightly nodded. After all, Itachi used to generously treat her to meals. Huayin still feels a bit guilty in her heart. She has been thinking about finding a suitable time to return the meal money to Itachi. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A deafening explosion echoed in the sky, followed by brilliant fireworks bursting in the air, like a magnificent painting. The colorful fireworks, like blooming golden daisies, dazzled in the night sky. Itachi gazed affectionately at the girl before him, and the distant fireworks made her even more enchanting. Itachi's heart began to race uncontrollably. What's wrong, Itachi-kun? You've been staring at my face. Is there something on it? Kaon pointed to her delicate face, looking curiously at Uchiha Itachi. It's nothing. Itachi smiled slightly and shook his head gently. The evening breeze brushed lightly, bringing a hint of coolness, ruffling the girl's hair tips, while fireworks continuously rose in the distance, illuminating the night sky. Laughter and joy of children echoed in the streets and alleys. And groups of adults were also immersed in the festive joy. Everyone was eagerly welcoming the arrival of the new year. Seeking support for love, is there anyone still reading this? Please let me know. This book is planned to be completed next month. And the new book will also be about marriage transformation. After learning from this book, the quality of the new book will be ensured. I sincerely thank everyone for your support, and I appreciate it here. Chapter 221, Little girl, you're too arrogant. In the early morning, the brilliant sun hung high in the sky, casting warm rays of light through the gaps of distant mountain peaks. Huayin was abruptly awakened by the piercing sound of the alarm clock. She impatiently rubbed her bleary eyes and then quickly pressed the button to silence the source of her disturbed dreams. Really, it's time to start working like a horse again. She muttered to herself, with a hint of helplessness and fatigue, struggling to sit up from the bed. Huayin reached out and gently scratched her slightly heavy eyelids due to lack of sleep. Reflecting on her past life, she realized she had been trapped in the 996 work culture every day, and to her surprise, even after being reborn, she had not escaped such a fate. After a simple wash-up, Huayin stepped into the living room. There, a breakfast was specially prepared for her by Itachi in the morning. She wondered what delicious food Itachi had prepared for her today, and with a curious heart, she gently lifted the lid of the lunchbox. In an instant, the sight before her brightened her eyes. The sumptuous breakfast exuded an enticing aroma. Thus, the girl, disregarding her image, began to gobble it down, quickly finishing all the food in the lunchbox. After eating and drinking enough, Henin simply dressed up and set off on her way to the security department. At that moment, the sunlight from the high sky was shining on her energetic figure, casting a long shadow behind her. Before long, Henin arrived at the entrance of the security department. Oh, Miss Henin, why didn't I see you come with Chief Itachi today? A kind-looking uncle from the Uchiha clan greeted her. Hearing the uncle's words, Henin couldn't help but feel a bit shy and lowered her head slightly. Uncle the Hua, please don't tease me. I have to go now. I'm going to be late for work. With that, she blushed and jogged into the security department. Along the way, nothing like the dramatic plots in novels happened. Kagani smoothly entered the security department, simply clocked in, and began her task for the day, patrolling Area A of the eastern city of Konoha. Be careful on the way. Sister Kagani, said Izumi, who had just clocked in and happened to meet Kagani, who was about to set off. Don't worry, Izumi-chan, I will. Bye. Kagani waved at the spring, her figure elongated under the sunlight, resembling a captivating painting. Kanahagakure. Kaon was dressed in a crisp guard uniform, patrolling the streets with an imposing presence, looking rather fierce. Before long, the sounds of commotion came from a distance, where a few people were arguing intensely. Guard, please help us settle this matter. Who is right and who is wrong? One person shouted indignantly. All right, how about this? You two apologize to each other first. I will handle this matter appropriately, Kaon replied. Kagani looked at the two people in front of her who were on the verge of confrontation and said gently yet firmly. To be honest, encountering such a tricky situation on the street, Kagani inevitably has a headache in her heart. Sometimes, in order to maintain order, she has to resort to force. But compared to other radical members of the security team, the voice sounded particularly gentle, like a breeze of spring that could disperse the gloom in people's hearts. Thank you so much, sir, one person, dressed simply and looking haggard, said with tears of gratitude in their eyes, as if they could spill over at any moment. No need to thank me. This is my duty and what I should do. Kagani smiled in response. However, where there are those who appreciate her, there are inevitably those who harbor discontent. Soon, a chorus of curses arose from the crowd. I really don't understand. Has the Uchiha clan gone mad? They actually sent a little girl who hasn't even matured yet to meddle in these trivial matters. A burly man glared at Kagani with a face full of dissatisfaction, his tone brimming with provocation. Do you have any complaints against me? Kagamine's gaze instantly turned icy, and the Sharingan in her pupils began to spin rapidly. For such unreasonable commoners, Kaon has always been merciless. She will not hesitate to use force to maintain order. This time I will spare your life for now. The burly man instinctively took a step back upon seeing the Sharingan in Kaon's eyes, his expression filled with fear and panic. Wait, you just maliciously provoked the security department. And according to the village's rules, you should be detained. Just as the man was preparing to turn and flee, Kakashi's voice suddenly came from the crowd. Everyone turned to look, and they saw Kakashi with his hands in his pockets, his gaze cold and sharp as he stared at the burly man in the distance. I'm sorry. The man quickly apologized, recognizing the ninja Kakashi before him, feeling flustered. You shouldn't be apologizing to me. Kakashi shook his head, then pointed at Kaon, who had a silly expression in the crowd. You should apologize to her. At that moment, the man suddenly realized, and blushing, he bowed to Kaon. I'm so sorry. Lady Kaon, it was my mistake not to recognize your greatness. It's fine now. You can go. The Sharingan in Huayin's pupils gradually faded away, returning to their normal appearance. Thank you. The big man let out a sigh of relief and turned to escape the scene, rolling and crawling away. Watching the big man's retreating figure, Huayin turned her head and looked at Kakashi with some confusion. Kakashi, what are you doing here? I heard some commotion over here, so I can take a look on my way. I didn't expect to run into you here. Kakashi shrugged helplessly, his eyes curving into crescent shapes, his tone filled with warmth. Is that so? Kagani nodded obediently, a faint smile appearing on her face. Kakashi arrived just in time. If Kakashi hadn't come here, Henio still needed to go through some trouble to persuade that strong man. Have you completed your patrol task this morning? Kakashi asked curiously as he looked at the girl in front of him. Yes, I have completed it, Henio nodded. Let's go home, Kakashi said as he stepped forward. Home? Isn't your home? Kagani quickly caught up with Kakashi in the distance and curiously asked, I'm just going to see Obito. It's on the way. What's wrong? Kakashi looked down at the girl in front of him and gently asked, It's nothing. By the way, how have Obito and Rin been lately? Hana shook her head, suddenly thinking of something, and curiously asked. Their relationship had always been good. Kakashi tilted his head, seemingly hesitant to speak. Oh, don't you care at all? Huayin looked at Kakashi with a teasing expression. There are often rumors in the original work that Kakashi has feelings for Rin, which made Huayin quite curious. If Obito insists on being with Rin, what would Kakashi think? What do I care? Kakashi looked at Huayin with a puzzled expression. Please support for love. Give some support to Hii. Please give a 5-star review. I want this book to get an 8. Chapter 222 Huayin-chan. How do you usually take care of yourself? No, really nothing. Kanon looked at Kakashi's expression of I don't know anything and softly murmured. Sigh. Kakashi slowly strolled along the road, involuntarily letting out a light sigh. Why are you sighing like that? Kagani, with a hint of curiosity, looked towards Kakashi. However, recalling some unhappy memories, Kakashi hesitated and swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Seeing this, Huayin did not pursue the matter any further. The two maintained a subtle distance and moved forward in silence. At this moment, the sun in the high sky hung like a shining pearl, casting warm rays that stretched their shadows longer and longer. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the territory of the Uchiha clan. All right, we're home. You brought the keys, right? Kakashi asked curiously, looking down at Huayin, who was a head shorter than him. Of course I brought them. Do you think I would be foolish enough to forget the keys? Kagani took a key out of her bag, gently shook it, and then skillfully inserted it into the keyhole. With a click, the door was lightly pushed open by the girl. All right, the door is open. Come in. Henin smiled sweetly as she looked at Kakashi. Kakashi hesitated once again. The two quickly stepped into the house, and before long, Rin, who was busy in the kitchen, walked to the dining table with the freshly prepared dishes. Hane and Nei, Kakashi, why are you two back so suddenly? Rin looked at them curiously, her eyes filled with confusion. Well, about that, you should ask Kakashi. Hana turned to Kakashi and said softly. She had originally planned to have dinner outside, but after seeing Kakashi, she decided to go home with him. Kakashi? Rin looked up at him with a puzzled expression. It's a long story. I'm here to look for Obito. Is he home? Kakashi scratched the back of his head, looking a bit awkward. Obito? Rin propped her chin on one hand. Her beautiful brows furrowed, as if she were deep in thought. Oh, Obito went training with Naruto this morning. He should be in the back mountain of the Uchiha clan, Rin suddenly said, her eyes lighting up. Okay, then I'll go find Obito first. I won't disturb you too. After Kakashi finished speaking, he changed his shoes at the entrance and closed the door behind him under the gaze of the two girls as he left the house. Strange. What's up with Kakashi today? Hana looked at Kakashi's departing figure and murmured to herself. Hana-chan, you came at the right time. How about trying the dishes I made? Lin held a plate of food with both hands, her face beaming with a cheerful smile. Sure, no problem. Huayin smiled sweetly at Lin and then sat down at the dining table to enjoy the delicious food. As soon as she picked up a dish with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth, her eyes immediately lit up. It's so good. Really? Lin looked at Huayin, who was beaming with happiness, and nodded happily. Originally, she wasn't very confident in her cooking skills, but seeing Huayin devour the food made her gradually regain her confidence. Huayin, how do you usually take care of your skin? Lin propped her chin on her hands, sitting beside Huayin, and asked curiously. Ahem, why did you suddenly bring up this topic? Huayin was eating when she was suddenly questioned, causing her to cough a few times. She then looked up, her gaze a bit dazed as she stared at Lin. Because your skin is really fair, Lin muttered somewhat unhappily, then stretched out her finger and playfully poked Huayin's cheek. Looking at Lin's pouty expression, Kagami also understood her thoughts and then briefly introduced some well-known skincare products from Konoha Village. After all, women tend to care about their appearance. It's natural for them to have skincare products as part of their routine. A girl's beauty may only be around 6 or 7 points, but with regular maintenance, it can definitely be raised to an 8. On the other hand, a girl who already has an 8 in beauty, if she neglects her skincare and does not pay attention to her complexion, will soon find her beauty slipping down to 7 points. Huayin can naturally understand Lin's feelings and thoughts at this moment. Lin, you don't actually need to care so much about your appearance. Kaon chewed her food while mumbling. Why do you say that? Lin asked curiously, her eyes glimmering with doubt. Because Lin is already very cute. The voice was soft and gentle, and there was no pretense in her tone. It's easy to see why. If Lin weren't beautiful, how could she possibly captivate Obito to the point of being utterly enchanted? This is certainly not a coincidence. Although there are 2 purple stripes adorning the sides of Lin's cheeks, they do not detract from her beauty at all. Instead, they add a touch of flawlessness. What you said makes me a bit shy. Lin's cheeks instantly turned rosy, resembling a ripe red apple, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. Lin, let's go. How about we also check out Obito and the others on the back mountain? Huayin suddenly thought of something and said with a teasing tone, all right, let's set off now. Lin smiled and nodded, her face beaming with joy. Before long, Kagami quickly finished her meal. The 2 girls lightly made some simple adjustments to their appearance in front of the mirror before leaving the house. Due to the scorching sun high in the sky, they each opened an umbrella, fearing that their skin would be tanned by the fierce sunlight. This was indeed a very necessary thing. The sunlight spilled over them, and their shadows grew longer on the ground, forming a beautiful picture. Along the way, the 2 chatted and laughed, full of youthful energy, making them particularly charming and lovely. Upon arrival, the mountain ahead was the place where they trained with Sue. Lin stretched out her delicate fingers, pointing to the mountain peak in front, and gently said, do they have to run up to such a high place to train every day? Kagami had a fine bead of sweat dripping from her forehead. She casually wiped it away, revealing a hint of surprise on her face. One could only say that the boys were a bunch of fools. Their minds seemed to be filled only with thoughts of cultivation, leaving them no time to spare. Kaon was too exhausted to complain any further and could only shake her head helplessly. After a while, the two reached the top of the mountain, but the sight before them left them momentarily stunned. Naruto was using the shadow clone technique to create numerous clones. Each clone was focused on executing its own training plan. Meanwhile, Obito and Kakashi were seriously directing Naruto from the side. "What are you all busy with?" Kaon held an umbrella and slowly walked over. Her eyes filled with curiosity and confusion as she carefully observed the three focused ninjas. At that moment, Naruto, who was immersed in his training, suddenly heard that familiar and friendly voice, and his eyes instantly brightened. "Kaon, what brings you here?" he asked in surprise. "Well, I came to see what you all are doing," she replied. Kagani tilted her head, a playful smile on her face as she curiously observed Naruto. Seeing the very beautiful and cute older sister in front of him, Naruto's face couldn't help but blush slightly. He stammered, "I want to become stronger. So I asked Kakashi-sensei and Obito-senpai for guidance, hoping they could give me some pointers. Seriously, there should be a limit to training." Lin, standing beside him, looked at Naruto with concern, her eyes filled with worry. With so many shadow clones, if they all ended at the same time, how exhausting would that moment be? After all, when shadow clones are dispelled, one has to absorb their memories and fatigue. If too many are dispelled at once, it could turn one into an idiot. Is it really okay for Naruto to do this? Chapter 223, A New Year. Is this really without any problems? Lin looked at Naruto, who was drenched in sweat, and asked with a worried expression. "Sister Lin, don't worry, I'll be fine," Naruto confidently smiled, his expression full of determination and composure. "All right," Lin nodded, still half-believing, her eyes still carrying a hint of concern. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, rushing past as if woven by an invisible hand, cleverly integrating all the bittersweet experiences into the river of time. In the blink of an eye, on the streets and paths of the village, every household had hung festive couplets, the bright red color reflecting the harmony of the festival. The sound of firecrackers was deafening. Messengers from other villages also came to Konohagakure for lively trade exchanges. On the bustling streets and alleys, vendors came and went, their calls rising and falling, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Huayin leaned quietly against the windowsill, watching the small snowflakes fall outside and the bustling street filled with people coming and going. She couldn't help but let out a sigh. Time really flies. Reflecting on her experiences since she came to this world, Huayin felt even more fortunate now. Having a man who deeply loves her and a warm family is far better than the lonely and exhausting days of her past life, working 996 every day. She lifted a small, exquisite dish, the murky wine inside swaying slightly, glimmering enticingly. The girl held the dish tightly in both hands and gently took a sip, her gaze instantly becoming dreamy and profound. "Are you drinking alone here? Do you have something on your mind?" A gentle voice from outside the door asked. "It's nothing, just lamenting how quickly time passes." Hannah turned to look at Itachi, the corners of her mouth gently rising, her smile as beautiful as a captivating city. Itachi gazed at the girl in this state, his heart involuntarily racing. Then he tightly closed his eyes and shook his head with a smile. "You really shouldn't pretend in front of me," he said softly, while reaching out to tap her forehead. In no time, a red bump appeared on the girl's forehead. "It hurts." Kagani held her forehead with one hand, looking at Itachi with a face full of resentment. Itachi couldn't help but feel a bit amused by his wife's expression, but he still tried to suppress his laughter. "Come on, the meal is ready, and everyone is waiting for you." Itachi reached out his hand and took the girl's small hand, which was red from the cold weather. "Why is her hand so cold?" Itachi looked at the girl with some concern, then reached out his other hand to gently rub her hand. Kaon blushed and turned her head away, feeling a bit shy. "It just got cold, let's go. Everyone is waiting for us," she said softly. Itachi smiled and shook his head, then took the girl's hand and slowly walked down from the second floor to the first floor. At this moment, the atmosphere at the dining table was lively and cheerful, and the television in the living room was playing an exciting program, filling the entire room with a festive atmosphere. "Why did you guys take so long to come?" Sasuke looked at the young couple walking hand in hand and said with a resentful expression, "Sasuke." Mikoto frowned and tugged at Sasuke's ear. Sasuke immediately puffed out his cheeks and protested unhappily. "Sasuke is so grown up, yet still acts like a child. You should learn more from Naruto," Fugaka said, crossing his arms and teasingly watching the scene. Last place, Naruto raised his eyebrows at Sasuke, his tone slightly provocative. Damn Naruto! Sasuke shouted angrily. What? Do you want to fight? Naruto responded without backing down. Come on, who's afraid of who? Sasuke shouted back defiantly. Just as the two were about to fight, Minato hurriedly walked over awkwardly and stopped Naruto. All right, it's New Year's. Naruto can't fight, Minato said with a gentle smile, gently patting his son's head. Oomph. Naruto coldly snorted in its Sundra manner, but he didn't continue to cause trouble. Kaon looked at the two with such contrasting personalities and was obviously a bit surprised. But then she thought, Sasuke's personality is already a bit Sundra. If he hadn't experienced the night of his clan's destruction, his personality would definitely have become more lively and cheerful. Sister Kaon, what are you laughing at? Sasuke suddenly asked curiously. It's nothing, I just thought of something interesting. Kanon covered her mouth with one hand and shook her head, her smile as warm as that of a friendly neighbor. Since both of them were here, could they eat now? Obito, holding his chopsticks, looked curiously at the delicious dishes on the table and asked. Foodie. Rin, sitting next to him, shot him a glare, her tone carrying a hint of playful reproach. Obito awkwardly pushed the chopsticks away with both hands and gave his wife a silly smile. Kakashi and Jiraiya, watching the scene, exchanged glances and secretly felt relieved. Well, it's good that we're both single. The atmosphere at the dining table was lively, filled with joy and laughter. Kaon ate while listening to Jiraiya bragging nonstop. Obito looked shocked as he stared at Jiraiya. He murmured to himself in disbelief, I didn't expect Jiraiya to be this impressive. The others present looked at Obito in surprise. After all, Jiraiya was boasting too ridiculously, and no one believed him except for Obito. Seeing Obito's unwavering belief, Kaon's eyes twitched slightly. She finally understood why Obito's IQ was only 2 in the formula book. He was just too naive. Jiraiya noticed Obito's firm belief, smiled awkwardly, and continued to boast. Minato pulled Naruto along, and the two sat in the living room watching TV. Sasuke clung to his brother, but Itachi seemed completely uninterested in him. After all, he already had a wife. What did he need a younger brother for? Please support with love. Many thanks to Warm Sun for calling for Tan Xiao's character. Thanks to Pang Rewatching for the inspiration capsule inspired by Nyoling. The authors in the background will see this. Thank you all for your gifts. Chapter 224. So, will love disappear? Sasuke looked at his brother's indifferent back, feeling incredibly uncomfortable in his heart. So, will love disappear? Kanon was leisurely savoring the delicacies laid out on the dining table, and couldn't help but praise Kakashi's culinary skills, which were indeed quite impressive. Time passed quietly without notice, as if it were just the blink of an eye. After finishing the meal, Kanon moved to the sofa in the living room, quietly listening to Jiraiya's vivid storytelling. Meanwhile, Obito was completely captivated, his face full of belief. Seeing this, Huayin couldn't help but twitch the corner of her eye, looking somewhat helpless. By the way, what time is it now? Kagani gently tugged at the collar of the weasel beside her, her tone laced with curiosity. It's already past 9, what's wrong? Are you tired? The weasel turned his head gently, his eyes filled with concern for his wife. Oh, not really, I was just asking. Kagun gently shook her head, a faint bitter smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Her past life of a 996-work schedule made her particularly sensitive to time, and she never expected this habit to follow her into this world. Ahem, Obito, you're not doubting what I said, are you? Back in the day, I had a run-in with the Sage of Six Paths. Jiraiya awkwardly cleared his throat and looked intently at Obito. Really? No wonder you're the great Jiraiya-senpai. Obito's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if he were looking at an idol. Seeing this, Jiraiya felt secretly pleased and nodded slightly. Of course. This sage wouldn't lie to you. As he spoke, he patted his chest, looking confident and assured. Kagome watched this scene, and the corners of her eyes twitched again. Every time Jiraiya made this move, she knew he was about to start fooling people again. Sigh. Huayin sighed helplessly. She was already used to Jiraiya's teasing and could only respond with a bitter smile. Time flies like a fleeting horse, passing in the blink of an eye. It is like a hemp rope carefully twisted by many hands, interwoven with hardships and joys, recording the growth of each individual. As winter gives way to spring, the cold weather gradually recedes, replaced by warm spring breezes and bright sunshine. In the morning, a clear bell chime broke the tranquility, waking Huayin from her dreams. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, slowly sat up from bed, and reached out to turn off the noisy alarm clock. Really, she shouldn't have stayed up late last night. Kagun complained softly, turning her head to glance at the weasel lying beside her. After a simple wash, Huayin left her home because she still had to go to the security department for work today. As for breakfast, she decided to skip it for now. "Oh, Miss Huayin, you're here." Tiahua greeted her enthusiastically as he suddenly saw Huayin at the door, as if he had been eagerly awaiting her arrival. "You see, the entire security department has a day off today because the village is celebrating a grand festival," Tiahua gently explained, his tone filled with the concern of a superior for a subordinate. "I see, then I understand." Huayin couldn't help but feel a sense of joy upon hearing this response, but she maintained a calm and composed demeanor on the surface. "Well then, I'll take my leave first. Miss Huayin, please take care, I won't see you off." After finishing his instructions, Taihua turned and left the place. Kaon gently shook her head, sighed helplessly, and then turned to walk in the direction of home. The blazing sun in the sky shone down on the girl, stretching her shadow longer and longer, like a captivating painting. By the way, I wonder how things are going over at the Shell organization now. Kagani suddenly thought of something. Her pupils constricted sharply, and her heart was filled with worry. Immediately, Kagani decisively activated her kaleidoscope Sharingan and instantly disappeared from her original spot. She was still worried about Sishian. After all, this guy's strength was extremely formidable. Huayin soared high in the sky, the distant buildings swiftly retreating like a rapidly unrolling scroll, quickly passing before her eyes. In a short while, the girl flew from the hidden leaf village to the sky above the hidden rain village. Immediately, the sound of flowers falls gently from the sky like a light feather. If I remember correctly, the base of the Shell organization should be right there, you hound. Kaon quickly gestured with her hands, and soon, two wolves, one black and one white, appeared beside her, looking imposing. The two wolves instantly dashed off into the distance. Huayin followed closely behind. In the distance, a thick fog enveloped the area, but upon entering, one would find that the fog became unusually thin, as if dispersed by some kind of force. The scene inside the cave was laid out before Huayin. It did look a bit like Orochimaru's base. Kaon furrowed her delicate brows, softly murmuring to herself, her tone filled with doubt. In the darkness, a petite figure flickered in and out of sight, and with those crimson eyes, she appeared particularly striking, full of contrast. Who are you?" Suddenly, a strange voice emerged from the darkness, filled with vigilance and hostility. Kagani's gaze suddenly became cautious, her whole body tensed. "Is it Susan?" "No, from the sound, it doesn't seem like him." "So, who exactly is that person in the distance?" Soon, Kagani slowly walked towards the source of the sound. "Orochimaru, how did you end up here?" Kanon was momentarily stunned, her face filled with surprise. "Kanon, what brings you here?" Orochimaru's voice was low and hoarse as he slowly asked. "I just came to inquire about the whereabouts of the Shell organization. But why are you staying in this dark cave?" Kanon's expression turned a bit helpless. "Well, my goal is the same as yours, to gather information about the Shell organization." Orochimaru stretched out his tongue and licked his cheek, his voice still low and hoarse. Kagami wanted to speak, but hesitated, secretly pondering in her heart. Although she really wanted to remind Orochimaru that with his power, it might not be enough to contend with the Shell organization. In the end, the girl still didn't say this out loud. The two of them silently stared at each other, caught in a stalemate. "Have you made any progress with the knowledge I provided you earlier?" Kanon suddenly thought of something and curiously stared at Orochimaru. "I haven't figured anything out yet," Orochimaru said, his words carrying a hint of significance. Kagun looked at Orochimaru's appearance and didn't expose him any further. Perhaps Orochimaru had already developed some secret technology, but was unwilling to share it with her. "I really can't write anymore, everyone. Also, thank you very much for everyone's support. Thanks to the urging charm from Xiaming Xiaonyao, the author is immensely grateful." Chapter 225, Battle with Sishin again. "Forget it. Since you don't want to share with me, I won't bother to ask any further." Henin gently shook her head, then her gaze fixed tightly on Orochimaru. "Hanae-chan, do you have anything else to ask me?" Orochimaru inquired with his deep, hoarse voice directed at the girl in front of him. Nothing special. Just wanted to ask if you've seen any members of the Shell organization around here?" Henio asked curiously, her eyes shining with inquisitiveness. "I haven't seen them, but Miss Henio, if you want to find those people from the Shell organization, I can offer you some help." Orochimaru nodded slightly, his voice still low and hoarse. "How do you plan to help me?" Henio asked eagerly. "It's simple, take this." Orochimaru took out a delicate remote control from his pocket and gently tossed it to Henio. "What is this?" "Huayin. This is a positioning device." Orochimaru crossed his arms, a hint of amusement in his eyes, and slowly explained. "I've planted trackers on those people from the Shell organization. You can easily find their location using the indicators on this device. Orochimaru's gaze wandered up and down the girl, seemingly savoring her changes. It's been a while since we last met, and you've become more and more beautiful, Huayin. Oof. I'll take my leave. Anyway, thank you for your help. Kagami let out a cold snort, and before her words ended, her figure had already disappeared from the spot. Is she really leaving just like that? Oof. Orochimaru's gaze gradually dimmed, as if he was pondering something. After a moment, his expression became meaningful again. The sound of flowers flew to the sky, quickly reaching Iwagakure based on the positioning on the remote control. Why are the people from the Shell organization here? Hana was filled with doubt and muttered to herself. She knew nothing about the source of the positioning device provided by Orochimaru. Perhaps it was just an inconsequential detail. Soon, Hana reached the mountaintop. At that moment, the recovering Cixin suddenly opened her eyes and staggered to her feet. How did you find this place? Cixin stared wide-eyed, looking at Hana in disbelief. Huayin spoke little and decisively unleashed a blast of red energy mixed with cursed techniques. The red energy ball surged forward rapidly. Naive. Ninjutsu is useless against me. Cixin sneered coldly. Just as he was about to reach out to absorb the ninjutsu, his pupils suddenly constricted. This isn't ninjutsu. Cixin stared in shock at the attack, and his body was sent flying through the air like a leaf caught in a storm. He barely adjusted his posture in midair and then quickly charged toward Huayin. Little ghost, D. Cixin swung out several black rods, slicing through the air and aiming directly at Huayin. Huayin flexibly sidestepped to avoid, then raised her right hand. Rabbit escape. In an instant, countless rabbits surged from the air, tightly wrapping around Huayin and blocking Cien's line of sight. Where is she? Damn it! Cien panically looked around. Just then, a lightning bolt streaked across the sky in the distance, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Huayin tightly gripped the black staff with one hand and suddenly struck it towards Cixin. Cixin quickly swung the black stick to block, with sparks flying, and the two fell into intense close combat. Kagami knew very well that close combat was not her strong suit, so she decisively retreated, trying to create distance to find an opportunity. However, Cixin would not let her off easily and pursued her relentlessly, their figures quickly weaving through the mountaintop. The intense fighting between the two caused the ground to tremble violently. At this moment, in the Raikage's office, the fourth Raikage, who was focused on handling documents, suddenly furrowed his brows. With a loud bang, he slammed his fist on the table in anger, shattering it into pieces, with chips flying everywhere. Was it that bastard Bygone's doing again? He roared, his voice filled with endless fury. Raikage-sama, it's not that, Mabu-e hurriedly explained, her voice tinged with hesitation. This time it's not that guy Karabi, but Uchiha Kagani. She hesitated, seeming to find it hard to speak. Kagani? The fourth Raikage, widened his eyes, his face showing a mix of confusion and surprise. Yes, it's the little girl who saved you before. Mabu-e said softly, her tone urgent. She seems to be fighting a powerful enemy right now. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and support her. Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage's veins bulged, and a surge of lightning chakra erupted from his body. Bang! With another loud crash, the office window was shattered by his body, glass scattering. The fourth Raikage shot out like a bolt of lightning, racing towards the mountaintop with astonishing speed. Raikage-sama. Mabu-e's hand hung in the air as she watched the fourth Raikage's retreating figure. Then she gently sighed, her arms falling weakly, her face filled with worry and helplessness. At the mountaintop, Hanaon is engaged in a fierce battle with Jigen. Kagami is not good at close combat, so she decided to adopt a long-range consumption and kiting strategy. Suddenly, a bunch of black and red cubes emerged in midair. Huayin's pupils suddenly constricted, her line of sight blocked, and Cien instantly shrank, disappearing from the spot. Damn it! The flower-eyed figure's gaze darted quickly. Immediately after, a black giant towering 200 meters appeared in midair. Kagami hid in the forehead of Susanoo, her expression wary. Whoosh! Susanoo decisively drew his sword. Bang! The huge black cube on the ground was instantly sliced into pieces by the blade, smoke billowing up, but Cixin had disappeared without a trace. Where'd he go? Kagani's heart tightened. Behind you. A cold voice sounded from behind, and Kagani's pupils constricted. She quickly leaped out from within Susanoo. Crack, crack! Susanoo shattered like glass, beginning to dissipate. Kanon instantly felt an intense pain. Clenching her teeth, she brought her hands together with a resounding clap. A massive Makora was summoned before her. Kanon's tactics are very clear. Do not let Shirzhen get close. Once Shirzhen approaches, she activates Dongtang Kuei's unfair game, swapping positions with Mo, Shila, and then begins to wear down from a distance. Shirzhen suddenly lunges out from the smoke, charging towards Kaon. Kagun skillfully dodged while commanding Moxoluo to launch an attack. Cixian was agile, easily evading Moxoluo's attack and taking the opportunity to close in on Kagun. Kagani felt a chill in her heart and immediately activated the unjust game. Swapping positions with Moxoluo, Cixian's attack missed. Hannah then took the opportunity to cast a spell. Kaon's tactics were also seen through by Cixian. You still have a long way to go if you want to compete with me. Cixian sneered, staring intently at the girl in front of her. I don't know how to continue writing. I'm too tired. Things have been too busy these past few days and the quality has dropped a bit. I apologize to everyone here. Please support my work. Thank you all. Chapter 226, Thunder Shadows, Ultimate Save. Just as Cixian was about to strike Kaon with the dark long rod in her hand, she suddenly discovered Huayin and Mo Luo had unknowingly exchanged positions. Bang! A loud sound shattered the air. His attack unexpectedly landed on Mo Luo, whose body instantly seemed to crack as if covered by countless spider webs. However, in the blink of an eye, his body miraculously returned to its original state, unharmed. Exchanging positions, huh? TSK, what a headache of ability. Cixian snorted coldly, then raised his head, his gaze fixed like a torch on the girl before him. Watching the girl gasp for breath, a hint of pride flashed in Cixian's eyes. You probably can't hold on for much longer, can you? Huh? Huayin exhaled a breath of foul air, raised her head, and locked eyes with Cixian with a determined gaze. She knew she could keep fighting, and today, no matter what, she had to defeat him. Truly lacking in manners. Fine, let me teach you a good lesson. Cixian snorted coldly again, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Then his body unexpectedly disappeared from the spot. Kagani did not dare to let her guard down for a moment. In an instant, she recalled her previous tactics and decisively flew into the sky, simultaneously activating her powerful Susanoo. In just a moment, a towering black giant, standing 200 meters tall, appeared, gripping a sharp blade in its hand and wearing a Tengu mask on its face, exuding an imposing aura. Huayin cautiously looked around, vigilant of every possible threat. Whoosh! Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds came from the side. Kaon reacted quickly, decisively controlling Susanoo to adjust its position. With a nimble sidestep, he successfully dodged 3 rapidly fired black rods. However, this was just the beginning. Soon after, the air around him was filled with a continuous sound of breaking air, coming at him like a torrential storm. Kagamine's heart skipped a beat, and she was momentarily stunned. Isn't this exactly the terrifying power of Cixian's second stage in the original work? The girl looked up and saw countless black rods swiftly approaching her like a rain of arrows. Damn it! Kagani gritted her teeth, and the cherry blossom shape in her pupils began to shrink sharply, revealing her inner determination. Soon, 9 brilliant Magatama slowly appeared around her, and her aura underwent a tremendous transformation at that moment, successfully transforming into the pseudo-six paths form. This was the ultimate technique she had painstakingly researched years ago, which she had never used until now, and finally found a place to apply it. What on earth is that appearance of yours? Cixian slowly revealed her figure from a distance, her pupils suddenly constricting as she looked at Kagani in shock. Huayin ignored his question, her figure flickering and instantly disappearing from the spot. She knew that there were still 2 precious 6 Paths Peak experience cards in her backpack, although each could only last for 5 minutes. Huayin did not intend to use them lightly, as she was aware that even more powerful Otsutsuki awaited her. Moments later, Huayin quietly appeared behind Cixian. With a swift motion, she raised the staff in her hand and struck fiercely at Cixian's back. Bang! With a loud noise. Cixian felt a tremendous force coming from behind, and his body fell uncontrollably through the air like a kite with a broken string. Immediately, a mouthful of fresh blood surged up his throat, but he held it back, refusing to spit it out. How did you do that? Cixian struggled to stand up from the ground, palm pressing against it, his eyes filled with disbelief as he stared at the girl before him. However, the girl remained silent, not answering his question. For some reason, an inexplicable sense of panic surged within Cixian. This was a primal fear response humans experienced when faced with the unknown or things far beyond their comprehension. Even though he was from the Otsutsuki clan, he could not escape this invasion of fear. Just then, a series of rapid clapping sounds came from a distance, followed by a raging hurricane that tore through the air, creating a deafening sonic boom. Cien raised his hand to absorb this sudden ninjutsu, but the situation was anything but ordinary. To his astonishment, he found that he could not absorb the girl's ninjutsu at all. It was entirely derived from the power of nature, which was irresistible. In desperation, Cien could only summon Kaon to block in front of him, try to withstand this devastating blow. Upon seeing this, Huayin's expression became more cautious. She quickly adjusted the distant Majuluo, preparing to launch a counterattack. Majuluo moved in an instant, disappearing from its original spot in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, the Kishin was actually smashed through by Majuluo. Perhaps it was due to Cixian's consecutive heavy blows to Majuluo earlier. Or maybe it was because Majuluo itself possessed a special ability to grow stronger in the face of a powerful enemy. In any case, Majuluo at this moment was no longer what it used to be. It existed specifically to confront such formidable foes. It's not over yet, little ghost. Don't get too arrogant. Cixian roared in anger, slamming her palms forward. Boom! With a loud noise, the surrounding hurricane suddenly surged, and in the high sky, countless black rods appeared, enveloping Huayin like a net of heaven and earth. Hannah's pupils suddenly contracted. She was all too familiar with this move. This was exactly the technique that Cixian used against Naruto and Sasuke in the original work. She never expected it to be used against her now. Just as Cixian was about to execute the fatal blow, a strange cry suddenly echoed from afar. This sound brought a glimmer of hope. Kaon's pupils suddenly contracted. What was happening? Could it be that, on this battlefield, there was a third figure hiding besides Kaon and Cixian? She looked up, her gaze piercing, and finally saw that the person's face was actually the fourth Raikage. But why was he here? The fourth Raikage, flickered and delivered a fierce elbow strike right into the unsuspecting Cixian's back. Bang! With a loud crash, Cixian felt a sharp pain in his back, and his whole body was sent flying like a leaf caught in a storm, crashing heavily in the distance. You won't harm the allies of the hidden cloud village. The fourth Raikage, roared, raising one hand high, the veins on his face bulging, looking extremely fierce. Seeing the scene, Kaon couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in her heart. Just now, when Cixian launched his attack, he was clearly too focused on the technique he was about to unleash, completely frozen in place, and failed to notice the fourth Raikage, sudden attack. Kaon, are you okay? At this moment, a group of ninjas from the hidden cloud village rushed in from the foot of the mountain, calling out with concern. I'm fine. But the most important thing now is to deal with that guy. Huayin gently shook her head, her eyes firm and resolute. Then, her figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the spot. I really can't think of the plot for the following chapters, planning to finish it next month. He apologizes to everyone. The quality is somewhat unsatisfactory. The original intention of writing this book was purely out of love. From September until now, the income has not been much, only earning over 2,000 yuan. Most of it still comes from attendance rewards. He also doesn't understand why this book has been restricted. Chapter 227. Oh no, has Huayin become Chuanmu? Entering the main storyline. The flower sound suddenly disappeared from its original spot and appeared above a pit. At this moment, smoke swirled below, obscuring his vision. Cough, cough. Soon, a weak coughing sound came from below. Immediately afterward, a broken figure crawled out from the ground. I didn't expect you to guess the weakness of my move. Cixian glared fiercely at the girl. If looks could kill, then Huayin would have died countless times at this moment. Huayin listened to Cixian's words, and the corners of her eyes twitched slightly. In fact, she hadn't guessed the weakness of his move at all, but it didn't matter anymore. The flower sound slowly descends from the sky, light as a feather. At this moment, a cold aura reveals itself on the girl's stunning face. Have you thought about how to die? Kagon's gaze was fixed on Cixian. Today I guess I've fallen into your hands. However, I have more than just this container. Cixian let out a cold laugh, her eyes taking on a profound meaning. You, in this world, are all creations of the Otsutsuki gods. Cixian sighed softly and looked up at the blazing sun in the high sky. Huayin listened to Cixian's ramblings, frowning tightly. Wait, what's going on? Has Cixian gone mad? Such a scene never occurred in the original work when Naruto and Sasuke fought him. Are you done talking? Then please go die. Huayin didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore. She furrowed her brows slightly and then raised her palm. A pitch-black Tao-seeking jade quickly gathered in her palm, forming the shape of a staff. Whoosh! A hurricane instantly tore through, knocking Cixian's head to the ground. Thud! Cixian's headless body also knelt down. Watching her strong enemy being taken care of, the girl let out a sigh of relief, her tense expression finally easing. Miss Huayin, may I ask who this person is? At that moment, the fourth Raikage, AI, walked over, looking at Huayin with curiosity. Just an enemy, but you don't need to know about it for now. Huayin shook her head, looking extremely cute. Is that so? Then Miss Huayin, would you like to come to our Yunin village as a guest? We will treat you well. Mabu, he said sincerely as he pushed up his glasses and stepped out from the crowd. Sure. After a simple thought, Huayin agreed. After all, it would be a bit impolite for her to refuse someone who invited her in person. In a short while, Huayin sat at the dining table, looking at a large pile of meat dishes on the table, each bite filled with high protein. Huayin finally understood why everyone in Yunin village was muscular men. The young girl put the meat in her mouth, chewing hard, with a slight frown that made her look very cute. Soon, her brow gradually relaxed. Is it okay, Huayin? The nearby Karabi hummed a strange tune, curiously observing the stunningly beautiful girl in front of him. It's quite delicious. Kagami closed her eyes and carefully savored the moment, then gave a very candid response. A meal was quickly finished. After Huayin exchanged some pleasantries with the diplomats from Yunin village, she left. After all, she still had a lot to report. Flying high in the sky, Huayin chewed on some beef jerky, but her brow furrowed tighter and tighter. She was deep in thought. If Cixian were to die, what changes would occur in the current timeline of Naruto? Shippuden? First, the Shell organization should be finished. As for whether there are other vessels related to Cixian, could it be Kawaki? That seems unlikely since Kawaki hasn't even been born yet. There's a high probability that the vessel is still in some places. Perhaps in a nutrient solution, similar to the test tube clones cultivated in Orochimaru's base. Yes, that's very likely, but this reasoning also seems off. Huayin shook her head again. Just like that, the lovely girl flew high in the sky, her expression sometimes serious, sometimes joyful, looking a bit airhead. The sun hanging in the high sky shone down on the girl, stretching her shadow longer and longer, just like a delicate painting. With a creak, the door was pushed open by Huayin. I'm back. Kagami took the key off the door and then stuffed it into her pocket. Why are you only back now? Did something happen on the way? Itachi asked his wife with a worried expression when he saw her return. It's nothing. Just took care of an enemy on the way. Hannah let out a light sigh, feeling some lingering pain in her body. She didn't know why, but from just now until now, there were occasional twinges of pain. However, Hannah didn't think much of it. After all, she had healed all her wounds with reversal techniques, so it was impossible for anything abnormal to occur. Are you okay? Itachi was stunned. Suddenly, Hannah collapsed in front of him, and Itachi rushed over anxiously, holding her in his arms. This commotion also startled those still eating in the living room. What's wrong, Itachi? Kakashi came over, and, seeing Hannah lying in Itachi's arms, his pupils constricted. At that moment, the girl's delicate features were tightly knit together, as if she was enduring immense pain. What's going on? Obito was completely bewildered at this scene. Jiraiya rushed over immediately, taking Hannah from Itachi's arms. Hannah, are you okay? Itachi, what happened? Jiraiya looked anxiously at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, equally tense. We need to get her to the hospital. Mikoto Uchiha quickly took off the apron she was wearing and rushed over anxiously. Hurry! Everyone's previous expressions of joy disappeared in an instant, and they were now supporting the girl with worried faces. The girl groggily opened her eyes, looking up at a white ceiling, with the unpleasant smell of disinfectant surrounding her. Where's this? Kanon struggled to open her eyes wide, gradually taking in her surroundings. To her surprise, she found herself in a hospital. You're finally awake, Kanon. Itachi looked up at the frail girl, his face filled with relief. Beside him, Jiraiya, overjoyed to see the girl regain consciousness, quickly turned and hurried away. He needed to report to Tsunade immediately, informing her that Kanon had woken up. Before long, the door was pushed open anxiously by a crowd. The first to enter was a nurse with smooth golden hair, breathtakingly beautiful features, and lips as red as cherries. Following closely behind her was a stern-faced Jiraiya. Soon after, more people flooded into the ward like a tide. Keep your voices down. The patient just woke up. Tsunade shot a glare at Jiraiya before turning to address the group sternly. Everyone quickly nodded in agreement. You are. Henio looked at the person in front of her, a sense of familiarity rising in her heart. Let me introduce myself first. I am Tsunade from the Hidden Leaf Village. You should have heard of me, right? I won't beat around the bush. Tsunade paused. You have a cursed seal planted on you. Kursetzel. Hannah was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, and then suddenly thought of something her pupils contracting sharply. A sudden idea popped into my mind. Now I'm going to put in some effort. Seeking power for love, seeking gifts. Chapter 228, Discharged from the hospital. That's right, there's a curse mark on your arm. It should be left by the enemy. Tsunade pushed up her glasses and took out a document from her pocket, analyzing it softly. Huayin was stunned, staring blankly at the shocking curse mark on her pale arm. It was identical to the one on the original Vortex Boruto. Her thoughts drifted back to the moment she faced off against Cien, various details resurfacing in her mind. Suddenly, the girl thought of something, her pupils contracting sharply. Could it be from that time? Huayin murmured to herself, her eyes filled with disbelief. She recalled how Cien had once reached out to grab her arm, and at that time, she hadn't paid much attention, even using a reversal technique to treat herself. Unexpectedly, from that moment on, Cien had planted a curse mark on her. No wonder Cien had looked at her with a triumphant smile back then. How are you feeling now? Tsunade asked worriedly. I'm fine. Huayin shook her head, her expression complex. Then I'll leave first. Contact me if anything happens, Tsunade said before leaving the hospital. Itachi looked at Huayin with concern. Can this curse mark be undone? I don't know, but it should be fine, she replied. Huayin forced a faint smile. Cien had already been defeated by me. Could he still possess my body? This was obviously impossible. I guess this curse mark is just meant to scare me. Thinking of this, Huayin couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Suddenly, she thought of something and curiously asked everyone, How long have I been asleep? You've been asleep for 3 days. Makoto walked over, looking at her with concern. 3 days? Kanon was taken aback. She turned her head to look at the cloudy weather outside, her expression serious. Yes, you don't know. Itachi was really worried about you. Kakashi teased, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Itachi's face immediately turned red under everyone's gaze. Jiraiya interrupted their conversation. Now is not the time to talk about that, Kanon. What kind of opponent did you encounter that day? Everyone looked at Kanon with concern. She took a deep breath and said, I encountered someone from the Tsutsuki clan. Is that the one you mentioned to us before? Shui asked worriedly. Yes, Kanon nodded. Everyone exchanged glances, their expressions tense. Shui continued to ask, How strong is he? Very strong. Hanin patted her chest and sighed lightly. I struggled with him for a long time before finally defeating him. Although he planted this curse mark on me, he is already dead now, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Kakashi covered his chin and began to ponder. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed, and it was the day for Hanin to be discharged from the hospital. Itachi supported Hanin and asked with a worried expression, Are you feeling better now? Itachi, I'm already fine, don't worry so much. Kanon turned her head away with a huff, looking quite Sundara. Although her complexion was still somewhat weak and pale, she was in much better condition than before. Itachi looked at her familiar Sundara expression and couldn't help but smile slightly. What are you laughing at? Kagami looked at Itachi's expression and curiously asked, What's wrong? It's nothing. I just felt relieved to see that you weren't hurt. Itachi gently patted his chest, his tone soft. All you do is sweet talk. Kanon huffed in its Sundara manner, but her heart was filled with joy. After all, Itachi's concern was truly sincere. What are your plans after being discharged? Itachi asked curiously as he looked at the girl in front of him. I haven't thought about it yet, Kanon said, slightly furrowing her brow and pouting. So, do you want to eat something? Itachi, seeing his wife's reaction, broke into a slight sweat on his forehead and asked again. I don't really want to eat anything. Kanon continued to shake her head, not addressing Itachi's question. The two walked side by side, with Itachi occasionally asking questions, all of which were rejected by Kanon. After a moment of silence, Itachi suddenly stopped, looking at Kanon seriously. Kanon, I know something is on your mind. Can you tell me? Maybe I can help share some of it. Don't overthink it. I really don't have any hidden worries, Kanon replied. Kagami looked at Uchiha's concerned eyes, and a warm current surged in her heart. Then, she slowly opened her mouth. Is that so? Itachi's words carried a hint of hesitation, as if he wanted to say something more but held back. Oh, were these two little lovebirds quarreling about this time? Just as the two fell into silence, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward, a familiar and relaxed voice broke the silence. They turned their heads in unison, their gaze landing on Kakashi not far away. Seeing both of them looking at him, Kakashi lightly shrugged, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Kakashi-senpai, you're already this old. How come you're still a single dog? Hana faced Kakashi's joke without any embarrassment and reflexively replied, well, we can talk about that slowly later. Ahem, as long as you're fine, it really scared me. Kakashi's forehead instantly broke out in fine beads of sweat, and then he looked at Hannah somewhat at a loss. "Oh, so did you come to see us this time for something special?" Hannah raised her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Can't I just come to chat with you for no reason?" Kakashi, upon hearing Hannah's words, couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Well, thinking about it carefully, it seems I was indeed overthinking it. Kanon rested her chin on one hand and, after a slight contemplation, said softly, "So, are there any other enemies to come?" Kakashi took a deep breath, his expression becoming unusually serious as he stared intently at Kanon. "Well, I don't know exactly when they will appear. At least in the short term, Konoha should be safe." Kanon let out a long sigh, her tone revealing a hint of complexity. "That's good," Kakashi said, his hands in his pockets, his expression relaxing slightly. A gentle breeze blew in from afar, softly tousling the hair of the three. Itachi stood beside Kanon, silently watching this scene, filled with confusion. Throughout this week, Kanon had seemed somewhat distracted, as if she was hiding something from him. Although Itachi couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong, he felt an indescribable sense of distance between everyone and Kanon. "Perhaps I'm just overthinking it," Itachi secretly told himself. All right, to celebrate Kanon's discharge, Teacher Minato specifically reserved a private room at the Konoha barbecue restaurant. "Let's go have some fun." Kakashi suddenly laughed, breaking the heavy atmosphere. "Great, Itachi-kun, let's hurry up and go." Kaon excitedly tugged at Itachi's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "All right, let's not keep everyone waiting any longer. Let's set off quickly." Itachi's lips curved into a gentle smile, and he followed closely behind Kaon, walking forward together. "I've been sick with a cold these past few days. Everyone must take care of their health and dress warmly. It's really frustrating. He was fired by the factory boss because he often had fevers and colds. Please help power my love. Thank you all." Chapter 229, Can You Help Revive Kushina? The three walked leisurely through the streets and alleys of Konoha. Kakashi had his hands casually in his pockets, leading the way lazily ahead. Kanon's heart was heavy with worries, her delicate brows occasionally furrowing, and her steps appeared slightly heavy. Weasel looked at Kanon with deep concern, wanting to say something but hesitating, his eyes filled with care. Soon, the three of them naturally arrived in front of the barbecue restaurant. "This is the place. Let's go. We should hurry inside," Kakashi said, turning to the two with a gentle invitation. Hannah nodded gently and obediently responded. Afterwards, Kakashi quickly communicated with the front desk staff. The staff respectfully led the three to an elegant private room and then quietly left. "This is it. Please come in, you two." "All right, thank you." Kakashi smiled as he pushed open the door, and a burst of laughter and cheerful voices greeted them from inside. Jiraiya's exaggerated laughter was particularly loud, while Obito clapped and cheered, creating a lively atmosphere. Everyone was seated around the table, enjoying delicious food and occasionally bursting into laughter. "Oh, you two finally made it." Minato noticed Jiraiya's funny appearance and found it amusing, then turned to Hannah and Itachi. The two said little and walked straight into the private room. Kaon sat down beside Fugaku, while Makoto gently served her food, her eyes filled with affection. Itachi sat next to Sasuke, but his mind was entirely on Kaon, closely following her every move. Sasuke noticed this and, dissatisfied, tugged at Itachi's sleeve, proudly saying, "Brother, I want to serve myself too. You're already so old, and you still let others help you?" Itachi shot Sasuke a cold glare, then turned to look at Kaon, his gaze instantly softening. Sasuke, confused, watched Itachi's rapid change in expression, feeling wronged. Naruto, seeing this, sighed lightly and stood up to serve food into Sasuke's bowl. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just uncomfortable seeing others sad. You guy." Sasuke crossed his arms and snorted, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly, secretly delighted. Minato observed the interactions among the children, his eyelids twitching slightly. He thought to himself, "I need to ask Kaon for help to revive Kushina someday." He hadn't seen Kushina in years, and he missed her dearly, but he was also worried that this would bring trouble to Kaon. The atmosphere at the dining table was lively, with everyone chatting and laughing. Kaon raised a cup in her hand and walked to Jiraiya's side. "Jiraiya-sensei, I want a drink too." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and teased Kaon. "At such a young age, do you understand alcohol?" However, his hands did not stop moving, and soon Kaon's cup was filled with drink. Huayin picked up the cup without hesitation and drank it all in one go, full of bravado. "Huh, this is not difficult at all." Hannah let out a small hiccup, her cheeks slightly flushed, and smiled as she spoke. Everyone looked at Hannah's adorable appearance, their eyes filled with tenderness and affection, followed by bursts of hearty laughter. The meal quickly came to an end, and everyone started to leave one after another. "Hannah, could you do me a favor?" Mizumoto sincerely called out to the girl who was about to leave. What is it, Uncle Mizumoto? Kanon curiously observed the serious expression on Minato's face. Well, Minato glanced at the bustling crowd around them and suggested, shall we find a different place to talk? Of course. Kanon nodded happily. Shortly after, Minato quickly led the girl away from the original spot. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery became blurred. One moment they were in a lively hotel, and the next they had arrived at the quiet back mountain of the Uchiha clan. The moon in the sky was bright and clear, and occasionally the sound of cicadas could be heard as the gentle evening breeze brushed by. Kaon couldn't help but shiver, feeling a bit chilly. Sorry for suddenly bringing you here. It's because... Shueimin looked at Kaon's actions, his eyes filled with guilt. Uncle Shueimin, what exactly is going on? Please tell me. I will do my best to help. Kanon patted her chest and curiously looked at Minato Namikaze in front of her. It's about Kushina, right? Oh, I see. You want me to resurrect Uzumaki Kushina, don't you? Huayin raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. After all, it had been so long, and Minato had never come to her with this request. Kagami had even thought that Mizumoto had forgotten about it, but it seemed she was overthinking. Perhaps Mizumoto didn't want to trouble her, so he had never spoken up. Really? Thank you so much. Mizumoto looked at Kagami with a grateful expression, his eyes shining with hope. Of course, that's totally fine. No problem at all. Henio nodded obediently and then carefully examined Watergate. What's wrong? Watergate asked curiously, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Uncle Watergate, do you have any belongings of Sister Kushina from before she passed away? Like her hair or something? Kono looked at Minato in anticipation. A gentle breeze blew, causing Minato's messy hair tips to flutter lightly. Oh, I have it at home. Let me go back and find it, Minato said, and in a flash he disappeared from the spot. After a while, Minato hurriedly teleported back. Is this okay? Minato carefully handed over a strand of red hair. He had kept this strand treasured, as it was left behind when Kushina was kidnapped by a jonin from the Cloud Village, a memory that still lingered vividly in Minato's mind. All right, this is enough. Kanon took the red hair that Mizumin handed over and carefully placed it into a transparent bag. All right, Mizumin-sensei, could you please take me over to Obito's side? Hana said softly, no problem. Minato quickly nodded anxiously. Soon, Minato led Hana to Itachi's side in a hurry. Minato-sensei, are you planning to resurrect Kushina? Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Minato. Minato scratched the back of his head, the fine cold sweat on his forehead glimmering slightly. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take action. Itachi urged anxiously, his voice filled with urgency. All right, stop shouting. I need to prepare another scarf. Kaon yawned softly and then tightly wrapped a soft scarf around her neck. By the way, don't you all feel cold? At this moment, the girl's cheeks were flushed and the thick scarf around her neck added a touch of cuteness. I'm actually fine. Watergate smiled slightly, his eyes filled with tenderness. Then let us hurry up and set off. Watergate. Kagome whispered softly. Now you can transport us and Obito to the Hidden Mist Village. All right, no problem. Minato walked briskly over and gently placed his hands on the shoulders of the two. Whoosh. 3 figures instantly vanished from the spot, leaving only a faint afterimage behind. After this, I don't know how to continue. Seeking help for love, thank you all. Chapter 230, Uzumaki Kushina. Inside the cave, it was dim. At this moment, the 3 stared at Orochimaru in front of them, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. Orochimaru quickly completed the Edo Tensei with various outrageous operations. Uzumaki Kushina was resurrected just like that. Is she really brought back to life? Minato whispered, a hint of disbelief in his voice. He thought there would be an unimaginable cost, yet the result was so unexpected. Minato, how could you be here? Uzumaki Kushina looked around, her eyes shining with surprise. Soon, her gaze was deeply captivated by the girl in front of her, unable to look away. You are. Kushina looked at the girl, and an involuntary sense of familiarity surged within her. This girl was just too cute. Between girls, a wonderful tacit understanding and connection can always be established quickly. I am. Kanon was just about to introduce herself when Kushina tightly embraced her. Minato-kun, who is this lovely little girl? What's her name? Could she be Makoto's daughter? Kushina gently rubbed her cheek against Kanon's face, asking with a joyful expression. Ah, well, Minato chuckled at his wife's enthusiasm. Kushina, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted their thoughts. Obito? What are you doing here? Kushina was quite surprised by Obito's arrival, unaware that he was the one who instigated the Nine-Tails incident. Oh well, let's talk about it in another place, Obito said, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Thank you so much, Orochimaru-senpai. Before leaving, Minato deeply bowed to Orochimaru, expressing his sincere gratitude. Immediately after, everyone vanished from their spot using Minato's flying thunder god technique. The scene rapidly shifted from a pitch-black cave illuminated only by flickering candlelight to a warm and cozy living room. This sudden change made Kanon feel a bit dizzy. But just seconds later, she fully regained her composure. This was the side effect of the flying thunder god technique. When the distance of a teleportation is too great, it briefly affects the user's mind. One must say, those who can master the flying thunder god technique are truly gifted. You all back? Jiraiya was busy tidying up the living room when he glanced at the group and casually asked. However, when he clearly saw Kushina, the broom in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. He stiffly turned his head. Kushina, how are you alive? What's wrong? Can't I be revived? Kushina pointed to her cheek with a puzzled expression, looking at Jiraiya. Ah, it's nothing. I'll continue cleaning. Jiraiya awkwardly laughed, scratching the back of his head, then quickly lowered his head to continue tidying up. It's rare to see you cleaning, and Kanon-chan, let your aunt take a good look at you. By the way, Minato, where's Naruto? Kushina turned her head, her gaze gently landing on Kanon. Then she showed a motherly smile. But then suddenly recalling something, she looked at Minato with a confused expression. Naruto should still be sleeping, Minato replied softly, glancing at the clock in the living room. I see. Kushina gently patted her chest, her expression becoming complex. I don't know how Naruto has been during these years while I was gone. Naruto. Minato looked at his wife, feeling a mix of emotions and momentarily unsure how to respond. He knew that Naruto had gone through an extremely painful time. Before meeting Kanon, he was bullied by everyone like a rat crossing the street. Fortunately, this kind girl saved him. Minato looked at Kanon with heartfelt gratitude, feeling Minato's grateful gaze. Kanon couldn't help but shyly lower her head, looking exceptionally charming and cute. With a light sound, the door upstairs slowly opened, and Naruto came out, rubbing his sleepy eyes, looking a bit dazed. You guys, he mumbled, seemingly still not fully awake. In the next moment, Naruto suddenly froze. The moment he saw Kushina, an indescribable sense of familiarity surged in his heart, so strong that it left him a bit dazed. Naruto, Kushina's voice trembled, her pupils suddenly constricting, and a drop of glistening tear quietly slid down from the corner of her eye, flashing with a complex light. This feeling was truly wonderful. Even though they hadn't seen each other for many years, and even their appearances had become somewhat unfamiliar in this vast sea of people, it seemed they could recognize each other at a glance. The deep connection imprinted in the depths of their souls made it impossible for them to ignore each other's existence. Watching the two of them gaze at each other, Kanon, Minato, and Obito exchanged smiles and wisely chose to leave. In the evening, the biting cold wind ravaged the streets of Konohagakure. Although it was late, the streetlights still emitted a soft glow. The three of them silently walked through the empty alleys. Kanon, I really appreciate you. Minato's voice broke the surrounding silence. It's nothing significant, just a small effort, Kanon replied. Kanon gently exhaled a breath of warm air and said carelessly. Minato smiled gently, and the cold wind blew in from afar, causing his already messy hair to become even more disheveled. On the side, Obito had his hands in his pockets, gazing deeply into the distance. Then he let out a self-deprecating chuckle twice. What are you laughing at, Obito? Kanon asked curiously as she turned her head. It's nothing. Just remembering how foolish I was back then, being deceived by that guy Madara, which led to misfortunes from Master Minato and Sister Kushina. Obito's eyes dimmed. His heart was filled with regret. If time could turn back, he longed to return to the past more than anyone else. That way, he could avoid making those irreparable mistakes. However, time could not be reversed, and there was no medicine for regret. Why have you both become so melancholic? Kagomine also put her hands in her pockets, glancing at the Watergate and Obito beside her, with a look of helplessness on her face. All right, Obito, since the matter is already in the past, don't think too much about it. Later, explain it well to Sister Kushina. Kagome shivered lightly, looking up at Obito's tear-streaked face, her tone filled with tenderness. Obito took a deep breath and slowly nodded. After all, everyone had been revived now. It was time to go back, as so much time had already passed. Minato smiled, his eyes full of warmth. Well then, let's go. Kanon gently tugged at Minato's collar, a smile on her face. Beside them, Obito also reached out, resting a hand on Minato's shoulder. In an instant, the scene began to blur. The originally cold street suddenly transformed. and everyone found themselves in a warm living room. The cold wind outside continued to fiercely whip at the curtains. Kaon hurriedly ran over and tightly closed the window. Is it you three who have returned?" Kushina gently comforted the Naruto in her arms while turning to look at the three who came home, her face full of surprise. "Sister Kushina, I have something I want to talk to you about," Obito said, scratching the back of his head and slowly walking over with a hint of apology. "What is it?" Kushina furrowed her brows, filled with doubt. For some reason, she vaguely sensed that something was off. Soon, a strong feeling of unease surged in her heart. "I'm so tired. I feel like my brain is about to explode. I really don't know how to write this. Please give me some motivation for love. Thank you." Chapter 231 Hinata. This big sister is so beautiful. "So, the Ninetales incident was also caused by you?" Kushina frowned, looking at Obito with a complex expression. She had a good impression of Obito, but at this moment, she couldn't hide her disappointment. "Yes, I'm very sorry," Obito said, bending slightly and bowing sincerely. "I understand." He thought Kushina would severely punish or scold him, but unexpectedly, she forgave him. Obito's pupils constricted. Before he could come to his senses, Kushina had already stood up and gently embraced him. "It hasn't been easy for you to come this far, right?" Kushina tiptoed and held Obito tightly, speaking softly. "Yeah." Obito's voice was choked. "It's okay. What's in the past is in the past. We can slowly make up for it later." Kushina continued to comfort him gently. "What?" Obito sobbed, his body slightly trembling. Meanwhile, Minato and Kaon looked at this scene with gentle expressions. As for Naruto, he was quietly lying on the sofa, sound asleep, seemingly dreaming of something happy, with a faint smile on his lips. The bright moonlight poured into the room, creating an exceptionally warm atmosphere. Before long, the sun replaced the moon. With a soft click, Kaon gently pushed the door open. She yawned and then walked into the bathroom, as usual, starting to brush her teeth and wash her face. By the way, the security department still has work to do today. Kagani suddenly thought of something, her pupils shrinking, and then she quickly went to the living room. After finishing her breakfast and changing her shoes, she walked out the door. As for Uchiha, he had gotten up early to handle family affairs. The high sun shone on the girl, casting a longer and longer shadow. It was like a beautiful painting. "Good morning." Captain Ironfire Haneon met Uchiha Tetsuhiko on the road and greeted him friendly. "Good morning," Haneon said. Tetsuhiko responded with a gentle smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Haneon went to the security department and received today's mission, to maintain Area C in the eastern part of Konoha Village. Haneon looked at the title on the task list and murmured to herself, "It's a bit far. It seems I won't be able to go home for lunch." Hana's brows furrowed slightly, showing some dissatisfaction. Soon, the girl left the security department. It must be said that Konoha Village is indeed very large, and Hana walked along the road at a leisurely pace. Along the way, she could occasionally see villagers working hard, as well as the sounds of children playing and laughing. Calculating the time, it seemed that winter vacation was just around the corner. She wondered if the holiday schedule of the ninja school was the same as in her previous life. After a while, Hana arrived at her destination. "Look, that monster is here again." A child suddenly pointed a finger, fiercely directing it at the soft and gentle Hinata Hyuga, with a tone full of cold mockery. "Why are your eyes so white? It's really scary. You can't really be a monster, can you?" Another child echoed, his eyes revealing fear. In the snow, several children laughed as they picked up snowflakes and threw them hard at Hinata. Hinata staggered a few steps, her body swaying dangerously close to falling to the ground. In the distance, Hana's sharp gaze caught this scene. She quickly sensed her surroundings, but found that Naruto was nowhere to be seen. "This is bad," she thought to herself. It seemed that her presence had altered the original timeline. In the original story, it was supposed to be Naruto who rescued Hinata from danger. However, due to her intervention, Naruto had not appeared, causing Hinata to suffer bullying from these mischievous children until now. "Hey, you guys, don't go too far." Kaon could no longer hold back her anger and rushed over, shouting loudly, "What does it have to do with you?" One of the ugly kids froze as he looked up. The big sister in front of him, dressed in the imposing uniform of the security department, was undeniably beautiful and cute, but there was no doubt that she was a powerful member of the Uchiha clan. "She is from the security department." The kid shouted in terror. "Everyone run." The other kids were also frightened and scattered in all directions. Huayin looked at the backs of the mischievous kids running away, feeling helpless. She knew that if she didn't teach them a lesson, they would repeat their tricks next time. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she instantly disappeared from her spot. When she reappeared, she was already blocking the path in front of the running kids. The technique of Nailuo. Huayin gave a soft shout and cast a low-level illusion on the children. Instantly, the children seemed possessed, standing dazed in place with deep fear in their eyes. Soon, tears began to slide down their cheeks, as if they were witnessing the things they feared the most within themselves. The technique of Naruto, this low-level illusion, allows one to confront their innermost fears. It is likely that these mischievous children were now seeing images of their parents harshly punishing them. Hannah looked at the time and decided to cancel the illusion. The children instantly snapped back to reality, sobbing and crying loudly before scattering in all directions. Watching the scene, Hannah let out a sigh of relief and turned to walk towards Hinata, who was in the snow in the distance. She knew that Hinata needed her comfort the most at this moment. "Big sister, it's you again," Hinata said, slowly getting to her feet while hugging her head. Her body was covered in wounds, clearly inflicted by the stones thrown by those children. Kagami looked at Hinata with concern and quickly used the reversal technique to heal her. "Do you feel better now?" Hannah squeezed out a gentle smile and softly asked, "Thank you, big sister." Hinata looked up at Hannah, her voice as soft as a mosquito, yet filled with gratitude. "You're welcome. If they dare to bully you again, just call me. I will definitely take care of them." Kanon squatted down and gently touched Hinata's head, saying softly, "That's good." Hinata's cheeks turned slightly red. The big sister in front of her is so beautiful. I really don't know how to continue writing. Chapter 232. Hinata. How is it? The taste isn't bad, right? Kagani sat beside Hinata, her face showing a gentle expression as she gazed at the petite girl in front of her. Hinata nodded softly. Just a few hours ago, Hinata was filled with anticipation to patrol Konoha village alongside Kagani. Hannah heard Hinata's request and did not hesitate at all. After all, she also needed a companion on this journey. After the patrol was over, Kanon decided to invite Hinata to have lunch together. Back to the point at this moment, Kanon was gently watching the lowly in front of her slurping noodles. Is she not full yet? Kagani observed Hinata's slightly hesitant expression after finishing her noodles and gently asked her. Hinata shyly nodded again, like a budding flower. "Uncle Ichiraku." Hanin turned to look at the middle-aged uncle who was still busy in the store, his face beaming with a kind smile. "Oh, it's Hanin. What brings you here?" Uncle Ilu wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked with a gentle smile. "Please add another bowl for us." Kagani took out a few brand-new bills from her pocket and handed them to Uncle Yao. "All right." Uncle Yao took the bills and immediately instructed his daughter to find some change, while he continued to immerse himself in the busy kitchen. "Here you go. This is your change," said Uncle Yao's daughter gently as she handed over the change. "Thank you." Kanon took the coins and carefully placed them in her pocket. As for Uncle Ichiraku's daughter, she was indeed quite attractive, but Kanon couldn't recall her name at the moment. I have to say, dining at this Ichiraku ramen shop is truly a pleasant experience. Just based on the impeccable service attitude alone, Kanon unhesitatingly gave a perfect score. "Thank you, sister." Hinata gently tugged at Kanon's sleeve beside her, her voice as tiny and weak as a mosquito. "No need to be polite," Hannah gently responded, while reaching out her delicate hand to lightly stroke Hinata's soft hair. She felt a deep affection for this little girl, Hinata. However, at that moment, a problem was causing Hannah quite a headache. It seemed that her arrival had triggered some subtle changes in time. According to the original story, Naruto should have already come to rescue Hinata. But now, due to the butterfly effect caused by her presence, there hadn't been much interaction between Naruto and Hinata. As a result, their feelings for each other wouldn't be very deep. If that were the case, wouldn't the future of Boruto disappear because of this? No, absolutely not. If that happened, her unique advantage as a traveler would vanish as well. It seemed she had to find a way to bring these two together. "Hinata, would you like to make a new friend?" Hannah leaned closer to the shy little girl in front of her and asked teasingly, "So, would you like to come to my house and play for a while?" Hinata nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, looking very adorable. Kaon looked at Hinata in front of her, feeling a slight hesitation in her heart. To be honest, she was not sure if Hinata could enter the Uchiha clan's territory. After all, she was the esteemed young lady of the Hyuga clan. Logically, she should not be going out easily. Presumably, Hinata had sneaked out without her family's knowledge this time as well. Of course, there was no problem. Surprisingly, Hinata showed no signs of opposition and instead nodded obediently. Watching this obedient and cute little girl, Kaon's worries finally dissipated. Soon, the time after dinner passed in the blink of an eye. Kaon felt a bit reluctant as she took out a few new banknotes again and handed them to Uncle Yao. Looking at the mountain of bowls piled up on the table, Hanyo's eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly. "I'm sorry, Hanyo's sister," Hinata said, holding Hanyo's small hand and lowering her head even more. It's okay, I really don't mind these things. Kagani patted her chest and said, pretending to be relaxed, I will definitely return it to you in the future. Hinata raised her head, looking at the girl in front of her with eyes as clear as water, and softly said, let's go back first. Hanin ignored Hinata's words and smiled as she spoke. In fact, Hanin was not short on money. After all, she was the wife of the Uchiha clan leader. Working at the security department was merely a way to sharpen her will and experience the life of an ordinary person. To put it simply, it was just a bit of hardship. The sun hanging high in the sky cast its rays on the two girls, stretching their shadows longer and longer, like a beautiful painting. Kaon held Hinata's hand, and they chatted and laughed along the way. Hinata had a gentle personality, though she was somewhat introverted and shy. Hinata, can I ask you a question? Kaon suddenly thought of something and turned to the little girl beside her. What is it? Hinata tilted her head, looking at Kaon with confusion. What do you think of Naruto? Kaon curiously asked, the image of Naruto flashing in her mind. Naruto-kun. Hinata looked up at the sky, slightly parted her lips, and after a moment of thought, pressed her lower lip together. I think he's a bit aloof. Kaon raised an eyebrow, watching Hinata's expression. Why do you say that? Isn't Naruto handsome? Kaon continued to ask. Well, he is quite handsome. Hinata nodded after a moment of thought, her expression calm and unruffled. She didn't blush at the mention of Naruto like she did in the original story. Upon seeing this, Kane's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. This is bad. It seems she has disrupted the original plot. If Hinata doesn't like Naruto, then Boruto won't exist. Without Boruto, how will everyone contend with the Otsutsuki? Are they going to rely on her? As soon as the thought flashed through Huayin's mind, she shook her head repeatedly, like a rattle drum. What's wrong, Sister Huayin? Hinata looked up, her face full of confusion as she stared at Huayin. Ahem, it's nothing, you see, we're almost home. Henio pointed to a magnificent mansion ahead and said in a somewhat flustered manner. Hinata retracted her puzzled expression, her face filled with joy as she tightly held Henio's hand. For some reason, as long as she was with his big sister, she always felt happy, even forgetting the tedious matters of her clan. No one dared to make things difficult for her anymore. With a creak, the door was pushed open by Henio. She took the key out of the door and put it in her pocket, then walked inside with Hinata. At the entrance, there were shoes ready for changing. Hinata took off her shoes, revealing her round and delicate little feet, which were covered in layers of white stockings. She gently slipped her feet into the shoes. Please support me with love. Please give a 5-star review. Please urge updates. These are very important to the author. I want this book to reach an 8 rating. That's my biggest wish. Chapter 233. Naruto and Hinata. These two have a chance. Oh, you're back? Mikoto was busy preparing lunch when she saw Hanio and exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this the little girl from the Hyuga family? Mikoto stared curiously at Hinata and asked. Hello. Sister, Hinata greeted Mikoto politely, her voice sweet. Well, what a cute little one. Mikoto squatted down and gently patted Hinata's head. Hanio smiled and watched this scene, her eyes full of warmth. It must be said that Hinata's emotional intelligence was much higher than Kakashi's. The warm scene, just now, made Hanio reminisce about the past. When Kakashi first came to the Uchiha clan's territory, he called Mikoto Auntie. Thinking of these amusing incidents, the girl couldn't help but chuckle, her smile blooming like a flower. Have you had lunch? Mikoto looked at Hanio with gentle eyes and asked indulgently. I've already eaten. Is Itachi still busy? Hanin turned to Mikoto, curious to ask. That kid is really a workaholic, busy from morning until now. Mikoto frowned slightly, revealing her concern in her tone. Is that so? Hanin couldn't help but feel a bit worried. It seems that Itachi is indeed a true workaholic. By the way, Mom, is Naruto at home? Kanon suddenly remembered her purpose for coming back and hurriedly asked. He's in the back mountain now, what's wrong? Mikoto replied with a puzzled expression. Oh, I need to find Naruto for something. Hinata, let's go. Kagani gently looked at Hinata and softly called out to her. Hinata obediently followed along. After the two girls changed their shoes, they opened the big door and thoughtfully took an umbrella with them. After all, the sun in the sky was extremely scorching, and if they weren't careful, they could get sunburned. The sunlight fell on the two girls, stretching their shadows longer and longer. Before long, they arrived at the South-East Shrine in the back mountain of the Uchiha clan. Soon, they could see Naruto in the distance, diligently hammering stakes. Standing beside him, carefully guiding Naruto, was Obito. Why is that guy Obito always inseparable from Naruto? Kagome furrowed her brows lightly. She actually didn't have much aversion to Obito. It was just that their frequent encounters surprised her a bit. Naruto-kun, are you still training hard? Hanabi held Hinata's delicate little hand and walked over, her voice carrying a hint of tenderness. Hanabi, why did you suddenly come? Naruto paused his actions and took out a towel to gently wipe the cold sweat off his body. At this moment, he was strong and robust, a stark contrast to the lean and weak appearance from the original work. His handsome face and tousled long hair gently fell to his ears, resembling the looks of the character from the original. What can I come and care about you? Kaon pouted and pretended to be dissatisfied, but her eyes sparkled with laughter. That's not what I meant. Seeing this, Naruto was at a loss, his hands flailing in a panic. All right, I was just teasing you. Don't be so nervous. Kagami covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her laughter clear and pleasant to hear. Then she playfully extended her finger and gently flicked Naruto's forehead. Do you know who this is? Kaon slowly pulled Hinata out from behind her, her voice filled with tenderness. This is Hinata. Naruto stared in disbelief, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Hinata's image gradually became clearer in his mind, and childhood memories surged to the forefront. Unlike others who showed disdain, she quietly watched him, a rare warmth in the village. In his childhood, Naruto felt incredibly happy because of Hinata's presence. He had finally found someone who didn't dislike him and wanted to approach her to play, but Hinata always avoided him, which puzzled him at the time. Hello, Naruto-kun. I'm Hinata. She politely bowed to the Naruto in front of her. Although her expression was neutral, a hint of shyness shone in her eyes. No need to be so formal. I know you. Hyuga Hinata. Nice to meet you. Naruto responded with a smile. Hinata tilted her head, curiously examining Naruto, her eyes sparkling with interest. Is there something wrong? Naruto scratched his cheek, his face turning red as he turned away, unable to meet Hinata's gaze. No, nothing. Hinata smiled slightly, her eyes filled with kindness. For some reason, she always felt an inexplicable fondness for Naruto, though she couldn't quite explain where it came from. Henin, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but slightly widen her pupils, a knowing smile appearing on her face. It seemed that these two really had something going on. Obito noticed Hanane's meaningful gaze, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. So, Kakashi was right. Women seem to have a natural interest in gossip. All right, you two have fun here. I'll take my leave first. Hana smiled gently, her voice soft and pleasant. After speaking, she turned to leave. Sister Hana, where are you going? Hinata asked, unable to suppress her curiosity as she noticed Hana was about to leave. I have some work to take care of, so y'all can have fun here. Obito, could you please accompany me for a moment? Hana squatted down gently and stroked Hinata's hair, then turned to Obito and winked. Obito understood and nodded slightly. Afterwards, the two hurriedly left the place, leaving only a faint silhouette behind. Hinata and Naruto stood facing each other, momentarily at a loss. How should I address you? Naruto scratched his head, a hint of shy smile on his face. You can just call me Hinata. Naruto-kun, Hinata replied sweetly, her voice soft and pleasant. At the Uchiha clan residence. So, you just took our young lady to the back mountain for this matter? Several members of the Hyuga clan looked at each other as they listened to Hana's explanation. Is there any problem with that? Hanin tilted her head and asked curiously. It's not inappropriate to find a playmate for the young lady. After hearing this, Hinata Takuma's mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, this is quite ridiculous. The young lady of the Hyuga clan suddenly went missing. The clan leader urgently ordered them to search, and after some inquiries, they found out that the young lady had actually gone to the back mountain of the Uchiha clan to play with others. I really don't know how to write anymore. My mindset has collapsed. The new book has gone into the little black room again. Chapter 234. Sasuke, you shouldn't stay up late anymore. Hinata Takuma hesitated. Wanted to say something, but stopping. What's wrong, Uncle Takuma? Kagani looked curiously at the person in front of her, her eyes sparkling with inquisitiveness. It's nothing. Just that if the young lady is safe and sound, then we can all feel a lot more at ease, Hinata Tokumasa said with a feigned relaxed smile. But his eyes revealed a hint of worry. Don't worry, Hinata will definitely be safe among the Uchiha clan. Huayin spoke with a firm tone, her face radiating a confident smile. Upon hearing this, Dekan nodded slightly and said, Well then, I will take my leave first. He cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, turned around with his subordinates, and their figures gradually disappeared from view. Kagani stood alone in place, watching the crowd drift away, a hint of loneliness rising in her heart. Sai, what should I do next? She sighed lightly, her eyes flickering with confusion. The work was done, and Itachi was still busy in the clan's territory. Going home alone would be extremely boring, and she didn't know who to play with. Well, I might as well wander around. Kagani pulled back her thoughts and decided to take a stroll through the streets of Konoha village to truly savor this moment of freedom. In recent days, she had either been busy with work or cooped up at home, hardly taking the time to appreciate the scenery of Konoha village. At this moment, the sun in the sky was gradually setting in the west, losing the vigor of the morning but adding the softness and brilliance of the evening glow. Henio walked along the streets of Konoha with her hands in her pockets, a gentle breeze tousling the ends of her hair. A faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, and the silly tuft of hair on her head swayed gently with her steps, giving her a particularly playful appearance. Villagers on the road cast curious glances at her. Kaon politely responded to their gaze, although she may have felt a bit uncomfortable at first. After more than a decade of experience, she had long since become accustomed to such attention. After taking a simple stroll around Konoha village, Kagani returned to the Uchiha clan's territory. With a creak, she gently pushed open the slightly old door. It seems she needs to find some time to have someone fix this door. Kaon glanced at the door, secretly murmuring to herself. Time flows swiftly like water, and in the blink of an eye, winter gives way to spring. The alarm clock beside the bed rang, but not long after. Huayin lazily extended her hand to turn off the alarm's noise. Did I sleep until morning? She struggled to get out of bed, rubbing her drowsy eyes. After a quick wash, she went to the living room and saw that breakfast was already laid out on the dining table. Golden eggs and soft, fragrant bread. Kagome sat by the dining table, munching on bread with her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel, looking quite adorable. At this moment, Sasuke came down from upstairs, yawning and looking at her with a drowsy expression. You're up so early? Sasuke's voice was a bit hoarse. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? I have work to do, so of course I have to get up early. Kaon looked at Sasuke's tired appearance and couldn't help but tease him. Oh, I couldn't sleep last night. I was up all night. Sasuke sighed helplessly. Insomnia? Why? Kaon asked curiously. Yes. Sasuke shot her a glare and casually grabbed a piece of bread from the table, taking a bite. It wouldn't be because of a breakup, would it? Kagani suddenly thought of something, and a gossiping expression appeared on her face. Sasuke's face instantly turned speechless, staring at her without saying a word. I was really pissed off by those pig teammates while playing games last night. Sasuke chewed on his bread, his eyes filled with anger. Seeing Sasuke like this, Kagani frowned slightly and gently advised, you should rest early, or it will affect your growth. Her words carried a hint of seriousness, but to outsiders, they seemed particularly playful and cute. That being said, the technological development in the ninja world has advanced several times faster compared to the original work. This may be attributed to Kagani's influence, which has reduced many direct conflicts between the 5 great nations, leading everyone to focus on researching technological advancements. Although mobile phones have not yet emerged, computers have quietly risen. However, Huayin is not very interested in these things. She wasn't keen on games in her previous life, and now she has even less interest. All right, I don't want to hear you nag about those games anymore. I have to go to work soon, Kaon said, extending her palm to gently interrupt Sasuke's words. She then sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in her gaze. Well, fine. Sasuke looked at the girl in front of him, nodded, and then, with his prominent dark circles under his eyes, slowly walked up to the second floor and returned to his room. Watching Sasuke's exhausted figure, Kaon couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. All these changes seemed to stem from her. The plot in the original story had undergone earth-shattering changes, triggering a chain of butterfly effects. This was not a good omen. Kaon instinctively lowered her head, staring at the still prominent curse mark on her arm. It had been 2 or 3 years, and it still hadn't faded, just like Boruto in the original works Boruto, Naruto Next Generations. It's really strange. I clearly killed that guy, Zishian, with my own hands. The sound of flowers murmured to herself, her pupils slightly constricted, filled with confusion. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching pain surged again from her arm, and she bit her silver teeth tightly, her lovely face instantly covered with a fine layer of cold sweat. Huayin took a deep breath, trying to calm the pain in her heart. Then, she gently raised her arm and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. For some time now, she had been experiencing intense pain in her arm every few weeks, although she never understood the reason behind it. Could it be that that guy Zishian wasn't really dead? Was he still lurking inside her body? No, that was absolutely impossible. Kagome clearly remembered that she had repeatedly confirmed the death of Zishian. But why did it still happen? Huayin dragged her tired body back to her room and sat down in front of the vanity. In the mirror, her face looked pale and somewhat weak. I can't really have become that wedge, can I? She murmured softly, her pupils flickering with unease. This is bad. I still have to go to work later, or I'll be late. Hannah glanced at the alarm clock, and her adorable hair stood up instantly. I really don't know how to write anymore. When this book reached over 100 chapters, it was all just filler. I just write whatever comes to mind. I really don't know how to continue. Please support me, urge me to update, and leave good reviews. This book has already scored 8 points, which is the highest rating I've ever received for any of my works. Chapter 235, An Unexpected Encounter with Uchiha Izumi. I'm really sorry, Uncle Tiewa, but due to some special reasons, I accidentally arrived a little late. Huayin opened her mouth with a sense of grievance, her voice carrying a hint of apology. Oh, is that so? I already know. Being late once isn't a big deal. Tiewa looked at the girl's face, which was filled with grievance, and responded somewhat flusteredly. You know, she is the young clan leader's wife. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to offend her in the slightest. If he accidentally angered her or made her cry, how could he keep his position steady? Is it really okay? The girl blinked her big, watery eyes, looking adorably at Tiewa as if seeking confirmation. Yes, it's really no problem. Just go to the finance department to settle your salary for this month. You've done an excellent job, and there's also a bonus. Tiewa swallowed hard and then hurriedly added, bonus? Huayin showed a hint of surprise on her face upon hearing this. Yes, those members of the security department with higher ratings receive some bonus profits from the family as a reward. Tai Hua explained softly, with a hint of envy in his tone. So that's how it is. Kaon suddenly realized and nodded, a knowing smile appearing on her face. All right, let's not say too much for now. This is your task for today. Tetsuhan said as he solemnly took out a sealed bag from his pocket and handed it to Kaon. Kagami skillfully took the sealed bag, opened it lightly, and inside was a document with black text on white paper. During the handover of tasks by the security department, this was always the meticulous attitude displayed, highlighting the Uchiha clan's seriousness towards their missions. All right then, Uncle Iron Fire, I'm leaving here now. Huayin looked at Taiho in front of her and politely said goodbye. Sure, no problem. Taiho took out a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, watching the girl's figure gradually fade away. It wasn't until Huayin's silhouette completely disappeared from view that he let out a sigh of relief and breathed heavily, secretly muttering to himself. Sigh, Lady Huayin, there's really no need for you to experience this kind of life. The sun hung high in the sky, gently casting its light on the girl, slowly elongating her slender shadow. After receiving an urgent mission from the security department, Hanan hurried to Area C in the eastern part of Konoha village. This area was especially familiar to her. Hanan. To be honest, I'm quite willing to patrol this place, because not only is there Ichiraka Ramen, but I can also look up and see the majestic Hokage Rock. Oh, Hanan sister, what are you doing here wandering around? Just as Hanan was lost in thought, a soft and sweet voice suddenly rang in her ears. Izumi-chan? Hannah turned her head in surprise, looking at the lively and adorable lowly in front of her, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. It had been a long time since they last met, and Uchiha Izumi had become even more charming. Oh, is Sister Hannah still busy at work? Izumi teased mischievously, blinking her big eyes. What's up, little girl? Huayin pretended to be dissatisfied and pouted, looking at Quan, who was still shorter than her chest, and couldn't help but smile slightly. You're only a little bit taller than me. What's so great about that? Guan, unwilling to back down, helplessly pouted. All right, I don't have time to banter with you here. I still need to continue my patrol. Huayin sighed softly, her eyes revealing a hint of fatigue. Although this job was just a simple patrol, once it was tied to the salary, the nature of it became entirely different. So, when can you finish work? Quan curiously asked. I'll be free at noon. Why do you ask? Do you want to join the security team too? Huayin chuckled lightly, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. She seemed quite relaxed and at ease. Quan whispered softly, a glimmer of longing in her eyes. Then you can give it a try and see for yourself. It's not as simple as you think. Huayin frowned slightly upon hearing this, her tone carrying a hint of barely noticeable anger. All right, Sister Huayin, please don't be angry. I'll treat you to a big meal at noon today to make amends. Quan smiled sweetly, revealing her cute little tiger teeth, instantly melting Huayin's heart. Okay then. But before that, you better not come to bother me again. Kaon heard the invitation from Izumi and no longer declined. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was noon. You should be done now, right? Izumi kept close behind Kaon, curiously looking around. After all, this area was still in the development stage. And aside from the personnel from the security department and the dark department, no other idle people were allowed to enter. Even the Uchiha clan was no exception. There shouldn't be any problems now. Let us go. Kagami simply looked around. The surroundings appeared unusually desolate, overgrown with weeds, exuding a sense of desolation. A gentle breeze blew from afar, making a whistling sound, as if whispering something. As far as the eye could see, the end was unattainable. Kulme, let me hold you and fly. The three Tomo Sharingan in Huayi's pupils began to spin rapidly, instantly transforming into a cute cherry blossom pattern. You better hold on tight, Huayin said as she embraced Izumi in a princess carry, a shy expression appearing on her face. Don't worry, my sister's strength is very impressive. The wings behind Huayin slowly unfolded. Then, the two girls leaned closely against each other, and Huayin's flying speed was not hurried. To take care of Izumi's feelings, she deliberately slowed down, minimizing the wind resistance from afar. Your ability is quite practical, Izumi said, looking at Huayin in surprise, her eyes filled with envy. Of course. How about it? Aren't you super envious? Huayin said jokingly, with a hint of pride in her tone. I'm not jealous at all. Although Kaon said this, the envy in her eyes was hard to conceal. It must be said that the image of the two girls snuggled tightly together resembled a beautiful and captivating painting, pleasing to the eye. Soon, the two landed in a small alley. Why land here? Kaon shyly broke free from Huayin's embrace. Do you want to attract the villagers' attention? Kaon looked helplessly at the little lowly in front of her. It had been several years since they last met, and she felt that Izumi seemed a bit naive and sweet. It seemed to be true. Izumi murmured, and only then did she realize, looking somewhat cute. I really don't know how to write anymore. Please support me. The author can't afford to eat. Please give good reviews. Please urge for updates. Chapter 236. The Arrival of the Golden Peach in the Ninja World. The two girls were traversing the winding alleys of Konoha Village. Kaon, what do you want to try for lunch? Izumi looked at Kaon with curiosity. Kagani lightly touched her cheek with her fingers and then shrugged helplessly. I'm fine with anything. How about going to Draco? Izumi asked tentatively, unsure of Kagani's feelings. Sure, Kagani blinked, but you're treating. Izumi glanced at her best friend and pretended to be helpless, saying you. The sunlight poured down from above, shining on the two of them. Soon, their shadows followed their steps into a shop. Ichiraku uncle, 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Izumi pulled out cash and called softly. All right, coming right up. Uncle Ichiraku smiled kindly as he took the money and handed it to his daughter nearby. She quickly found the change, which Izumi took, and then she and Kagani walked to a corner seat. What's wrong? You don't look very happy, Izumi said, looking at Kagani with concern. It's nothing. Kagani snapped back to reality and shook her head. You're not thinking about Itachiclaims, are you? Izumi covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes full of gossip. Kaon silently tapped Kaon's head. Ouch! Kaon hugged her head, looking at Kaon with a resentful expression. What are you daydreaming about all day? I'm thinking about work. Kaon sighed lightly. Work? Are you worried about being lazy and getting fired? Kaon asked, her eyes looking confused as she stared at Kaon. It's not that, Sai. Kaon said, her eyelid twitching slightly. At that moment, the daughter of the hand-pulled noodle master came over with a steaming bowl of ramen and said gently, Here you go. Ladies, the tonkatsu ramen is ready. Thank you. The two girls replied politely. Looking at the ramen on the table, Kaon picked up a slice of narutomaki and gently placed it in her mouth. It was a bit hot, but it tasted good. Kaon, on the other hand, calmly slurped her noodles, clearly a regular customer. Don't you think it's hot? Kaon asked cutely. No, Kaon said, lifting the bowl to drink the soup, shaking her head. Hannah lowered her head and looked at the noodles, lost in thought. For some reason, the once beloved Ichiraku ramen was making her feel a bit nauseous this time. Perhaps it was too oily? She didn't dwell on it too much, but halfway through, she suddenly felt a wave of nausea and quickly grabbed her water cup to drink and relieve it. Hannah, what's wrong? Izumi asked with concern. It's nothing, I'm full. Hannah waved her hand and took a few more sips of water. Why are you eating so little? Izumi looked at Hannah and suddenly realized, Hannah, are you on a diet recently? I was too careless. I shouldn't have let you eat such high-calorie food. It's not that. Hannah sighed lightly. Just eat these. Izumi took the remaining noodles from Hannah's plate and rubbed her hands together. Kagani looked at Izumi, her feelings complicated. Recently, she had been experiencing arm pain and nausea when eating. Could it be because of the wedge? She lowered her head to look at the light blue curse mark on her fair arm, deep in thought. To be honest, Kagun's heart was filled with confusion, and she was at a loss on how to break the curse seal on her hand. Every morning when she woke up, the sight of the curse seal would make her feel anxious. After a hurried meal, the two girls stepped out of the shop. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had quietly passed. Huayin held an umbrella, strolling in the rain. The raindrops falling from the sky danced on the surface of the umbrella, creating a rhythmic sound like a melodious symphony. The girl walked quietly along the road, surrounded by a continuous stream of passers-by. Their gazes were drawn to Huayin, only to be quickly withdrawn. Faced with this scene, Huayin merely sighed softly and shook her head. Sometimes, an overly high appearance can also be a source of trouble. When going out, one always attracts countless glances from strangers. Alas, but this is ultimately an unchangeable fact. Calculating the time, I have been in this world for over a decade, and the current timeline has been completely disrupted by me. The plot from the original story no longer exists, and now the only thing that worries me is the Otsutsuki clan. Hana raised her head and gazed at the dense dark clouds in the sky, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of worry in her eyes. When will the Otsutsuki clan finally descend upon Earth? It seems that the original text recorded that the peach and gold forms would arrive in the ninja world first, followed by other members of the Otsutsuki clan. A loud rumble echoed, shaking the horizon. Above, the sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder roared, weaving a breathtaking scene. Why do I feel that the atmosphere today is a bit off? Huayin slowly raised her head, gazing at the heart-pounding heights above. Her brows tightly knitted, her lovely face filled with worry. Meanwhile, in another place, Jinshi, is this what they call the ninja world? It looks exceptionally backward and vulnerable. Tao Shi, dressed in a pristine white robe, with hair cascading down to his waist like a waterfall, surveyed the surroundings with a look of disdain in his eyes. Lord Tao Shi, even so, we must remain cautious at all times. Jinshi respectfully knelt on the ground, his gaze devoutly fixed on his lord. This is utterly boring. Let's finish this tedious task quickly, absorb all the power of the nine-tailed beasts, and then plant the divine tree fruit. Tao Shi closed his eyes, sensing the surrounding chakra fluctuations, then suddenly opened them, revealing a chilling coldness in his gaze. His tone filled with undeniable resolve. As you command. Jinshi respectfully nodded and then stood up. Just as in the original plot, the Cloud Village's killer bee soon fell into their hands. In an instant, rumors spread throughout the 5 great nations, causing panic among the people, and all villages fell into an unprecedented state of fear. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, strict orders were issued in each village, prohibiting their Jinchuriki from going out easily to avoid any mishaps. I really don't know how to continue writing. I've been just filling up words, writing irrelevant content nonstop. Please support me for love. The author really needs this right now. Help me. He really needs this to make a living. I feel so tired. I really don't know how to continue writing. My mind is completely blank about the next plot. I can only write whatever comes to mind. Chapter 237, Huayin versus Tao Shi. In any case, Naruto, you must be extra careful. Fugaku looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a serious expression, his gaze revealing endless worry. All right, I understand, Uncle Fugaku, Naruto nodded, but soon fell into hesitation, wanting to say something but stopping. Do you have any concerns? Fugaku sighed softly, already well aware of Naruto's indecisive nature. Is the enemy really that strong? Naruto asked curiously, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Yes, the enemy's strength cannot be underestimated. Fugaku nodded seriously again. And what about Sister Huayin? Naruto looked up at Fugaku, his eyes filled with concern. She went to stop those enemies. Fugaku's words carried a weight, his gaze revealing trust in Huayin's abilities. After all, Kagani's strength is now recognized as the #1 in the ninja world, unmatched by anyone. It is likely that only she can contend with those 2 Otsutsuki powers and bring a glimmer of hope to the ninja world. The scene shifts to a vast and boundless wasteland. The surrounding weeds sway gracefully in the storm, as if they are dancers of nature, while the thunder and lightning in the sky resemble the wrath of the gods. In this desolate place, a girl dressed in a black raincoat, with a razor-sharp knife hanging at her waist, stands quietly. She takes a slight breath, and her eyes reveal determination. If nothing unexpected happens, Peach should be nearby. Kagani looked around, her eyes becoming more cautious and sharp. Sure enough, in the distance of the cave entrance, she keenly sensed an extremely strong and massive chakra presence, like surging waves that inspired awe. Who is it? Inside the cave, a deafening roar echoed, followed by a pink scythe that shot out like lightning. Kagun decisively drew the knife from her waist, and with a flash of cold light, the pink sickle was instantly sliced in half, falling to the ground like withered leaves. Who exactly are you? 2 figures slowly walked out, one tall and one short, exactly as they appeared in the original work. Here, to take your lives. Huayin couldn't be bothered with small talk, so she decisively drew her sword and disappeared from her original spot, like a bolt of black lightning, launching a fierce attack on her enemy. Whoosh! A cold light flashed, and one of Jin's horns was severed by Huayin's blade. "Damn it, you actually cut off my horn," Jin roared, pulling out 2 axes from his waist and glaring angrily at the girl. At that moment, Tao Shi, standing behind him, silently observed the scene, showing no intention of intervening. Jin bent his legs and suddenly charged at Huayin, his speed like an arrow shot from a bow. Seeing this, Huayin did not retreat, but advanced instead, gripping the blade tightly and charging forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rain curtain was scattered and splattered under the slicing of the blade. And as the rain poured down, 3 large knives swung simultaneously. Domain unleashed, demon-slaying chef. Kagami shouted coldly. In an instant, the ground was torn apart by a deep white bone gate. Immediately after, invisible slashes surged like a tide, continuously attacking Jin. Jin swung his axe, desperately defending himself. As the axe collided with the slashes, producing a deafening sound. Huayin's figure was agile, constantly shifting positions in search of a flaw in Jin's technique. The two exchanged blows amidst the rain, with flashes of swords and blades. The battle was extraordinarily intense. Each clash was accompanied by splattering sparks and deafening roars. Stomp! Kagami stepped on the ground, splashing large puddles of mud. At this moment, she gritted her teeth, desperately resisting the attacks from Jin. Jin was also in a bad situation. The continuous slashes had left him looking disheveled, with blood seeping from his body. Yet he continued to hold on, because Lord Tao was watching his performance from behind. The sounds of weapons clashing echoed, and each collision sparked with intensity. Kagami seized the opportunity, crouched down, and quickly gathered her hands to form a red light. A beam of crimson light shot violently towards the gold style, sending it flying out instantly. Bang! In the high sky, an explosion sounded, with rain mixed with smoke falling to the ground. I didn't expect you to defeat the gold style. The peach style, which had remained motionless in the distance, suddenly vanished and appeared next to Kagami in an instant. Huayin decisively activated her kaleidoscope Sharingan, and before Tao Shi could finish his words, Huayin had vanished from her spot. In the distance, a fireball whistled through the smoke. Tao Shi disdainfully extended one hand, and the fireball was instantly absorbed by the eye in his palm. Not bad in power, but I'll return it to you. Tao Shi sneered as he flicked the fireball back. As the fireball was released, the rain evaporated, and a gigantic fiery red phoenix swooped toward Huayin. Huayin gritted her teeth, fully aware that this was Tao Shi's ability. She did not evade, planning to take this hit head-on and see just how much damage Tao Shi's counterattack would inflict. Bang! A black Susanoo appeared in an instant, and the smoke rose dramatically in the distance, while the rain continued to pour down. As the smoke cleared, the intact black Susanoo was revealed. Hannah's petite body is tightly wrapped in the skeleton. Is this all you can do? Huayin chuckled lightly, looking at the distant Tao Shi. Tao Shi's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he formed hand seals, causing the surrounding space to be torn apart by a sudden gust of wind. Huayin sensed a powerful force approaching and decisively drew 6 staves from the air. She gripped the staves tightly in both hands and swung them fiercely towards the distance. Whoosh! Bang! 2 violent gusts of air collided, causing the surrounding rainwater to seem disturbed and rise irregularly. The soil and grass from the ground were swept into the air, and soon, a fierce tornado formed in the center of the battlefield. But this was just the beginning. The tornado was filled with a large amount of sand and stones, obscuring visibility. However, at the center of the tornado, a black greatsword suddenly pierced through. Huayin controlled Susanoo, swinging the large sword vigorously towards Momoshiki. Momoshiki's gaze sharpened, and he instantly disappeared from his original position. At this moment, from the distant smoke, a dark energy ball quickly rushed towards Huayin. With a bang, the condensed dark energy ball collided with Susanoo's body. In the game, this is Momoshiki's first skill. Irregular cracks rapidly spread across Susanoo's body, breaking apart like a spider web. Kaon bit down on her silver teeth, increasing the output of her eye technique. Soon, the cracks on Susanoo's body were completely repaired. She swiftly made a gesture with both hands and decisively summoned the magical void. Kagami continued to use her previous tactics, constantly exchanging long-range blows with the peach style. As soon as the peach style attempted to get closer, she would swap positions with the magic void Luo. At this moment, the peach style was on high alert when he suddenly saw intense smoke rising in the distance, gradually dissipating. A huge white monster emerged. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The peach style's gaze instantly turned cold, too late to think. The enormous white monster was already approaching him. To ensure his safety, The peach style decided to step back a few paces to create distance. Close combat was not his strong suit. He excelled in long-range attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The peach style casually threw out 3 dark red energy balls, moving the surrounding space at extreme speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 energy balls struck the body of Magic Void Luo, but Magic Void Luo remained unscathed, seemingly merging with these energy balls. I'm really exhausted. Please generate power for love. Please generate power for love. Thank you all for your gifts. The author will see everything in the background, and the author is immensely grateful to everyone. Chapter 238. Is the peach style entering phase 2? Merged? How is that possible? The peach style stared at the unharmed Magic Void Luo in the distance, his pupils suddenly constricting. I want to see how strong its defense really is. Before he finished speaking, the peach style's figure flashed and instantly appeared next to Magic Void Luo, delivering a powerful punch. ZZZZ. The air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp sound. Black flash. Huayin suddenly appeared beside Tao Shi, and similarly threw a powerful punch. Seeing this, Tao Shi opened his palm, intending to absorb the blow, but was shocked to find it impossible. How could this be? Isn't this supposed to be ninjutsu? He muttered to himself, his pupils trembling slightly. Bang! A tremendous force surged in an instant, and Tao Shi was blown back several meters as if caught in a violent wind, the rain hitting his disheveled body. He stood firm, but the mud covered his white suit, making him look utterly disheveled. How dare this mere human hurt me? Tao Shi gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at Huayin in the distance. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared, instantly illuminating the dark surroundings. The strong wind swept up trees from afar, mixing with dirt and stones, as if a storm had risen into the air. Tao Shi's face twisted in rage. His palms spread wide and hanging in front of him. The ground began to tremble, cracks crisscrossing as an endless stream of water release surged from the fissures. Upon seeing this, Huayin's expression became serious as she gripped her staff tightly and clashed fiercely with the water release technique. Bang! In the center of the massive sea, an invisible hurricane tore through. After a moment of pause, as the output of the peach-style chakra intensified, the sea surged and rolled once more. At this moment, the surrounding seawater rose abnormally, forming irregular waves. Kaon waved her staff, intending to control the seawater. However, just as the seawater was about to engulf her, a fierce and concentrated gale suddenly rose, blowing the seawater away. The seawater around Hannah seemed to be blocked by an invisible force, unable to approach her even a bit. Like the scene of a Shinra Tensei being reenacted. How interesting, so interesting. What is your name? Tao Shi slammed his palms on the ground, causing cracks to spread, his face filled with excitement. As the ground shattered, several giant dragons soared out from the fissures. Reminiscent of the techniques used by Tao Shi during the battle between Naruto and Sasuke in the past. Kagani looked at the massive creature before her, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. She felt as if she were battling a deity from mythology, her body appearing extraordinarily small in front of the giant dragon. Huayin took a deep breath, gathering all her strength. As she waved her staff, a brilliant light pierced the sky, striking the giant dragon. Tao Shi let out a cold laugh, forming hand seals, and the giant dragon instantly transformed into mist, dissipating into the air. Abilities in the game, however, hidden within the mist were countless sharp water blades, whistling towards Huayin. Huayin moved gracefully, dodging the attacks of the water blades, while her staff swung again, unleashing beams of light that collided with the water blades, creating a series of thunderous booms. The battle between the two became increasingly intense, the clash of ninjutsu and power continually shaking the surrounding space. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of violent explosions echoed in the air. Terrifyingly, the space began to distort, and the surrounding rainwater showed a vague tendency to merge. The rainwater rose irregularly, and most of the ground in this area was torn apart. This was originally a desolate grassland, but now, after just a few seconds of their confrontation, it had turned into a wasteland. The smoke began to gradually dissipate. Tao Shi took a step back, panting heavily, while Huayin seemed to be in much better shape, only looking a bit disheveled. Jin Shi. Tao Shi focused intently on the girl, his brows furrowing deeper as a surge of anger welled up inside him. Why had that human suffered no harm at all? Why was it that after fighting her for so long, I was the one gasping for breath more heavily than she was? Tao Shi's rationality was now replaced by fury. He looked at the unconscious Jin Shi in the distance and shouted, He decided to swallow Jin Shi. Usually, he wouldn't do this unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, Jin Shi, dazed, opened his eyes in the distance. Hearing his master calling him, he staggered to his feet. The rain pelted down on him, making him look like an old man on the verge of death. He understood Tao Shi's intention perfectly, which was to sacrifice himself to transform into a chakra fruit. Master Tao Shi, I'm coming, please hold on. Jin Shi gritted his teeth and rushed over quickly. At this moment, the girl in the distance saw this scene and did not hesitate, gripping her knife and charging forward swiftly. The speed of Huayin was extremely fast, and her body was almost the ground. Soon, when the blade was about to strike Jin's head, the surrounding space seemed to freeze for a moment. Huayin was stunned. By the time she reacted, the distant Jinsi had already transformed into a bright red chakra fruit. Tao Shi swallowed Jinsi, and as soon as it was in his stomach, he felt a continuous surge of power rising within him. At that moment, his momentum steadily climbed, and the rain around him didn't touch him at all. Bang! A violent whirlwind erupted around him, and the surrounding rainwater was like droplets being struck, as if a giant rock had been thrown into a calm surface, instantly creating numerous ripples. The strong wind blew in, and Huayin gripped the blade with one hand to cut through the massive whirlwind. The smoke in the distance gradually dissipated. Tao Shi assumed the initial stance of Wing Chun, looking at Huayin with a disdainful expression. Come on, now I can finally have a proper fight with you. TSK. Relying on devouring companions for a temporary boost in power? How pathetic, like a lost dog. Huayin watched the scene with a smile on her lips, but her eyes were filled with caution. Upon hearing the girl's evaluation, Tao Shi's face instantly twisted into a grimace. Go to hell. Before the words fell, he vanished from his spot, and the rain in the distance swiftly rushed toward Huayin in an irregular manner. A fierce gust of wind came from the side, mixed with a large amount of rainwater. Huayin clenched her teeth tightly, gripping the knife with both hands to block the attack. Has she reacted? Tao Shi stared in shock at the girl. His punch struck the blade, with a gust of wind rising, yet it had no effect on her at all. Huayin ignored Tao Shi and decisively took out 6 scepters from the air beside her. As soon as the scepters appeared, they were controlled by Huayin and quickly charged towards Tao Shi. Tao Shi decisively disappeared from the spot, evading the attack of the scepters. The scepters struck the ground, instantly causing a violent upheaval. After a brief tremor, a loud explosion echoed, and at that moment, the ground was mixed with desolate earth, tearing apart like glass. Kagani looked around, not seeing any trace of Tao, and her gaze became more cautious. How much longer do you plan to hide? Huayin looked around, finding no one, and teased. Despite her calm exterior, she felt a bit anxious inside. The form that Tao Shi awakened in the original work did not seem to grant her the ability to become invisible. This was probably due to the butterfly effect triggered by her presence, right? Just like the Uchiha clan awakening the Sharingan. The abilities they gained were often what they desired most at that time. Tao Shi might be eager for success, wanting to defeat herself, which is why she obtained abilities that do not match the original work. Huayin also did not know what specific abilities they were. In any case, the current situation was extremely unfavorable for her. Please put in effort for love. Thank you very much. Please give a 5-star review. Chapter 239, sorry, but the ultimate victor is me. The surroundings remained silent, as if Tao Shi had blended into the air. She must not let her guard down. Huayin secretly alerted herself, focusing even more with her kaleidoscope Sharingan to scan her surroundings, not letting any slight movement slip by. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps broke the silence, and then a figure appeared before Huayin like a ghost. It was Tao Shi. This time I'll see where you can escape to. Tao Shi sneered, his figure instantly accelerating as he lunged towards Huayin. Huayin's figure flashed, narrowly dodging the attack from Tao Shi, and she swung her knife back towards Tao Shi. However, Tao Shi seemed to have anticipated her move, easily sidestepping it. I've already seen through your moves, Tao Shi said with a triumphant smile, and then launched a counterattack, the wind from her punches roaring like a dragon towards Huayin. Huayin did not dare to be careless, gripping the blade tightly, and putting all her effort into fending off the attacks of Tao Shi. The sound of weapons clashing echoed in the rain, with sparks flying. The two exchanged blows, locked in a fierce battle. Although Hainan's strength is not as great as that of Momoshiki, she has repeatedly resolved Momoshiki's attacks with her agile movements and excellent fighting skills. However, as time goes by, Hainan gradually feels her stamina waning, and her breathing becomes more rapid. On the other hand, Momoshiki becomes more and more courageous in battle, with her attacks becoming increasingly fierce. Continuing like this is not a solution. Kagami was secretly anxious, as she knew she had to find a breakthrough quickly. Otherwise, if Tosaka found a flaw, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, Huayin decided to take a risk. Maybe the bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. Tauscher caught sight of the girl, standing foolishly in place, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly lunged toward Huayin. However, at that critical moment, his hand unexpectedly touched a hard object. It turned out that just at that instant, Huayin decisively swapped positions with the distant Majuluo. Tauscher clearly hadn't recovered from a shock, and immediately after, the sharp sound of a blade pierced through the rain curtain, like a silver lightning bolt, striking fiercely towards his head. Tauscher's pupils suddenly constricted, and he inwardly exclaimed that it was bad. But at this critical moment of life and death, he relied on his extraordinary reaction speed to catch the blow with one hand, instantly crushing the blade with his immense strength. Tauscher roared, then clenched his fist with one hand, unleashing an overwhelming momentum as he struck fiercely towards Huayin's seemingly fragile body. Kagani's pupils also contracted sharply, but she did not back down. She decisively activated the skeletal form of Susanoo to block the fierce punch. However, the power of this strike was too overwhelming, and countless cracks instantly appeared on the skeletal frame of Susanoo, as if it would collapse at any moment. Kaon barely stood up from the ground, a trace of bright red blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Damn, I didn't expect this guy to be so strong. She finally understood the hardships Naruto and Sasuke faced in the original story. Hana took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the distant Tashiki. The battle continued amidst the rain, and although Hana was injured, she did not give up. This fight was not only for her own survival, but also to protect Konoha village. Tashiki looked at the determination in Hana's eyes and couldn't help but feel a hint of respect. He knew that the girl before him was not an ordinary person. She had her own pride and beliefs. Therefore, he swung his fist again, intending to end the battle with greater strength. However, Hana did not back down. She clenched her fists tightly, ready to face Tashiki's next strike. On this rain-soaked battlefield, their figures were like two bolts of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. After several exchanges, Tashiki quickly fell behind due to his lack of foundation and was sent flying by Hana's punch. Cough, cough. Tashiki raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, coughing weakly, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at the girl. You're really strong. What's your name? Tashiki asked coldly, staring at Hana. Uchiha Hana, the girl replied coldly, her condition also not good. The pouring rain around her made her feel quite uncomfortable. I never expected to lose to you. Well, it seems your condition isn't great either, Tashiki sneered, his gaze still icy. Oh, Hana slowly walked to his side, holding her knife and pointing the tip at his neck from above. Do you have any last words? Just wait. When that person arrives, you will die a terrible death. Tashiki glared at Hana with a distorted face. With a splatter, blood sprayed onto Hana's face. So talkative. A head rolled to the girl's feet, and Hana disdainfully stored it in her system space. Hana looked up at the sky. The high sky was flashing with lightning and thunder, and the rain was becoming even heavier, washing away the blood on the girl's face. TSK, what a hassle. How am I going to explain this to Itachi when I get home? Huayin furrowed her brows slightly, lost in thought, but soon her expression relaxed again. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Huayin shook her head, sighed lightly, and then disappeared from the spot. Being caught in the rain for a long time was not beneficial for her body, and besides, she was already feeling waves of cold. With a creak, the door was slowly pushed open by Huayin. As soon as she entered, she saw everyone gathered around the table waiting for her. Why did you come back now? Mikoto looked at Huayin with a worried expression in her wounds. Mikoto, Fujike's interrupted sharply from his side. The people at the table fell silent. They all knew what had happened, but felt powerless to help. After all, it was the Otsutsuki clan. Who could stop them? Moreover, Uchiha Madara was nowhere to be found, making it impossible to locate him. Huayin, I'm sorry. Itachi looked up, his expression complicated as he gazed at his wife, especially at the concerning wounds on her body. I'm fine, everyone, let's eat, she said. Kagani smiled at everyone while using a reversal spell to heal her wounds. In the previous moment, she was covered in injuries, and in the next moment, she was back to normal. I'll go change clothes and take a shower first. You all can eat first. Henio gently spoke to everyone, then looked at the crowd. All right. Sasuke sat in the corner, gazing deeply at Henio as she walked into the bathroom, his expression complex. Sister Ko is really powerful and seems to handle everything with ease. He also needs to improve his strength in order to better protect Sister Ko. This is essential. Seeking support for love, is anyone still here? Chapter 240, Itachi and Ko. After taking a shower, the girl changed her clothes and walked out of the bathroom with a towel in her hand. Huh, why haven't you all eaten yet? Kanon looked at the people sitting around the table and curiously asked, Kanon, are you okay now? Makoto walked over, looking at her with concern. Mom, I told you. I'm really fine now. Kagami smiled helplessly, but a warm current surged in her heart. Since there was nothing wrong, let's eat first. Faye calmly said as he noticed that everyone was still inactive. Everyone nodded. The meal was quickly finished, and the tense atmosphere from earlier dissipated. The sky outside gradually darkened, and the chill grew stronger. It's getting late. Let's go to bed early tonight. I've added an extra layer to the blanket on your bed, Makoto said with concern as she looked at Kagami. Thank you, Mom. I'll go back to bed now. Kagami nodded gratefully. The light in the room stretched the girl's shadow longer and longer until she reached the door and closed it with a click. Huayin lay heavily on the bed, her eyelids gradually closing as drowsiness slowly took over. The moon in the sky gradually sank in the west, soon replaced by the rising sun. Kagami tiredly opened her eyes and saw the familiar ceiling and desk lamp, and the tension in her heart finally eased. Phew, it turns out she was at home. Kanon sat up and saw the weasel lying beside her, feeling a warmth in her heart. She didn't expect that the one she had been holding on to all night was actually him. This feeling, well, she had already gotten used to it. Huayin quietly got out of bed and walked into the bathroom to wash up. Looking at herself in the mirror, she still looked beautiful and cute, but there were some bloodshot veins in her eyes, making her appear a bit tired. It made sense. Last night, she had been fighting with Taosher for so long, and she had been in a state of high tension the whole time. Anyone would find it hard to bear. Should she take a day off work today? Kagami looked at herself in the mirror and let out a gentle sigh. She decided to take a break today. After all, she couldn't let her body wear out. With this thought in mind, she felt a stir in her heart and quickly walked to the entrance, changed her shoes, and gently opened her umbrella. At this moment, the outside world was lightly caressed by the drizzle, not as fierce as a downpour, but rather like the misty rain described in novels, carrying a touch of poetry and haziness. The girl held her umbrella and wandered through the neatly arranged streets and alleys. On the streets, pedestrians came and went, each busy with their own affairs. Sigh, the technological development in this ninja world has really taken a wrong turn. Clearly, computers are widespread, yet there are no mobile phones, and even something as simple as taking a leave of absence has to be done in person. Kagami let out a soft sigh, her tone revealing a hint of helplessness. Soon, the girl arrived at the security department and explained the reasons for today in detail to Uncle Tioa. Is that so? I understand, Uncle Tioa said, a trace of worry appearing on his face, his eyes filled with concern. Be sure to be careful on the way, he urged earnestly. I will remember, she replied. Huayin nodded solemnly, then turned around and stepped into the light rain with her umbrella. The raindrops fell softly, draping a layer of delicate veil over the earth, and the air was filled with a refreshing and pleasant scent. Huayin took a deep breath of this rare, fresh air, and a sense of joy and contentment surged within her. Time flew by quickly, like a piece of grass rope being endlessly twisted between people's fingers, with all the bittersweet experiences deeply woven into it. In the blink of an eye, a week had quietly passed. During this short week, nothing earth-shattering occurred. Kanon aimlessly wandered through the bustling streets and quiet alleys, where the two worlds intertwined. In the distance, a biting cold wind swept through, causing the girl to shiver involuntarily, her delicate body trembling slightly. BRR, the weather is getting colder and colder. Kanon looked at the hazy streets of Konoha in the distance, feeling a deep sense of emotion. There were few pedestrians on the street, perhaps due to the continuous light rain. Kagun let out a soft sigh, and, at that moment, a familiar and warm voice came from beside her. What are you doing? Itachi walked over slowly with an umbrella, a gentle smile on his face. Itachi, why are you here? Don't you have clan matters to attend to? Kagami looked at the boy in front of her with surprise and joy. She took a day off today, specifically to come see you. What about you? Are you still busy with work? Itachi gently shook his head, his smile as warm as ever. I'm still working. Hena seemed to want to say something, but hesitated, as if finding it difficult to speak. I see, Itachi responded softly, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. However, my work is about to come to an end. Kagami hurriedly interrupted Itachi, fearing that he would worry about her. Okay, I'll wait for you. Itachi smiled at the girl, his eyes filled with patience and anticipation. Time quietly passed, and when Kagani finally finished her work and walked out the door, she immediately saw Itachi, who had been silently waiting for her. You have been waiting here for me? Kagani's face turned slightly rosy, and a warm current surged in her heart. Yes, what's wrong? Itachi tilted his head, curiously observing the girl, a mischievous smile on his face. It's nothing. Kanon pouted and shyly lowered her head. At this moment, the raindrops in the sky gradually became fine and gentle, falling like a layer of light gauze on the streets and alleys. The young boy and girl held hands, sharing an umbrella as they walked through the rain. Your wounds. Itachi's gaze fell on the girl, filled with concern. I'm already healed, Itachiclaims, so you can rest assured. Kanon looked gently at the boy in front of her. The wounds on her body had mostly healed thanks to the reversal technique, and now there were no visible traces left. Is that so? Then I can rest assured. Itachi nodded, the stone in his heart finally set free. All right, stop saying such cheesy things. Kagani cast a dissatisfied glance at Itachi, her eyes carrying a hint of reproach. Well, fine, I won't say those cheesy words anymore. Is that okay? Itachi sighed lightly, a hint of compromise and indulgence in his tone. By the way, how long have we been together? Kagami looked at Itachi in front of her, curiosity sparkling in her eyes, and suddenly asked, if I count carefully, it should be about 5 or 6 years, right? Itachi rested his chin on his hand, pondered for a moment, and then replied, his gaze filled with nostalgia for the past years. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The rain continued to fall steadily, pattering on the umbrella, like a melodious and cheerful symphony, adding a touch of rhythm to this tranquil moment. The two exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with joy, as if at that moment, all worries were washed away by the gentle raindrops, leaving only the deep affection between them. I really can't write anymore, everyone. Once this book finishes this month's manuscript fee, I plan to conclude it. A new book is already in preparation. Quality is guaranteed. I plan to release it on the 13th. It's also a genderbender story. I hope everyone will support it. Chapter 241, Kakashi. Oh no, it seems like I'm the only one single. Itachi-kun, you really? Kanon pretended to be annoyed and glared at Itachi, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up. Just now, Uchiha Itachi had unexpectedly leaned down and gently kissed her cheek. Kagani's face instantly turned a shy red, and she lowered her head, feeling full of bashfulness. We have been together for 5 or 6 years, my wife. How about tonight? Yat looked at the girl in front of him, raising an eyebrow with a hint of teasing in his tone. After all these years, his wife was still the same, still in this adorable and silly form. Whenever he saw his wife like this, all his fatigue would vanish. Let's wait for this matter until later. Kagun felt even more embarrassed as she lowered her head upon hearing Itachi's words, but a ripple stirred in her heart. She naturally understood Itachi's intentions, but she wasn't psychologically prepared yet. So, how much longer would she have to wait? Itachi gently placed his hands on the girl's shoulders, his tone sounding somewhat lazy. At the very least, they needed to finish off those Otsutsuki. Hana gently shook her head, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. When mentioning the Tsutsuki, Itachi's expression also became complicated. He was well aware of his own weakness, and that he couldn't share much of the burden with Hana. Even if he wanted to help, he feared it would backfire. How could he improve his strength? Itachi had already fallen into a bottleneck, finding it difficult to make any breakthroughs. All right, don't worry. I will defeat those Tsutsuki. Kagani looked at Itachi's complex expression and said with concern, her eyes shining with determination. I'm sorry, I can't help you with anything. Itachi gazed at the girl before him, filled with guilt, wanting to speak but hesitating. Itachi-kun, why do you need to apologize to me? Kagani looked at the boy in front of her with a hint of helplessness, her eyes revealing a touch of tenderness. Itachi raised his head to look at the girl, his eyes slightly red, but his cheeks were gently cupped by her hands. All right, let's not say anything more. Once I defeat those Otsutsuki clan members, we will. Kaon looked at Itachi, her cheeks becoming increasingly flushed, but her words came to an abrupt halt. Itachi also fell into silence. You must be careful then. You can't let anything happen. Itachi looked at Kaon with deep concern in his voice. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen. Kanon patted her chest, looking very confident. Recently, I plan to go to Mayaboka Mountain with Jiraiya-sensei to learn sage techniques. Itachi looked at Kanon's silly appearance and couldn't help but smile slightly. You must be careful, and remember not to extract too much sage chakra. Hanyo stood on tiptoe and gently kissed Itachi's cheek. I will, and so will you. Itachi covered his glistening, moist face, gazing tenderly at Hanyo, his eyes filled with affection. TSK, TSK, TSK. in broad daylight. Are these two lovers showing off? At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. The two slowly turned around to see Kakashi with his hands in his pockets, looking at them with a playful expression. "Oh, Kakashi-senpai, what brings you here?" Kanon tightly held Itachi's arm with both hands, casting a glance at Kakashi with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. "Ahem, I said I was just wandering around and happened to bump into you too. Do you believe that?" Kakashi shrugged helplessly, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. "I don't believe you." Kanon shook her head without hesitation, looking at Kakashi with an expression that said she believed nothing. "Well, I don't care whether you believe it or not." Kakashi raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You two are just the same as before." Itachi watched the two of them bickering in front of him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the leisurely afternoon quietly slipped away. Hana has also arrived at the end of her workday, and by her side is the inseparable Weasel. "What shall we have for dinner tonight?" Kagun curiously looked at the Weasel beside her, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "What do you want to eat? I will cook it for you myself." The Weasel gently shook his head, softly responding to his wife's question. "I don't mind. As long as it's something you like, I like it too." Kanon pondered for a moment before responding to Itachi in a sweet tone. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who was following behind the two, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, inwardly muttering to himself. "This is bad. Am I really an absolute third wheel here? Should I take the hint and make an exit?" "Ahem, you two, you should also consider that there's still a living person like me behind you." In the end, Kakashi couldn't hold back and spoke up, breaking the sweet silence. "Oh, Kakashi-senpai, you can't blame us. After all, you're still single, aren't you?" Huayin smiled mischievously, her eyes glinting with a hint of cunning, and then affectionately linked her arm with Itachi's. Itachi looked at his wife's playful demeanor and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat of helplessness. "Haha, Kakashi-senpai, you wouldn't mind, would you?" Huayin continued teasingly. It's fine, of course I don't mind," Kakashi replied, though inside he felt a mix of emotions, painfully sour. "Ugh, this damned show of affection really makes one envious and jealous." Soon, the three of them returned home. In the living room, Obito was comfortably sitting on the soft sofa, enjoying a TV show with Rin. When the door was gently pushed open, Kakashi's gaze coincidentally met Obito's surprised eyes. "Kakashi, why are you back so soon?" Obito's words carried a hint of curiosity, yet seemed to hold back something. Kakashi shrugged helplessly and said with a bitter smile, "I just came here to mooch some food." At this moment, Itachi smiled at everyone. "You all chat first. I'll go prepare dinner." With that, he picked up the apron from the table and turned to head into the kitchen. Huayin saw this and immediately jogged over. "Yaokoen, I'm here to help you too." At this moment, Kakashi's gaze shifted between Obito and Rin, and he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. Oh no! He suddenly realized that it seemed like he was the only one left alone as a single man. The new book will be released on the 13th, and it's also of his genre. Please support more. Please generate power for love. Chapter 242. Waking up early, you two are showing off your love? In the morning, as the dawn broke, Huayin quietly got out of bed and began preparing breakfast for today. Today, it was her turn to showcase her cooking skills. Huayin waved a sharp kitchen knife in the kitchen, the sound of chopping vegetables rising and falling like a melodious and cheerful morning symphony, adding a touch of vitality to the tranquil morning. I remember clearly that this dish would taste even better with onions. Hannah spoke while reaching for the onion beside her, slicing it cleanly in one swift motion. In an instant, the pungent smell of onion hit her, and her eyes became moist and red. She couldn't hold back. Her nose started to itch, and she couldn't help but sneeze. "What's wrong?" Itachi rushed over, looking at his wife with concern. "It's nothing, just cutting onions," Hannah explained with teary eyes. "I see," Itachi said, unable to resist a light laugh at his wife's pitiful appearance. "What are you laughing at?" Kagani was both shy and angry, raising her fist and gently tapping Itachi's head. "You were just too funny." Itachi laughed even more joyfully. He caught his wife's fist with one hand, holding it steady and preventing any movement. Kaon quietly gazed at him, pouting with an expression that was hard to read. "What did I do? Is there something on my face?" Yao released his hand and pointed to his own face, asking curiously. "It's nothing," Kaon said, blushing and turning her head away. "Then I'll keep busy." Kaon picked up the kitchen knife again, focusing intently on chopping the vegetables. Itachi stood beside her, quietly watching her busy figure. "You're not cutting it right like that. Let me teach you." Itachi suddenly appeared behind Kaon, gently resting one hand on her back while taking the knife with the other, his head resting on her shoulder. Kaon's heart skipped a beat, and her face flushed even more. Don't space out. Itachi gently patted Kaon's head as a reminder. Under Itachi's careful guidance, Kaon soon completed the dish successfully. I really did it. Kagami felt a surge of joy in her heart. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? Itachi said with a smile. Next, pour these ingredients into the pot. Itachi continued to gently guide her. And then, Kagami turned her head, her heart inexplicably racing. And then it's done. Just move on to the next dish. Itachi patted her head again, smiling even more brightly. Don't keep patting my head, Kagami complained with a hint of resentment, glaring at Itachi. All right, I won't pat it anymore, Itachi replied teasingly, raising an eyebrow. As time passed, the sun outside gradually tilted to the west, with sunlight streaming into the room, adding a touch of warmth to the dim space. Kaon placed the cooked dishes one by one on the dining table, her face beaming with a satisfied smile. Phew, cooking is really quite a challenge. Kaon wiped the sweat from her forehead and let out a long sigh. How could it be that difficult? Itachi chuckled softly and handed her a tissue. Kaon blushed as she took the tissue, turning her head and coldly snorting. I don't need you to take care of me like this. I'm not a child. Itachi shrugged helplessly. Just then, the doorknob made a clicking sound, and Kakashi lazily walked out of the room while yawning. When he saw the two flirting in the living room, his eyes widened in surprise. And with a tone that was both envious and teasing, he said, Wow, a couple is showing off their love so early in the morning? Well, who told a certain single dog that he still hasn't found a partner? Henio shot a glance at Kakashi, then tiptoed and gently kissed Itachi on the cheek. You, what is there to show off about? Kakashi might not have found a partner because he is older, right? Itachi teased in agreement with his wife, then bent down and returned the kiss on her forehead. So that's how it is? I really misunderstood Kakashi. Huayin rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought, her slightly furrowed brows making her look particularly cute. Then, the two of them simultaneously directed their gaze towards Kakashi in the distance. Kakashi, listening to their teasing banter about him, suddenly felt a dark cloud over his face. He realized it seemed like he was the only single one in this room. As for Naruto, he recently got together with that girl from the Hyuga clan. And Sasuke, he is also in a relationship with that girl from the Uzumaki clan. It really seemed like he was the only one still single. Just wait. Kakashi was about to say something grand to retort, but for a moment, he couldn't find the right words in his mind. Oh, then we'll just wait to see which day you find a girlfriend. Hana looked at Kakashi with raised eyebrows and said teasingly. Kakashi sighed helplessly, secretly mumbling to himself. Really, these two are just too good at showing off their love. As time slowly passed, everyone stepped out of the room. They gathered around the dining table, having breakfast. This breakfast tastes good. Hana, did you make it yourself? Makoto looked at her daughter with a face full of affection. Yes, Mom, what do you think? My cooking skills are not bad, right? Kanon responded with a face full of joy. Sitting beside her, Itachi inadvertently caught a glimpse of the warm interaction between his wife and mother, and a faint smile appeared on his lips as he softly said, Actually, it's all me teaching her. However, before he could finish his sentence, Fugaka suddenly reached out and lightly tapped Itachi's head with his fist. Itachi turned to look at his father, his eyes filled with confusion. He saw his father slightly shake his head, his lips tightly closed. Itachi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead, secretly murmuring to himself. The atmosphere at the dining table remained lively, with everyone laughing and chatting. As Hanan chatted, she suddenly seemed to remember something and curiously turned to Mikoto. By the way, Mom, why didn't that guy Sasuke come for breakfast? That guy. As soon as Mikoto heard Sasuke's name, her brows involuntarily furrowed, and she let out a soft sigh, her face showing a look of disappointment. What's going on? Upon seeing this, Huayin's confusion deepened. He spent all day not studying well, always hanging out with that guy Jiraiya. As Mei-chin spoke to this point, her expression became even more complicated, as if she had thousands of words to express. Hannah learned the ins and outs of the situation after some questioning. It turned out that her presence had caused a butterfly effect, leading to subtle changes in everyone's personalities. Meanwhile, Sasuke had acquired Naruto's protagonist template and was now training with Jiraiya. Hannah heard this and hesitated, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. Mom, don't worry, I'm off today, so I'll go teach that guy Sasuke a good lesson. Hannah waved her fist and pretended to be fierce, but there was a hint of subtle tenderness on her face. Seeing her daughter-in-law like this, Mei-chin's previously tense face instantly relaxed, revealing a look of satisfaction. At this moment, in a quiet place in the wilderness, Sasuke was fully focused on practicing sage techniques with Jiraiya. Suddenly, he sneezed violently, and his body trembled slightly. Strange, could someone be thinking of me? Sasuke murmured to himself, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Sasuke, don't daze off. Refining sage techniques is a serious and focused matter that allows for no carelessness. Jiraiya reminded him sternly from his side, his face full of seriousness and responsibility. Upon hearing this, Sasuke quickly pulled back his thoughts, closed his eyes tightly, and immersed himself once again in the practice of sage techniques. New book released on the 13th. Please support with love. Chapter 243. Jiraiya. Don't lead Sasuke astray. After dinner, Hannah decided to go for a walk and enjoy this rare leisure time. After all, today was her day off, and she didn't have to worry about work. Meanwhile, Itachi stayed in the Uchiha clan to handle the complicated internal affairs. Speaking of which, where would Jiraiya-sensei take Sasuke? Huayin walked while thinking, her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed, making her look exceptionally charming. On the street, the crowd was bustling and never-ending. People cast amazed glances, admiring the girl's extraordinary beauty, and then lowered their heads to continue with their own affairs. Kagami can naturally sense those intense gazes, and at first, she would feel shy and uncomfortable. However, as time went by, she gradually got used to this kind of attention and even felt indifferent about it. After all, for a girl with outstanding looks, it's inevitable to attract some trouble when going out, such as being surrounded by a crowd, which can be quite a tricky situation. At this moment, Huayin finally understands why so many celebrities in her past life chose to wear masks when going out. Forget it, J-Dog. The flower's voice softly called out, and soon she walked into a quiet alley, her hands forming a gesture. Before long, two wolves, one black and one white, obediently circled around her. Please help me find Master Jiraiya and Sasuke. Thank you. Huayin gently stroked the heads of the two wolves and said softly. The two wolves howled and began to sniff the air, leading the way for Huayin. She followed steadily behind them, her steps light. Before long, the two wolves brought Huayin to a secluded corner, circling around there. Huh, strange. Are you saying they've already left the Hidden Leaf Village? Huayin curiously touched the white wolf's head, her eyes sparkling with. The white wolf nodded, seemingly confirming her guess. Then they should be heading to Miyama Mountain. Huayin reached a conclusion in her heart, then took out a spirit communication scroll from her bosom. She gently bit her thumb to draw blood and dripped it onto the scroll. With both hands, she quickly gestured, and with a loud bang, two wolves and the girl instantly vanished from their spot. When Huayin opened her eyes again, she found herself in Myoko Mountain. It seemed that this was the legendary Myoko Mountain. She murmured softly to herself, her eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Following the winding path, she was surrounded by the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, with picturesque scenery that was intoxicating. Compared to the ninja world, Myoko Mountain was evidently much more vast and boundless. After a bit of searching, Kaon finally saw two familiar figures in the distance, Sasuke and Jiraiya. They were crouching on the ground, with Jiraiya pointing at Sasuke and patiently instructing him. Hannah quietly approached and suddenly spoke. What are you guys doing? The two were startled and turned to look at her. Sister Hannah, why are you here too? Sasuke looked at her somewhat flustered, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Why can't I come? And you, staying out every night and making your mom angry. Kaon crouched down, gently tugging on Sasuke's ear with her finger, her tone laced with a hint of dissatisfaction and reprimand. It hurts, it hurts. Sasuke gritted his teeth, grimacing in pain. You know it hurts? Kaon patted his forehead and glared at him. I know I was wrong. Sasuke lowered his head, his voice a bit low. Then tell me, where did you go wrong? Kaon asked, pretending to be fierce. However, seeing her like this, Sasuke found her unusually cute. I was wrong everywhere. He sighed lightly and admitted helplessly. Jiraiya, who was standing aside, twitched his eyes slightly and tried to interject, well, Kaon, how about? And you too, Jiraiya-sensei. I almost forgot to teach you a lesson while I was dealing with Sasuke. Kagami suddenly turned her head and glared at Jiraiya. Jiraiya immediately shivered and looked at her with a puzzled expression. What's wrong with me? Writing all those inappropriate books every day and even leading Sasuke astray. Kaon complained with a face full of grievances. Kaon, you just don't understand. The books I've written are all art, Jiraiya said, hesitating as he tried to defend himself. Art? The filthy stuff you write is also called art. Kagami looked at him with frustration, then stood on her tiptoes and grabbed his ear. It hurts, it hurts. I know I was wrong. Jiraiya cried out, baring his teeth like Sasuke. Oh, so you do know it hurts? Tsunade has told you so many times already. Kaon looked at Jiraiya in front of her and ultimately couldn't bring herself to strike hard, letting out a light sigh. At that moment, a familiar voice came from beside her. Kanon, it's been a while. She slowly turned her head and saw Master Shima and Master Fukasaku smiling at her. Hello. Kagami respectfully bowed to the two immortals. There's no need for such formality. It's been a long time since I saw that little girl. And now she's growing more and more charming, said Immortal Shima with a gentle smile, her expression warm and friendly. Don't say that. It's a bit embarrassing, Kagami said, her face turning red as she lowered her head. All right, Mr. Toad has just woken up and wants to see you, Immortal Satsuka said, looking at the girl in front of him, stroking his goatee gently and kindly. Okay, then I'll go meet the Toad, Immortal first. You two stay here properly for a while. Especially you, Master Jiraiya. When you return to the ninja world, you're not allowed to engage in such peeping activities anymore. Kanon, before leaving, repeatedly reminded them with concern and especially shot a glare at Jiraiya. Jiraiya immediately shivered and awkwardly smiled while touching the back of his head. At this moment, the sunlight in the high sky cast down on the girl, stretching her shadow longer and longer. A new book has been opened. Everyone, this book is now 5 yuan a day. The quality of future updates may be a bit lackluster, and the author apologizes here. Please support for love. Chapter 244. The White Snake Sage is really nice. You finally came. The Toad Sage lowered his head slightly, his gentle gaze resting on the girl in front of him. Toad Sage, did you summon me for something special? Kagami curiously raised her head, looking at the Toad Sage in front of her. The Toad Sage simply smiled kindly, remaining silent and quietly gazing at the girl. You must have defeated the Peach style, right? The Toad Sage finally spoke softly. Yes. Kaon nodded in surprise. Although she had questions in her heart, she didn't dare to voice them. After all, the identity of the Toad Sage was there. That's great. You have made significant contributions to protect the ninja world. The Toad Sage waved the fan in his hand, his face full of a warm smile. It was just a casual effort. Kagami modestly replied, gently nodding. Have you ever been to the Dragon's Cave? The Toad Sage asked meaningfully, a mysterious glint in his eyes. Not yet. Huayin's confusion deepened, not understanding why the Toad Sage would ask such a question. Are you free this afternoon? The Toad Sage squinted, his fan gently swaying in his hand, making it difficult to grasp his emotions. I'm just free. Kagami responded obediently and nodded again. Then you should go to the Dragon's Cave this afternoon. There might be what you need there. The words of the Toad Sage revealed a hint of mystery. Okay then. Hannah's voice faltered, her heart filled with concerns she dared not express. No need to worry. I've already informed them. Someone will come and pick you up. The Toad Sage seemed to see through Hannah's thoughts and said softly. After all, the ninja world is vast and boundless. How could she easily find the Dragon Cave all alone? Then I shall take my leave first, Toad Sage. Kagami politely waved her hand and turned to leave. The Toad Sage squinted his eyes and fell back into a deep sleep, just like in the original story. The sun in the sky cast warm rays of light, illuminating the girl and stretching her shadow longer and longer. In the blink of an eye, Huayin stepped out of the area. With a bang, when Huayin opened her eyes again, she found herself back in the familiar alley, and she felt a sense of relief in her heart. Hello, Miss Huayin, about the White Snake Immortal. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Huayin's thoughts. Kaon focused her gaze and suddenly realized that a gigantic white snake had appeared before her. The white snake flicked its tongue and spoke in human language, staring straight at her. Well, I've already heard about the situation from the Toad Immortal. Where exactly is the Dragon Cave? Huayin nodded and curiously asked, please follow me. The white snake said this and then turned to walk ahead. On the street, people looked on in amazement at the scene. A giant white snake was moving forward, with Huayin closely following behind. After walking for a long time, they arrived at a small alley. The white snake used its tail to draw a circle on the ground, and immediately, a burst of purple light flickered, causing the two to instantly disappear from their spot. When Huayin opened her eyes again, she found herself in a ruins filled with various caves around her. This was exactly the scene when Orochimaru first arrived at the Dragon Cave in the original work. I never expected that I would actually come here. The flowers whispered softly to themselves, carefully observing the surroundings. The air around was terrifyingly silent, and from time to time, a few snakes that had just emerged could be seen from the cave. In the distance, an endless expanse was shrouded in layers of mist. Huayin looked at the scene, and a trace of unease surged in her heart. Follow me. A familiar voice came from the mist, instantly dispelling Huayin's concerns. A snake and a person quickly moved forward, passing through various caves of different sizes. Soon, they arrived at a spacious area. There sat a gigantic white snake coiled on a chair, holding a huge pipe in its mouth. The pipe was burning with tobacco, and the smoke swirled around the face of the white snake immortal, adding an air of mystery to it. Junior Huayin, greetings to the white snake immortal. Kaon half knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing. The white snake immortal then opened her eyes and carefully examined the girl, nodding in satisfaction. The toad should have already told you the purpose of your coming here, right? The white snake immortal said in a deep, hoarse voice, while exhaling a huge smoke ring. The smoke ring seemed like a vast mist, enveloping everything around it. Huayin couldn't help but cough a few times from the smoke, and her eyes even teared up a bit. The smell of the smoke was really too pungent, almost like that of cheap cigarettes. Kaon secretly muttered to herself, "Why does the white snake immortal have such a fondness for this unpleasant smoke? It's truly puzzling." The white snake immortal observed the girl's slightly flustered reaction, and his brows couldn't help but furrow in confusion. "What's wrong? Do you have some dissatisfaction with me?" "No, not at all." Huayin quickly shook her head, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. "Then why did you show such dissatisfaction just now?" The white snake immortal asked, frowning. "Immortal white snake, how long ago was this smoke?" Hannah suddenly changed the subject and curiously asked, "Oh, this was given to me by Orochimaru during his visit." "What? Do you want to give it a try?" The white snake sage was slightly surprised and carefully examined the girl in front of him, trying to gauge her thoughts. However, he did not understand why the girl would randomly ask such a question. "It's nothing." Kagani's eyes twitched slightly at the corners, and a dark line appeared on her forehead as she secretly calculated in her heart. Upon careful consideration, it had been 2 or 3 decades since Orochimaru from the original story came here. The smoke he gifted to the white snake sage must have long since expired. "White snake sage, please wait a moment." After Huayin finished speaking, her figure flickered and disappeared into the dragon's cave. The white snake immortal watched the girl's sudden departure with growing confusion in his eyes. Soon, the smoke began to swirl again. Kaon pulled out several packs of cigarettes from her pocket, including those from the Uchiha clan and the Tobe clan, with a variety of flavors available. She respectfully handed these cigarettes to the white snake sage. What followed was an astonishing scene. The white snake sage sat in the chair, as if no one was around, holding a Uchiha brand cigarette in his left hand and a Senju clan cigarette in his right hand. As he puffed out smoke, a surprisingly human-like expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. Huayin's eyes widened in shock as she witnessed the scene, silently cursing herself. Had she inadvertently altered the plot of the original work again? In the original story, the white snake sage merely held a pipe and never exhibited any signs of being a smoker. White snake sage, the girl suddenly spoke, interrupting the white snake sage's reverie. "What's wrong, little girl?" The white snake sage contentedly blew out a smoke ring, curiously examining the girl in front of him, his eyes revealing a hint of indulgence. This little girl is much smarter and more clever than that Orochimaru guy. Can you teach me your sage techniques?" Huayin cautiously asked, her tone filled with reverence. After all, the figure before her was the white snake sage, whose power in the original work was mysterious and profound. Huayin decided that politeness comes first. "Of course, no problem. You can take this scroll, and also, please sign over there. From now on, you will be the heir of our Dragon Earth Cave," the white snake immortal said politely. Soon after, the girl completed a series of signing procedures in a daze. Before long, she mastered the immortality techniques of the Dragon Earth Cave. Kaon was stunned. In the original story, Do had spent a long time mastering but she had just delivered a few packs of cigarettes to the white snake sage and completed it so quickly. "Little girl, the flavor of the Uchiha clan cigarettes is indeed good. Remember to bring more next time. Also, the cigarettes from the Tobe clan are quite to my taste as well." The white snake sage looked at the girl, standing dazed in place, exhaling another smoke ring and nodding in satisfaction. "Good." Kagami quickly took out her notebook from her bosom and seriously recorded the white snake immortal's request. "Well, you're quite good. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me for help." The white snake immortal looked the girl up and down, and the admiration in his eyes grew even stronger. "Oh, okay." Kagom's face was beaming with a happy smile. Wow, she just directly hugged a big thigh. If she encounters the god of Otsutsuki in the future, she'll just call for the white snake sage for help. Huayin, Chapter 245. It's ruined. Huayin has been tricked. After a round of pleasantries with the white snake immortal, Huayin quickly disappeared from the spot. She felt a surge of information flooding into her mind, causing a bit of a headache. Kaon shook her little head like a rattle drum. "Very cute. I have now mastered the magical arts of the Dragon Cave and can teach them to Itachiclaims." Kagun suddenly thought of something, and her face turned rosy. As she was leaving, Huayin once asked the White Snake Immortal if she could pass on her magical abilities to others. The White Snake Immortal nodded at that time, suggesting that it was permitted. The high-hanging sun shone on the girl, stretching her shadow longer and longer. With a creak, the door was pushed open by Huayin. "Yuko, are you there?" Hana shouted excitedly. I'm here. What happy thing happened?" Itachi walked out of the kitchen, looking at the girl with a doting expression. "Itachiclaims." Kagani excitedly looked at Itachi and then pounced on him. Itachi staggered a few steps but caught the girl. His eyes filled with a smile as he gently patted her head. "You see, let me tell you." Kagani quickly shared her experiences along the way. Unexpectedly, Itachi frowned after hearing it and asked, "Are you hurt?" "I'm not hurt, just a little blood from my thumb." Kagami raised her delicate pink finger. "Does it hurt?" Weasel looked worried as he took a band-aid out of the box. "It's okay, just a little scratch." Kaon sat on the stool, watching as the boy in front of her half-kneeled on the ground, applying a band-aid to his thumb. "The White Snake Immortal also said something to you?" Itachi looked up with some concern at the girl. His wife was a bit naive, and Itachi was worried that she would be deceived. "Oh, she also made me sign a bunch of contracts." Kaon recalled the scene at that time and instinctively spoke out. "Contract?" Kaon nodded. "Can I take a look?" Itachi frowned, feeling uneasy for some reason. "Well, take a look. Anyway, I don't think the White Snake Sage has deceived me." Kagun took out a pile of scrolls from her bosom. Itachi, feeling uneasy, opened the scrolls and read the contents word by word. As time passed, Kagun rested her chin on her hands, swaying her little feet, quietly watching Itachi. Suddenly feeling a pain in her head, Kagun snapped back to reality. "Itachiclaims, why did you hit me?" Kagun looked at Itachi with a face full of grievances. "You should see what you signed on the contract," Itachi said helplessly, pointing at the words on the contract. Kagani focused her gaze, and her eyes widened. "What the hell?" The content written on the contract was actually, "Kagani has become the heir of the Dragon Cave, and she must also protect this place, even at a cost. Otherwise, the Grim Reaper will reap her soul." These are not the worst parts. What is even worse is that she must unconditionally trust the White Snake Immortal, or else the White Snake Immortal could take away her soul at any moment. And that's not all. There are even more outrageous things. Hana felt as if the sky was about to collapse in an instant, and she stood there in a daze. "Did you sign these contracts without even looking at them?" Itachi looked at his wife with a helpless expression. Huayin's eyes were a bit moist, and then she nodded. "Oh no." At first she thought the White Snake Immortal was quite nice. Now she realized she had been tricked. Indeed, experience comes with age. Those who can survive in this world have their unique strengths. They can't be naive and innocent. Not to mention beings like the White Snake Immortal who have lived for thousands of years. "What should I do now?" Huayin looked anxiously at her husband. "You, what's wrong?" Yao sighed softly. Huayin covered her head and blinked. "You should try to improve your strength and break free from these contract constraints." Yao suppressed the urge to pinch his wife's cheek. "If I breach the information in the contract, will I really be sanctioned?" Kaon asked half in doubt. "Yes. Because you signed a contract in the Dragon Cave, you are under the control of the Six Paths Sage," Itachi said helplessly. "What should I do now?" Kaon said, wanting to cry without tears. If she had known, she wouldn't have signed those contracts. "White Snake Sage, you are truly a beast. What is your current strength?" Itachi looked at his wife with concern. "I should be close to the semi-Six Paths level," Kaon replied. Her destructive power was already close to that of an ordinary Six Paths being, able to easily destroy the surface. However, her physical body was still weak, and every battle required her to rely on the magic of the void to absorb damage, while she would switch places to engage in long-range control. "That's not enough. You must reach the level of the Six Paths Sage to destroy this contract." After listening to his wife's account, Itachi was shocked but quickly regained his composure. He knew well that his strength was still shallow. At this moment, there was very little Itachi could do for Kaon. For a time, Itachi was engulfed in self-blame. In fact, this couldn't all be blamed on Itachi. After all, he was just a mortal, while Kaon was a suspended being who could continuously grow stronger by completing tasks. "What should I do now?" Kagami looked helplessly at Itachi. Itachi was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. This book will conclude this month, and there will be continuous updates of extra chapters. Please support for love. The new book will be released on the 13th. Please show your support. Chapter 246. Itachi, you fool. Sighing, he said, "Now, do you have any way to improve your strength?" Itachi looked at his wife, full of helplessness, and sighed. "I really don't know." Hana's eyes were filled with confusion, as if she wanted to cry but had no tears. You gently extended your index finger and flicked her forehead, saying earnestly, "You need to be more cautious when you're out and about." But don't worry too much. There shouldn't be any changes in the dragon's cave in the short term. Just take care. Huayin covered her slightly swollen forehead, responding with tearful eyes. Suddenly, Kagani seemed to have thought of something, shaking her head as the pupils in her eyes began to change. Right, Itachi. I will first teach you the sage arts of the dragon cave. 1 Magatama, 2 Magatama, 3 Magatama. The Magatama intertwined and eventually formed the shape of cherry blossoms. Kaon stared straight at Itachi. Itachi shared a deep gaze with his wife and soon fell into the genjutsu, but he did not actively try to break free. Is this what ninjutsu is? After receiving all the memories, Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted as he exclaimed, It's all been entrusted to you. Kagun blinked her eyes, and her crimson pupils instantly returned to normal. Itachi sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes tightly, and began to attempt learning sage arts. Kanon brought over a small stool and quietly sat beside, waiting. Time passed silently, and Itachi finally opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, his gaze becoming clearer than ever. How was it, Itachiclaims? The effects of the mystical arts in the dragon cave are quite good, right? Kagami looked at Itachi in front of her, her face full of joy as she asked, You are truly outstanding. Itachi stood up and responded gently. Soon, a wave of natural energy surged from his body, and a pair of dragon horns sprouted from his forehead, emitting a faint green glow of all over. You mastered it so quickly. Kagome looked at Itachi in shock, almost unable to believe her eyes. Well, I tried it out briefly, and it was actually quite easy. Itachi shook his head slightly, looking at his wife, who was somewhat dazed in front of him, when a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The next moment, Hanayon found herself in Itachi's embrace. Itachi reached out and gently tapped Hanayon's forehead with his finger, and it seemed to have a really good effect. Itachi-kun. Kagun shyly looked up at Itachi, but did not struggle. All right, let's go for a walk. Itachi gently patted his wife's head and then walked out the door. Hana quickly jogged alongside Itachi. The door creaked open gently as Itachi pushed it. The sunlight from the high sky shone down on the young boy and girl. Itachi instinctively raised his palm to shield his eyes, which had already turned light green. Due to extracting too much natural energy, his pupils had unknowingly also changed to a light green, faintly emitting some green light. After a brief adjustment, Itachi quietly moved forward. Hanin looked at him with a worried expression. How are you feeling now? She curiously examined Itachi from head to toe. Not bad, Itachi replied, a gentle smile playing on his lips. He raised a finger, and the small stones by the roadside began to rise irregularly. With a wave of his finger, the stones seemed to be endowed with attraction, hitting the distant big tree with a series of thuds. Crack, crack. The surface of the tree cracked like a spider web. And finally, with a thud, it fell to the ground. Wow, that's amazing. Kagani stared in astonishment at the scene, then reached out her delicate hand to start applauding. Huh, there's something even more impressive. Itachi looked at his wife, raising an eyebrow. With a wave of his finger, Kagani's skirt began to rise irregularly. Clap. Itachi-kun, you idiot. Ko pressed down her skirt and angrily slapped Itachi. Itachi covered his flushed face, looking helplessly at his wife. He had just made a joke. He didn't expect Ko's reaction to be so strong. It seemed he really needed to pay more attention to these matters in the future. You idiot. Pervert. Kagami blushed and kept scolding Itachi, but she looked even cuter. Itachi sighed helplessly, lowered his head, and apologized. I'm sorry. Is that enough? So what did you go wrong? Kagome relentlessly asked, What did I go wrong? The corners of Itachi's eyes twitched slightly as he looked at his proud, little lowly wife, and he couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Are you laughing at me? Kagami stared at the slightly trembling body of Itachi in front of her. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a flicker of confusion in her eyes. No, you're really overthinking it. Itachi slowly shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. All right then. Kanon smiled gently, her smile resembling a flower blooming in spring, looking quite captivating. What are you laughing about? Itachi leaned forward curiously. I just suddenly thought of something interesting. Kagome tried hard to suppress her laughter, her cheeks flushing with a hint of red. Itachi, can your ability make the book Kakashi is holding suddenly fly away when he is watching Paradise of Affection at night? She teased, looking at Itachi with a mischievous glint in her eyes. This idea of yours. Itachi looked at his wife helplessly, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Then he reached out and gently tapped her on the head. Where did you learn these strange ideas from? I didn't tea. I just had a flash of inspiration and came up with it myself. Kaon blinked innocently and said, Time flew by quickly. That night, The moon was dark and the wind was strong, with clouds hiding the stars. Kakashi lay on his bed, his thoughts wandering, not knowing what he was thinking about. And then he leaned down to pull a book from under the bed. Tonight would be the last time. He was determined to quit completely by tomorrow. Kakashi secretly made up his mind, took a deep breath, and was about to open the novel when suddenly, the book he held tightly began to rise slowly in a strange manner, defying logic. Huh? Kakashi was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to do. He quickly reached out, rubbed his blurry eyes, and was filled with confusion. Wait, what is going on? The book was inexplicably floating in the air. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? Kakashi blinked his confused eyes again, extending a trembling hand to try to reach the book high above. However, the book seemed to be playing hide and seek. Every time he was about to touch it, it quietly rose higher, maintaining an insurmountable distance. Kakashi's brows furrowed tightly, a deep frown appearing on his forehead. Just then, a clear and pleasant laugh came from outside the window. Kakashi frowned and suddenly pushed open the window. He saw a girl holding her stomach, laughing uncontrollably on the ground, while beside her, Itachi looked equally speechless. The two exchanged glances, reading deep helplessness in each other's eyes. Forget it. Let us just go along with her. The two of them looked at the silly laughing girl, their gazes soft. Please power up for love. I can't afford to eat. Chapter 247. Sleep a little longer? Why are you all looking at me like that? Kagani extended her finger and gently wiped away the glistening tears on her cheek. Her face, tinged with a rosy hue from earlier laughter, resembled a blossoming peach flower. It's nothing, just this boring matter. Is it really your doing? Kakashi sighed helplessly, then turned his head to focus on Uchiha Itachi. Itachi paused slightly, as if he had something to say, but instead, he merely let out a soft sigh. Perhaps it was some not-so-smart fool who encouraged me to do this. I see. That makes sense, Kakashi said, stroking his chin, lost in thought. Kanon listened to the conversation between the two and felt a bit confused for a moment. Hey, what are you guys talking about? It's nothing, we're just discussing a certain little fool, Kakashi said with a playful smile, his eyes filled with teasing. It's really strange. Kanon felt a strange sensation rising in her heart as she sensed the slightly mocking gaze from the two of them. Although it was hard to put into words, it made her feel quite uncomfortable. After a moment, her cheeks flushed even more. That's enough, Kakashi. Itachi, you don't really think I didn't understand your insinuations, do you? Hannah crossed her arms and glared at the two with a face full of dissatisfaction, her eyes flickering with anger. Oh, so you understood. Kakashi's words carried a hint of surprise, but then abruptly stopped. At this moment, Huayin felt a wave of weakness rise in her heart, as if she had punched a soft pillow. As night fell and the cold wind began to rise, the moon in the sky had somehow been replaced by the rising sun, casting warm light. Ding-ling-ling. Huayin frowned slightly as she crawled out of bed and reached out to turn off the noisy alarm clock. Then, she yawned, her eyes still carrying a hint of sleepiness and haze. She glanced at the weasel lying beside her, still fast asleep, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. Sigh, this idiot is still sleeping. Hannah gently tapped Itachi's head with her slender fingers. Itachi slowly opened his eyes and saw his wife smiling as she lay beside him, watching him. It's rare to see you up this early today, Itachi said with a hint of surprise. What do you mean? Don't I usually get up early? Hannah replied, blinking in confusion. I remember the other day the alarm rang for a long time, yet you still lay in bed, and in the end, it was me who had to wake you up, Itachi said, his eyes filled with teasing as he looked at his wife. Hannah was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to refute. Reflecting on what happened the other day, it did seem that way. Soon, she lowered her head, her cheeks reddening like ripe apples, making one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. So, are you not planning to go to work today? Yao asked curiously. I'm too lazy to go. I'll ask for leave in a bit, she replied. Kagani shook her head, looking as cute as a rattledrum. Then let's sleep a little longer. Itachi tightly held his wife and slowly closed his eyes. Silly. Huayin murmured something, but didn't struggle, just allowing Itachi to hold her. When she opened her eyes again, the sunlight outside the window gently spilled onto her cheeks. She realized she was holding a pillow in her arms, while Itachi was busy cooking in the kitchen. She had woken up, and it was already noon. Itachi gently pushed open the door to the room, looking at Huayin with tenderness in his eyes. Okay. Kagani slowly crawled out of bed, her hair tips slightly messy, which added a touch of cuteness. Yasuhiko, where did I put the things for brushing my hair? Kagani walked into the bathroom, and after washing up, she pushed the door open and looked at the weasel who was cleaning. Curiously, she asked, why don't you go look for it in your cabinet? The weasel chuckled softly with a tone full of affection. Okay. Hannah nodded obediently, then walked into the room, opened the cabinet, and indeed found the combing tools. After a careful grooming, Hannah came to the living room. At this time, the dishes in the living room were already neatly arranged. By the way, Itachi, how is your cultivation of that going? Kagani was tasting the food, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she looked at Itachi. She should have trained enough by now. What she lacks is practical experience. Itachi nodded, his voice deep and firm. I see. Kagun rested her chin on her hand, her gaze thoughtful, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Yorukun, how about we spar a little later? In Hainan's eyes, there was a glimmer of anticipation as she curiously looked at Itachi. Are you sure? Maybe we should just forget it. I'm afraid I might hurt you. Itachi looked at his wife's innocent appearance, filled with affection in his heart, and really couldn't bring himself to do it. How about you practice a bit with Kakashi-senpai later? Kanon continued to ask. That's a good idea. But we should first check if he has time. Itachi nodded, and as soon as he finished speaking, there was a click and the doorknob turned. Kakashi, still hazy from sleep, walked out of the room. Oh, you two are up early showing off your love again? Yeah, what can you do, Kakashi-senpai? You don't have a partner. Kagome smiled mischievously, her tone laced with a hint of teasing. Kakashi's eye twitched slightly as he shook his head helplessly. Kakashi-senpai, can we spar a bit after we finish eating? Itachi looked at Kakashi in front of him, his tone full of anticipation. Of course. I do like to see how strong you are now. Kakashi shrugged and then sat down, taking a big bite of a bun. Ah, that bun was clearly mine. Hannah looked at Kakashi with a hint of resentment. Hee, but I've already eaten it. What are you going to do about it? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Watching the two banter, Itachi felt a bead of cold sweat on his forehead and helplessly said, there are some left in the kitchen. If that's not enough, I'll cook some more. All right, please prepare more. Kakashi replied ambiguously. Itachi nodded. Please power up for love. If possible, I hope everyone can avoid skipping chapters. The new book will be released on the 13th. I haven't thought of a title yet. Chapter 248, Kakashi vs. Itachi. At this moment, in the serene back mountains of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi focused intently on Itachi, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Do you need me to go easy on you? No need. Itachi gently shook his head, his gaze firm. Kakashi-senpai, I will be sparring with you using the sage techniques I've just learned. There was a hint of determination in Itachi's voice as he added, Sage techniques? What did you master them? Kakashi asked, astonished, scrutinizing Itachi once more. Just today, Itachi replied calmly, yet it revealed something extraordinary. You want to challenge me right after just learning? Are you really sure you don't need me to hold back? Kakashi hesitated, pondering in his heart. After all, Itachi had just learned the sage techniques, and they probably weren't very refined yet. Perhaps he should let up a bit and give him some chances. Kakashi examined Itachi again, seeing him with his eyes closed and silent, contemplating that maybe using 8/10 of his power would be enough to avoid accidentally hurting Itachi too much. Can you start now? At this moment, a somewhat resentful voice came from his side. Kakashi turned to look and saw Hannah in a cheerleader outfit, holding pom-poms with an unwilling expression. Why are you dressed like that? Kakashi asked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, feeling a bit confused. Of course, I'm here to cheer for Itachi-kun. Hannah shot Kakashi an eye, her tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. You don't think I'm here to cheer you on, do you? Seriously, Kakashi-senpai, you're really too narcissistic, just a real loser. Kakashi's fists tightened slightly. For some reason, he felt a sudden urge to punch Hannah. All right, we can start now. Itachi slowly stood up from the ground, an overwhelming surge of sage chakra instantly enveloping him. Holy crap! Kakashi couldn't help but curse as he felt the powerful aura emanating from Itachi. This doesn't look like someone just starting their training on the first day, still inexperienced. Kakashi's expression turned cautious, and he quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and Itachi. At that moment, the surrounding stones began to rise irregularly, as if drawn by some unseen force. Itachi waved his fingers lightly, and the stones surged toward Kakashi as if commanded. Raikiri, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, and a bolt of lightning erupted from his hands, shattering the rushing stones one by one. Crack! Crack! The stones crumbled into pieces, scattering across the ground. Is this all you've got, Itachi? Kakashi lightly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, teasingly speaking, but before he could finish, a fist came rushing toward him. Kakashi was instantly stunned. Holy crap, so fast. With no time to react, he instinctively crossed his arms over his chest. With a loud bang, Kakashi was sent flying like a leaf in a storm, crashing hard into a distant tree. His body gradually slid down, and with a bang, he transformed into smoke and disappeared. So it was a shadow clone technique. Itachi observed this scene, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. At that moment, the bamboo around him appeared to be retreating in his eyes. Found you. Itachi's gaze locked onto Kakashi hiding in the bushes, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. At that moment, the branches that had fallen to the ground began to rise irregularly into the air. Whoosh, whoosh. The air was sliced by these branches, creating sharp sounds. The seemingly ordinary branches, wrapped in Itachi's natural energy, transformed into green light, like sharp arrows, rushing toward Kakashi all at once. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly activated his Sharingan, using its power to barely evade the torrential attack. However, the crisis was not over. Itachi's figure flashed like a ghost, and in an instant, he was right in front of Kakashi. Kakashi was caught off guard, his pupils constricting in shock. Itachi's fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, struck toward Kakashi with lightning speed. Kakashi reacted quickly, barely managing to fend off Itachi's fierce assault, forming hand seals rapidly in an attempt to find an opportunity to counterattack. But Itachi didn't give Kakashi any chance to breathe. His form flashed again, appearing at Kakashi's flank. He raised his leg and swept it horizontally, creating a whirlwind that targeted Kakashi's vital points. Kakashi leaned to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow, and with the inside of his Sharingan, he caught a glimpse of a flaw in Itachi's movements. Bang, bang, bang. As the two clashed, a violent gust of wind swept through the area, stirring up dust. However, it was clear to any observer that Itachi had the upper hand. He had trained in the sage art of the Dragon Cave, able to manipulate the surrounding environment at will. In contrast, Kakashi was just a flesh-and-blood mortal, barely holding on with his divine might. This divine might truly lived up to its reputation as the top-tier existence among the Sharingan techniques. It was indeed impressive. Kaon stood at a distance, watching the fierce clash between the two. Earth style, earth flow wall. Kakashi quickly formed hand seals with both hands and then slammed them onto the ground. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and a dirt wall engraved with a dog head emblem rose up from the earth. However, this dirt wall was as fleeting as a blooming flower, shattering into pieces and vanishing in an instant. Itachi held a wooden stick, his gaze sharp, coldly watching the trembling Kakashi in the distance. Hey, Itachi, how about we just call it a day? I'll admit defeat, Kakashi said nervously, his voice trembling. At that moment, their fight strangely resembled a parent with a stick, scolding a disobedient child. Kakashi, you're being too cowardly. Where did that energy from earlier go? Hana immediately shot a dissatisfied glance at Kakashi. Don't cause trouble here. Kakashi glared at Hana with discontent, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Huayin, however, did not show any weakness, widening her eyes to retort back, looking both stubborn and adorable. Well, fine then, I won't fight anymore. I can't last too long either. Itachi sighed lightly, and the faint green natural energy around him began to slowly dissipate, gradually returning to calm. Itachi returned to his usual appearance, gently gazing at the two. Kakashi-senpai, you really are useless. You're such a weakling. You couldn't hold out even after just a few exchanges. Hana walked over with a teasing expression. Kakashi looked at her mischievous demeanor, his brow furrowed. Then he reached out and gently rubbed her cheek. Forget it. What kind of adult would bicker with a child? Kakashi chuckled lightly, his brow slightly raised, and a hint of affection showed in his eyes. Kaon was a bit displeased by Kakashi's actions and shot him a glare. At that moment, her face was slightly flushed, adding a touch of shyness. You too. Itachi, watching the two bicker, let out a familiar sigh, and his gaze softened even more, as if he were watching a warm family farce. Please support love. Chapter 249. Kakashi's online dating partner is Jiraiya. Itachiclaims, please weigh in. Kaon had a look of dissatisfaction on her face, her gaze fixed firmly on Kakashi. You really shouldn't be messing around here. Itachi's eyes were filled with fondness as he gently reached out and brushed his wife's hair. All right then. Kaon shyly turned her head away, a blush rising on her face. Your relationship is still like this, huh? Kakashi looked at the two of them being so close, and a bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Kakashi-senpai, why haven't you thought about finding a partner yet? Kaon suddenly turned around, curiously examining Kakashi. Let's talk about this later. Kakashi hesitated, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. You're already in your 30s. If this drags on, you might really end up alone for the rest of your life. Kaon furrowed her brows, her tone filled with worry. Kakashi fell silent. All right, Kaon, Itachi sighed helplessly, looking tenderly at his wife. He knew very well that Kaon had a serious personality, a fact he had long gotten used to. At this moment, the evening glow in the sky was as magnificent as brocade, stretching the shadows of the three figures longer and longer. Sigh. Huayin let out a light sigh for some unknown reason, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Why are you sighing? You asked curiously, turning to look at your wife beside you. I don't know why either. I just feel inexplicably tired in my heart. Hannah shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Upon hearing this, Itachi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead, looking at his wife with a bit of helplessness. Behind them, Kakashi followed closely, but his gaze was directed towards the river in the distance. The evening glow reflected on the river's surface, shimmering beautifully. At that moment, a gust of evening wind blew by, tousling Hannah's hair. Sigh, tonight's wind is a bit noisy. Henio reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear and sighed again. Itachi and Kakashi exchanged a glance, both showing a look of helplessness. Then, Itachi turned to Henio and asked with concern, "Are you still planning to take a day off tomorrow?" "Yes, I really want to take a day off. I really don't want to go back to the security department." Kagani looked exhausted, but her appearance seemed even cuter. "You actually don't need to work in the future," Wai said softly, feeling a surge of joy in her heart. "Why do you say that?" Huayin curiously raised her head and looked at you. "Because I can support you, silly," you said affectionately as she patted Huayin's head, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Hearing you say that, I feel a bit embarrassed." Hannah lowered her head shyly, a blush appearing on her face, but she pretended to be unwilling. Right behind the two of them, Kakashi wore a face of helplessness mixed with annoyance. Hey, can you two at least acknowledge my existence a little?" Kakashi exclaimed helplessly. "Oh, I almost forgot that Kakashi-senpai is still behind us." Henin chuckled softly, her delicate brows slightly raised. Upon hearing this, Kakashi fell into silence, his heart filled with mixed emotions. No way. He had to find a partner somehow. Otherwise, this little girl would ruthlessly mock him again. Kakashi thought angrily to himself. However, who should he turn to in search of a partner? He was already over 30 and had no interest in the young and vibrant. Women in their 30s were probably hard to find in this village. Kakashi gazed at the shimmering surface of the lake in the distance, lost in deep thought. The bright moon hung high, gradually being covered by clouds, while in the distance, a red sun was slowly rising. Was it already morning? So soon? Huayin slowly opened her sleepy eyes, gently rubbed them, and then turned her gaze to the side, where the still sleeping weasel was lost in dreams. A warm feeling surged in her heart. "All right, it seems that I don't need to go to work today. Weasel already asked for leave from me last night." A flash of memory crossed Ko's mind, and she suddenly realized. A sweet smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Then, she decided to indulge a little longer in the warmth of the cozy bed. Kagani gently moved her body, slowly sliding deeper into the bed. Inching closer to the warm source, Yao. Her movements were soft and cautious, afraid of disturbing this tranquility. "Are you awake?" Yao's voice was a bit hazy, and as she slowly lifted her eyelids, she was met with the gentle embrace of the girl. I want to sleep a bit longer. Don't disturb me." Kagani buried her head deep into Itachi's chest, her voice carrying a hint of arrogance. Itachi looked at this warm scene, feeling endless tenderness surging in his heart. But he could only smile indulgently, gently patting the girl's hair without saying much more. "All right, Kagani, it's time to get up. I still have to prepare breakfast." Itachi tried to gently break free, but found Kagani snuggled tightly against his chest. "No, let me sleep for a little longer." Kagani puffed her cheeks and glanced at Itachi with dissatisfaction, looking somewhat adorable. Itachi helplessly shook his head, a smile of indulgence mixed with a hint of helplessness on his face, and gently asked, "Why do you have to hold on to me to fall asleep?" "Because when I hold you, I feel especially at ease. Only then can I sleep." Hannah's cheeks flushed lightly, her voice as soft as a whisper. "All right, then I'll sleep a little longer." Wai smiled and lay down, allowing the girl to wrap around his neck like a little sloth. Meanwhile, on SH Setsu Street, Kakashi walked into a shop. He had dressed up deliberately, looking particularly handsome. "Sigh, I really feel so silly. Why did I believe in online romance for no reason?" Kakashi muttered to himself while sipping his coffee. Last night, he logged into QQ and added a friend. They chatted briefly and found common interests. What surprised him even more was that the girl also liked Intimate Paradise, and her username seemed to be something like Hero. Kakashi couldn't remember clearly. They agreed to meet at this shop this morning. Last night, Kakashi even transferred some money to her. He hoped the person who showed up wouldn't disappoint him. Kakashi rested his chin on one hand, lazily gazing out the window. Soon, the door creaked open. Kakashi was stunned and quickly turned his head, only to see Jiraiya standing in front of him with a mischievous grin. Sigh, I don't know how to write this anymore. Please support me, for love. Chapter 250, Dinner Tonight. So, you're bored and decided to use online romance to mess with me? Kakashi looked at Jiraiya, helplessly. Don't say it like that. Here, this is for you. Jiraiya glanced around to confirm no one was watching and quietly took out a book from his pocket. Kakashi's eyes lit up as he scanned the cover of the book. Then he cautiously looked around before leaning closer to Jiraiya. Is this the latest edition? How could I deceive you? Consider it a return on your investment in online romance. Jiraiya chuckled and handed the book to Kakashi. Kakashi tucked the book into his chest, nodding in satisfaction. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huayin groggily opened her eyes and slowly sat up from the bed. Strange, I actually slept for so long. Huayin shook her head, her hair swaying like a rattle. Then, she got out of bed and walked to the bedside, glancing at the time on the alarm clock, hesitating to say anything. With a creak, the cabinet was gently opened by Huayin. The girl changed into a different outfit and carefully tidied herself up before walking into the living room. The dining table was already set with dishes, and a small note was thoughtfully placed on it. The note had a few delicate characters written on it. The food is cooled down, please heat it up first. Seeing this scene, Huayin's face flushed and a warm current surged in her heart. She didn't expect Yao Kuan to be so considerate. Huayin placed the meal into the rice cooker and carefully heated it. After eating her fill, she quietly lay on the sofa, lost in thought. First, she felt confused, unsure of what to do next. Secondly, the issue of the curse seal weighed heavily on her mind. The girl raised her fair arm, staring at the obvious deep blue curse seal, her delicate brows furrowed. How should she deal with this? Kagani's eyes became complicated. Once, everyone could see this curse mark. However, now only Kagani can see it. Bang, bang, bang. A sudden rapid knocking sound rang out. They're here. Please wait a moment. Hana stood up in a flurry and hurried to the living room, pulling open the door. Huh, Sasuke? Why is it you? A look of surprise flashed in Hanen's eyes as she stared at the boy in front of her. What? Could it be me? Sasuke furrowed his brows, a hint of displeasure on his face. Oh no, that's not it. Have you had lunch yet? Kanon's forehead was slightly damp with sweat as she awkwardly communicated with Sasuke. Not yet. What delicious food should we have for lunch? Sister-in-law? Sasuke yawned, looking exhausted. Did you stay up all night playing games again? Kagun stared at Sasuke, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, as if she thought of something. With Jiraiya. Before Sasuke could finish his sentence, he felt a strong killing intent and quickly stopped speaking. So, you spent the night at the internet cafe with Jiraiya last night and didn't come home? In her mind, Huayin quickly imagined various scenarios and pretended to glare at Sasuke sternly. Ahem, Huayin's sister, don't misunderstand. I was just training with Master Jiraiya. Sasuke swallowed hard, feeling a bit flustered. Really? Huayin narrowed her eyes, looking at Sasuke with suspicion. Really, why would I lie to you? Sasuke waved his hands in a panic, looking quite uneasy. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. The food seems to have gone cold, so I'll go warm it up for you. Kagome gently glanced at Sasuke and turned to quickly walk towards the kitchen. Thank you. Sasuke shyly smiled and nodded. The sounds of cooking came from the kitchen, and Sasuke's mood gradually calmed down. He looked out the window. The sun was shining brightly, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible hand, with a warm ray of sunlight falling on the girl's face, adding a touch of enchanting brilliance to her. Before long, Kagani walked out holding a steaming dish and gently placed it on the table. Quick, try my recent cooking. I tell you, I've put in a lot of effort to learn. Kanon was beaming with joy as she looked at Sasuke. Oh, really? Sasuke held his chopsticks, staring at the delicious dishes in front of him, but he hesitated to take a bite. What do you mean by that, Sasuke? Kanon put her hands on her hips, glaring at Sasuke with annoyance. It's nothing. Sasuke was taken aback for a moment, then picked up a bite of food and put it in his mouth. At first, he frowned, but soon his expression relaxed, revealing a satisfied smile. How does it taste? Kanon looked at Sasuke with great anticipation. To be honest, it really tasted quite good. It has improved a lot compared to a few months ago. Sasuke closed his eyes tightly, savoring the food in his mouth, and then gave a fair evaluation. That's great. I've been learning for a long time. Hanyo cheered excitedly, her face beaming with a happy smile. Seeing Hanyo's adorable appearance, Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle softly, his eyes filled with warmth. What sister? You're clearly even more immature than I am. Time quietly passed by, and before they knew it, it was evening. Everyone began to finish work and head home. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Kanon knows without thinking that Itachi has returned. Because Itachi always likes to ring the doorbell, while Sasuke and Naruto prefer to knock directly. With a click, the door slowly opens. Itachi, why are you coming home so late? Huayin took the folder from Itachi's hands and asked with concern, isn't it quite late already? It's usually not this time. Itachi responded gently, while reaching out to softly pat Huayin's head. Kagani shyly lowered her head and asked, what are you doing? Sasuke is still here. Oh. Itachi smiled and turned to look at Sasuke, but the intense killing intent in his eyes was hard to conceal. Sasuke immediately felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shiver. Ahem, you guys continue. I didn't see anything, he said as he wolfed down his food, quickly clearing the bowl and gulping down a mouthful of water before hastily leaving the living room, striding towards the second floor. All right, I was just joking. Are you full? Itachi couldn't help but chuckle, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he looked at his younger brother with gentle eyes. At this moment, Sasuke slowly turned his head, his face slightly flushed. I already saw through your joke. Okay, in a little while, Obito and Minato will be coming over, so we need to prepare a more sumptuous dinner tonight, Itachi said as he walked into the kitchen to wash his hands carefully, then responded with a light laugh. Is that so? What special occasion is it today to make it so grand? Henio looked curious, her eyes shining with excitement as she asked. Tomorrow is Christmas, and everyone in Konoha village has a day off. Don't you know? Itachi curiously examined his wife, a slight smile on his face. I don't have a job right now, so how would I know about these holidays? Kanon murmured softly, her cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness. Sitting in the chair, Sasuke watched the sweet interaction between the two and couldn't help but shiver, secretly thinking to himself that he really couldn't stand it. By the way, Shursui will be back too, Itachi suddenly said while chopping vegetables. Is Shursui coming back too? That's great. I haven't seen him in a long time. In Huayin's eyes, joy sparkled. Chapter 251, The Drunken Girl. In the kitchen, the two were busy preparing dinner. The warm atmosphere was even more pronounced under the gentle breeze of the evening. Hand me the knife. I'll chop the vegetables, but you have to be careful, Yao said softly, his eyes filled with affection for his wife. Kanon blushed and shyly handed the kitchen knife to Itachi. Now she is very strong. Even if she accidentally cut her finger with a knife, she could quickly recover using her reversal technique. But at this moment, under her husband's care, she still felt a great warmth in her heart. Itachi-kun, Kagani murmured softly, her cheeks flushing with a hint of red. Itachi was focused on chopping vegetables when he heard his wife's call. He slightly turned his head, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. What is it now? Huayin frowned slightly, secretly muttering to herself. Why add another again? She pretended to glare at you, tentatively asking, are you dissatisfied with me? You looked at his wife with an innocent expression and replied, I have never been dissatisfied with you. What makes you think I am? Huayin pretended to be displeased and turned her head away, no longer looking at Itachi, murmuring softly, you just added an also, which means you must be a bit impatient with me. Itachi helplessly scratched his cheek, thinking about how to explain. He stopped what he was doing, looked seriously at Huayin, and said, I was just chopping vegetables and needed to stay focused. I might have been a bit careless with my tone. Kaon furrowed her brows slightly. Although she still had doubts in her heart, she slowly walked closer to Itachi. Suddenly, she felt a bit of moisture on her forehead. When she looked up, she saw Itachi smiling at her. Can you forgive me this time? Itachi asked with a smile, his eyes filled with tenderness. Kagami pretended to be calm and said, I'll forgive you for now, idiot. I'm going back to the living room. However, the blush on her face betrayed her inner feelings, and her heart was racing like a drum. As she walked out of the kitchen, Hannah shook her little head, looking as cute as a rattle drum. She thought to herself, no, just now Itachi was clearly a bit impatient with me. I need to regain my footing. How about this? Tonight, I won't let that guy Itachi fall asleep easily. Once he falls asleep tonight, I'll intentionally make some noise to wake him up, and then act as if nothing happened and go back to sleep. That way, Itachi won't dare to say anything about me easily. Genius. I'm out of the hospital. Kagami excitedly tapped her forehead and immediately decided to implement the plan. Her heart was filled with anticipation and joy, as if she could already see the interesting scene that would unfold in the evening. However, Huayin never expected that her actions towards the sleeping man on this quiet night would lead to unpredictable consequences. Perhaps she would suffer a merciless beating. However, that big fool Itachi can't beat me. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell echoed in the night sky. Hannah walked lightly towards the door, gently pushing it open. What came into view were Rin, with her hands clasped behind her back, and Tobe, who followed closely behind, looking tense. Oh, you two are finally back? Hannah exclaimed. Hannah, this guy Tobe bullied me. Rin couldn't wait to complain as soon as she saw the girl, her face full of grievance. What? Tobe? Who gave you the guts to do that? Huayin immediately protected Lin behind her upon hearing the words, her eyes flashing with sparks of anger, and her Sharingan, wide open, fixated intently on Obito. Obito felt that piercing gaze and couldn't help but shiver, his hands flailing in a panic. Huayin, yes. It was my oversight. I accidentally angered Lin. What exactly happened? Huayin looked at Lin with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with a quest for knowledge. After Lin's detailed narration, Kagani finally understood the ins and outs of the situation. It turned out that while they were shopping, Daido's straight man-like remarks inadvertently touched on Rin's past, leading to this uproar. Rin walked ahead with an unhappy expression, while Daito followed closely behind, looking nervous and anxious. Kagani secretly murmured to herself, compared to this, Itachiclaims is more reliable. Then, she shook her head helplessly and her gaze fell on the two again. As night fell, familiar faces began to visit the house one after another. Oh, Master Jiraiya, you are here too? Kaon saw Jiraiya's figure and revealed a hint of dissatisfaction on her face. Ahaha, Kaon, it's been a long time, Jiraiya said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he awkwardly smiled and reached out to greet her. I don't feel good at all. Tell me, what are you doing every night with Sasuke, staying out late? Hana's brows furrowed tightly, her tone carrying a hint of questioning. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya took a nervous step back, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Shizuka, who had just entered the living room, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but smile gently. You two's personalities are still exactly the same as a few years ago, Shizuka said. His eyes filled with affection as he looked at Hana, then slowly shifted his gaze away. Outside, the sky gradually began to drift with light snow. At this moment, the family sat around the dining table, the atmosphere extraordinarily warm. In a few days, it will be the new year, Minato said softly, playing with a bottle of white liquor in his hand, his gaze tender. He then stood up and poured a glass of white liquor for Jiraiya. Obito, what about you? Minato turned to ask Obito curiously. I want some too? Obito nodded with a silly smile, just about to get up, but was shot a fierce glare by Rin nearby, and he had no choice but to obediently sit back down. Kushina, watching this scene, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. It seems Obito is really under strict control by his wife. Upon hearing Kushina's teasing, Hana couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, thinking to herself, it seems you are the one who manages things the most strictly here. Of course, she dared not voice this thought. Next, everyone was filled with laughter and joy, enjoying the food and wine. During the meal, Hana expressed her desire to taste the wine as well. So, under everyone's watchful eyes, she downed a bottle of white liquor in one go. What a great capacity for liquor. Jiraiya clapped and praised, just about to pour her more, when suddenly, with a thud, Huayin's head slammed directly onto the table, clearly having gotten drunk after just one drink. Seeing this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat, with their eyelids twitching slightly. I can still drink another cup. Kagani suddenly raised her head again, a red mark on her forehead, but she still looked cute. She mumbled, her face already turning red, and the surroundings began to spin in her eyes. Maybe I should just forget it, Itachi thought worriedly as he wanted to support her, but Kagani pushed him away. Don't stop me, Itachi-kun. I want to drink to my heart's content tonight, Kagani said stubbornly. Itachi shook his head helplessly, secretly thinking, with your drinking capacity, can you really handle it? Chapter 252, supporting you. Time slowly passed, bit by bit quietly. The atmosphere at the dining table gradually became desolate, as family members left one after another, returning to their own homes. All right, you've had too much to drink, don't drink anymore, Itachi said with a worried expression as he supported his slightly drunk wife. Huayin was drunkenly giggling. Itachi, why do you keep swaying in front of me? What nonsense are you talking about? Itachi looked at his wife helplessly, then gently picked up Huayin in a princess carry. Kagani's cheeks were flushed, nestled in Itachi's arms, looking particularly petite. All right, stop messing around. I'll help you to bed. Itachi sighed softly, carefully carrying his wife upstairs to their room. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open, and Itachi gently placed Kagani on the bed. Itachi-kun, don't go. Just as Itachi was about to turn and leave, he was unexpectedly grabbed tightly by the collar of his clothing by Kagani. What's wrong? Itachi paused, looking at his wife in confusion. However, as he lowered his head, Kagani playfully grabbed his neck. It's nothing, Huayin giggled foolishly, emitting a strong smell of alcohol. You had no choice but to look at Huayin and said, all right, you should let go of me now. I need to wash up. Can't go, I want to wash up too. Kanon giggled and let out a burp, looking both cute and comical. Itachi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at the sight. If he could, he would have loved to take a picture of this amusing scene, but unfortunately, the ninja world had yet to develop such devices as mobile phones. Sighing, he said, "Well then, I'll help you down. Just be careful." Itachi shook his head helplessly and then supported Kanon as he helped her get off the bed. Hana was swaying as she walked ahead, while Itachi followed behind her with a worried expression, silently supporting her. Soon, after watching Hana finish washing up and then fall asleep on the bed, Itachi finally let out a sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his arm and, after a quick wash-up himself, changed into his pajamas and laid down on the bed. As for Hana, Itachi looked at her silly appearance, filled with helplessness and fondness in his heart. Time passed quickly, and before long, the originally pitch-black room gradually brightened with a hint of light. Although it was still dim, he could barely see clearly. Hearing the sound of roosters crowing at the village entrance, Itachi opened his sleepy eyes. He glanced at his wife, who was still sound asleep in his arms, feeling warm and content. It seemed she had slept quite peacefully last night. With a loving gaze, Itachi looked at his wife, then reached out to gently tousle her messy long hair. Before long, Hana's eyes began to struggle open. "Huh? Why am I awake?" Itachi looked at his wife with a hint of fondness and asked, "What exactly happened last night?" Hana rubbed her eyes, curiously examining Itachi. "You were drunk last night, and I had to put you to bed," Itachi explained helplessly. "Did that really happen?" Hana asked shyly, her face turning red. "Of course it did." Itachi silently muttered to himself, but seeing his wife's natural, silly look made him unable to help but laugh. "Well, nothing happened." Itachi stood up and pulled back the blanket. The moment he lifted the blanket, Hana quickly curled up and shivered. "Idiot, it's so cold." She glared at Itachi with dissatisfaction. "You sweated quite a bit. Hurry up and change your clothes." Itachi ignored Hana's displeasure and found a few cute pajamas from the wardrobe to hand to her. "Oh, okay. Then you go outside for a bit," Kagani murmured, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yura shook his head in resignation as he opened and closed the door. With a click, the door was locked again, and he stood quietly outside, waiting. He didn't know how long it had been, but the pale light in the living room gradually turned into a hint of brightness. It was as if a white brush had been dipped into an ink painting, and the room quickly became clear. Morning had arrived. Yura heard a click from the door, followed by it slowly opening. Kagani's head hung by the door, shyly whispering, "Okay, you can come in. I can't sleep, so if you want to sleep, go ahead. I still need to prepare breakfast." Yato helplessly glanced at his naturally airheaded wife and smiled. "All right." Huayin shyly nodded, a flush rising on her face. Hearing the crisp sound of the kitchen knife chopping vegetables coming from the kitchen, the drowsiness in Huayin's heart quietly dissipated. She slowly got out of bed, her long hair casually tied up, and walked lazily towards the bathroom, beginning to carefully brush her teeth and wash her face. Outside the window, the sky was overcast, and fine rain fell continuously like silk. Most of the people in the house had already gone out to work, leaving only one person who either stayed up all night or had not slept at all. Kagun walked lightly into the living room, her gaze softly directed at the busy figure in the kitchen, Itachi. With a soft click, the kitchen door was gently pushed open, and Itachi steadily carried steaming dishes with both hands, placing them gently on the dining table. "What's wrong?" Itachi turned to look at Kagun, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "It's nothing. I'm just here quietly waiting for you to finish cooking." Huayin gently shook her head, a soft smile gracing her lips. Yu smiled tenderly, with a gaze full of fondness. "Come, let's eat first." You turned back to the kitchen, took out 2 exquisite bowls, filled them with rice, and placed them on the dining table, softly asking, "After we finish eating, would you like to go for a walk and experience the misty rain scenery?" Kagun gently stirred the chopsticks in her hand, her gaze sweeping over the rain curtain outside the window, hesitantly saying, "But it's still drizzling outside." Yatsu smiled slightly, his eyes warm and determined. "It's just a light rain. Why not seize this opportunity to stroll together in this hazy mist?" "All right, then let's go." Kaon finally nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. After finishing their meal, the two quickly opened the door and happily went out for a walk. Itachi gently held the umbrella, while Kaon quietly walked beside him, her steps light. The raindrops continuously tapped on the umbrella, creating a crisp and melodious sound, like a cheerful and enchanting symphony. Both of their moods were exceptionally joyful as they chatted and laughed along the way, the atmosphere warm and cozy. "By the way, do you still clearly remember those wonderful moments from before?" Itachi suddenly recalled something and then gently gazed at Kaon, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Was it when they had just met? Kaon felt a bit confused, tilting her head and looking at Uchiha Itachi with her bright eyes, her face full of, yes. It was indeed the scene when we met in the back mountain of the Uchiha clan. Itachi smiled and nodded, a deep sense of nostalgia reflected in his eyes. I had almost forgotten about it. Huayin frowned slightly, then raised her head, looking at Itachi with her curious eyes. Did you bring this up for a special reason? Or are you just bored and want to talk about the past? Itachi helplessly shrugged his shoulders, but there was a hint of a smile in his eyes as he looked at Huayin gently. I really can't write anymore. Please help out of love. I'm begging everyone. Please try not to skip chapters. He just wants to have perfect attendance. Chapter 253. Have you thought about what to name the baby? It's really baffling. Kagani helplessly glared at Itachi, her eyes filled with confusion. Upon hearing this, Itachi steadily held the umbrella with one hand while unconsciously scratching his cheek with the other, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. Ahem, how about we talk about your past? Itachi tried to find a new topic to break the slightly awkward atmosphere. My past? What is there to talk about? Kagani glanced at Itachi, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, a hint of displeasure in her tone. In fact, it wasn't that she couldn't mention the past. It was just that in her previous life, she had been all alone, like a drifting orphan, busy day after day with a 996 lifestyle. And now, having crossed over to this world, she was facing the night of her clan's annihilation. Those days were filled with hardships and difficulties. However, for the sake of survival, she had once appeared so naive. Itachi had already developed feelings for her, yet she still remained wary of him, unwilling to open her heart easily. Well then, Itachi sighed gently, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, as if he wanted to say something but held back. By the way, Itachiclaims, Kagani suddenly thought of something and interrupted Itachi's thoughts, her voice tinged with urgency. What's wrong? Itachi turned to look at Kagani, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. What were you thinking when you first saw me? Kaon held Itachi's hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and her tone full of anticipation. As for my thoughts at that time, Itachi covered his chin, looked up at the sky, and began to fall into contemplation. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Oh, I remember now. You were crying, with tears streaming down your cheeks, looking somewhat pitiful. Huayin couldn't help but break out in a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead upon hearing this. She smiled awkwardly, then, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, stood on her tiptoes and gently patted Itachi's head. Yes, I was crying at that time. But why do you remember it so clearly? Her tone carried a hint of playful reproach. Of course, the patting motion barely reached the top of Itachi's head. Itachi was exactly 1.8 meters tall, while she was only 1.6 meters, making the height difference quite evident when they stood together. Time flew by quickly, like a piece of hemp rope being casually woven by a skilled craftsman, with the bittersweet experiences intertwining into complex patterns. In the blink of an eye, a month had quietly passed. Itachi officially took over as the head of the Uchiha clan, while Makoto retreated behind the scenes to enjoy a leisurely home life. Kanon doesn't need to take on heavy work. She just needs to accompany Makoto and immerse herself in the joy of knitting. Oh no, that's not right. It should be knitted this way. Makoto quickly catches the flaw in Kanon's movements and immediately corrects her. Oh, okay, I'll change it right away. Huayin was slightly taken aback, but then, under Meichin's careful guidance, she threw herself back into knitting the sweater. That's really good. You're learning so fast. Meichin praised Huayin's progress, and then abruptly changed the subject, asking a somewhat unexpected question. Huayin, when do you and Itachi plan to have children? I've been looking forward to holding my grandchildren for a long time. Meichin leaned closer to Huayin, her face showing a hint of longing and expectation. Mom, well, it's still a bit too early for that. Kagani was caught off guard by this question and took a while to regain her composure. Time waits for no one. Look at the neighbor Taiku, who has already settled down with a complete family and children. Makoto gently shook her head, a hint of resentment appearing on her face. Uncle Taiku? He actually managed to find a partner? Kagani suddenly took a sip of water and almost choked when she heard the news. Isn't it? Makoto glanced at Kagani with some confusion in her eyes. No, it's nothing. I'm just a bit surprised. Kagani hesitated, her eyes flickering with some complexity. All right, let's not talk about that for now. Makoto gently waved her hand, her gaze filled with affection as she looked at her busy daughter-in-law. Come on, let's continue knitting the sweater. Looking at Kagani, she felt increasingly satisfied. This girl not only looked beautiful, but also had such considerate personality. Her judgment back then was truly not wrong. By the way, Makoto asked curiously while knitting, have you thought about what to name the child in the future? Mom, why are you asking this question again? Kagun smiled helplessly, her eyes revealing a hint of embarrassment. I'm just curious, what would we name a boy if we had one? And what about a girl? Mikoto said with a beaming smile, her eyes filled with anticipation. I haven't thought about those questions yet, Mom. Hannah lowered her head shyly, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. Indeed, she had never seriously considered these questions before. At that moment, fine rain suddenly began to fall outside the window, as if the clouds in the sky had been gently parted, dropping little by little. Oh no, it's raining, Mikoto exclaimed, slapping her forehead, anxiously getting up. I need to hurry and bring the clothes. You rest here for a while. With that, she hurried towards the balcony. Kagun sat quietly in place, watching Mikoto's figure gradually fade away. The question from earlier kept echoing in her mind, stirring a ripple of thoughts in her heart. Indeed, she and Itachi had been together for so long, yet she had never considered this aspect. If only. Huayin's cheeks suddenly became hot, like a ripe apple, making one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. Her thoughts surged in her mind, filled with a hint of anticipation, yet also overwhelmed with a lot of embarrassment. Is anyone still there? I really can't write anymore, just casually chatting here. The new book will be released on the 13th. Also on this theme, hope someone can support it. Also, I'm asking for love. Thank you all. Chapter 254. I plan to use Amaterasu to boil water. Ding dong. The doorbell was gently pressed. Enhancement hurriedly put down the towel in her hand and rushed to the door, slowly opening it. You finally came back, Itachiclaims. Kaon looked at Itachi in surprise, her eyes sparkling with light. Well, the clan's affairs aren't too busy, so I hurried back after handling things. Itachi smiled at his wife, then gracefully took off his gentleman's hat and gently placed it on the counter at the entrance. Let me handle it. Kagani reached out to take the collar that Itachi handed over, carefully folding it and placing it on the counter. By the way, where's Mom? Itachi asked curiously while changing his shoes. Oh, she's in the living room, focusing on knitting a towel right now. Kanon nodded slightly, and the teasing from Mikoto earlier flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to instantly flush. Why is your face so rosy? Are you feeling unwell? Itachi watched his wife with concern, his brow slightly furrowed. I'm fine. Kanon quickly shook her head, but her face turned even redder. The weather has turned cooler recently. You should wear more clothes. Seeing this, Itachi didn't press further, instead wrapping Kanon in a gentle gaze. I'll keep an eye on it, Kanon replied softly, feeling a warm current surge in her heart. Soon, the two walked hand in hand into the living room, where they saw Mikoto sitting on the sofa, leisurely watching TV while deftly knitting a towel. Itachi, you're back? Mikoto paused her work and looked at her son with a gentle gaze, her eyes filled with love. Yes. Mom, what are you knitting? We have enough clothes at home, Itachi said with a hint of confusion. I'm knitting for my future granddaughter. Mikoto interrupted Itachi with a smile, her face radiating happiness. Mom, can you? Kanon widened her eyes and shyly looked at Mikoto, her cheeks burning like fire. Okay, I understand, Mikoto gently sighed, her gaze shifting between Itachi and Kanon. You two are not kids anymore. When do you plan to have children? Mikoto urged with a hint of dissatisfaction. Mom, it's still too early for that. Kagani hurriedly ran forward, gently covering Mikoto's mouth, her face full of embarrassment. Okay, I won't say anything, Mikoto sighed again, but her eyes revealed a hint of expectation. Itachi witnessed this scene and couldn't help but break out in a light sweat on his forehead. He knew very well that the elderly neighbors had long since embraced their grandchildren. Only he and Kagani had yet to make a decision. And facing the elders urging for them to have children, he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Time passed quickly, the rain outside gradually stopped, and a faint fragrance filled the air. A cool breeze brushed against the curtains, making a rustling sound. Huayin couldn't help but shiver. Seeing this, Meichin quickly stepped forward and gently closed the window. Is it still cold, Huayin? Meichin looked at her daughter-in-law with concern in her eyes. It's fine, just a little cold recently. Kanon shook her head, then took a few tissues from the dining table and gently wiped her nose. A slight cold? That won't do. We need to hurry to the hospital. Mikoto stood up, anxiously supporting Kanon. Mom, really no need. Huayin paused for a moment and reluctantly spoke. How can you say we don't need to go? Let's go. Mei Jing shot a dissatisfied glance at Huayin, her tone slightly reproachful. Fine then. Kagani let out a soft sigh, but her heart felt a warm current. It must be said that the technological development in the ninja world does feel somewhat backward. Even though they already have modern devices like televisions and computers, there's still no sign of cars. While walking on the road, one can only rely on their own 2 feet to move forward step by step. or imitate the daimyos of certain villages by sitting in a horse-drawn carriage pulled by two fine horses, moving slowly. Of course, this is impossible. After all, doing so in Konoha would attract too much attention. Soon after, Mikoto brought Kagani to the hospital. After a simple examination confirmed there were no major issues, she bought some fever-reducing medicine. How much is this fever medicine? Kagani asked Mikoto helplessly. Oh, compared to your health, what does this little money matter? Mikoto glared at Kagani, then took out a few thick towels from her pocket and gently placed them on the young girl's fair neck. By the way, Mom, why didn't Itachi come back with us? Kagun suddenly remembered something, exhaling a breath of warm air, and curiously asked. He has gone to deal with the trivial matters of the clan. He will probably be too busy during this time. Mikoto sighed lightly, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. I see. Kagome nodded thoughtfully, revealing a hint of understanding in her expression. The two of them walked side by side, and soon they returned to the Uchiha clan's residence. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening, and a light rain continued to fall on the ground. Occasionally, the sky would be illuminated by flashes of lightning, making it bright for a moment before quickly returning to darkness. Why is the weather so cold? Mikoto couldn't help but shiver and quickly locked the door tightly. Kagome, why don't you take a shower tonight? I've already heated up the water for you. Itachi said as he came down from the second floor, rubbing his tired brow, his voice carrying a hint of apology. Okay. Kagani nodded obediently, a sweet smile appearing on her face. Itachi, what about my hot water? Mikoto looked curiously at her son, a hint of expectation flashing in her eyes. Mom, I'm sorry. I almost forgot about you. I'll help you heat it up slowly later. You won't mind, right? Itachi suddenly remembered Mikoto and coughed a few times awkwardly, a hint of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Ah, having a wife makes you forget your mother. It's really sad, Itachi. Mikoto looked at Itachi with slight dissatisfaction, her tone revealing a hint of teasing. Mom, why don't you wash up first? I won't have any problems with my body for a while. Kagani patted her chest. Her messy hair on her head stood up, making her look adorable. Still, my daughter-in-law cares about me. Mikoto looked at Kagani, her eyes filled with satisfaction and relief. She nodded and then turned to her son Itachi, a hint of helplessness and reproach flashing in her eyes. Itachi's eyelids twitched slightly, feeling secretly frustrated. Oh no, this matter was indeed his oversight. It seems that in the future, he not only needs to care for Kagani, but also pay more attention to the feelings of others. I really don't know how to write anymore, due to some special reasons. The new book will be published in a few days. I hope everyone understands. Please support with love. Chapter 255, What Should the Little Baby Be Named? Itachi sighed helplessly and had no choice but to use Amaterasu to start boiling water. He stared intently at the water's surface until it gradually boiled, then slowly withdrew the power of Amaterasu. All right, Mom, the water is ready. Itachi's voice was slightly tired, with a thread of blood seeping from the corner of his eye as he looked helplessly at his mother. Mikoto's heart tightened, and the reproachful words were swallowed back down, only letting out a gentle sigh. You silly child, I was just joking earlier. Why did you take it seriously? At this moment, Hannah hurried over with an anxious expression, her concern evident. Itachi, don't move. Let me help you with your treatment. She tiptoed, gently placing her hands over the corner of Itachi's eye, and a warm energy instantly surged in. Soon, golden light flickered. The blood at the corner of Itachi's eye gradually stopped, restoring its former clarity. Hannah breathed a sigh of relief, gently blew on Itachi's eyes, and then pretended to be angry as she glared at him. All right, Itachi-kun, don't do such silly things again next time. Itachi looked at his mother and Hannah with affection, smiling and nodding. I understand, Mom. Hannah. Kanon suddenly changed the subject and teased. But speaking of which, isn't it a bit extravagant to use Amaterasu to boil water? Mikoto couldn't help but laugh and shook her head helplessly. It really is a bit. Her gaze fell on the bathtub, which was already filled with steaming hot water. Let's cool it down a bit, Kanon said as she turned on the shower. The cool water happily flowed into the bathtub. Once the water temperature was just right, Kanon gently called out to Mikoto. After taking a bath, Kagun gently lay down on the soft bed, and the words that Mikoto had said to her before involuntarily surfaced in her mind. If she really had a baby with Itachi, what should they name this little one? Kaon has always felt that she has no talent for naming and can't come up with any nice or unique names. And that guy Itachi is probably about the same in that respect. With a soft click, the door to the room was gently pushed open, and Itachi, dressed in a comfortable pajamas with slightly damp hair, looked even more handsome under the light. He gazed at Kaon, who was lying on the bed with gentle eyes. Why are you still not asleep? Itachi said as he took out a towel to gently dry his hair, then picked up a hairdryer, carefully drying each strand. Of course. I'm waiting for you, silly. Kagun murmured softly, a sweet smile on her face. Oh, so that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Itachi chuckled lightly. Seeing that his hair was almost dry, he gently lifted a corner of the blanket and quietly slipped in. All right, then I'll sleep first. Huayin yawned, then stretched out her slender fingers and gently patted Itachi's shoulder. Quick, turn off the light. I'm so sleepy. Okay, Itachi replied, then reached out his arm to gently turn off the bedside lamp hanging by the head of the bed, and the whole room was instantly plunged into darkness. Time flew by, and when Huayin slowly opened her eyes, the distant mountain peaks were already beginning to glow with golden sunlight. It was clearly bright outside. The girl gently turned her head, her gaze sweeping to the side, but it was empty next to her, not a single person in sight. Did that guy Itachi really go to work just like that? Huayin let out a helpless sigh, then slowly sat up from the bed, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Just then, a sudden wave of intense pain shot through her arm, and Huayin bit down on her silver teeth, sweat dripping from her face like fine rain. After a while, Huayin finally came to her senses, gasping for breath. It was really strange. How could it start hurting again? She stared at the strange curse mark on her arm, her brows tightly furrowed, a wave of inexplicable unease rising in her heart. It felt as if some Otsutsuki guys were going to invade the ninja world again today, and she would have to face this battle alone. Cough. I must be overthinking it, right? As soon as Huayin's words fell, her pupils suddenly contracted violently, because in her sole perception, within a range of 300 kilometers in the distance, at this time, Huayin was at the peak of the six paths. An extremely strange chakra had actually descended. Damn, I'm really a harbinger of doom. Kagani suddenly slapped her forehead, quickly got dressed, then opened the window of the room and jumped out without hesitation. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The figure of Huayin disappeared in place, transforming into a streak of light ascending into the sky, leaving behind a series of afterimages that amazed everyone. The border area between Konoha Village and the Cloud-Hidden Village. Due to Huayin's arrival triggering the butterfly effect, technology in the ninja world developed vigorously. The once desolate village road has now been replaced by an endless highway. On both sides of the highway, the desert stretches vast and wide, with the blazing sun hanging high above and cacti sporadically dotting the landscape, growing tenaciously. A gentle breeze occasionally sweeps by, carrying a hint of heat and dust. But the girl's gaze is unusually cautious. Who are you? Huayin's gaze suddenly froze as a black shadow in the distance gradually grew larger, approaching her. Soon after, a figure slowly stepped into her line of sight. The person had skin as pale as snow, tightly gripping a fishing rod in hand, with a disdainful cold smile on their face, coldly staring at Huayin. Isn't this Otsutsuki Kinshiki? Kagani felt a chill in her heart and secretly prepared herself. Oof, how dare these mere humans show off their skills in front of me? Hirashi's words were filled with arrogance and disdain. However, before he could finish speaking, a powerful impact suddenly struck. With a splatter, Hirashi felt a sweetness in his throat, and a surge of blood uncontrollably gushed out, staining his clothes crimson. Seeing this, Huayin sneered. She had no interest in wasting words with this fisherman. In an instant, her figure flashed, and she swung her fist fiercely, aiming directly at Poo's vital points. Bang! 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 The fist's wind surged like a dragon, and Poo was sent reeling in the air like a kite cut from its string, taking several steps back before crashing heavily onto the distant mountain peak in the desert. At that moment, dust flew up from the mountaintop, boulders rolled, and a massive, deep pit formed in an instant. Smoke filled the air, completely enveloping Poo's figure and making it impossible to see his condition. Virtual style, Huayin let out a low shout, gathering a dazzling red light in one hand. The red light instantly cut through the air, rushing towards the distant mountain where Otsutsuki was located at an astonishing speed. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted as the red light collided with the mountain. He can't be dead, right? Seeing that there was no movement from afar for a while, Huayin exclaimed in surprise. With such weak strength, how dare he invade the ninja world? What a disgrace. Please support for love. The new book is delayed for a few days. Things have been too busy lately. Chapter 256, Strolling Along the Way. Encountering Sasuke. Ahem. Otsutsuki Poo swayed and stood up, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. How dare a mere mortal injure me like this? Poo glared angrily, staring at Huayin in the distance, as if there were raging flames burning in his eyes. If looks could kill, Huayin would have fallen countless times already. With such weak strength, how dare you invade the ninja world? The flower's sound is light as a feather, gently descending. And then it looks at Pushi with a teasing tone. Enough nonsense, prepare to die. Huayin swiftly struck down, cleanly severing Pushi's head. With a thud, Pushi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Huayin. Soon after, he felt a wave of intense dizziness, seeing his headless body half kneeling on the ground. When he came to his senses, his gaze gradually lost focus. You won't die a good death. Pushi cursed through gritted teeth. So much talk, Huayin coldly replied, stepping down with one foot. Bang! Blood splattered, staining the ground red. Kagani watched everything with a blank expression, as if completely unfazed. Huh, now that everything is settled, let's go home, enjoy breakfast, and then have a good sleep. Kagami yawned, and then her figure gradually faded away at the spot. The sun hung high in the sky, casting warm rays of light that illuminated the girl's petite body, stretching her shadow longer and longer, like a beautiful painting slowly unfolding. With a creak, the girl gently pushed the door open. As soon as she stepped over the threshold, a tempting aroma of food wafted towards her. On the dining table, there was a thoughtful little note with a few bold characters written in a flamboyant style. Meat is stewing in the pot, still hot. Yurikuin is really a fool. Kagani looked at the note, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She remained silent and walked straight to the kitchen. The moment she lifted the lid of the pot, an incredibly rich aroma of meat broth wafted towards her, making her mouth water. Just the smell alone hinted that it would taste great. Huayin swallowed and served a bowl of steaming rice, carefully bringing the meat soup to the dining table. Then, the girl sat by the table and began to savor the delicious meal. The meal ended quickly, and Huayin decided to return to bed for a while. Such brainless behavior from Otsutsuki Pushi had affected her mood for the entire day. The girl quietly returned to the bathroom, washed up briefly, and the cool droplets of water brushed against her cheeks, taking away a bit of her fatigue. Then, she slowly lay down on the bed and sank into a deep sleep. In her dream, Huayin seemed to be immersed in a tranquil forest, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows. She strolled through it, feeling the tranquility and harmony of nature. However, this peace did not last long. A rush of footsteps broke the dream, pulling Huayin back to reality. She suddenly opened her eyes to find that it was already dark outside, and the room's lighting appeared especially soft. Wow, did I really just take a nap and wake up to the late afternoon? Kagani rubbed her sleepy eyes, sat up, and a wave of inexplicable restlessness surged within her. She always felt a hollow emptiness in her heart, a sense of loneliness. Kanon slowly sat up from the bed, gently changing out of her sweat-soaked clothes. She then turned on the room's lights, and the soft glow instantly filled the entire space. The living room was still empty and quiet. Mikoto and Kushina had gone out together for a walk, and at this moment, they were not home to keep her company. Am I really the only one left? Kagani couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, filled with a hint of helplessness, as she slowly pushed open the door. She decided to go out alone for a stroll to experience the tranquility of the night. The girl leisurely placed her hands in her pockets, strolling along the streets of the Hidden Leaf Village. As evening approached, a chill wind swept through, bringing a biting cold. Hannah couldn't help but shiver, her body slightly shrinking. This ghostly weather is getting colder and colder. She exhaled a puff of warm breath and looked up at the distant street filled with lights, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. The streets at night were bustling with activity, with countless lights shining brightly, and the crowds around her were lively and unending. Various vendors' calls echoed one after another, adults holding children's hands, laughter and joy continuous, creating a series of warm and touching scenes. Hanano quietly gazed at these scenes, a faint smile evident in her eyes. She pondered inwardly that perhaps the will of fire, which the third Hokage had always emphasized, was indeed condensed in these ordinary yet warm moments. Hanano, what are you doing here? Sasuke casually walked over with his hands in his pockets, a hint of surprise on his face. Sasuke, you're here too. And don't forget to call me sister. Kagome stepped lightly, playfully tapping Sasuke's head, then gently stroking his hair, her eyes full of affection. Stop it. I'm not a kid anymore, Sasuke said, his face turning red as he shyly took a step back, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. Haha, in my eyes, you'll always be as cute as before. Kanon looked at the shy Sasuke in front of her, her eyes shimmering with a loving light. That's not true. I'm actually taller than you now. Sasuke pouted, pretending to be dissatisfied as he patted Kanon's head, trying to regain some face. Oh, is that so? Hannah frowned slightly, and a bright square appeared. Ahem, it's nothing, Hannah, let's go. I'll treat you to a late-night snack as an apology. Seeing this, Sasuke quickly took a step back awkwardly and changed the subject. All right, then I'll reluctantly forgive you. But you have to add sister at the end. Kaon pretended to be dissatisfied as she shot a glance at Sasuke, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but slightly lift. The cold night wind was still biting, and the siblings wandered aimlessly down the street, eventually arriving at a brightly lit stall. The owner, Huayin, called softly, her voice carrying a hint of tenderness. Here they come. Oh dear, esteemed guests, what delicious food would you like? A simple and honest middle-aged owner hurried over upon hearing her, rubbing his hands together, with a broad smile welcoming them. Let us stick with the same as before. Huayin skillfully listed the names of the dishes, then took out a neat stack of cash from her pocket and handed it to the boss. All right, I got it. Please keep it safe. After the boss took the money, he quickly found the change and turned back to his busy work. It's really rare when going out, you can still remember to bring money. Sitting next to Huayin, Sasuke curiously observed the girl, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. What do you mean by that? Do you think I usually don't bring money? Kaon rolled her eyes dramatically at Sasuke in dissatisfaction, pretending to be angry as she turned her head away. Haha, just kidding. Don't take it so seriously. Seeing this, Sasuke hurriedly waved his hands in a panic, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. I don't know how to write. I'm just writing whatever comes to mind now. It's no different from random scribbling. Please support for love. Thank you all. Chapter 257. Having a baby. Will it hurt a lot, Itachi? All right. Kaon let out a gentle sigh, her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Dear guests, the food is ready. Please enjoy. The honest and simple middle-aged owner smiled as he approached, steadily placing the plates on the table. Ahem. Kaon nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. I have to say, the barbecue from this stall in Konoha Village is indeed very delicious. Speaking of which, why don't we just go to a barbecue restaurant for dinner? Sasuke mumbled a question while chewing on the tender skewers of meat. Because the prices there are too expensive. Kanon sighed softly again, then gently rubbed the top of Sasuke's head. Hey, can you stop patting my head all the time? Sasuke said with a helpless expression, his eyes revealing a hint of protest. Oh, sorry, then I won't do it anymore. Hannah awkwardly withdrew her hand and then focused intently on tasting the skewers in her hand. When her hands became greasy, she took out a tissue and carefully wiped them. How come you're different from when you were a child? Sasuke had been paying attention to Hannah and couldn't help but ask. What's different? Hannah was momentarily taken aback, her eyes flashing with confusion. You used to lick your fingers clean when they were greasy, Sasuke said with a smile, a playful glint in his eyes. Did that really happen? I don't remember it at all. Henio's face instantly turned rosy, and she shyly lowered her head. Yeah, back then you always clung to my brother. Sasuke teased, as memories of the past flashed through his mind. Stop, don't mention that anymore. Kanon felt a deep sense of shame and buried her head even lower. Haha, it's rare to see you so shy. Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle, wanting to say something but holding back. After that, the two chatted about everyday matters. And after finishing their meal, they returned together to the Uchiha clan's territory. With a creak, the door was suddenly pushed open by Kanon. Why are you back so late? Where have you two been? Itachi, busy cooking, looked at the two with curiosity. It's nothing, we already ate outside. Kanon answered softly, oh, then I don't need to prepare meals for you. Itachi nodded, a hint of relief appearing on his face. By the way, I can have a good rest for the next few days and not be busy with work. Itachi gently placed the dishes on the table, and a soft voice emerged. Why is that? Kagani tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Itachi. Isn't the new year just around the corner? Itachi sighed lightly, casting a helpless glance at his wife. Oh, time passes so quickly, and it's already time for the new year again. Huayin blinked her eyes and was momentarily stunned. Yes, by then, our mom will probably urge us to have a child quickly. You looked at Huayin meaningfully, with a hint of helplessness in your tone. Hannah was taken aback and unconsciously took a few steps back, her face flushing with embarrassment. She murmured to herself, what are they talking about? Sasuke was still standing beside her, right? Well, you guys take your time chatting, I won't disturb you. Sasuke rolled his eyes, looking helplessly at the two, then turned and walked upstairs, returning to his room. Itachi, I actually haven't prepared myself mentally yet. Kagun bit her lower lip tightly, her expression appearing a bit pitiful. Seeing this, Weasel slowly walked to her side, gently stroking her head, and said in a soft tone, don't worry. Everything will be as you say. Kagami looked at the boy in front of her, and a warm current surged in her heart as she gently nodded. Time passed quickly, and before she knew it, night had fallen. After taking a shower, Kagani sat lightly on the edge of the bed, her gaze passing through the window frame, staring at the bright full moon, her thoughts seemingly drifting far away with the moonlight. What are you thinking about? Itachi gently pushed open the door, his hair still carrying a hint of moisture, slightly glistening. As usual, Itachi picked up a soft towel and meticulously dried his damp hair, then took a hairdryer and dried it strand by strand. Once everything was ready, Itachi slowly sat down beside Kagani, his gaze unconsciously falling on her. Huayin has a slender figure, with feet as white as jade. The lines are round and graceful, truly beautiful feet. Aren't you cold wearing so little? Yojan looked at his wife with concern, his eyes full of worry. I won't be. Hana gently turned to her side, snuggling in Itachi's arms. She softly drew back the curtains, gazing at the round, bright moon hanging high in the night sky. The moonlight flowed like water, filling the entire room. Itachi, do you think having a baby will be very painful? The voice of Huayin was mixed with a hint of complexity and unease. Perhaps it will be a bit painful. Weasel held Huayin's hand tightly, gently comforting her. The whole process. Kagami bit her lower lip tightly. A hint of unease reflected in her eyes as she looked up and stared into Itachi's eyes. The moonlight outside the window happened to shine on Kagami's pretty and lovely face, especially her rosy lips, which appeared especially tempting under the moonlight, as if they could drip water. Ahem, what are you thinking in that little head of yours? Itachi awkwardly coughed, then reached out his fist and gently tapped Kagami's head. Oh, that hurts. Kaon covered her head with both hands, crying out in pain, and indeed a small bump appeared on her head. Looking at his wife's adorable and innocent appearance, Yao couldn't help but smile, a light laugh escaping his lips, filled with affection and tenderness. Don't always laugh at me. You're not any better yourself. Huayin pouted in dissatisfaction and gently punched Itachi's head. Soon, a similar bump appeared on Itachi's head. The two exchanged smiles, their lips unconsciously curving upward. Oh no, it seems they both have bumps now. I made myself laugh, and I really can't write anymore. Everyone, please support me for love. It's really hard to write now. Chapter 258. New Year. All right, it's already very late. Let's go to bed. Itachi gently held Huayin in his arms, then slowly pulled up the soft blanket and covered her gently. Silly. Huayin nestled against the weasel's chest, yet did not struggle. Instead, she closed her eyes peacefully. The bright full moon in the sky was slowly rising. Time flew by like a white horse passing a gap, and in the blink of an eye, a month had quietly slipped away. Huayin, come help Mom for a moment. Mei-chin was carefully sticking up festive couplets. Her eyes filled with affection as she looked to Huayin. Mom, I'm coming. Kaon had a sweet smile on her face as she tightly held the couplet in her hands and walked over cheerfully. Hey, over there, right in the middle of the door frame, Mei-chin said, holding a sturdy little stool and pointing to the most prominent spot on the door frame. Okay, Mom. Huayin lightly stepped onto the small stool and carefully pasted the couplet in the center of the door frame. Phew, it's done. By the way, Mom, where did Weasel go? Hanin lightly jumped off the bench and curiously asked. He's shopping for groceries at the market and will take a while to come back. Mei-chin's eyes were full of fondness as she smiled and replied, I see. Hana gently nodded, lost in a thoughtful contemplation. What's wrong, Hana? Mikoto looked at the girl in front of her with a loving expression, her eyes filled with concern. It's nothing, Mom. After the new year, do I still have to give red envelopes to the little kids? Kagami placed her fist on her chest, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, showing a hint of concern. Of course, what's wrong? Don't you want to give it out? It's fine. I still have plenty of savings here. As long as you and Itachi have a little baby, I'll transfer everything to you. Mikoto thought that Kagami's savings were insufficient and immediately spoke with a teasing glint in her eyes. Ahem, I still have enough money. I mainly want to ask how much to give the kids in red envelopes. Kagami awkwardly cleared her throat and said a bit shyly. She didn't have much concept of how much money to give to children in red envelopes in this world. In previous years, she was the one receiving red envelopes from others, but now it was her turn to give them out. One can't help but feel that time has flown by so quickly. It seems like just a blink of an eye. And now she was the one giving red envelopes to the little ones during the new year. It really made her feel a lot of emotions. All right, Mom will send you a red envelope first. Mikoto took out a bulging red envelope from her pocket, her eyes filled with affection as she handed it over. Cough, cough. Mom, don't worry, I'm not short on money. Kanon's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as she helplessly said, How can that work? You take it first. Mikoto pretended to be serious and glared at Kanon, her eyes full of determination. All right then. Kagami ultimately couldn't resist Mikoto and had to accept the money. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the living room, the exquisitely hanging clock was moving slowly and steadily. They should be back soon. I'll go to the kitchen to make dumplings first. Makoto, with a gentle smile on her face, slowly walked into the kitchen and said softly, "Okay, Mom, I'll come help you right away." Kagami followed closely behind and stepped into the kitchen. "You should just sit comfortably on that warm sofa. The weather is getting colder. And what if your delicate hands get frostbite?" Mikoto's face was full of concern and care, her gaze filled with love as she closely watched her daughter-in-law. "Mom, you're spoiling me too much. I can handle these tasks myself." Kagun murmured softly, with a hint of embarrassment on her face. "But that won't do. What if you get too tired and it affects our little baby?" Mikoto gently shook her head and insisted, her tone filled with affection and concern. "I haven't gotten pregnant yet." Kagami shyly lowered her head, a blush appearing on her face. Ding-dong. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. "They should be home now. Go open the door." Mikoto looked at Kagami with a loving gaze and softly instructed her. "Okay." Kanon nodded slightly, then jogged over with light footsteps. With a click, the door lock turned gently, and Kanon slowly opened the big door. "Itachi, Sasuke, you finally came back?" Kagami looked at the two, returning with surprise, her eyes sparkling with joy. "What else could it be? We thought you would wait for us all the time." Sasuke shrugged helplessly, a teasing smile on his face. "How do you talk to your sister-in-law?" Itachi gently tapped Sasuke's head, showing a hint of reproach on his face, then sighed softly. "That hurts." Sasuke hugged his head with both hands, pretending to be wronged. "All right, stop messing around. Is Naruto at home?" Itachi gently patted Sasuke's head again, then turned to Kagami, his eyes full of affection and tenderness. "It seems like he went out to play with Hinata." Kagome said softly, "When did Naruto and Hinata get so close?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke showed a look of disbelief on his face. "Hey, you really should learn from others and take a look at yourself." Kanon looked at Sasuke in front of her, her eyes filled with a sense of disappointment. "This is what I call having no woman in my heart." Naturally drawing my sword. Sasuke sighed lightly, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "Where did you learn that?" Kagun tiptoed and playfully tugged at Sasuke's ear, her face beaming with a smile. "All right, the dumplings are ready. Come and taste them." Mikoto walked into the living room, holding a steaming pot of dumplings, and gently placed it on the dining table. "Itachi, is Fugaku still busy with work?" "Yes, he is still handling village affairs." Itachi sighed softly, a hint of fatigue in his eyes. "Sai, ever since he became Hokage, your dad rarely has time to come home." Mikoto shook her head, her tone filled with a bit of emotion. Soon, there was a knock at the door. This time it was Sasuke who went to open it, and with a soft click, the door slowly opened. "I'm back, did you miss me?" Fugaku looked at Sasuke with a doting expression, then gently ruffled his hair. "So you all have gathered already." Fugaku smiled warmly at his family, seated around the dining table. How long do you have to work every day before you can come home?" Mikoto gently placed Fugaku's coat at the entrance, her tone carrying a hint of complaint. "I've gotten used to it. I'll leave the rest to Kakashi to handle." Fugaku rubbed his brow, his face filled with exhaustion and helplessness. "You always trouble others like this. It's not good." Mikoto glared at Fugaku with dissatisfaction, her tone carrying a bit of reproach. "Ahem, all right, let's eat first." Fugaku coughed a few times, then said calmly, "I really don't know how to write this. Please support for love, chapter 259 Tsunade. This little guy is not simple." A meal was quickly devoured completely. Kanon decided to go for a walk. "I'll accompany you," Itachi said gently, standing up with a soft light in his eyes. "All right then," Kanon replied softly. The cold night wind cut through the air like a knife as the two young people walked side by side on the bustling commercial street of Konoha Village. "Speaking of which, I really haven't seen Lady Tsunade much." Kanon suddenly seemed to remember something. "Are you talking about the legendary Sannin, Lady Tsunade?" Itachi asked curiously, his eyes shining with inquisitiveness. "Yes, I really want to meet her. She treated me last time, and I haven't found the opportunity to thank her yet." Kanon gently patted her chest, let out a long sigh, and her face was full of emotion. "There are rumors that Lady Tsunade loves to gamble. Perhaps she is currently at the Short Book Street in Konoha," Itachi said thoughtfully, his tone full of warmth and understanding. "Then let's go take a look." Kagami happily agreed, taking Itachi's hand, her face breaking into a sweet smile. Itachi gently nodded, his eyes filled with affection. Kagami happily led the way in front, filled with curiosity about everything around her. Yao looked at the girl with a doting gaze, as if wanting to capture every move she made. Konoha Village was still a bit too large, and after wandering for an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at the bustling Shorud Street. Just as described in the original work, the streets were filled with gambling establishments. The night streets were brightly lit, with a continuous flow of passers-by, and the sounds of chatter rose and fell, creating an especially lively atmosphere. Kagani suddenly heard intense fighting sounds coming from a shop. "Quick, catch her! She hasn't paid her debts. Is that the legendary cash cow? Ah, she's owed money again. How many times has it been now?" Kanon curiously held Itachi's hand and walked over, looking at an uncle and asking, "Uncle, may I ask what happened?" The uncle laughed heartily, took a sip of his drink, and said, "Little sister, that Tsunade gal lost again at gambling and is now on the run. Ha ha ha. I see," Itachi said. "Let's follow her and take a look." Hana looked at Itachi, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Itachi nodded gently, a smile in his eyes. Soon, the two young people sprang into action, their figures quickly disappearing from sight, in a dimly lit alley. Strange, where did the fat sheep go? A bald man chased into the alley, scratching his head in confusion when he found his target missing. "I don't know, it seems to be over there. Let's go chase." A person in the crowd anxiously pointed at Tsunade in the distance. Received. Soon, a large group of people dressed in suits, looking like gangsters, grabbed their weapons and rushed over. With a loud bang, the wall gradually crumbled. "Huh, those idiots think they can catch up to me. What a pipe dream." Tsunade waved her fist, her eyes filled with disdain. "Lady Tsunade, let's not continue gambling," Shizun said beside her, on the verge of tears. "What are you afraid of? They can't do anything to us anyway." Tsunade patted Shizun's head, her tone laced with a hint of affection. "Hello there." Just as the two were talking, a lovely voice came from nearby. The two were stunned for a moment, then turned to see the petite Hana. "Huh, you're that little brat from back then?" Tsunade looked at Hana in surprise, her eyes filled with a bit of confusion. "Lady Tsunade, she is Hana," Shizun whispered softly in Tsunade's ear. "Oh, what's up? Did you come to find me for something?" Tsunade crossed her arms, curiously sizing up Hana, then glanced at Itachi, hiding in the corner. "Looks like you found me out." As expected of Lady Tsunade, Itachi sighed softly, then stepped out, politely gesturing towards Tsunade. "You two following others isn't a good habit, you know." Tsunade pouted, looking surprisingly cute. "Lady Tsunade, you saved me before. I came to find you because I wanted to." Kanon smiled sweetly, her face filled with gratitude. Just as Tsunade was about to wave her hand to refuse, her pupils suddenly dilated. She saw the girl in front of her pull out a large amount of cash from her bosom and respectfully handed it to Tsunade. "This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope Lady Tsunade can accept it." Kanon's voice was filled with sincerity and gratitude. It's fine. I can completely accept it." Tsunade grabbed the cash and, after counting it, retracted her previous dismissive attitude towards the girl. "Lady Tsunade, what about your integrity?" Shizun's eyes twitched slightly, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead, filled with helplessness and emotion. "The thing is, I want to learn Lady Tsunade's sealing technique." Kanon winked at Tsunade. "If you want to learn, why not go directly to the current Hokage Fugaku?" Tsunade said meaningfully. "It's different. Having Lady Tsunade's one-on-one tutoring will be more effective." Hanuto took out a large stack of cash from her bosom. Tsunade indeed received it with a smile, retracting her earlier disdain. "Ahem, I can teach you the Een sealing technique, but why do you want to learn this?" Tsunade coughed and looked at Hanuto curiously. "Because I also want to maintain my appearance like Lady Tsunade." Kaon's hands moved restlessly, and then she shyly glanced towards the corner. Itachi, who had been standing beside Kaon, twitched slightly at the corner of his eye. He finally understood why Kaon had come to find Tsunade out of boredom. It was for this purpose. "Oh, I see. All right, I can teach you." But Tsunade rubbed her hands together, her eyes turning greedy. "No problem at all." Kaon nodded. Itachi sighed softly and took out a sealing scroll from his bosom. "There are 10 million in here, Lady Tsunade." Tsunade excitedly took the scroll, her gaze towards Kaon becoming increasingly indulgent. "You too come with me." "Lady Tsunade, don't you suspect them?" Shizun leaned closer to Tsunade and whispered. "Suspect what?" "They've given me so much money. Besides, let us not forget that Itachi's father is the current Hokage." Tsunade snorted coldly. She wasn't some naive fool. The fact that Fugaku could become Hokage probably also had to do with this little guy in front of her. Tsunade looked at the girl in front of her who was winking and looking adorably clueless, her expression turning meaningful. "Sigh, old man. This can only be blamed on your own recklessness. I'm so tired. I finally finished writing. Can I ask for some power of love? The release date for the new book is currently undecided, and I plan to finish this one by the 30th. Chapter 260, Lord Snail. In a deep bamboo forest, the bright moonlight hanging high above gently fell on the girl's face, making Kaon's skin appear exceptionally white and flawless, like. Tsunade lightly pursed her lips, her tone carrying an undeniable hint. All right, try to gather your chakra for me to see. No problem. Kaon gently nodded, and then her delicate, jade-like hands were quickly covered by a layer of faint blue chakra visible to the naked eye. Just this amount of chakra is not enough. You should be able to climb trees, right? Tsunade slightly nodded, then crossed her arms, carefully examining the girl in front of her from head to toe. Of course I can do that. Before she finished speaking, the soles of Huayin's feet were covered with a layer of chakra, firmly adhering to the branches. The girl moved effortlessly between the trees, as if walking on waves. Indeed, it seems your chakra control ability is quite strong. Tsunade crossed her arms and nodded again, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes. At this moment, Itachi was standing at the base of the tree, watching Huayin with a worried expression. Although he already knew in his heart that Huayin would be fine, he still couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Fortunately, everything went smoothly and nothing happened. After a while, the girl slowly came down, a relaxed smile on her face. Lady Tsunade, can you hand over the sealing technique to me now? Kano looked at Tsunade in front of her with excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. You hold this scroll and sign your name on it. Tsunade nodded gently, then took out an ancient scroll from her bosom and tossed it over lightly. After Hanin caught it with one hand, she carefully opened it and saw that the scroll was densely filled with the names of the inheritors throughout the ages. In the last column, there were 4 bright and shining characters. Senju Tsunade. What is this? Kaon looked up with surprise at Tsunade, her eyes full of curiosity. This is the summoning scroll. Just sign your name on it, and from now on, you will be the heir of the Wetbone Forest. Tsunade explained softly as she looked at the girl in front of her. I see. Huayin murmured softly, slowly nodded, her eyes shimmering with a determined light. Then, the girl gently bit in her thumb, and a drop of bright red blood immediately oozed out. Hanyo solemnly wrote her name on the scroll with her blood. All right, next you need to form the hand seals. You should know this, right? Tsunade deliberately slowed down, slowly forming the hand seals as a demonstration for Hanyo. I've already memorized it. Kano nodded seriously, then quickly formed hand seals with both hands, before slapping one hand on the scroll. With a loud bang, the girl instantly transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished from the spot, leaving only a faint fragrance behind. Very good. It seems she is a genius. Tsunade rested her chin on her hand, her brows furrowed, and her eyes glimmered with contemplation. Excuse me, Lady Tsunade, there won't be any danger, right? Itachi asked with a worried expression, concern evident in his eyes. Not at all. What kind of inheritance she encounters in the Wetbone Forest depends on her own summoning. But I feel like I might have forgotten something. Tsunade furrowed her brows slightly, showing a hint of confusion. Lady Tsunade, you forgot to teach her the seals to come back. Shizen quietly leaned closer to Tsunade and said with a worried expression, her eyes filled with anxiety. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was immediately taken aback. Oh, that little one should be able to come back on her own, right? Tsunade chuckled awkwardly, patting the back of her head, her face full of apologies. It seemed to Itachi that the elder in front of him was a bit careless. He felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Pondering to himself, the surroundings were a vast expanse of white, resembling a fairyland. Kagani plummeted rapidly from the sky. Her heart tightened as she tried to activate her kaleidoscope Sharingan, only to find that it was unusable at that moment. In other words, she could only continue to fall helplessly, unable to resist. Tsunade really was unreliable. She hadn't explained how to obtain the inheritance once they arrived here. Kaon sighed helplessly, full of complaints in her heart. Fortunately, she could still use the power of Moxu Luo. The girl relied on Moxu Luo's strength and landed steadily on the ground without a hint of bumpiness. By the way, where's this place? Huayin looked up at the sky, only to see a vast expanse of white, and her heart sank into deep thoughts, unable to find peace for a long time. The girl wandered aimlessly forward, her steps carrying a hint of confusion and hesitation. Little one, how did you end up here? A gentle and delicate voice suddenly interrupted Huayin's drifting thoughts. Wait, this voice, isn't it Lord Slug's voice? Kaon's heart suddenly trembled, her pupils instantly constricting, and a radiant joy spread across her face. Lord Slug, I specifically came here to seek the inheritance. Kagani shouted loudly around her, her voice filled with urgency and anticipation. Soon, a creature resembling a slug slowly emerged from the ground. It was completely white like snow, looking like a snail without a shell, which was a bit gross. Ah, what cute little guy. The voice of Lord Slug echoed again. Upon hearing Lord Slug's voice in Kane's heart, it felt as if being surrounded by a warm current, sweet and filled with happiness. I must say, the sound of the slug is truly pleasant to hear. Huayin was entranced by the sound, and couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, truly the voice of the island nation. Little one, what are you thinking? With a loud bang, a huge cloud of smoke suddenly surged up right in front of Huayin. Within the smoke, a massive slug figure slowly emerged, towering at least 100 or 200 meters tall, standing before Huayin like a majestic mountain. The smoke had not yet fully dissipated, only revealing half of the slug's enormous body, but the gentle voice of the slug had already begun to come through. What are you dazed about? That girl Tsunade should have taught you the return seal, right? Huayin nodded obediently, a hint of shyness on her face. Sigh, that girl is really careless, but fortunately, you met me here. The slug sighed lightly, with a tone of affection and helplessness. Thinking carefully, the only relatively small one among the 3 great sacred places seems to be the wet bone forest. The other 2 sacred places are vast and boundless. If you want to find a legacy here, it would probably take at least several months. In the original work, Jiraiya trained in Mayaboka Mountain for several years before finally learning sage arts. Let's go back first. Suddenly, a small slug-like creature was formed from the massive body of Lord Slug, landing lightly on Huayin's shoulder. With a loud bang, Huayin instantly transformed into a cloud of smoke, disappearing in an instant into the wet bone forest. When she opened her eyes again, Kagani then saw Itachi in front of her, looking at her with a worried expression. Itachiclaims, what's wrong? Kaon asked with a puzzled expression, a hint of confusion on her face. You're not hurt, are you? Itachi looked at the girl with concern, and only after the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing her whole body, did he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Kaon wasn't hurt, and Itachi couldn't help but feel a sense of secret gratitude. Ahem, Uchiha kid, see? Your wife isn't hurt at all, Tsunade said awkwardly from the side, a hint of apology on her face. Tsunade, your personality is still the same as it was when you were a child. A particularly soft voice suddenly came from nearby, causing Tsunade to freeze upon hearing it. Lord Snail? Tsunade looked closely and found a small snail perched on Kaon's shoulder. Please support for love. The new book has now reached 14,000 words. And I will sign next month. The quality of a new book will be much improved compared to this one, so I hope everyone will support it. Chapter 261, Sasuke-kun, what do you like to eat? Little Tsunade has really grown a lot. The gentle and delicate voice of the snail came like a spring breeze. Well, after all, so many years have passed. Tsunade shyly lowered her head, gently nodding, a blush appearing on her face. So, this child is the next legendary heir of the wet bone forest? The snail's face was full of excitement. Its gaze fixed tightly on the girl. It quietly calculated the time and realized that nearly 20 years had passed. The wet bone forest still hadn't found a suitable heir. Compared to the dragon cave and that frog, it was clearly in a much worse state. Yes, I plan to teach her the Een sealing technique. Tsunade nodded again. This ninjutsu? The difficulty is really quite high. The snail curiously examined the girl, excitement flickering in its eyes. Little one, what is your name? Kaon. The girl blinked her clear, watery eyes, showing a hint of confusion on her face. Don't worry, I will do my best to assist you in refining the Een sealing. So, do you have time now? The snail asked gently, its voice as pleasant as flowing water. Of course I do. Kaon nodded obediently, her face beaming with anticipation and joy. Then let's start from now, Tsunade said, and without finishing her words, she began to take action. Tsunade responded and quickly got into the right state. Time flowed by like a rushing stream, and the bright moonlight hanging in the high sky was gradually covered by a layer of hazy mist. Before long, a faint blush of dawn appeared on the distant horizon, slowly rising. After a tough training session, a seal similar to the one on Sakura from the original work finally appeared on Huayin's forehead, a pink diamond-shaped quadrilateral, deeply imprinted on her forehead. Is this the legendary 100 treasures technique? Kagami looked at her hands, blinked her eyes, and a look of surprise and joy appeared on her face. That's right. Well, since everything is done, I will head back now. The slug nodded gently, with a hint of fatigue and relief in her words. I'm exhausted. I'm leaving now. Bye. Tsunade yawned, stretched, and also prepared to leave. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Thank you, Lady Slug. Kagami deeply bowed to the two. At this moment, the sun hanging high in the sky had risen, and the golden sunlight poured down on the girl, stretching her shadow long. Right beside her was Uchiha Itachi. You actually trained all night? Itachi said, clearly having dark circles under his eyes and looking exhausted. Is that true? Kanon widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Itachi, her face showing a look of surprise. You can tell just by looking at my dark circles, Itachi said, pointing at his eye sockets with a mournful expression. All right, thank you, Itachiclaims. Kagani smiled sweetly at the boy in front of her, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. The two walked side by side on the street, and soon returned to the Uchiha clan's residence. Ding dong. Kanon gently pressed the doorbell. Due to being in too much of a hurry when they left, she and Itachi didn't bring a key. There were hurried footsteps coming from the other side of the door. With a click, the door slowly opened. Kanone, Itachiclaims. What are you? The person opening the door was Izumi, who was covering her mouth with one hand, looking at Kanon and Itachi in disbelief. You guys didn't really. Izumi suddenly thought of something, her face turned red, and steam seemed to rise from her head. What are you thinking? A character suddenly appeared on Huayin's forehead. She reached out and gently tapped the little girl Kaon on the head. That hurts. Kaon hugged her head with both hands, looking at Huayin with a wronged expression, tears shimmering in her eyes. We ran into some unexpected situations last night, which delayed us a bit. Yao sighed helplessly and explained to Kaon. Oh, so that's what happened. I thought you guys went to a hotel last night and didn't come back. Kaon wanted to say something more, but then felt the pain on her head again. Huayin, why did you hit me again? Kaon looked at the girl in front of her with tearful eyes, her voice tinged with grievance and confusion. It's nothing, just my hand was a bit itchy. Couldn't help it, Huayin said with a face full of black lines, while secretly grateful that she didn't go too hard. By the way, why are you in my house? Kanon put the clutter from her backpack into the entrance cabinet and suddenly asked curiously. Oh, I'm here to find Sasuke. Izumi answered somewhat shyly. What do you need to see that kid Sasuke for? Kagani raised an eyebrow and teased the black-haired lowly in front of her. You just want to play with him? Our relationship is quite good. Izumi covered her face with both hands and shyly replied. Izumi, you're really not being honest. Sasuke seems to be a few years younger than you, right? Kanon couldn't help but smile. That's fine, Izumi replied stubbornly, but soon froze and shyly lowered her head. I didn't say anything, but you confessed everything. Kagura couldn't help but laugh, but she still held it in. Come on, that kid Sasuke has a bit of low emotional intelligence, you have to. Kanon stood up and patted Izumi's shoulder. Sister Kanon, what is Sasuke like? Izumi asked curiously, nodding. He likes to eat tomatoes, but I don't know much else. Kagani frowned, trying hard to recall the plot from the original work. Seeking to generate power for love. This book will be completed by the end of the month. Chapter 262. It's snowing heavily in the sky. Kanon's brows gradually relaxed, revealing a faint smile. It seems that Sasuke doesn't have anything he particularly likes either. How about you try giving him some money? Huayin raised her eyebrows with a hint of teasing as she looked at Kaon. Kaon helplessly rolled her eyes at Huayin, looking speechless. All right, let's not talk about these digressions for now, and instead, let's discuss how you two got together. Huayin blinked her lively eyes at the spring in front of her, filled with curiosity. You really are quite the gossip, aren't you? Kaon looked at Huayin with a hint of sorrow, her face full of helplessness. Oh, by the way, did you have lunch? Kagani looked at the cute little lowly in front of her, and a strange smile rose in her heart. She didn't know why, but she found it somewhat amusing. I haven't eaten yet. Izumi gently shook her head. Then wait for me here for a while. I'll go cook for you, just in time for you to taste my cooking and see if I've improved. Kanon said, taking out a pure white apron from the kitchen and putting it on. Her gentle gaze fixed on Izumi. Sister Kanon, are you sure you want to cook yourself? Izumi sat on a stool in the living room, staring at Kanon in shock, her face filled with surprise. Yeah, what's wrong? Huayin nodded, but then saw the extremely disdainful look that Kaon threw at her, which left her somewhat speechless. A hashtag suddenly appeared on Huayin's forehead, and her expression turned a bit displeased. Kaon, why don't you stay here and finish your meal before leaving? Huayin closed the kitchen door with a slightly fierce tone. Kaon looked at the somewhat angry Huayin, her eyes twitching slightly, secretly muttering to herself. She had tasted Huayin's cooking before, and how should she put it? It was just average. She wondered how it was now. Kaon thought silently as the sunlight outside spilled onto her fair face, giving it a golden glow. As time passed, the sunlight gradually descended. Is it done yet? Huayin, Kaon urged impatiently, watching the girl still busy in the kitchen. With a click, the kitchen door was gently opened by the girl. It's done. And I guarantee it's delicious this time. Huayin carefully placed the steaming noodles on the dining table with both hands, her face beaming with a confident smile. Why is it noodles? Kaon asked curiously, looking at the noodles in front of him. There was no rice left in the kitchen. I'll go buy some later. Just make do with it for now. Kagani helplessly shrugged, a hint of apology on her face. Well, but it seems a bit strange to just eat noodles without rice, In Japan, noodles are not a staple food, just a side dish. Izumi looked at the fairly presentable noodles in front of her, swallowed, and felt a bit hesitant. But at least they look and smell pretty good. Izumi nodded, then picked up her chopsticks, ready to taste. Under the girl's gaze, as soon as Izumi took her first bite, she suddenly froze. A look of surprise appeared on her face. How is it, Izumi-chan? What does it taste like? Henio looked at Izumi with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she waited for her answer. It tastes really good. Izumi nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, looking somewhat cute, making people unable to resist the urge to pinch her cheeks. Then, under Henio's watchful gaze, Izumi wolfed down noodles. Burp. Your cooking skills have improved a lot this time, Henio, Izumi said, covering her stomach, her face filled with happiness. Really? I've been practicing hard for several months. Huayin revealed a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with pride. So, after practicing hard for so long, who are you cooking for? Kaon asked with a teasing expression, her face full of curiosity. Ahem, let's not talk about that for now. Come on, accompany me to the vegetable market to buy some groceries. Han-in shook her head and then held Kaon's small hands with both of hers, cutely pleading, her eyes filled with anticipation. All right, I happen to have nothing to do right now. Kaon was pulled up by the girl, wearing a somewhat helpless smile on her face. Soon, the two opened the door and walked into the warm sunlight. By the way, it's a bit cold outside. Do you want to add another towel? Kanon looked at Izumi, who was a head shorter than her, with concern in her eyes, filled with tenderness. It's fine, I'm already used to it, Izumi shrugged, a relaxed smile on her face. Well then, that's that. Kagani nodded obediently, her face filled with understanding. The sun hanging high in the sky, like a giant fireball, shone down on the earth, gradually melting the once snow-covered landscape and revealing green buds and tender yellow grass. However, in the alley, some frozen water droplets could still be seen, sparkling with a crystalline glow in the sunlight. Does that person in front look a bit familiar? Izumi tugged at Kagani's sleeve, her face showing a hint of confusion. Huh, isn't that Naruto and Hinata? Hana squinted her eyes towards the distance, her pupils suddenly enlarging, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Have they become so close? Kaon looked at the two people laughing and talking in the distance, feeling an inexplicable emotion rising in her heart. She then looked up at Hana, her eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. How about we take a different path and not disturb them? Kaon suggested, wearing a somewhat understanding smile. Then let's go with your suggestion. Huayin nodded and revealed a sweet smile, and then was led away by the girl to another path. The two girls held hands, chatting and laughing. Along the way, their outstanding looks attracted the attention of countless passers-by, like magnets. Sigh, being good-looking is indeed a kind of trouble. At first, Han-in felt a bit shy under these gazes, with a hint of embarrassment always coloring her face. However, as time went by, she completely got used to it. It seems that wearing a mask when going out would still be better. Kaon murmured softly, a faint blush appearing on her adorable face. Akuma, Kaon, you do make a valid point. Huayin smiled and nodded. Just then, a few pure, white snowflakes drifted down from the sky, dancing lightly as if they were fairies twirling in the air. A hint of moisture suddenly flashed in the girl's eyes. She looked up at the sky and couldn't help but exclaim, her face filled with surprise and curiosity. Sister Huayin, look, it's snowing again, Kaon said excitedly, clasping Huayin's arm with both hands and pointing at the snowflakes in the sky, just like a child. All right, I see it now. Kaon smiled as she reached out and gently tapped Izumi's head, her tone laced with a hint of affection and helplessness. Once we finish shopping, we'll go back to the Uchiha clan's territory. Otherwise, if it snows heavily later and we don't have an umbrella, it'll be a hassle. Ouch, why did you hit my head? Izumi said, hugging her head with both hands and looking at Kaon with a pitiful expression, her mournful eyes seemingly capable of shedding tears. Seeing Izumi's adorable appearance, Kaon felt an inexplicable joy welling up inside her. She finally understood why Itachi always liked to tap her head. It turned out this feeling was so delightful. The look in Huayin's eyes was filled with affection and tenderness as she gazed at Kaon, a sweet smile playing on her lips. All right, stop messing around. Come with me quickly, Kagami softly said, with a hint of fondness in her tone. If you lose me in a crowd later, don't cry. What are you talking about? I'm not a child anymore, Izumi muttered unhappily, with two bright red clouds appearing on her cheeks. Please support me for love. One account can give 3 supports for love. I'm begging everyone. Chapter 263. The dish seems to have burned. The market is still as crowded as ever. After Huayin quickly purchased the necessary ingredients, she hurriedly followed Kaon and set off on the way home. The surrounding snowflakes fell lightly like fairies, each one containing endless beauty and purity, pleasing to the eye. Kaon followed closely behind Huayin, breathing heavily, with white mist escaping from her mouth. Sister Huayin, slow down. At this speed, it seems you still need to practice more. Huayin, walking ahead, slowly came to a stop, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. She had merely used a slight technique of instant movement, gathering chakra at her toes, making her steps much lighter. This technique was also used skillfully by Zhishui in the original work, and Huayin made slight improvements on that basis to increase her speed. Not everyone is as strong as you, Kaon said, supporting herself on her knees, breathing heavily, with sweat running down her cheeks, looking quite exhausted. Is it really that exaggerated? Huayin looked at Kaon, a hint of surprise flashing between her elegant brows. What else could it be? Kaon looked at Huayin with a helpless expression, then slowly stood up, tucking her long hair behind her ear. Forget it. Let's keep walking. We're not far from the clan's territory. Huayin held a heavy bag of vegetables with both hands, looking relaxed as if she bore no burden. In contrast, Kaon, who was only carrying a single bag, was already out of breath, panting with her tongue out. In the sky, snowflakes continued to fall incessantly, from the initial scattered flurries to a magnificent scene of swirling snow. How about we build a snowman to play with when we get home? Huayin looked at the snowflakes dancing in the sky, and the snow on the ground became thicker, stirring a sense of childhood joy in her heart. You really haven't lost your childlike spirit, but it does sound quite interesting. Kaon glanced at Huayin with feigned disdain, but then recalled the children they had seen along the way happily building snowmen, and nodded. Building snowmen? I feel like I haven't done that in a long time. When I was a child, every time it snowed at my hometown, I was always confined indoors due to my health reasons. Hannah stared at the snowflakes falling from the sky, her thoughts drifting back to a distant past. It wasn't until one or two snowflakes gently touched her eyes, bringing a hint of moisture and coolness, that she was awakened from her memories. All right, no more dawdling. Come on and catch up. Kaon glanced helplessly at Izumi, who was still procrastinating in place, and urged, "Oh, come on." Okay, Izumi replied, and quickly jogged to catch up. At this moment, the snowy ground was marked by two deep footprints, which were deeply imprinted in the snow like marks of time, but were soon covered by the swirling snowflakes. The footprints led towards the remote Uchiha clan area. Although the current Hokage of Konoha village was from the Uchiha clan, the clan's position had not changed, as if Fugaku intentionally arranged for his clan members to be on the outskirts of Konoha. However, all of this held little significance for Kaon. After all, with her speed, she could easily reach Konoha village in just over 10 minutes. Ding dong. The doorbell rang lightly as Izumi pressed it gently. The door then opened with a click, revealing Sasuke, rubbing his sleepy eyes at the doorway. Izumi, Kaon, you two are finally back. Sasuke yawned, his eyes showing a mix of drowsiness and surprise. Yeah, Sasuke-kun, long time no see. Izumi shyly lowered her head, a blush appearing on her face. Ah, Izumi, long time no see. Sasuke scratched his head, looking a bit flustered. Ahem, you two don't need to show off your affection in front of me. Kaon awkwardly coughed, trying to break the slightly awkward atmosphere. Upon hearing the term young couple, Kaon buried his head even lower. Seeing this, Huayin curled her lips into a playful smile. Ahem, you two continue chatting. I'll go prepare dinner first. When Itachi comes back later, Sasuke, you go open the door. Kagami said, then turned and walked toward the kitchen. Did you hear that? Kagami stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Sasuke, who was still frozen in place, gently tapping his forehead. Oh, I got it. Sasuke rubbed his head in mild dissatisfaction and then nodded. The snow outside continued to fall in flurries, while the warmth of the indoors filled the air. The television in the living room was still playing a show. Sasuke and Izumi sat on the sofa, focused on the screen. Kaon was busy in the kitchen, stir-frying dishes. Looking out at the heavy snow, she gradually fell into deep thought. In her past life, she was frail and often sick as a child, confined to her home. It seemed she had never truly enjoyed playing in the snow, let alone building a snowman. After adulthood, she entered society, struggling alone, working 996 every day. Unexpectedly, overnight, she found herself in this world, perhaps because she had died suddenly. Huayin let out a gentle sigh. Fate is truly remarkable. In her previous life, Huayin did not have a good time, but now she is incredibly happy. She has a family that adores her, a husband who cares for her, and many close friends. Thinking of these familiar faces, Huayin's lips curled into a sweet smile. Oh no, the dish is about to burn. Hannah looked at the burnt rice cakes, quickly stir-frying them a few times before turning off the heat. It should still be edible, right? Looking at the rice cakes, Hana's eyes twitched slightly, and she sighed. Bringing the rice cakes to the dining table. Is the food ready? Sasuke walked over to ask. Look, it's burnt. If you're hungry, just eat this burnt one. I'll go back to cooking. Kagami chuckled lightly and walked back into the kitchen. All right then. Sasuke didn't complain, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating the sticky rice cake. The snow outside continued to fall. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. With rice cake in his mouth, Sasuke opened the door. Oh, how come everyone is here? Sasuke was a bit surprised. Quite a few people returned this time, including Jiraiya, Obito, and Shursui. What? Aren't you going to welcome us? Obito reached out and poked Sasuke's forehead, his eyes filled with affection, like an uncle teasing his nephew. Haha, is the food ready? Minato scratched the back of his head. Not yet. Sister Kagami is still cooking. Sasuke shook his head. Then I'll go help her and show off my cooking skills. Kushina waved her hand excitedly. Ahaha, dear. Let me take care of the cooking instead. Minato said as he walked into the kitchen alone. Soon, everyone gradually entered the room, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. This month, I'll finish this book. I haven't thought of the ending yet. Also, please support me for love. Thank you all. Chapter 264, Drunk. With Minato's help, Huayin's cooking speed has significantly increased, and a warm and efficient atmosphere fills the kitchen. Lord Watergate's culinary skills are truly impressive. Kanon's voice carried a hint of unexpected surprise, and her eyes sparkled with admiration. Haha, it's nothing much. I usually just cook occasionally to make something delicious for Kushina. Minato gently scratched his head, his face beaming with a warm, sunny smile. The two of them carried a platter full of food, walking lightly out of the kitchen and carefully placing it on the dining table. The spread looked quite tempting. Jiraiya picked up a glass of crystal-clear white wine, gently swirling it to admire the color of the liquid. Hey, Jiraiya, can you stop getting so obsessed with drinking? Kushina frowned, glaring at Jiraiya with a hint of reproach in her tone. Cough, cough, I'm just having a sip, and besides, I haven't really been drinking much lately, Jiraiya said, appearing somewhat embarrassed as he instinctively scratched the back of his head, trying to ease the atmosphere. I've reminded you so many times already, Uzumaki Kushina complained discontentedly, her eyes wide and her expression a mix of seriousness and cuteness. Haha, let's not talk about that for now. Everyone come and eat. Jiraiya awkwardly laughed, trying to change the subject. Obito, on the other hand, appeared indifferent as he casually poured himself a glass of white wine. Kakashi, do you want some too? He asked. Give me a little, Kakashi replied, extending his cup forward with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Obito held the wine bottle and slowly poured the liquid into Kakashi's cup, but accidentally spilled a little. Kakashi was quick to react, immediately leaning forward to catch it with his mouth, then drinking it all in one go, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. This wine is really good, Jiraiya-sensei. Where did you get it? Kakashi asked, looking curiously at Jiraiya. Oh, I brewed this myself. How does it taste? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with pride. Very good, Kakashi praised sincerely. Then I'll have a taste too. Minato raised his cup, just about to take it when he caught sight of the angry Kushina nearby, and his heart tightened. Cough, cough. Honey, I'm not drinking today. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Minato's forehead, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. The others couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, laughter echoing in the room. I didn't expect Lord Minato to be a wife-controlled man. Izumi mumbled as she picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks, her voice low yet clear enough for Minato to hear. Minato! Idiot dad! Naruto pouted in exasperation, his eyes filled with teasing. Let us continue eating. Minato awkwardly smiled, trying to defuse the awkwardness. Itachi watched the scene at the dining table, his eyes twitching slightly, feelings mixed in his heart. All right, today I'm going to show off my drinking capacity. Kagami raised the cup in her hand and, in a hazy state of drunkenness, said, Didn't you just drink an entire cup? Itachi looked at his wife in this state, shaking his head helplessly with a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Shut up, Itachi-kun, I'm not drunk at all right now. Hana's cheeks turned slightly red, making her look even cuter at that moment. Haha, apprentice, come here, let me pour you a drink. Jiraiya stood up with a teasing expression, trying to refill Hana's glass. Jiraiya, don't corrupt the young girl here. Kushina Uzumaki stood up in dissatisfaction, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. This. Kakashi saw this scene and hesitated, secretly mumbling to himself. Isn't it Hana who wants to drink this? Why is it related to Jiraiya? Sister Kushina, I can still drink, Hanin said drunkenly, her body starting to sway involuntarily. Are you really okay? Uzumaki Kushina looked at Hanin with a worried expression, her eyes filled with concern. I'm fine. Kanon patted her chest, trying to prove her sobriety. Then let's have one last drink, but no matter what happens next, you mustn't drink again. Do you understand? Itachi stood up, patted Kanon's head, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness, but his eyes couldn't hide the affection. I understand, Itachiclaims. Kagami nodded tipsily, her face beaming with a satisfied smile. At this moment, a large number of snowflakes were falling from the sky, mixed with raindrops, causing the windows to whistle in the wind, adding a touch of romance to this cozy night. The room was brightly lit, and everyone sat together, filled with laughter and joy. Soon, Kagani's body began to sway, showing signs of not being able to hold on. Itachi quickly supported Kagani, and everyone present smiled even more at this scene. The whole room was filled with a warm and joyful atmosphere. Everything seemed so beautiful and harmonious. Of course, it would be best if it could continue like this. It seems you've had a bit too much to drink today, Itachi said with a hint of helplessness, gently holding Kagani and then tenderly settling her down on the bed. Hana felt quite uncomfortable, her face pale, as if the whole world was spinning around her. She was dizzy and almost losing consciousness. Do you feel like vomiting? Come on, let me help you up. Itachi, filled with worry, held his wife tightly in his arms. Hana's voice was weak and vague, and she exuded a strong smell of alcohol. Then, a silly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Sigh. Itachi gently sighed, his eyes filled with deep worry and affection. The snowflakes outside gradually grew larger, swirling down like feathers dancing in the sky. A thin layer of ice formed quietly on the window, crystal clear. Even just looking through the window at the world covered in silver made one feel a piercing cold, unable to suppress a shiver. Itachi carefully comforted Hana, gently lifting her back onto the bed to make her comfortable. Only after confirming that Hana had completely fallen into a deep sleep did a hint of relief appear on Itachi's face, and he soon began to drift off to sleep himself. Please power up for love. This is really important for the author. A little power for love counts, and it adds up. Thank you all. Chapter 265, Building a Snowman. The sky gradually brightened. A gentle light quietly seeped through the window, softly illuminating the room, bringing a touch of freshness and tranquility. It was the time of the new year, and Itachi rarely had a moment of leisure, enjoying the rare holiday time. Itachiclaims, let's go outside and build a snowman. After Huayin finished washing up, a sweet smile bloomed on her face as she gently linked her arms with Itachi's and said in a playful tone, All right, I still have some trivial matters to handle within the clan. Itachi, holding a piece of white paper, looked at Huayin with a helpless expression, his eyes filled with affection. So when will you finish? Huayin curiously leaned close to Itachi's embrace, her eyes shining with. It's almost time. Itachi sighed gently, then tenderly stroked his wife's head. Today, Kagani specially dressed up, wearing an exquisite scarf on her head. The material of the scarf is somewhat unique, and it is cleverly embroidered with fox ears. It looks exceptionally playful and cute, making people unable to help but take a few more glances. The clock on the wall ticks away, time quietly flowing like water, with every moment seeming so precious. Can you accompany me out now? Huayin once again intertwined her hands with Itachi's arm, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and joy. It should be good now. Itachi set down the white paper in his hands, stood up, stretched lazily, and a hint of a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Then let's hurry up. Sasuke and Izumi have already gone out to build a snowman. We need to catch up with them. Huayin held Itachi's arm with both hands, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, making her look even more charming and lovely, like a flower blooming in winter. Aren't you cold wearing so little? Itachi said, a hint of sweat on his forehead as he looked at his wife with some concern. Not all, Huayin said as she looked herself up and down, then gently patted her skirt. The clothing she wore was similar to the priestess attire of the Nanga shrine, making her appear even more fresh and ethereal, like a fairy descended from the heavens. In simple terms, she looked really beautiful. Let's go, time to head out. Itachi smiled and walked forward with light steps. Kagami followed closely behind him, her face beaming with a happy smile. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open, revealing a world wrapped in silver. Last night, it had snowed all night, and now the earth seemed to have been freshly dressed, with a thick layer of white snow covering the ground, resembling a fairy tale world. The young couple walked hand in hand on the ground, leaving deep footprints behind. It seemed that the snow had already stopped. Hana raised her head to look at the sky, exhaling a breath of warm air, her face filled with joy. So where should we build the snowman? Itachi asked curiously while holding Hana's hand. Let's go to Hokage Rock. Kagani tugged at Itachi's collar, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Why go there to make a snowman? Itachi looked at his wife with curiosity, his eyes filled with tenderness and confusion. Because it's the highest place in the Hidden Leaf Village. Making a snowman, there will definitely be fun, and we can see the entire scenery of the village. Kaon blinked her eyes, looking even cuter and more charming. All right, I'll listen to you, but we have to hurry, otherwise the sun will rise soon, and the snow will melt. Yao nodded, his expression becoming gentler. Then let's go quickly. Kagani held Weasel's hand and ran quickly ahead, her steps light and joyful. Weasel closely followed the girl, his eyes filled with affection and care, as if the whole world was beautiful because of her. High above, snowflakes gradually fell, and the surrounding north wind howled past them. But it seemed to be melted by their love, becoming less cold. The ground they walked on was deeply indented, leaving deep footprints that were soon filled by the falling snow, as if time had stopped at that moment. The boy and girl held hands tightly, gradually disappearing into the snowstorm. At this moment, in the forest, layers of tree obstacles were pushed aside by the two, causing layers of accumulated snow to fall, as if clearing the path for their journey. Huffing, after running for so long, they should be reaching the mountaintop soon. Kagani, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead. How about we take a break? Yato looked at his wife, helplessly. After running for so long, he was also a bit tired, not to mention Kagani. All right. Henin let out a soft sigh. After resting for a moment, she slowly stood up and continued walking towards the mountain peak, with Itachi closely following behind her. As they walked, the scenery of Konoha village gradually came into view. The streets and alleys were filled with a rich atmosphere of human activity, with various vendors bustling about. On the rooftops of the buildings, members of the Umbu quietly guarded the peace of the civilians. This is probably the embodiment of the will of fire. As Hanin climbed higher, her view became increasingly expansive, and she couldn't help but murmur to herself, feeling a surge of emotions. The older generation protected the new generation, willingly paying the price of their lives, which is why the Leaf Village thrives today. Kagun has always believed that the will of fire is like this. What are you thinking about? Itachi's gentle voice rang in her ears, interrupting the girl's thoughts. It's nothing. Kagani blushed and gently shook her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Soon, the two of them reached the top of Hokage Rock. This was the very place where Naruto often came to cause trouble in the original story. At this moment, looking down, the entire view of Konoha village was laid out before them. It's so big, really very big. Kaon's nose was slightly flushed as she quietly gazed into the distance. For some reason, her heart was filled with excitement at that moment. In her past life, she was bound by the 996 work schedule, busy from dawn till dusk. But in this life, she lived so comfortably. Kaon took a deep breath, her eyes slightly moist. Why are you crying? Itachi asked with a worried expression. It's nothing. I'm just too happy to have you by my side, Itachiclaims. Huayin reached out to wipe away her tears, and the boy in front of her took out a stack of tissue paper from his pocket and handed it to Huayin. Kagani took the tissue and gently blew her nose. All right, let's hurry and build a snowman, or the sun will come out soon. Be careful, Itachi said, extending his hand and looking gently at the girl. Kagami extended her hand, feeling the warmth coming from Itachi's hand, and her heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. Please support for love. The author really can't afford to eat. It's been too cold these days. He has caught a cold again. So everyone must keep warm. Having a cold is really uncomfortable. My head is still dizzy now. Chapter 266. Are you sick? Above the clouds in the high sky, a few rays of warm sunlight gradually broke through, yet the surrounding world remained shrouded in a cold atmosphere. Kagani and Itachi were focused on building a snowman. The shape of the snowman they created was not very perfect. It was crooked and only barely resembled a snowman. But I guess this counts as building a snowman. Kanon looked at the not-so-well-formed snowman in front of her and let out a gentle sigh. Well, no matter what, the snowman was finally built. What do you plan to do next? Itachi asked curiously, looking at the girl beside him. The two snowmen were closely huddled together, resembling the intimate relationship between Itachi and Kanon. How about a snowball fight next? Kagani turned her gaze to the snowman, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. A snowball fight? But the snow is almost melting. When Itachi heard this suggestion, he raised an eyebrow slightly. It doesn't matter, let's do it. Huayin chuckled lightly, then scooped up a handful of snow from the ground and casually rubbed it between her hands. Before long, a snowball gradually took shape in her hands. However, before Huayin could throw the snowball, Weasel had already made the first move, swiftly hurling a snowball over. With a thud, the snowball struck Huayin's head heavily, instantly melting into water. Although the damage was not severe, the humiliation was quite intense. Kagami stretched out her arms and wiped her face haphazardly, looking a bit disheveled. You just wait, Itachi. Huayin's eyes widened, pretending to look fierce as she stared at the teasing Itachi in the distance. Well, I'll just wait here then. Itachi chuckled lightly, his tone full of mockery. Is this acceptable? How could Keiho endure this? She decisively threw the snowball in her hand towards Itachi. But Itachi dodged it skillfully. With a bang, the snowball smashed against a tree, leaving a puddle of heavy water. Afterwards, the two began an intense snowball fight, but it was clear that Itachi had the upper hand. Kagami appears particularly awkward due to her height disadvantage. I won't fight anymore. I won't fight anymore. Hanyo spat out cold snow water from her mouth, her face already wet, looking even more rosy and enticing. All right, let's go home quickly. Be careful not to get frostbitten. Seeing his wife's appearance, Itachi heartily took off his coat and gently draped it over Hanyo's shoulders. You idiot, Itachi-kun, who told you to keep hiding? Hanyo glared at him with dissatisfaction. But you didn't tell me not to hide. Itachi hesitated to respond. If I don't say it, can't you just give in a little? Henin shivered, her teeth chattering as she looked at Itachi. All right, I was wrong. Itachi sighed helplessly. What did you get wrong? Henin pressed on. I was wrong about everything. Itachi sighed again. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be parted by an invisible hand, revealing the sun, which poured down a lot of light. Warm and bright, like the rising sun, illuminating the snow-covered ground. The young couple held hands and began to slowly descend a mountain. Their footsteps left deep prints in the snow, and their shadows grew longer with the afterglow of the setting sun. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Itachi opened the door and began to busily boil water. Henin, the water is almost ready, Itachi called out towards the room. Where my change of clothes? Came the weak and shivering voice of the girl from inside the room. I've already put them in the bathroom, Itachi replied softly. With a click, the door was pushed open. Kagami was wearing only extremely thin clothing, shivering as she quickly rushed in the bathroom and locked the door behind her. Itachi shook his head helplessly and continued to boil water for Kagami. He gazed out at the swirling snow outside, lost in deep thoughts. The rising steam from the boiling water disrupted his train of thought. Sigh, he had gone too far this time. He shouldn't have thrown snowballs at his wife. He must be more careful next time. Itachi poured the boiled water into a cup, took a small sip to test the temperature, and pondered to himself. Seeing that the temperature was just right, he finally set the cup down with relief. The snow outside was falling thicker and thicker, showing no signs of slowing down or stopping. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound came from the bathroom, followed by Huayin changed her clothes and slowly stepped out of the misty space filled with hazy water vapor. Yu was anxious, running quickly to his wife's room, swiftly taking out the hairdryer and gently saying, "Let me dry your hair. You mustn't catch a cold, okay?" Kaon stood quietly beside Itachi, resembling a serene painting. At this moment, Itachi hesitated not at all to take off his coat and gently drape it over Kaon's shoulders. He held a hairdryer in his hand, blowing gently on the girl's long, waterfall-like hair, each strand emitting a faint fragrance, probably the scent of shampoo, which Itachi quite liked. He couldn't help but swallow. This scene, of course, did not escape Kaon's eyes. She rolled her eyes lightly and muttered softly in dissatisfaction. What a pervert. Coughing lightly, she continued, "Well, will it be cold next? Should I wear another piece of clothing?" Itachi awkwardly coughed, trying to shift the slightly awkward topic. Looking at the boy in front of her, who was clearly flustered and a bit shy, Hannah couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly, her smile blooming like flowers in spring. "What are you laughing at?" Itachi was filled with confusion, not understanding why. Looking at Hannah's warm smile, a wave of inexplicable joy surged in his heart. "It's nothing. Hurry and help me to bed to rest." Kaon glared at Itachi and pretended to be dissatisfied. Itachi sighed helplessly, carefully carried his wife to the bedside, and helped her sit down comfortably. "Wait here for a moment. I'll go get you a cup of hot water." After settling his wife, Itachi hurriedly left the room. After a while, Itachi returned to the room with a steaming cup of hot water. The hot water was slowly poured into the cup, rising with a wisp of white steam. "Okay, drink slowly. Be careful not to burn yourself." Itachi held the thermos tightly with both hands and cautiously handed it to Kaon. "All right, I know, it's not like I don't have hands. You're such a fool." Huayin helplessly complained, but in her heart, it felt as if she was wrapped in honey, and her heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. After a sip of warm water, the girl's originally weak and pale face gradually regained some color, like the peach blossoms blooming in spring, charming and alluring. In fact, even when she was sick, it wouldn't have much impact on Huayin, who had already reached the pinnacle of the six paths. To put it simply, Huayin is deliberately pretending to be weak to get Itachi's attention. After all, she had a very miserable previous life and never experienced the feeling of being cared for. In this life, no matter what, Huayin will do her utmost to protect everything, even if it comes at a cost. Please support for love. He is sick and now lying by the bed, still feeling dizzy. One account can send 3 supports for love. The author really needs this now. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 267. Thank you, Itachi. Time passes like a fleeting horse. The faint fish belly, white in the distance, gradually fades away, quickly sinking into the pitch-black night. The bright moon hanging high in the night sky is bright and clear, like a silver disk, casting a soft glow through the half-open window, gently brushing across the girl's face, adding a touch of tranquility to her. Are you feeling better now? Itachi quietly lies beside Huayin, holding her tightly in his arms, his tone filled with concern and worry. Much better, Itachi. I'm really hungry now. Hannah responded weakly, but a smile bloomed on her face. It's so late already. All right, I'll go make you some porridge. Itachi sighed helplessly and gently lifted the corner of the blanket, preparing to get up. However, as soon as he lifted the corner, a bone-chilling cold wind rushed in, making Hannah shiver involuntarily and quickly pull her feet back into the warmth of the blanket. Phew, this weather is getting colder and colder. Am I being too much of a bother to Itachiclaims? Kaon looked up at Uchiha Itachi, who was about to leave the room, her eyes filled with complexity and guilt. After all, she wasn't actually sick. Or rather, even if she were truly ill, with her current Six Paths bloodline, she would recover quickly. Never mind. Since I've already spoken up, when the day comes that Itachi is sick, I will take care of him like this too. Henio shook her head, looking exceptionally cute like a rattledrum. Friendship is mutual and requires effort from both sides. Love is even more so. Only by valuing and cherishing each other can it last long. Such a principle, Henio naturally understands. Click. The sound of the doorknob gently turning interrupted Henio's thoughts. All right, the porridge is ready. Itachi pushed the door open and turned on the light. Suddenly, the dim room was filled with bright light. Huayin closed her eyes, blinded by the sudden burst of light, and it took her 2 or 3 seconds to gradually adjust. Come, try it and see how it tastes. You gently held the bowl in one hand and brought a spoon to Huayin's mouth with the other. Kaon opened her small mouth and placed the spoon inside. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, resembling blooming peach blossoms. How does it taste? I've been learning to cook porridge these days. You smiled and looked at your wife, your eyes filled with anticipation. It's a bit sweet, but I quite like it. Kagani nodded, looking as adorable as a chick pecking at grains. Her mouth was slightly open, as if she wanted to take another bite. You should eat by yourself. How grown up are you to still need someone to feed you? Weasel teased as he handed the bowl to Kagani. Kaon was instantly stunned, looking at Itachi with a puzzled expression. I'm going to sleep now. I have to work tomorrow. Itachi forced a bitter smile and gently flicked Kanon's forehead. All right, I didn't actually insist that you feed me. You took the initiative on your own. Kagani's cheeks turned even rosier as she turned her head away and said proudly. The corner of the blanket was lifted again, and a cold breeze rushed in through the bottom. However, this cold wind was quickly filled by Itachi. He lay on the bed, looked at Kagani, and said, What are you looking at? You eat your food. Who cares to look at you? So full of yourself. Kagami snorted coldly and turned her head away again. Looking at his wife's tsundere appearance, Itachi helplessly shook his head, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Forget it. It's better to go to bed early. Huayin saw that Yao had already fallen asleep, so she thoughtfully pulled up the corner of the blanket. After finishing her porridge, she gently lifted a corner of the quilt and quietly walked into the living room. She carefully washed all the bowls and chopsticks in the living room, then yawned, her eyes showing some fatigue. However, for some reason, she just didn't want to sleep. Perhaps it was because Yao had been taking such good care of her, making her feel incredibly warm and touched. Or maybe it was because this feeling of being moved stirred her emotions. After all, she had never experienced such a sense of family in her previous life. Perhaps that's the reason. As soon as Huayin thought of the scene where Itachi had taken care of her so thoughtfully, a blush appeared on her face. She noticed that the snow outside had stopped falling at some point. Looking at the snowy landscape outside, she could feel a biting chill even through the window. Kaon couldn't help but shiver. It's better to go back to bed and sleep first. Nighttime, Huayin lay quietly on the bedside, gazing at the bright, full moon outside the window, her thoughts drifting to the distant past. In her previous life, she had been frail and sickly since childhood, her body appearing particularly weak compared to her peers. Because of this, she often became a target of bullying among her contemporaries. Whenever she recalled these memories, Huayin couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger, but soon after, she let out a gentle sigh. Alas, no matter how angry she was, what difference did it make? Time flies, and those who once bullied her have now become vague figures in her memory. If she continued to hold a grudge, wouldn't it just make her look like a clown? Perhaps those who once hurt her have already settled down and started families. Well, it's time for me to work on curing this habit of internal conflict. Huayin was lost in thought, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. At this moment, the weasel, sound asleep, instinctively reached out its arm and gently pulled Huayin into its embrace. Silly you. Huayin originally wanted to reach out her delicate hand to gently pat Itachi's head, but quickly withdrew it. The boy in front of her had his eyes tightly closed, and faint crow's feet were barely visible at the corners of his eyes. There were also light tear stains on his cheeks, but compared to the original work, this was not particularly obvious. Was it due to excessive toil? Looking at Itachi's exhausted appearance, Huayin felt an indescribable pain in her heart. Silly, you must be living even more painfully than I am. Saying this, Hannah slowly extended her hands and gently hugged Itachi's head, her eyes slightly red and filled with sympathy. I really can't come up with anything else. If I can get through this month, I'll finish it at lightning speed, and the new book is almost ready. Also on this theme, the protagonist will be named Huayin. Chapter 268, Jiraiya-sensei, why are you here? In the distance, a faint light gray of dawn quietly rose, and Hannah, in the haze, drowsily opened her sleepy eyes. What came into view was the soft pillow she was tightly hugging. She slowly raised her head in confusion, her eyes carrying a hint of bewilderment. How strange, where did Itachiclaims go? Kagami felt a hint of doubt in her heart as she gently lifted a corner of the blanket. She carefully got out of bed, and due to the unusually cold weather, Kagami quickly put on heavy clothing, wrapping herself tightly. The snowflakes outside the window continued to fall gently, covering the entire world in a layer of silver, making it seem so ordinary yet with a unique charm. After finishing her grooming, Huayin stepped into the spacious and bright living room. The dining table was already set with steaming hot dishes, emitting an enticing aroma, and there was a warm little note attached nearby. Kagami gently opened the small note, and what caught her eye was Itachi's elegant and carefree handwriting. I went out to buy some vegetables this morning. I'll be back soon. You eat first. Really? It's snowing so heavily outside, and you're still going out? I really don't know what to say to you. Kaon murmured softly, then sat down in a chair, savoring the meal that Itachi had prepared for her. Itachi's culinary skills were indeed impressive. Every bite left a lasting impression. Kaon found herself unexpectedly teary-eyed while eating. How did I suddenly start crying? She wondered. Kagami gently wiped away the tears that fell from her right eye, a wave of inexplicable emotion rising in her heart. After all, in her previous life, she never had the chance to enjoy these moments. The girl looked up at the sky outside the window, only to see that the sun had long disappeared, and snowflakes were still drifting down in scattered patterns. The snowflakes fell gracefully, covering everything in a pristine white, as if nature had carefully arranged a beautiful scene. It had been snowing for so long. Why hadn't it stopped yet? Hanyo complained with dissatisfaction, her heart filled with anticipation for Itachi's return. Just then, the doorbell rang, interrupting Hanyo's thoughts. They're here. Please wait a moment. Kaon hurriedly ran back to her room, picked up a comb, and started to untangle her slightly messy hair. In the morning, she had been too focused on washing her face and brushing her teeth, but forgot to comb her hair, making her look a bit disheveled at the moment. It would be so embarrassing if she ran into an acquaintance when she opened the door later. Kaon quickly finished her hair and returned to the living room to open the door. Long time no see. She waved her hand naturally, a sweet smile on her face. However, when she saw the person outside the door, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you here? She had expected it to be Itachi returning, only to feel greatly let down. What's wrong? Is it not okay for me to come back and see you? Jiraiya was momentarily speechless, secretly wondering how this little girl had become so guarded. I didn't say it was not okay. So, tell me, did you come to borrow money or what? Kaon frowned slightly, her expression looking somewhat serious, but paired with her adorable face, it was impossible to take her seriously. Ahem, I'm just here to see you. Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling a bit speechless. This little girl, it's only been a few months since we last met. How has she become so hard to grasp? All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Have you eaten this morning, Jiraiya-sensei? Kagami let out a light sigh, her furrowed brows gradually relaxing, and a gentle smile returned to her face. Not yet. Did you make all of this? Jiraiya sat down, curiously examining the dishes on the table. Yeah, you should try it, Kaon shamelessly said, but felt a bit uneasy in her heart. In fact, these dishes were not made by her at all. They were completely made by Itachi. Kaon walked into the kitchen, took out a brand new pair of chopsticks, and handed them to Jiraiya. Jiraiya received the chopsticks, picked up a bite of food, and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, completely captivated by the girl's cooking. How did it taste? Kaon looked at Jiraiya's intoxicated expression and felt an inexplicable sense of amusement. The taste is quite good. Your cooking skills have improved a lot. However, Jiraiya took out a white piece of paper from the bottom of the bowl. This white piece of paper was exactly what Itachi had left for Kaon. Oh no, I didn't expect to be discovered by teacher Jiraiya. Kagani suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Her face flushed. You think you can fool your master? It's still a bit early for that. These dishes were definitely not made by you. Jiraiya curled his lips, looking somewhat funny. You guessed right. A character suddenly appeared on Huayin's forehead, and an inexplicable anger surged in her heart. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt that Jiraiya was a bit deserving of a beating. Ha ha ha, you girl, you're really starting to resemble Tsunade more and more. I specifically came to find you this time, mainly to inquire about the inheritance of the Wetbone Forest. Jiraiya first chuckled awkwardly, then his expression instantly became serious. Oh, you're talking about this matter? What exactly happened? Kaon showed a hint of confusion on her face. No, that's not what I meant. I heard before that you had signed some kind of contract with the Dragon Cave. Jiraiya gently shook his head, his eyes revealing seriousness and concern as he stared intently at the girl in front of him. Yes. Kagani's heart suddenly tightened, and she couldn't help but swallow hard, slightly nodding her head. Were you deceived by that white snake sage? Jiraiya took a deep breath, his gaze filled with worry and urgency, closely watching the girl. Yes, I was indeed deceived by that white snake sage. I'll show you that contract right away. Just wait a moment. Kaon's voice carried a hint of grievance. Her eyes slightly red as she spoke and hurriedly ran towards the room. Soon, she took out an ancient scroll from the drawer. Jiraiya took the scroll, carefully unfolded it, and at a glance, his expression instantly darkened. Sigh, why didn't you take a good look at the contents of these contracts back then? Jiraiya looked at the girl, his eyes filled with a sense of disappointment. I thought the white snake sage was a good person. Kaon's eyes glistened with tears as she gently nodded, looking particularly pitiful. So what do you plan to do next? Jiraiya asked again, taking a deep breath and looking serious. I plan to work hard to improve my strength and see if I can find a way to break these contract agreements. Kagani gently shook her head, looking a bit dejected. Did Itachi mention this to you as well? Jiraiya sighed helplessly, his tone tinged with concern. Yes. Kagami nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, her face full of affirmation. Well, did the Toad Sage have any instructions or comments? Jiraiya asked again. He didn't say anything. Kagami replied with a worried expression, filled with unease and anxiety. Then it's probably nothing serious. The White Snake Sage might just want to give you a little warning to help you remember. Jiraiya patted his chest, finally feeling relieved, and his tone became much more relaxed. Please power up for love. He was fired from the factory for being sick every day and hasn't received her wages. Everyone, please pay attention to keeping warm. Chapter 269, I specially made this for you. Ding dong. The doorbell rang melodiously again, like a gentle breeze, lightly brushing through the thoughts of the two people and interrupting their conversation. Kagani slowly stood up and walked lightly towards the door. She gently opened it, and what came into view was Itachi Uchiha, who was holding a heavy bag in both hands and wearing a gentle smile on his face. This instantly eased the tension in Kagani's heart. After all, her recent conversation with Jiraiya had left her feeling on edge, her nerves highly strained. However, seeing Itachi at this moment felt like a spring breeze brushing against her, quickly making her feel relaxed. What's wrong? Itachi keenly sensed the subtle change in his wife's emotions. A hint of concern reflected in his eyes as he softly asked. Kaon quickly narrated the cause and process of the matter to Itachi. Itachi exchanged a glance with Jiraiya, both of their faces showing a hint of helplessness. I told you, you're already an adult. Next time you encounter something like signing a contract, you should be more cautious. Itachi gently reached out and tapped Kaon's head, his tone filled with affection and helplessness. Kagun held her head with both hands, her eyes shimmering with a pitiful light. Stop! 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 Don't hit me anymore, I know I was wrong. Kagami plaintively exclaimed, her voice carrying a hint of a whine. Ahem, since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Jiraiya awkwardly cleared his throat, interrupting the sweet scene of the two enjoying each other's company. Teacher Jiraiya. Take care, and don't let me see you off. Kanon watched Jiraiya's departing figure and lightly waved her hand, her tone teasing. Jiraiya stumbled a few steps, nearly losing his balance. He turned back to glare at Kanon, his eyes full of reproach. This girl, really becoming more troublesome as she grows up, especially after running off with that Itachi guy. She doesn't even call me Master Sweetly anymore. Jiraiya muttered to himself, giving Itachi another glare. Itachi looked confused and shrugged, as if to say, I don't know either. In the end, under their gaze, Jiraiya gradually walked further away until he disappeared into the vast snowstorm. By the way, aren't you going to see off Master Jiraiya? Itachi awkwardly looked at his wife, his eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. It's too cold. I really don't want to see him off. Huayin shook her head, a hint of inner voice. After all, he had taught you for so long. Itachi his finger to scratch his head, a look of helplessness on his face. Well, you do have a point saying that. Kagani nodded lightly, then took a black umbrella from the room and walked gracefully outside. I'll go make dinner now. Remember to come back early. Itachi called out softly to the girl who was gradually getting farther away, his voice carrying a hint of tenderness and anticipation. Okay, I understand. Kanon turned back and responded with a crisp and pleasant voice. Then, she quickened her pace and ran towards the distance. Snowflakes fell like fairies, swirling down gracefully, and everything around was rapidly receding. Hey, you idiot Jiraiya! Kagani saw the familiar figure in the distance and shouted loudly. At that moment, the middle-aged man with long white hair stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and looked at Kagani with a puzzled expression. Kagani, what's wrong? Are you going to miss me? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, teasingly looking at the girl. I'm not. You idiot. Don't get ahead of yourself. It's snowing so heavily, and you didn't bring an umbrella? What a fool. Kagami said with its thunder tone, then took out a black umbrella from her bosom and handed it to Jiraiya. Thanks, Jiraiya said with a gentle smile as he took the umbrella and held it over his head. Snowflakes were falling from the sky, getting bigger and bigger. The tall and short figures walked side by side. Along the way, Jiraiya kept recalling bits and pieces from the past. By the way, Kagami, what is Orochimaru up to now? Jiraiya suddenly asked curiously as they walked. I'm not sure either. What's wrong? Do you want to see him, Jiraiya-sensei? Kanon asked in confusion. Well, a bit, Jiraiya nodded helplessly. Sigh, then I'll take you to find him another day. At least not today, okay? I still have to go back and eat the meal Itachi made. Kaon furrowed her brows and said, Oh, I understand. Jiraiya shrugged helplessly, his gaze calmly looking into the distance. A flurry of snowflakes was slowly falling in the distance. The footprints of the two on the ground were quickly being stretched further and further away, and soon were filled in by the swirling wind and snow. All right, I'll take you this far. I'm leaving now, bye. Hannah gently gazed at the bustling commercial street of Konoha Village and softly spoke. The surrounding crowd was bustling like fireworks blooming, with the shouts of vendors rising and falling, creating an extraordinary atmosphere that formed a vivid scene of market life. Well, bye-bye. Jiraiya turned his head, his eyes filled with affection as he smiled and waved goodbye to Hannah. Seeing this, the girl also smiled and waved back, and their figures gradually blended into the throng of people. The snowflakes drifting in the high sky had quietly come to a halt without anyone noticing. The sound of flowers lightly shivering, she reached out and pressed the doorbell. With a soft click, the door slowly opened, and the person who opened it was Sasuke. Sister Huayin, why are you coming back so late? Sasuke looked at Huayin with a face full of grievance, his eyes carrying a hint of reproach. Yeah, what's wrong? Kanon smiled as she walked into the entrance, changed her shoes, and stepped into the living room. At the dining table, Naruto and Hinata were chatting casually, while in the kitchen, Itachi Uchiha was busy cooking. By the way, Sasuke, where have Mom and Dad gone now? Kagun looked curiously at Sasuke. They had casually wandered around Konoha Village. Sasuke shrugged his shoulders, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. I see. You're back? The kitchen door was gently pushed open, and Itachi came out holding a fragrant tray with both hands, on which were steaming, delicious-looking buns. I'm back. Kagani blinked her eyes, sparkling with surprise and anticipation. This was specially made for you. Give it a try. Itachi smiled gently, his gaze full of affection. Please support for love. Gifts are appreciated. 5-star reviews are very important for the author. Chapter 270, Hinata. Oh no, I've been stolen. How does it taste? Itachi gazed at his wife with a gentle expression. Pretty good. Kagami gently nodded, her cheeks slightly puffed up, looking particularly cute. Hey, Karen. Hinata and I are going out to play. Naruto watched the warm scene between Itachi and Kaorin, feeling a bit envious and involuntarily twitching at the corner of his eye. All right, just be careful while you're out, and come home early. Kagani nodded, a warm, motherly smile appearing in her eyes. She didn't expect that Naruto and Hinata's relationship had improved so much. They were already holding hands. Even though she had triggered the butterfly effect, Naruto and Hinata still ended up together. This truly surprised her. It's still snowing outside. Shouldn't they be fine going out together? Itachi said with concern. It's okay, Itachiclaims. They've already taken an umbrella and gone out. All right, let's stop discussing them. Kaon tiptoed, gently cradling Itachi's face with both hands, her tone full of warmth. The sun hanging high in the sky was gradually setting, and the surrounding snowflakes had quietly stopped falling without anyone noticing. After a while, the evening sun slowly descended, casting its afterglow on the streets and alleys of Konoha village, making the entire village appear particularly cozy. All right, I'll see you here, Naruto said as he accompanied Hinata to the Hyuga clan's territory, waving his hand. Okay, see you later, Naruto-kun. Hinata jogged away, her face flushed with embarrassment as she waved goodbye to Naruto. Just as she turned her head, she saw her father looking serious. Father, what's wrong? Hinata asked timidly, lowering her head. When did your relationship with that Naruto guy become so good? Hyuga Hayashi asked sternly, his face dark. It felt like raising a cabbage for many years only to have it taken by a pig one day. As a father, the last thing he wanted to see was something like this happen. But no matter how much he calculated, he still couldn't foresee it. That Fugaku really acted fast. Hyuga Hayashi's expression instantly became extremely gloomy. Let's go inside, it's cold outside, be careful not to catch a cold, Hayashi said calmly, looking at his daughter. Yes, father, Hinata replied, lowering her head as she walked inside. Naruto, you quickly tell me, when did you and Hinata become close? Kagun looked at Naruto with a curious, gossiping expression. Hey Naruto, we're just ordinary friends, don't get the wrong idea, Naruto said, his face flushed and stammering. Oh, really? I don't believe you. Hanin looked at Naruto with a gossiping gaze, a sly smile appearing on her face. All right, stop prying into other people's private matters. Itachi looked at his wife helplessly, then reached out and gently tapped her on the head. I got it, sorry. Hana held her head and nodded. Then I'll go take a shower first. Naruto's eyes twitched slightly. It's so cold. Are you sure you still want to take a shower? Don't catch a cold. Hana looked at Naruto with concern. It's fine. I'm used to it. Just as Naruto was about to refuse and lock the door, Hana walked over. I'll heat up some water for you first. Taking a cold shower can easily lead to catching a cold. Well, okay, thank you, Naruto said reluctantly, then turned to look out the window. The dusk outside was gradually fading away, and the lights from thousands of homes were shining brightly. Everyone was happily staying inside their rooms. The snow had stopped falling at some point and was slowly melting on the ground. The previous weather had a hint of brightness, but that brightness had completely disappeared, replaced by the street lights and the lights from other people's homes. All right, the hot water is ready. Naruto? Kanon waved her hand in front of the absent-minded Naruto. Soon, Naruto snapped out of his contemplation. Tonks. Looking at Naruto's indifferent demeanor, Kanon couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. After all, the Naruto from the original story was always so cheerful and sunny, just like Minato Namikaze. Reflecting on the various ways she had taken care of Naruto before, Kagami never expected that Naruto's personality would change so drastically, becoming cold and profound like Sasuke in the original work. Huayin lightly rested her chin on her hand, her delicate brows slightly furrowed as she fell in a deep thought. The reason Sasuke's personality is so cold is because the flames of revenge burn in his heart. Then, what about Naruto? What could have caused him to become like this? It can't possibly be just to quickly become stronger to protect someone unrelated to him, right? Forget it. Huayin simply decided not to get tangled up in these chaotic matters anymore, allowing her thoughts to return to calmness. Shall we go out for a walk? Yao gently turned his head and looked at his wife tenderly. Sure, let's go. Kagani was about to reach for the umbrella when Itachi gently stopped her. The snow outside had already stopped, so taking the umbrella seemed a bit unnecessary. Itachi scratched his head in confusion and said, maybe it will start snowing again later. After all, the weather is always unpredictable. It's better to be cautious. Hanyo shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of determination. Then, she jogged over and took Itachi's hand, and the two exchanged smiles. The couple gently pushed open the door and walked into the Uchiha clan's territory. Ever since Fugaku became Hokage, the Uchiha clan's territory had remained in its original secluded location. It was a considerable distance from the Uchiha clan to Konoha village. However, the clan members had long since grown accustomed to this way of life and had little to complain about. Thus, the location of the territory had never changed. The moonlight in the high sky was bright and clear, like fallen silver frost, illuminating the girl's figure. Her skin appeared particularly fair and delicate under the moonlight. Resembling fine jade. The evening breeze gently brushed past, stirring the loose hair on Hanyo's forehead, causing her to shiver slightly. It was indeed a bit cold. Kagani gently rubbed her arms and said, "You wear the scarf." Yoro looked at his wife helplessly, then took off the scarf from his neck and handed it to her. "Aren't you going to be cold?" Kaon blushed and looked at Itachi, who was tying a scarf for her, and asked in confusion, "Really? I'm already used to it." Itachi shook his head, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Before they knew it, the two had walked from the Uchiha clan's territory to Konoha village. The night in Konoha was brightly lit, with the sounds of vendors calling out from both sides of the street. Passers-by came and went in an endless stream, and the two gradually blended into the bustling scene. "Is there anything you want to buy?" Itachi asked curiously, holding Kaon's hand. "I haven't thought about what I want to buy yet." Kagome shook her head, a hint of confusion on her face. "Shall we go see how the clothes look? Maybe there will be styles you like," the weasel suggested. "Sure, I'll follow your advice." Kaon smiled and nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I'm doing this for love. This is how I make a living now. So tired and annoyed, can't figure it out." Chapter 271 Shopping. The gentleman's taste is indeed exceptional. This piece of clothing seems tailor-made for the lady. The salesperson gently caressed the garment, a flattering and ingratiating smile blooming on her face. "What do you think?" Itachi turned his head, his gaze softly landing on Kaon. The sound of flowers nodding was like little chicks pecking at rice. "Waiter, please swipe the card." You slowly took out an exquisite bank card from your pocket. "All right." The waiter hurriedly picked up the POS machine. "I have to say, the technological development in the ninja world is truly astonishing and can only be described as bizarre. They clearly have the convenience of televisions, movies, bank cards for payments, and modern technology like POS machines, yet they are missing mobile phones and firearms. Even though they are in a setting filled with ancient elements, they are living lives that are no different from modern life. This contradiction and fusion is quite strange." Kagani gently shook her head, sweeping away the insignificant thoughts in her mind like autumn leaves blown away by the wind. Then, the girls set off shopping with Itachi. They walked and stopped along the way, buying this and that. Of course, all the expenses were paid by Itachi. When you think about it, whether in ancient times or modern times, it seems to be an unchanging rule that men spend on women. It was already quite late. Should they continue shopping? Itachi held heavy packages in both hands, his face filled with exhaustion and helplessness, but his gaze remained gently fixed on his wife. "Well, it feels like they didn't buy that much today, though." Kaon let out a soft sigh, her tone filled with unfulfilled regret. Itachi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye upon hearing his wife's response. He really wanted to retort, "Is the small amount of shopping you mentioned really referring to these mountains of things?" However, Itachi managed to suppress this dissatisfaction. After all, Kaon is his wife, and he must pamper her. With a faint sound, the door was slowly pushed open, and the living room immediately revealed a dim light. Kagun quickly reached out to press the switch button at the entrance. Almost in an instant, the room was filled with bright light. "Itachi, let's wash these newly bought clothes first." Hanyo turned her head while speaking, her gaze gently looking at Itachi, and reached out to take the clothes. "The weather is really too cold tonight. Let's wait until tomorrow to wash them." Itachi looked at his busy wife and said with concern, "Then let's do as you said." Hanyo smiled and nodded. The two quietly tidied up the clothes, carefully organizing them into the box. "Are you going to do the laundry tomorrow, or should I?" Huayin looked at Itachi curiously, a teasing smile on her face. "Let me do the washing. You should be careful not to catch a cold. Last time you got sick, it really had me flustered for a while." Itachi gently sighed. "Is that so? Then let me do the laundry. Didn't I get better quickly last time I had a cold?" Huayin said with a bit of cheekiness in her eyes. In fact, she hadn't really caught a cold last time. She had just pretended to. The reason for her act was probably just out of boredom, but she felt a bit guilty for making Itachi worry about her for so long. "Well, since you insist so much, let you do the washing." Itachi chuckled lightly, a hint of helplessness on his face, before wearily walking into the kitchen. "Do you want to have some late-night snack? I bought some fried skewers on the way." Itachi pulled out a bag from the kitchen, gently opened it, and brought it to the living room. As soon as he opened the bag, an enticing aroma wafted out, filling the entire living room. Kanon couldn't help but swallow, curiously asking, "When did you buy these fried skewers?" "I quietly went out to buy them while you were changing clothes in the fitting room. Wanting to surprise you when I came back," Itachi gently explained, a happy smile on his face. I see. Thank you, Itachi-kun. A warm current surged in Kei's heart, and then she gently kissed Itachi's cheek. Itachi was taken aback for a moment, feeling the wet sensation on his face. Looking at his wife, who was blushing, his heart raced. This feeling was quite nice. What are you looking at me for? What's wrong? You don't like it when I kiss you? Huayin turned her head away with a hint of arrogance on her face. Of course I'm willing, just a bit surprised. Yao hesitated, letting out a light laugh. After simply finishing the fried skewers, Kaon went to the bathroom to take a shower, dried her hair with a hairdryer, and then lay down on the bed. Itachi brushed his teeth, washed his face, and gently pushed the door open. Looking at his sleeping wife, Itachi let out a helpless sigh and pulled the blanket up a bit. Then, he took out some tissue and gently wiped away the drool flowing from Kaon's mouth. At this age, she still acts like a child. Itachi looked at the drool on the tissue with disdain, but unconsciously stuck out his tongue and licked it. It doesn't taste bad. Wait, am I a bit twisted? A bead of sweat appeared on Itachi's forehead, and he quickly threw the crumpled tissue into the trash can. The night passed without any strange events. In the distance, the fish belly white gradually rose, and the dim room slowly brightened. Hearing the crowing of roosters at the village entrance, Itachi opened his eyes. It's time to get up and cook. Itachi looked gently at Kaon in his arms, reaching out to tousle her hair. Seeing the drool flowing from the corner of the girl's mouth again, Itachi felt speechless. His own sleeve was a bit damp. The sleeping girl was exceptionally cute, but that drool. Well, from this angle, it looks pretty cute too. I really can't think of anything else. There's no plot left in my mind. When this book reached over 100 chapters, he didn't know what to write anymore. If I had known, I should have written an outline before starting this book. I'm just hoping this book can make it through this month's full attendance. Please support it for love. Chapter 272, The Cursed Seal. I can only ask Lady Tsunade for treatment. In the early morning, when the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window into the room, everything was calm, and nothing special had happened. Hannah still brushes her teeth and washes up in an orderly manner as she did in the past. Afterwards, she happily enjoys a hearty breakfast. Ikun, you must be getting off work soon, right? Kaon turned her head to gaze at the old clock on the wall, pondering silently in her heart. She looked out at the scene outside the window, and she realized that the swirling snowflakes had already ceased to fall. The golden sun hung high in the sky, its warm rays shining upon the withered yellow grass in the cold winter, resembling the rising sun of hope. Although the weather was still bone-chillingly cold, it had improved significantly compared to before. Huayin gently shook her head, slowly raising her arm to look at the blue wedge. Compared to before, it seemed especially clear and conspicuous at this moment. The curse mark was now extremely obvious, and Huayin was truly filled with dread. She was afraid that her fate would be the same as Boruto's, undergoing a sudden change of allegiance overnight and becoming a rogue ninja hunted by major nations. Should she go ask Lady Tsunade? Huayin gazed at her graceful reflection in the mirror, murmuring to herself. In the mirror, her skin was as white as snow, and her beauty was truly heavenly. Her long hair cascaded down her slender back like a waterfall. If she were in ancient times, she would undoubtedly be considered a beauty that could topple a city, a presence that could make the moon hide and the flowers feel ashamed. I didn't expect such a big change in myself. The girl gently touched her increasingly thin face. Compared to a few years ago, her face now appeared even more slender, completely resembling that of a youthful girl. With a soft click, the door was gently pushed open by the girl. Kagani slowly sat down at the entrance, carefully changed her shoes, and then stepped outside with a light stride. The sun hung high in the sky, its brilliant rays shining down on the girl, stretching her slender shadow longer and longer, as if creating a beautifully exquisite painting. Kagani walked cautiously through the winding alleys of the Uchiha clan, carefully confirming that no one was following her before activating her Sharingan, instantly disappearing from her location. If she wasn't mistaken, Lady Tsunade should still be in the Hidden Leaf Village. The sound of flowers soared high in the sky, awakening her keen soul perception ability. In her vision, a large amount of chakra energy suddenly emerged from Konoha Village. Some were thick like ink, while others were faint like water. Strange, isn't it? Not in Konoha Village? Huayin's delicate brows furrowed slightly, making her look exceptionally charming and cute. Let's go look for it within the borders of the Fire Nation. After making up her mind, the girl vanished from her spot like a flash of lightning. The map of the ninja world is still very vast. Huayin spent an entire afternoon and finally arrived in the Land of Fire. The sun hanging high in the sky gradually set, unknowingly stepping into dusk. Big gamble or small gamble? Big, big, big. On a bustling and lively street filled with voices, Kaon put on the old fox mask to avoid drawing attention. Soon, she heard that familiar voice in her room. Right after that came the excited shouts of a middle-aged man. You lost. Lady Tsunade is willing to accept defeat. That's right, Lady Tsunade, don't be a sore loser. And there was a loud bang. In front of Hainan's door, it was suddenly kicked open by Tsunade with a fierce kick. Shizen, let's go. Lady Tsunade, wait for me. Shizen tightly hugged Tun, looking like she was about to cry, and hurriedly followed the beautiful woman with flowing golden long hair. Kaon couldn't help but twitch the corner of her eye at this scene. In a deep and narrow alley. Come on, you little brat, what are you here for this time? Tsunade gazed hazily at Kaon in front of her. Lady Tsunade, here's the thing. Kaon raised her head and quickly and clearly explained the background and consequences of the matter to Tsunade in front of her. Raise your arm and let me see, Tsunade said with a serious expression. Okay. Kaon raised her delicate and fair arm, revealing a blue curse mark on it. It's really strange, Tsunade muttered to herself after observing it carefully. Lady Tsunade, what does this mean? Kaon looked at Tsunade with a puzzled expression. Logically speaking, this curse mark shouldn't exist. It should have been parasitized on your arm by someone else, and sooner or later it would take over your body. However, Tsunade held her chin, her beautiful brows furrowed. But what is it? Kagani's heart suddenly tightened as she nervously looked at Tsunade. The curse seal was already quite mature, but the casters still hadn't taken over her body. Perhaps they were already dead? Tsunade looked up at the girl in front of her. Hana nodded upon hearing this, and a weight in her heart finally lifted. Lady Tsunade, will there be any problems for me from now on? She asked cautiously. That's hard to say, Tsunade said, rubbing her fingers and letting out a sigh. Hana was speechless for a moment, so she had no choice but to take out some cash from her pocket and hand it to Tsunade. Not bad. Tsunade looked at the girl with satisfaction. You stretch out your hand, and I'll add a few seals to your arm. Okay. Hanyo obediently extended her arm in front of Tsunade. Soon, several sealing marks of the Uzumaki clan appeared on her arm. Lady Tsunade, do you still know the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? Hanyo asked in surprise. Well, my great-grandfather taught me before, Tsunade replied, gently patting the girl's head with a soft smile on her face. All right, you should be fine now, Tsunade said. Thank you. Lady Tsunade, Hanyo said gratefully as she bowed. Standing beside them, Shizen watched this scene with a smile in her eyes and softly said, Lady Tsunade is really gentle. Hey, Shizen, I'm just doing my job for money, Tsunade said, her eyes twitching slightly, feeling a bit helpless. Then I won't disturb you two any longer. I'll take my leave now, bye. After Kaon waved goodbye to the two, she instantly disappeared from the spot. Well, take care. Tsunade glanced at the direction the girl had left, then turned away. Lady Tsunade, is she really okay? Shizen hurriedly followed, her face filled with worry. After all, she had been with Tsunade for so long that she could already guess her character. It's hard to say about her situation. If the Otsutsuki clan no longer appears in the ninja world, her seal shouldn't be affected. Tsunade hesitated, her gaze drifting into the distance. In the distance, a ray of morning sun was gradually setting, casting its afterglow all over the small alley. Please support for love. One account can send 3. Please, everyone. I really needs this. Chapter 273. When you two plan to have children. Why does a sense of indescribable unease always linger in the depths of my heart? Kagun lightly touched her fluttering chest, the inexplicable anxiety enveloping her like a fog, making her feel restless and unable to find a reason. Perhaps I'm just overthinking it. Kaon let out a soft sigh, her gaze drifting towards the distant and brilliant sky of the rising sun. The heavens were so resplendent, especially after being touched by the evening glow. That was breathtakingly beautiful. The afterglow of the sunset was like golden satin, gradually elongating the silhouette of the girl until it merged with the earth. With a soft creak, Kaon gently pushed open the solemn gate of the Uchiha clan. Sigh. Hana sighed lightly, her footsteps heavy on the family path, her mood seemingly weighed down by a 1,000-pound stone. Hana? A familiar and warm voice rang in her ears, like a spring breeze brushing against her face. You just got off work, right? Kaon looked up, and what met her eyes was Itachi Uchiha's gentle smile, causing a surge of joy in her heart. Yes, that's right. Itachi smiled and nodded, his gaze filled with tenderness. That's great, Itachi-kun. Let me tell you something. Hanabi eagerly recounted her experience of going out to search for Tsunade. Are you okay? Let me see your arm, Itachi said with a worried expression as he grabbed his wife's arm to examine it closely. Several obvious sealing techniques came into view, but the blue curse mark did not appear. Itachi-kun, the flower's voice softly called out. A shy blush appeared on her cheeks. Let's go. I'll take you to the hospital again. Weasel supported his wife with a worried expression, his tone full of determination. No need, I'm fine now. Kaon gently stopped Itachi, her eyes filled with determination. All right then. Itachi nodded silently, but the worries in his heart did not dissipate. As they continued on their way, the atmosphere became unusually serious, as if the air itself had solidified. The young man and woman walked side by side, their gazes resting on the shimmering surface of a lake beneath the sloping grass, their thoughts fluctuating like the ripples on the water. Kaon, are you really okay with the curse mark on you? Itachi asked repeatedly, his tone full of concern. I'm fine, Itachiclaims, she replied. Huayin helplessly stood on tiptoe, gently patted Itachi's head, and a hint of helpless smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Really? Clearly, I'm already fine, yet you're still so flustered. Your personality is just the same as before. Huayin tucked a strand of long hair behind her ear, and the distant lake reflected her figure beautifully. Looking at Huayin's profile, Itachi's heart raced uncontrollably, as if drawn by an invisible force. After all, his wife was just too beautiful. A cold breeze blew by, causing Huayin to shiver slightly, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. It's a bit cold, she said softly. Next time you go out, remember to wear more clothes. Itachi took off the scarf around his neck and carefully wrapped it around Huayin, his movements gentle and warm. Okay, I understand. And also, could you not be so? Henio blushed and murmured, her eyes filled with shyness. Her gaze fell on the Uchiha clan members on the road. Although they were at a distance, their eyes were full of envy and blessings. With so many people watching, Henio felt a bit shy, but her heart was filled with sweetness and happiness. It's okay. We'll get used to it sooner or later. Let's go. Itachi chuckled softly, then ruffled the girl's hair, taking her hand and walking in the direction of home. The wind along the way had unknowingly become gentle as well. Huayin looked at the boy in front of her who was holding her hand and leading the way, a faint smile playing on her lips, her eyes filled with happiness. This is so good. As long as the Otsutsuki clan is dealt with, she wouldn't have to live in fear every day anymore. She might even be able to be with Itachi. Thinking of this, a wave of anticipation surged in Huayin's heart. However, what name should they give the child when the time comes? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the soft sound of the doorbell interrupted her. She realized that somehow, Itachi had already led her back home. Already home so soon? Kagani muttered in confusion. Our home is right in the center of the Uchiha clan. It only takes a 10-minute walk to get there. Itachi rubbed his wife's head, chuckling lightly, his tone filled with affection. Oh, the sound of flowers nodded quickly like a chick pecking at rice. You're back. Mikoto was busy preparing dinner, and when she saw the two return, her eyes were full of gentle affection. Yeah, Mom, what delicious food do we have for dinner tonight? Kagani curiously asked, her eyes sparkling with a joyful smile. Of course, I'll cook your favorite dishes, you child who plays outside all day. Mikoto teased, looking at Kagani with a gaze full of affection and helplessness. Itachi watched the warm scene between the two and couldn't help but reach out to gently scratch his cheek. Oh no, am I being isolated? Itachi secretly complained in his heart. He finally understood Sasuke's feelings at that time. Indeed. Mom, will love really disappear? Itachi, are you interested in becoming Hokage? Fugaku held the newspaper steadily with both hands, leisurely sipping his tea, and curiously watched his son. Dad, why are you suddenly asking me this? Itachi turned his head in curiosity to look at Fugaku. It's nothing. I'm getting old and no longer suitable to be Hokage. So I was thinking about who should take over the position. Now that you've grown up, you should be able to understand this to some extent. Fugaku said, while savoring his tea, his words carrying a hint of depth. Well, I really have no interest in the position of Hokage. Why don't you give it to Uncle Minato? After a brief thought, Itachi shook his head, his gaze filled with affection as he looked at his wife. All right, I'm getting old too. It's time for me to retire. Where are you two planning to have kids? My colleague Shikaku, he is almost a grandpa now. Fugaku said with a hint of grievance in his eyes. Isn't it a bit too early for that? Itachi smiled and declined. Okay, just pay attention to the timing yourself. I won't rush you, Fugaku said somewhat exasperatedly, then lowered his head and continued to focus on the newspaper. Itachi's eye twitched slightly, feeling speechless. Dad, your expression has already revealed that you're anxious. Finally finished writing 4,000 words, sigh. I feel a sense of relief. Please support with love. Everyone just needs to watch a 10-second ad. Chapter 274. Is the Otsutsuki clan coming again? Time passed like a fleeting horse, quickly vanishing. After the meal, everyone finished washing up and went to sleep peacefully. After all, in this ninja world, there are very few entertainment options to pass the time. On the other side of the distant mountain, a red sun slowly rose, like a newborn hope, heralding the arrival of a new day. Huayin gently opened her hazy eyes, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and then walked into the bathroom to start her daily grooming routine. Speaking of which, what is Itachi doing at this moment? Huayin was brushing her teeth while letting a large amount of foam spill from the corners of her mouth. She stared at the cold and beautiful face in the mirror and couldn't help but fall into deep thoughts. In 2 days, it would be her birthday. Recalling the scenes of celebrating her birthday in her childhood, it seemed that you had once carefully chosen a lovely doll for her. However, that was no longer suitable now, as she had already become an adult. Kaon let out a gentle sigh and shook her head, her expression resembling a rattledrum, making her look particularly playful and cute. I hope this time Itachi can give me a special gift. I really don't want to be treated like a child anymore. Hannah frowned slightly, murmuring in dissatisfaction, looking even more endearing. At that moment, a faint creaking sound came from the second-floor door, and Sasuke slowly walked down with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Sasuke, why do you have such heavy dark circles? What time did you sleep last night? Kaon looked at Sasuke with concern and asked, Oh, did you not sleep last night? Were you up all night playing the game? Sasuke replied with a sound, revealing a hint of disappointment on his face. Why do you look so unhappy? Did you have a breakup? Kagani noticed Sasuke's low mood and couldn't help but tease him. Come on, come on. Sasuke waved his hand in dissatisfaction, then grabbed the steamed bun on the table and took a big bite. This steamed bun was the breakfast Itachi had prepared for them before leaving home in the morning. Really, I'm just trying to care about you. Kagani walked over, gently tapped Sasuke's head, and frowned. Oh, then I really have to thank you for caring about me. Sasuke shrugged helplessly and, after finishing breakfast, returned to the second floor dejectedly. A character popped up on Huayin's forehead, and she looked displeased as she stared at Sasuke's back. What exactly is your attitude? Kagani sighed helplessly and finally picked up the steamed bun, starting to enjoy her breakfast. Well, after all, Sasuke is already this big. According to the growth patterns of boys, he is probably going through a rebellious phase now. Huayin bit down on the steamed bun, her cheeks puffed up, and she began to ponder. She recalled a time in her childhood when she seemed to have gone through a rebellious phase. Ding dong. A crisp doorbell sound interrupted the girl's thoughts. Huayin slowly walked to the entrance and gently opened the door. Jishui, what brings you here? Kagun looked at the person in front of her, a hint of surprise appearing on her face. Well, you successfully dealt with that member of the Otsutsuki clan last time, right? Shursui nodded and looked seriously at the girl. Yeah, what's wrong? Kanon tilted her head, looking at Shursui with a puzzled expression, not understanding the meaning of his words. When another member of the Otsutsuki clan appeared, Shursui's gaze became cautious. When Hanan heard the words Otsutsuki, a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. Where are they? At the border of Konoha. Come, hand me the water, Shursui said with a serious expression. Kaon unhesitatingly extended her palm, and Shursui tightly held her hand, instantly activating the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! The two figures immediately disappeared from their original spot. The surrounding scenery became blurred, as if they were in a surreal world. However, this blurry sensation lasted only 2 or 3 seconds before gradually dissipating. When Kaon opened her eyes again, she found herself at the border of the Hidden Leaf Village. The area was desolate, overgrown with weeds, and in the distance stood a huge iron railing, where members of the Umbu were solemnly guarding. Lord Shursui, have you returned? An Umbu member wearing a bird mask respectfully looked at Shursui. Yes, quickly tell me what you have observed about the Otsutsuki clan, so this young lady can hear it. Without hesitation, Shursui said seriously. Understood. The Umbu member turned to Kaon, a hint of surprise flashing his eyes as he couldn't help but admire the girl's stunning beauty. Soon, he recounted the whole story in detail. Hanaeon heard the details of these events, her brows slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of confusion. In simple terms, the situation is as follows. A member of the Umbu, while on patrol at night, suddenly discovered a meteor falling from the sky. This meteor emitted a large amount of chakra, making one feel uneasy. The Umbu member was worried, fearing that this was a sign of the Otsutsuki clan's impending attack. So he quickly reported the matter to Shursui. Upon hearing the account of the events, Shursui's expression immediately became cautious. Without any hesitation, he returned to Konoha village and found Hanaeon. Is that so? Quickly take me to see it. Kaon gently shook her head, a look of contemplation appearing on her face. Soon, everyone took Kaon out of the borders of Konoha village. In the distance, Kaon spotted a massive meteorite lying there quietly. I'll go take a look by myself. You all wait for me here. Huayin reminded everyone with a word, then cautiously walked towards the meteorite. The meteorite looked no different from an ordinary stone, just a bit larger in size. However, when Huayin got closer, she discovered that the interior of the meteorite was indeed leaking a significant amount of chakra. What the heck? Kagani immediately activated her soul perception ability, wanting to investigate further. However, when she sensed the situation inside the meteorite, she suddenly froze. What was going on? Kagun was surprised to find a red fruit in the meteorite instead of the Tsutsuki clan she had been worried about. Isn't this the fruit of the god tree? Kanon's pupils slightly constricted, and a look of disbelief appeared on her face. Then, she decisively shattered the meteorite and took out the bright red fruit from inside. Looking at this fruit that was exactly the same as the one in Naruto, Kaon unconsciously swallowed, a strong impulse surging in her heart. But she still held back and did not swallow it. Soon, Kagami returned to the border and reported the details of the incident to everyone. Will eating this fruit really make one stronger? Shimizu wanted to say something but hesitated, showing a mixed expression of confusion and curiosity on his face. That's right, Brother Shimizu. Hana's eyes cautiously nodded. Please take me to the Hokage's office. Sure. Shursui readily agreed, then placed his hand on the girl's shoulder. Soon, the two figures disappeared without a trace. Please support for love. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 275. Itachi who swallowed the god tree fruit. In the Hokage's office, Fugaku was momentarily stunned after hearing the entire incident's cause and process, his face filled with astonishment. Hana, what do you plan to do with this god tree fruit? Fugaku looked at Hana with a puzzled expression, his eyes full of confusion. Well, maybe we could just try eating it directly? Kanon gently covered her chin and said softly. She had checked the divine tree fruit many times and was certain there was nothing unusual about it. However, her heart was filled with doubts, not understanding why the ninja world suddenly brought forth this divine tree fruit. Was it a blessing from heaven or some unknown conspiracy? But in any case, this fruit did not significantly enhance her strength. Perhaps giving it to Itachi would be a better choice? Are you sure this won't be a problem? If not, then go ahead and try it, Fugaku said, cautiously examining the fruit on the table, his eyes filled with vigilance. The fruit was vividly colored, seemingly emitting an enticing sheen, constantly tempting people to taste it. I didn't gain much strength from eating it. We can consider giving it to others, Kagun shyly said, her face flushed with a hint of red. Well, Shursui, do you want to eat it? Fugaku looked at the girl indulgently, then turned to look at Shursui. Shursui, who was nearby, saw Kagun's expression and couldn't help but chuckle, then said, Uncle Fugaku, why not let Itachi eat this fruit? Are you sure? Shursui, don't you want to take this opportunity to enhance your strength? Fugaku hesitated, his eyes filled with complex emotions. This fruit was taken out by Kagun, and given her personality, she would definitely choose to give it to Itachi to enhance his strength. Shursui teased, his face full of smiles. I see, Fugaku realized as he looked at Kagun, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. The girl before him had her head lowered shyly, looking exceptionally cute and charming, evoking a sense of affection. At the Uchiha clan's residence, the atmosphere was tense and serious. Minato Namikaze, Obito, Kakashi Hitaki, and all the notable strong figures in Konoha village were gathered here, each face marked with seriousness. Are you sure you want to eat this fruit now? Itachi looked at the brightly colored fruit in his hand, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yes, Itachi-kun, hurry up and eat it. Henio looked at Uchiha Itachi with her eyes filled with anticipation. Henio, why don't we wait a few more days to eat it? After all, things that rapidly enhance strength often come with huge side effects, Jiraiya said with a worried expression, his eyes full of concern. Don't worry, it will be fine. I have checked it repeatedly, and this fruit is definitely problem-free. Kanon patted her chest confidently and spoke with determination. All right, I'll eat it. Itachi trusted his wife and did not hesitate to swallow the fruit in his hand. Time passed second by second, and the air was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Everyone swallowed nervously, watching Itachi with anxious hearts. Soon, the young man in front of them began to feel extreme discomfort. His brows furrowed tightly, a look of pain on his face, and he let out a painful groan. Is it really okay? Mikoto looked at her son with concern, her eyes filled with anxiety. However, as time went on, Itachi's tightly knitted brows gradually relaxed. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, their faces showing a sense of relief. All right, it seems nothing happened. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, examining Itachi repeatedly before hesitating to speak. Itachi's current strength was too great, with a massive amount of chakra overflowing, even slightly out of his control. Let's seal this chakra for now, Jiraiya suggested, his face full of seriousness. Teacher Jiraiya, there's no need to seal it. Henio spoke softly, interrupting Jiraiya's actions. Itachi-kun, try to suppress the aura around you. Itachi nodded heavily and began to absorb natural energy. Before long, the surrounding weeds gradually stopped moving, and everything seemed to return to calm. Itachi exhaled a breath of turbid air, his gaze becoming as tranquil as water, as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. Do you feel better? Jiraiya looked at Itachi with curiosity, his eyes filled with concern and interest. Yeah, quite good. I feel like my vision has become much clearer now. Itachi shook his head, and the kaleidoscope pattern in his pupils began to slowly rotate. Soon, the kaleidoscope transformed into the eternal kaleidoscope. However, this was not the end. It quickly changed into the Nine-Tails Rinnegan. What the hell? Obito, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but curse, his face full of astonishment. Minato was also stunned, his eyes filled with shock. Jiraiya was even more confused, completely unable to understand what was happening. Eating this fruit actually unlocked the Rinnegan? Kanon furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze fixed tightly on the scene before her, her heart filled with shock. The fruit of the god tree from the Otsutsuki clan is actually this powerful? No wonder the aliens in the original work are all so strong. Itachi, hurry and try to see if you can harness the power of the Rinnegan. Kanon urged with a joyful expression. Let me try. Itachi raised his hand, aimed at the branch on the ground, and his eyes widened suddenly. Soon, the branch floated up and flew into his palm. The effect seemed quite good. Itachi nodded, then switched his Sharingan back to the kaleidoscope form. Before long, a towering 200-meter-tall, crimson giant stood in the sky. Awesome. Jiraiya looked up in amazement. Wow, Susanoo looks so cool. Obito exclaimed, his eyes filled with envy. He then turned and looked meaningfully at Kakashi. Kakashi sensed Obito's gaze and couldn't help but shiver. Obito, what are you planning to do? Kakashi asked. Kakashi, shouldn't you return my eyes? Obito looked at Kakashi with dissatisfaction. Ahem, all right, Itachi can come down now. We're still in Konoha, and making such a commotion is too much. Hanyo gently reminded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Itachi closed his eyes and slowly descended from the air. So, you look really cool like this, Mikoto exclaimed. Sister Hanyo, can I have some of that fruit next time? Sasuke said with envy on his face. Of course you can, Hanyo replied with a smile. Finally finished writing 4,000 words. Seeking support for my passion, thank you everyone. Chapter 276, Itachi's Strength Soars? Itachi-kun, can you use your Rinnegan abilities one more time? Kagami gazed at Itachi, who was busy in the kitchen, and quietly wrapped her arms around him from behind. All right, stop it, Kagami. I still have to prepare our dinner. Itachi sighed gently, then tenderly untangled his wife's tightly embraced hands. Watching the food in the pot sizzle from the heat, Itachi's mood became particularly cheerful. After all, he had gained the power of the Rinnegan, which meant he could share some responsibilities with Kagami to some extent. At least, during battles, he was no longer a useless decoration, but someone who could play a significant role. Once the food is ready, can I use your ability again? Hena still persistently asked. Well, all right. Yao let out a helpless sigh, his eyes filled with affection for his wife. That's great. Kanon revealed a sweet smile and then gently nodded. The two of them brought the prepared dishes to the dining table, while Kanon headed upstairs, planning to call Sasuke and Naruto down for dinner. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto. It's already noon. Hurry up and get up to eat. Hanyo gently knocked on the door of the two, her tone full of tenderness. Okay. A weak response came from Sasuke's room. In contrast, Naruto promptly walked out. Naruto is really much more obedient and sensible than Sasuke. Kagami stood on tiptoe and gently touched Naruto's head, her eyes shimmering with a smile. Sister, I'm already this big. You shouldn't always treat me like a child, Naruto said, blushing and feeling a bit shy. Is that so? I'll keep that in mind from now on, Kagami chuckled softly. With a creak, Sasuke's door swung open. What came into view was Sasuke, with messy hair and a dazed expression. Hanayon glanced at Sasuke and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh in her heart. Sigh. Another teenager obsessed with the internet. At this moment, Huayin finally understands why parents in their previous lives always hoped their children wouldn't be addicted to games. Just look at Sasuke, staying up all night every day. It's really concerning. Hey, Sasuke, you promised me before that you wouldn't play games until dawn anymore. Kanon pretended to be angry and said, oh, I see. Sasuke completely ignored Kanon's reprimand and went downstairs after washing up. Kagun was momentarily silenced by the scene before her. A character even popping up on her forehead. Forget it, it's better to calm down. Huayin took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. At the dining table, everyone was enjoying their meal, while Itachi looked at Huayin with concern, occasionally picking up some delicious dishes for her. After Naruto finished his meal, he slammed his chopsticks on the table and said, "I'm full, I need to go out. Shouldn't you wear a bit more clothing? It's a bit cold outside." Kaon looked at Naruto, who had walked to the entrance, and gently reminded him, "No, it's fine." Naruto shook his head and left the house after changing his shoes. "What's wrong with Naruto?" Itachi walked over, asking with a concerned expression. "I don't know. He seems to be in a low mood lately." Kagun furrowed her delicate brows slightly, her face filled with worry. "Well, I'm heading out first, Kagun." Sasuke also walked to the entrance, changed his shoes, and was just about to open the door when he was suddenly pulled back by Kagun. Sasuke turned his head, looking at Kagun with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong? Don't you think you should dress up a bit before going out?" "Really?" Kaon took out a comb and some grooming items from the cabinet beside her, then carefully helped Sasuke style his hair and handed him a mirror. "Look, doesn't it look much more handsome now?" Sasuke looked at himself in the mirror, his face like a jade crown, long hair cascading to his ears, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. "All right, now that they have both left, can you use your ability now, Itachi?" Kaon gently wrapped her arms around Itachi's and shook them lightly, playfully saying, "Well then, let's set off." Itachi smiled slightly, his voice carrying a hint of lightheartedness. Then, the two of them walked out the door side by side. The weather today was unusually cold, as if even the air had frozen. Both Itachi and Kaon wrapped themselves in soft scarves, walking shoulder to shoulder in the cold wind, leaning against each other. It was clear that it wasn't snowing anymore, but why did it feel even colder than before? Kagani looked around at the silver-clad environment, murmuring to herself with a hint of confusion in her voice. "This is true, but you brought an umbrella when you went out." Itachi curiously looked at the umbrella tightly held in his wife's hands, his eyes filled with. Kagun's long hair cascades down like a waterfall, looking exceptionally cute. She tightly clutches the umbrella with both hands, appearing fragile and helpless, evoking a sense of pity. "What's wrong with me bringing an umbrella?" Kagon pouted slightly, gave a cold snort, and then turned her head away in a haughty manner. "I didn't say it wouldn't work," Itachi wanted to say but stopped, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "There was a tree ahead, so I'll just use my abilities here," Itachi thought as he gazed at a tree in the distance, and then stopped in his tracks. "All right, but you must be careful." Kanon ran over, standing at a distance with a worried expression on her face, constantly reminding Itachi. "My will." Itachi nodded firmly, then slowly raised his finger, focusing his gaze on the trees in the distance. Soon, the tomo in his eyes began to spin, gradually transforming into complex patterns. These patterns quickly started to rotate, ultimately morphing into the Rinnegan. All of this happened in just a few seconds, dazzling to behold. A powerful repulsive force centered around Itachi swiftly shot towards the distant trees. Bang! The trees were lifted by an invisible force, flying backward through the air, spinning a few times before gradually levitating. Levitate? Kanon's eyes widened in confusion as she watched the scene, her face filled with disbelief. "Yes, I improved this strike myself." Itachi smiled and nodded, his face full of confidence. Kagani focused her gaze and realized that a pair of majestic dragon horns had actually grown on Itachi's forehead. She suddenly understood that Itachi had combined the techniques of the Dragon Cave with the abilities of the Rinnegan. Is it possible to use it like this? The flower's pupils slightly contracted, looking at Itachi in surprise, with curiosity flickering in her eyes. The trees were continuously spinning in the air, getting faster and faster. Like a giant top, as Itachi's fingers gently descended, the trees suddenly crashed to the ground. The surface instantly cracked like a spider web. However, after a few seconds, these cracks gradually disappeared like broken glass, and the ground slowly returned to normal. What principle is this? Kagun covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide open, looking extremely cute. Isn't the magic of the Dragon Cave capable of manipulating the natural environment? I want to restore the ground to its original appearance, just as easily. Itachi smiled gently as he explained. Is it really possible to do that? Kanon tilted her head, looking at Itachi with a hint of surprise. For the love of power. Chapter 277. The child's name. Let's call her Hanazakura. Itachi tested the power of his Sharingan. After all, it had been a long time. In the distance, the sun was slowly setting, and the afterglow cast long shadows on the young couple. All right, it's getting late. Shall we head home? Itachi turned to his wife and said gently. Just a little longer. I want to play a bit more. Huayin shook her head and intertwined her arms with Itachi's. All right, where shall we go to have fun? Itachi nodded and gently asked. How about we go to that beach we visited before? Huayin shook Itachi's arm, her tone carrying a hint of a spoiled child. It's so cold. What are we going there for? Itachi looked at Huayin with a puzzled expression. We're not going down to swim. We'll just sit there and take a look. Kaon pouted and said discontentedly, looking very cute. All right. Itachi picked up Kaon in a princess carry, and in an instant, the two disappeared from their original spot. When Kaon opened her eyes again, she found herself facing an endless ocean in the distance. They were standing on the coast, watching the sunset illuminating the sea, which looked particularly calm and warm. Itachi, when did you make a flying thunder god mark here? Kaon broke free from Itachi's embrace and asked curiously. I did a long time ago. I was afraid you would get lost, so I carved the flying thunder god marks all around. Itachi turned his head and chuckled softly, then bent down to gently brush aside the sand on the ground, revealing the flying thunder god mark. However, this mark was different from Minato's. It was engraved with Kaon's name and had a heart added on the right side. I'm not a child anymore. Kaon saw this scene, blushing, pouting, and gently punching Itachi's shoulder. Haha, can I even make a joke? Itachi took a few steps back, raising his hands in the air, and teasingly said, All right, I won't mess with you anymore. Kaon shook her head. Soon, the two found a tree stump, sat together, leaning against each other, watching the sunset in the distance. Itachiclaims. Kaon suddenly spoke, her tone carrying a hint of disappointment. What's wrong? Itachi instinctively tightened his grip on his wife's hand, looking down at her with concern. Kagami leaned on his shoulder, and the fragrance of the girl made Itachi feel a bit itchy inside. If we have a little baby in the future, what should we name them? Huayin leaned against Itachi's embrace, turning to look at the distant sunset. I haven't thought about this yet. Itachi was caught off guard by the question and didn't know how to respond for a moment. If it's a girl, what should we name her? Huayin's voice carried a hint of melancholy. Listening to his wife's wistful tone, Itachi scratched his head and said helplessly, If it's a girl, how about we call her Huayin? Why do you say that? Huayin was taken aback and looked at Itachi with curiosity. I really can't think of any names, but when we met, it seemed to be just when the cherry blossoms were in full bloom, right? Itachi stammered, his face slightly flushed. That explanation is so cheesy. Huayin rolled her eyes. But the name Huayin doesn't sound too bad. Hannah's eyes sparkled with a smile as she gently shook her head. Right, I think so too. Itachi nodded, and the two continued to snuggle together. The dusk gradually descended until it completely vanished on the horizon, and the surrounding light dimmed as well. In an instant, the area was enveloped in a deep darkness. Itachi carefully searched for a pile of wood, stacking it together with great caution, and then performed the fire release technique, successfully igniting a roaring campfire. The wood crackled in the fire, and the bright flames reflected wisps of smoke rising into the air. Itachi rubbed his chilly hands together, took a deep breath, and asked with concern, The weather is getting colder. Do you want to put on another piece of clothing? No, it's fine. Kaon gently shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of pride. She gazed at the flickering flames of the campfire, her eyes gradually becoming soft and deep. After silently calculating the time, she realized that she had been in this unfamiliar world for over 10 years. From her initial feelings of fear and unease, to her current state of calm acceptance, she had gone through countless storms along the way, truly having experienced the vicissitudes of life. What are you thinking about? Your gaze looks so gentle. Wise voice suddenly interrupted Kaon's thoughts, waking her from her memories. It's nothing. Hannah gently shook her head again, her eyes filled with a hint of daze. Immediately after, Itachi slowly took out a beautiful firework from his pocket. The moment the firework touched the campfire, it suddenly burst into countless dazzling sparks like scattered stars, brilliant and eye-catching. Itachi, where did you find this firework? Kagami looked at Uchiha Itachi with her eyes filled with curiosity. I just used the flying thunder god technique to bring this from home, originally planning to set it off during the new year. Itachi chuckled lightly and then took out another firework from his pocket, handing it to Kagami. Hannah took the firework and, imitating Itachi, touched it to the campfire. In an instant, the firework burst into more sparks. Excitedly, she held the firework and shot it into the night sky. The firework suddenly exploded in the pitch-black sky, resembling blooming chrysanthemums, colorful and dazzling, overwhelming the senses and bringing a sense of joy. Itachi, how much did you spend on this firework? Huayin frowned tightly, her eyes wide open, glaring fiercely at you. Not expensive, it's just 5,000 each. I specially had someone customize this. Yu smiled and shook his head, looking completely unconcerned. You call this not expensive? Huayin took a deep breath, trying to calm her excited emotions. Forget it. After all, her family has a mind. And for someone like Itachi, who comes from a wealthy family, this amount of money really doesn't matter. The two of them gazed up at the brilliant fireworks in the sky, while the dark night around them gradually filled with intermittent cicada chirps. Despite the cold weather, the cicada sounds brought a hint of summer. Itachi, should we head back? Huayin gently tugged at Itachi's collar. Let's go then. Itachi nodded slightly. Please support love. If we have a child, we can name the girl Huayin, but I really don't know what name to choose. Chapter 278. Be careful not to catch a cold. Hold my hand. Itachi whispered softly. The boy took Huayin's hand and then performed the flying thunder god technique. In a very short time, the two of them vanished from the beach like a phantom. In an instant, they returned home. The flying thunder god technique is truly too convenient. It's just a pity that I can never learn it. Kagami gazed at Itachi in front of her, letting out a gentle sigh, her face showing a hint of helplessness and envy. It's okay. I'll come and pick you up in the future. Itachi smiled slightly, his tone filled with warmth and affection. All right then. Kanon heard this answer and nodded in satisfaction, her face beaming with a happy smile. Itachi casually turned on the lights in the living room, and instantly, the originally dim room became bright and cozy. What do you want to eat for dinner? Itachi asked curiously, his eyes full of anticipation. Anything is fine with me. Kagome nodded obediently, her face filled with compliance and tenderness. How is the rib soup? Itachi said softly, his eyes full of anticipation and concern. No problem. Kagami Rin bobbed her head like a chick pecking at rice, her face filled with excitement and anticipation. Listening to the sounds of Yao busy cooking in the kitchen, Huayin sat quietly on the bench, her mind lost in deep thoughts. She gazed out at the night scene outside the window, where a bright full moon hung high in the sky, shining like a brilliant pearl. The occasional sound of cicadas chirping added a touch of life and vitality to the tranquil night. Kagami didn't know what she was thinking, her eyes slightly moist, as if tears were swirling around. But soon, she shook her head, pulling her thoughts back to reality, and then took out a tissue from the dining table to gently wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Why are you crying? Itachi, who was carefully cooking in the kitchen, suddenly glanced at his wife and immediately grew worried, his tone filled with concern. It's nothing, I just suddenly felt very happy. Hana's head shook like a rattle drum, appearing exceptionally cute. Itachi looked at his wife's expression and fell into deep silence. He was unaware of the hardships Hana had faced before, but his heart was filled with deep sympathy and compassion. Perhaps she had endured endless pain and suffering. After all, she had lost her family at a young age and lived alone in this world. This pain and loneliness were beyond Itachi's imagination, and he dared not to envision them. Hana, it's okay. At least from now on, I will always protect you. Itachi's voice came from the kitchen, warm and strong, accompanied by the sound of chopping vegetables, gradually calming the anxious heart of the girl. Thank you, Itachi-kun. Kagami looked up with moist eyes at Itachi, who was busy in the kitchen, feeling a deep sense of gratitude and emotion. Time passed slowly, and the clock on the wall quietly pointed to 8:30 p.m. Soon, Itachi, wearing an apron, placed a steaming pot of rib stew on the table with both hands. There was only this dish, and Itachi let out a helpless sigh, showing a hint of self-reproach on his face. It's okay. Kagami shook her head and said softly, her face full of understanding. Itachi then stood up and served a bowl of rice for the girl, placing it on the dining table. Watching the girl eat the food on the table, Itachi's gaze gradually became gentle and profound. It was as if he could see the innocence deep within Kagami's heart, and also the beauty of their future life together. How does it taste? Itachi asked with concern, his eyes filled with anticipation. I want another bowl. Kagami nodded in satisfaction, her face radiating happiness and contentment. Then, she handed the bowl and chopsticks to Itachi. All right. Itachi took the bowl of rice that the girl passed to him and scooped a full bowl from the rice cooker, then placed it on the dining table. By the way, Itachi, aren't you going to eat? Hana was eating her meal while looking at Itachi with a vague expression, her face full of curiosity. I'm not hungry right now, Itachi said, shaking his head with a smile in his eyes, gently gazing at Hana. I'm fine just watching you eat, he added after a pause. Outside the window, stars twinkled, and the evening breeze gently swayed the curtains. The haze in the high sky seemed to be cleared away by an invisible hand, revealing the bright and pure moonlight. The moonlight cascaded down like flowing water onto the girl's face, highlighting her exceptionally fair and lovely skin. Itachi sat beside the girl, resting his chin on one hand. His gaze softly fixed on Hannah. Ahem, can you stop looking at me like that all the time? Huayin was suddenly choked while drinking water and glared at you with dissatisfaction, her eyes flashing with a hint of anger. Fine. You gently nodded, then turned his head, directing his gaze towards the enchanting scenery outside the window. I never said you couldn't look at me, you idiot. Huayin gently sighed, then stood up, extending her slender fingers to lightly tap Itachi's head with a hint of playful reproach. A meal quickly came to an end amid laughter and joy. Kagani raised her arm and gently wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead with a soft silk scarf. The weather has finally warmed up today, Itachi. I plan to take a shower tonight. Kagami murmured to herself. All right, I'll go heat up some water for you. As she spoke, she walked into the bathroom and started to get busy. It was unclear how much time had passed. Kagani sat quietly on a small stool by the window, resting her chin on her hands, her gaze fixed on the bright moon in the sky. The moonlight poured down like a waterfall, enveloping the earth in a veil of silver. With a soft click, the laundry room door was gently pushed open by Itachi, making a faint sound. The water was already boiled, and the clothes you changed into were placed inside. Itachi's heart involuntarily raced as he stared at the girl sitting by the window. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and at that moment she turned her head, her confused yet enchanting eyes locking onto Itachi's, sparkling with curiosity, incredibly cute. Who could understand why? His wife was so adorable. If Itachi had a camera in his hand at that moment, he would definitely capture this charming image of his wife in the lens. All right, thank you, Itachiclaims. Kaon ran over with light steps, coming to Itachi's side, her face beaming with a sweet smile. Under Itachi's puzzled gaze, she tiptoed and gently kissed his lips, like a dragonfly touching the water. Itachi touched his moist lips, glanced at the girl who was licking her lips, and a faint blush appeared on his cheeks. I'm going to take a shower first, so no peeking. Okay. Kagani poked her head out the door, saying with a hint of arrogance and shyness, and then gently closed the door, locking it with a click. Be careful. Don't catch a cold, Itachi said with concern. He wants to maintain perfect attendance and doesn't dare to drive. Please power up for love. Chapter 279. Don't sleep tonight. By the way, is my hair getting a bit long? It seems I need to get a trim sometime soon. Kaon gazed at her reflection in the mirror, softly murmuring to herself. The hazy steam rising from her bath obscured the mirror surface, allowing only a faint glimpse of the girl's flower-like, delicate, and charming face, while the lower half of her figure was completely hidden in the embrace of the mist. After finishing her bath, Kagun quietly put on the carefully prepared clothes and then took out a soft towel to wipe her damp long hair. With a soft click, the door was cautiously pushed open by the girl, and at the same time, the mist from the bathroom quietly spilled out, intertwining with the outside world. Sitting on the balcony, Itachi, whose thoughts were drifting, instinctively turned his head upon hearing the sound, and found himself locked in a deep gaze with his wife's slightly flushed cheeks and her tender, glistening eyes. Itachi quickly turned his head back, as if he had been shocked, a strange flutter rising in his heart. Itachiclaims, I finished my bath. Kaon ignored Itachi's actions, continuing to wipe her long hair while walking gracefully towards him. As she caught a whiff of the faint fragrance from the girl, Itachi couldn't help but swallow hard, his throat lightly moving. Oh, well, I'll go take a shower first. You should hurry and lie down on the bed. Be careful not to catch a cold, Itachi stammered, a blush spreading across his cheeks. Okay, but Itachiclaims, why is your face so red? Kaon gently placed her hand on the boy's forehead, her eyes filled with confusion and concern. It's nothing. Itachi avoided the girl's intense gaze, then quickly grabbed a change of clothes from the room before hurriedly shutting the bathroom door. How strange. Kagani looked at Itachi's flustered expression, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, making her appear even more charming and lovely. Forget it, she thought. No need to think so much. Huayin gently shook her head, and when her hair was almost dry, she walked into the room with light steps. The girl carefully lifted a corner of the quilt and slowly laid down in the bed, curling her body tightly. Soon, the bone-chilling cold gradually disappeared without a trace. Sleepiness and fatigue surged over her like a tide, and Huayin's eyelids began to fight against each other. With a crisp sound, the door was gently pushed open again by Weasel. Kaon opened her eyes wide, trying hard to resist the urge to sleep. Then she slowly lifted a corner of the blanket, revealing her small, delicate head. Why aren't you asleep so late? Itachi asked curiously while drying his hair, looking at his wife. Her head peeked out from under the covers, looking exceptionally cute, like a little rabbit cautiously peering at the big bad wolf, filled with a mix of nervousness and shyness. I've been waiting for you, you big idiot. Huayin murmured softly, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Looking at the boy's figure in front of her, even though she had seen it many times before, Huayin still felt a bit unaccustomed. Every time she saw it, she couldn't help but blush and her heart raced. What are you waiting for? It's more important for you to go to bed early. Don't catch a cold again, or I'll have to bother taking care of you, Yao said, putting on his pajamas, trying to sound serious, but the smile in his eyes was impossible to hide. Kaon and Itachi had been together for so many years that she could naturally tell when he was teasing her. All right, just don't sleep too soundly tonight, Itachi said meaningfully, then gently lifted a corner of the blanket. A cold breeze suddenly rushed in from under the bed, filling the girl's feet, and Kaon couldn't help but shiver. Blushing as she asked, "Why do you say that?" "Because you'll find out soon," Itachi said as he completely covered Kaon with the blanket and then tightly embraced her. Inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from Kaon, Itachi felt particularly pleased. "You idiot, don't hold me so tightly, it's too hot." Kagani gently tapped Weasel's head with her small hand. A long night quietly passed. Nothing happened. There was no dramatic scene like those in island action movies. In the distance, the crowing of roosters came from the village, followed by a streak of golden sunlight breaking through the thick dark clouds in the eastern sky. Slanting into the room, the originally dim sky gradually took on a hint of elegant color, heralding the arrival of a brand new day. Kaon wearily opened her eyes, looking at Itachi with a hint of resentment in her gaze. Meanwhile, Itachi was sleeping soundly, quietly resting in her arms, his breathing steady and calm. "Sigh, idiot, sleeping like a pig. You hurt me so much last night." Huayin blushed and gently tapped Itachi's head. Of course, the action was very gentle and not forceful, looking more like a playful gesture. She softly moved Itachi, who was lying on her, aside, and then Kagun jumped off the bed and walked slowly towards the bathroom. She simply washed her face, and the mirror reflected her charming and attractive features. Huayin shook her head, her movements playful and cute like a rattledrum. She tried hard to forget what happened last night. It was quite embarrassing. "Sigh, I don't want to think about this anymore. It seems I have to prepare breakfast today." Huayin slowly stepped into the back kitchen and lightly cracked a few eggs into the pan. She lit the gas stove and skillfully stir-fried the egg roll, everything flowing smoothly. With a soft sound of sizzling, an enticing aroma instantly turned into wisps of smoke rising up. Huayin carefully sprinkled various seasonings on the ingredients. After some meticulous preparations, a delicious and visually appealing breakfast was soon ready. Huayin placed the golden omelet on the dining table, then raised her arm to gently wipe away the fine beads of sweat on her forehead. "Phew, the weather is really getting more and more stuffy." Kaon gently waved her palm to create a light breeze, then stepped into her room, her gaze falling on the still sleeping Itachi. Kaon showed a look of helplessness, slowly walking to his side, gently tugging at his collar, her voice shy. "Yao-kun, it's time to get up. Please power up for love." Chapter 280. Kaon has things to do, nothing to do. "What time is it now?" Yao, waking up drowsily, asked curiously. "It's already 9 in the morning." Kaon pulled up a corner of the quilt, looking at Yao helplessly. "Isn't it still early? Let me sleep a little longer." Yao pulled the quilt back, sleepily saying, "All right then." Huayin nodded obediently, then brought over a small stool to sit down, quietly watching Itachi. Itachi's sleeping face was very beautiful, and Huayin propped her chin on her hands, staring at him without blinking. Time passed bit by bit, and the clock on the wall ticked away. Kaon watched Itachi sleeping, feeling a bit drowsy herself, her little head nodding slightly, ready to fall asleep at any moment. "All right, wake up," a familiar voice sounded in her ear. Hannah slowly opened her eyes in a daze and saw Itachi tapping her forehead. "How long have I slept?" Hannah rubbed her eyes with her small hand and asked sleepily. "It's been about an hour, but can you really fall asleep while sitting?" "You look even more tired than I am," Itachi teased, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I just inexplicably feel sleepy." Hannah's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. "All right, let's not talk about that for now. I have some work to handle today. Do you want to come with me?" Itachi reached out and patted Hannah's head. "Sure, then I'll go with you to take a look." Henio nodded excitedly like a chick pecking at rice. It had been a while since she had been out, and she couldn't hide her excitement. With a creak, the door was pushed open by the two of them. Itachi held an umbrella while Henio leaned close to him. The sun in the sky was intense, shining on the top of the umbrella and casting long shadows of the two. Soon, Itachi walked into the Uchiha clan security department. Along the way, passers-by greeted Itachi, but he merely responded with a silent nod, appearing particularly aloof. Hannah quietly followed behind him, When they reached the second floor of the guard department, Itachi took out a key and pushed open the door in the corner of a room. Itachi, do you usually work here? Kaon curiously examined the scene in the room. The office environment was spacious and had potted plants. Through the window, one could easily observe the current situation of the Uchiha clan's territory. So what do you think? Want to come work here? Itachi teased, then placed the keys on the table. But didn't I just resign? Henin placed her hand on her mouth and said with a hint of sorrow, what identity do I have? If you want to come in, you can do so anytime. Itachi sighed lightly and looked at his wife with indulgence. Isn't this just taking the back door? Henin looked at Itachi in surprise. Otherwise, Itachi shrugged helplessly and then sat down in the office chair. Oh, what kind of documents do you usually handle? Henin asked awkwardly, trying to change the subject. Just some trivial matters. Itachi took out a pile of confidential documents from the desk. Can I take a look? Henin asked. Of course, Itachi nodded. Hannah leaned closer to Weasel, lowering her head to look at the contents of the document. Weasel watched the girl resting in his arms, instinctively swallowing hard as he caught a whiff of Hannah's faint body fragrance, momentarily taken aback. What? How is it that it's that thief again? The surprised voice of Henin interrupted Itachi's thoughts. Are you talking about that drunk guy? Itachi also looked at the content of the note. In short, it was about a guy in Konoha who was drunk every day and stealing things, and many residents were quite annoyed with him. So they reported the case to the security department. What do you think we should do about it? Itachi chuckled softly, turned to look at Henin, and a glimmer of wisdom flashed in his eyes. Should we just catch him and give him a beating? Kaon knelt on the chair, tilting her head, looking very cute. Itachi's heart nearly skipped a beat. Oh no, why is his wife so adorable? Ahem, Kaon, your thoughts are a bit too radical. Itachi shook his head, his gaze filled with curiosity. So what should be done? Kaon was suddenly confused. Didn't the residents all complain about hating him? Then Itachi straightforwardly expressed his thoughts. After listening to Huayin, her eyes widened in surprise, her pupils dilated. Is this what capitalists are like? Why are their thoughts so wicked? Kagami looked at Itachi with some surprise. Simply put, Itachi's plan was that since he liked to steal, he might as well let him steal a bit more. And if he didn't meet the standard, the Umbu would kill him. Over time, this little thief would either be beaten to death by the villagers or killed by the Umbu. At the same time, it could serve as a warning to others. Could this really succeed? Kaon tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry, staring intently at Itachi. Of course, no problem. Itachi gently closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then slowly opened them again, displaying an expression of confidence and strategic planning on his face. Listening to Itachi's plan, a strange feeling surged in Huayin's heart, although she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Never mind, that drunken guy really deserved it anyway. A little punishment for him wasn't too much. But what was this? Kagani knelt on the chair, her feet gently tiptoeing, her body spinning around, and her gaze fixed tightly on the content of the document, her pupils instantly widening. The weasel also showed a look of speechlessness. The content of the document roughly stated that a wealthy woman had lost her beloved cat and was willing to spend a fortune just to get it back. Next to it was a picture. In the image, a somewhat plump woman was tightly hugging a cat that looked pained, smiling at the camera. Kagani looked at the content of the picture, her eyes involuntarily twitching slightly. She finally understood why this little cat in the original story always wanted to escape. It turned out that the problem was not with the shore itself. Let's put that aside for now. I'll sort it out and send it to the Konoha village office later. Itachi gently shook his head and quickly grabbed the next task. As he looked at the new task in his hand, the frown on his forehead gradually relaxed. What task is it? Let me see. Kaon moved the chair and slowly came to Itachi's side. It's dangerous to sit like this, don't do that. Itachi gently patted his wife's head and then handed her the documents he was holding. Huayin let out a sound, then focused intently on the information on the document. An entire afternoon quietly passed. Because of Huayin's company, Yao's attention could never be fully concentrated, and he spent several more hours than usual. Has the work been completed? Kaon tightly hugged the documents with both hands, her face showing an expression of lingering enjoyment. Well, it's all over, let us go. Itachi sighed wearily, his voice slightly hoarse. Seeing the happy and joyful expression on Kaon's face, Itachi couldn't help but reach out his hand and gently rub her soft cheek. Indeed, just as he thought, it was soft and squishy with a wonderful feel. This was Itachi's most intuitive feeling, while Kaon's cheeks instantly turned bright red, her eyes shimmering with tears as she looked at Itachi with a pitiful glare. All right, please generate power for love. Chapter 281. Can you need dough? At dusk, The streetlights cast their glow on the two. The transportation in the ninja world was not convenient, so Kaon and Itachi could only walk along the street. Huayin tightly held the document with both hands, her cheeks slightly flushed, looking quite displeased at the moment. Yao stood beside her and teased, "Ahem, Huayin, look at how your cheeks are puffing up. Isn't it quite cute? Let me pinch one for you too." Hannah heard Itachi's teasing and immediately felt a surge of anger, as if fire was about to burst from her eyes. Itachi quickly said, "Ahem, it's my fault. From now on, I'll leave all my money to you for safekeeping, okay?" As he spoke, he gently tapped Hannah's forehead with his finger. "All right, you said it." As soon as Hannah heard the words money, her eyes lit up, making her look particularly adorable. "All right, up ahead is the Konoha Village's commission office. Remember to be serious later," Itachi said with a light laugh, looking at Hannah with affection. Hannah nodded. The mission office of Konoha Village, as described in the original work, is located beneath the Hokage building. Due to Hannah's involvement, the butterfly effect was triggered, and all the elders from the original story have now died. "Uncle Jukyu, the documents have all been processed and are placed here." Kagani placed the documents down gently on the table. "All right, thank you for your hard work, Mississippi." Rika looked at Kagani with gratitude and placed the documents into a nearby box. He glanced at Itachi, who was standing behind Kagani, and his expression instantly became awkward. Riku clearly remembered that after Fugako became Hokage, he always assigned him both heavy and light tasks, as if he were the Hokage himself. But now that the Hokage had changed to Lord Minato, he felt much more relaxed. However, seeing Fugaku's son Itachi still made Riku feel somewhat uneasy. "Ahem, Itachi, how has Lord Fugaku been doing lately?" Riku asked politely, his face showing a hint of nervousness. My father has been doing quite well recently. To be honest, he intended to give Uncle Riku a raise." Itachi replied with a helpless nod. "Ah, no need for a raise. I'm just working for Lord Fugaku." "That's what I should do," Riku responded with a twitch at the corner of his eye, his expression dark. The naive Kagani didn't notice the underlying meaning in Itachi's words. But as a Jinchuriki, she sensed Riku's emotions. "Uncle Riku, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "You look pale," Kagani said with concern as she looked at Riku. "Ahem. It's nothing. I just thought about getting a raise, which made me a bit happy." Riku awkwardly laughed while scratching the back of his head. "Uncle Riku, then I'll congratulate you in advance on your raise. I'll have to trouble you more with work matters in the future," Itachi said politely with his hands clasped together. Riku nodded helplessly. Those in high positions must have extraordinary qualities. The following conversation content was profound. Kagani couldn't understand anything and could only stand by, watching anxiously. The two chatted for a long time until Rikuji, busy with official duties, politely declined Itachi's further invitation. Konohagakure streets. Kagani looked at Itachi curiously and asked, "Itachi-kun, why did you talk with Uncle Kakuzu for so long?" Itachi's eyes sparkled with a smile as he explained, "Oh, I was just casually probing into those with ulterior motives in the Hidden Leaf Village." Itachi's words were filled with deep meaning. Kagani was puzzled by Itachi's response. Thinking to herself, what does this mean? Forget it. She decided not to dwell on these complicated questions any longer, feeling that thinking further would only give her a headache. The two of them strolled along the street, stopping to admire the scenery along the way, and soon returned to the Uchiha clan's territory. At this time, the distant sunset was rapidly descending, and a brilliant evening glow spread across the sky like a painting, breathtakingly beautiful. The clouds in the sky seemed to be dyed with flames by the sunset, a mix of white and crimson, rolling endlessly. Hannah suddenly remembered something and curiously asked, "Itachi, what about Naruto and Sasuke?" Itachi smiled gently, shook his head softly, and explained, "I don't know. They might have gone to train again." As he spoke, he reached out his hand and gently brushed back the stray hair from Hannah's forehead. Kagani's cheeks instantly flushed, her heart raced. Although she had become accustomed to Itachi's tenderness, she still felt shy every time. Itachi curiously asked, "All right, what do you want to eat tonight?" As he spoke, he gently pressed the light switch in the living room, and the whole room suddenly brightened. Kaon recalled the wontons from her previous life and unconsciously swallowed, saying, "Can we have wontons?" Upon hearing this, Itachi showed a look of confusion on his face. The ingredients in the ninja world were not abundant. There were only a few varieties that circulated. Kanon can understand this. After all, this is a world that has been plagued by war for many years. Apart from eccentric people like Uncle Ichiraku, most people are busy surviving and simply don't have the time to delve into these delicacies. Seeing this, Huayin hesitantly reached out her hand to gesture, looking extremely cute. She tried to explain, "It's just about making some flour dough," and then Yao listened to his wife's description and gradually understood, nodding and saying, "Oh, I see. Simply put, it's like making dumplings, right?" Kaon nodded excitedly like a little chick pecking at grains, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Yes, yes, that's it. Itachi checked the kitchen and found that there was no flour at home. So he said softly, "But we don't have any flour at home. Wait for me for a moment." After saying that, he disappeared from the spot. Before long, Itachi returned to the back kitchen with a large bag of flour. Kagani curiously walked into the kitchen and looked at Itachi's busy figure, asking in confusion, "Itachi-kun, can you really make dumplings?" Itachi shook his head and smiled, saying, "I'm not sure, but I'll give it a try." Itachi placed the kneaded dough on the wooden table and then took out a rolling pin, carefully kneading it. Henin stood beside Itachi, quietly watching this scene. The evening breeze blew from afar, and a warm atmosphere filled the kitchen. Finally finished 4,000 words. Seeking support for love, I really can't write anymore right now. Aiming to finish this month. Thank you all for your support. Seeking support for love. Chapter 282. Oi. Get up, little ghost. I made it. How does it taste? Itachi gazed at the steaming bowl of wontons, then gently looked up, his eyes filled with affection as he gazed at his wife. Let me try. Huayin smiled sweetly and gently nodded, sending a wonton into her mouth. How should I describe it? The taste is almost the same as the memories from my past life, but it always feels like it lacks a touch of unique charm. Huayin then carefully added some vinegar, and in an instant, her eyes sparkled with light. This time it was perfect. Henio's face was beaming with a happy smile, looking extremely cute and charming. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Itachi's words carried a hint of hesitation. Then he raised his chopsticks and brought a wonton to his mouth. This taste is indeed quite good, especially the freshly made wontons, paired with a bit of vinegar. It was both tangy and slightly sweet. Itachi looked down at his wife's enchanting appearance, his mind filled with thoughts. He finally understood why his wife wanted him to make these wontons. Indeed, they were delicious. The meal quickly came to an end, and Hanio gently rubbed her round belly before softly leaning on the table. Itachiclaims. If you like it, I'll make it for you again next time. Itachi softly sighed, looking at his wife with a mix of helplessness and affection. Sure, thank you, Itachiclaims. Hana raised her head, wrapping her arms around Itachi's neck, and gently pressed a kiss on his cheek. Well, we're both grown-ups now, yet you still act like a child, Itachi said with a smile in his eyes as he looked at his wife. At that moment, the evening breeze outside gently swept by, bringing a touch of coolness and comfort. By the way, do you have any plans lately? Itachi suddenly asked, looking at Hana, who was being playful in his arms. With a hint of confusion, "It seems like I don't have any arrangements recently. Why do you ask?" Hana replied, looking a bit surprised at Itachi. "How about coming to the office with me?" Itachi gently rubbed Hana's cheek. "After all, you have nothing to do at home." "Of course, that's fine." Kagani nodded without hesitation. "Well, it's getting late. Let's rest for now." Yato held his wife tightly in his arms, in a princess carry, with a smile full of joy in his eyes. Kagun subconsciously wrapped her arms around Itachi's neck, feeling the significance in his tone as a flush crept across her cheeks. She recalled the events of last night, and every time she thought back on those moments, Kagani always feels her cheeks flush, as if she has lost the ability to think, her heart pounding like a drum. In short, that feeling is both shy and awkward. Although the couple has been married for many years, they still need to gradually get used to that kind of thing. Itachi gently lifts a corner of the blanket and carefully places Kagani on the bed. "Wait a minute, Itachi-kun, I think I should take a shower first." Hana interrupted Itachi's next move, blushing and shyly saying, Itachi sighed gently, then reached out and lightly tapped Hana's forehead with his finger. "You shouldn't always poke my forehead like that. I've told you many times it hurts." Kagami looked at Itachi with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Itachi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. I'm sorry, I won't do that again next time." "Is there even going to be a next time?" Hana crossed her arms and sat on the bed, looking at Itachi with an annoyed expression. "There won't be a next time." Itachi swallowed hard, suppressing his inner urges, and nodded. Hearing Itachi's response, Hana finally accepted it with satisfaction, and then, under Itachi's gaze, the girl walked into the bathroom. Itachi stretched out his arm and gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He then turned his head and looked up at the bright, full moon in the sky. The moon was so pure and bright, as if it were spotless, and the bright moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Itachi's face, making the young man's features even more handsome. Time quietly passed by, accompanied by the ticking sound of the clock on the wall. With a click, the door was slowly pushed open. Looking at the girl who walked into the room, Itachi was momentarily stunned. Huayin had just changed into a delicate nightgown, her hair still wet and her face adorned with a blush, looking charming and endearing, evoking a sense of affection. "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that?" Kaon swallowed hard and looked down at the ground. "It's nothing," he stammered, then gently shook his head. Overnight, everything remained calm as usual, with nothing happening. There was no dramatic plot unfolding like in those island stories. Everything still retained its usual tranquility and peace. Huayin tightly wrapped her soft pillow in her arms, a hint of sparkling drool unintentionally flowing from the corner of her mouth. Her slightly fluffy hair added a touch of cuteness to her overall appearance. Itachi gently lifted a corner of the blanket and slowly descended from the bed to the floor. After putting on his pajamas, Itachi stepped into the bright and spacious back kitchen, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. The dark circles under his eyes were strikingly apparent, making him look particularly haggard. "Well, I'll make breakfast this morning," he thought. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he turned and walked into the kitchen. He took out the wontons he had carefully wrapped the night before from the refrigerator and gently placed them into the steaming pot. He also cracked several golden eggs and gently added them to the pot. With a sizzling sound, rich and enticing aromas wafted up from the pot, filling the entire kitchen as Itachi skillfully stir-fried the food. Time quietly passed, and with a soft click, Itachi gently opened the kitchen door. Wearing an apron, his eyes revealed tenderness as he brought a plate of steaming wontons to the dining table. That guy should still be fast asleep. Itachi quietly entered the room, his gaze softly resting on the girl who was still tightly hugging her pillow, deep in slumber, his eyes filled with endless affection. "Time to get up, little lazybones," Itachi said, reaching out to gently scratch the tip of Huayin's upturned nose. Before long, Henio's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly as she sleepily looked at Itachi, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion and drowsiness. "What time is it now, Itachi-kun?" Hana rubbed her slightly drowsy eyes, looking at Itachi with a face full of sleepiness, her voice carrying a hint of softness. It was already noon, and it was time to get up for a meal. Otherwise, the dishes would get cold. Itachi's gaze fell on the girl's somewhat disheveled clothes and her slightly flushed cheeks, and a wave of inexplicable tenderness surged in his heart. "You should tidy up your clothes first." "Oh, okay." Huayin lowered her head and glanced at the few loose buttons on her pajamas, hurriedly and clumsily fastening them one by one. She gently nodded, looking even cuter. "Please support for love. This book will be completed this month, and the new book will have the same theme, expected to be released next month. Learning from the lessons of this book, the next one will definitely be better." Chapter 283. Shall we work together? After a simple breakfast, Kanon walked to the entrance and changed her shoes. Yuko deliberately took out a delicate umbrella and walked over slowly. "So this time you remembered to bring an umbrella?" Henio glanced at Itachi with a hint of tsundere and a teasing tone. "Well, after all, the sun is so bright outside." Itachi subtly glanced at his wife's alluring feet, which were currently wrapped in pure white stockings and fitted into sneakers, making them look particularly tempting. He instinctively swallowed, then suddenly froze, his pupils slightly constricting. Wait, what's going on? When did he awaken this strange preference? No, he must control himself. Itachi struggled to suppress his inner impulses and stopped secretly admiring his wife's figure. "What's wrong, Itachi-kun? You don't seem to be in a good mood today." Henio looked at Itachi with concern, then gently tiptoed and cupped Itachi's face with both hands. "It's nothing, let's go," Itachi said, shaking his head lightly, his gaze deep and distant. Henio replied firmly. The young couple left the house hand in hand. Itachi thoughtfully opened the umbrella. Huayin was still tightly nestled in his arms as usual, and the two figures under the umbrella looked particularly warm. The sun in the sky grew increasingly scorching, and time quietly slipped away as if in the blink of an eye. It had transformed from the bleakness of winter to the sweltering heat of summer. Unbeknownst to them, the weeds along the path had gradually become lush. Time really does fly. Huayin gazed at the changes around her and whispered, her tone tinged with a hint of sentiment. "It really does go by quickly." Yao agreed, his eyes also reflecting a sense of nostalgia for the passage of time. "Yao-kun," Huayin suddenly called. What is it?" Yao curiously looked down at his wife, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Do you think one day we will grow old too?" Kaon asked with a complicated tone, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. "This is natural. Aging, illness, and death are the norms of life." Yao gently stroked Kaon's beautiful hair and comforted her. "I'm not talking about lifespan. I'm asking if one day I grow old, will I become less beautiful? What if by then?" Kanon shyly lowered her head, her voice becoming even softer. "Don't worry. I will grow old too, and I will always be by your side then, Itachi said gently, his tone filled with determination. He could naturally guess the thoughts in his wife's mind. Perhaps she was overthinking again, adding unnecessary psychological pressure on herself. This bad habit won't do. It needs to be corrected. Itachi looked closely at the girl in front of him once more. Kanon felt Itachi's gaze and curiously lifted her head. Looking at her wife's silly and innocent expression, Itachi's heart couldn't help but race. Why was his wife so adorable? At this moment, Itachi really wanted to hold Kanon tightly and pet her, but he forced himself to suppress his inner impulses. They were outside the house. He had to maintain the aloof image of the clan leader and couldn't appear so childish. Itachi-kun, are you thinking about something bad again? Kagani looked at Itachi with a resentful gaze, as if she could see through his thoughts. This feeling was akin to a husband secretly having an affair outside, only to be discovered by his wife in the end. Ahem, I'm only thinking about serious matters. Itachi awkwardly cleared his throat, trying to cover up his inner turmoil. I didn't ask you about these things, yet you just confessed without me prompting. That's quite suspicious. Hanayo's gaze became even more resentful, as if she wanted to see through Itachi. All right, let's not discuss these things for now. Ahead is the Uchiha clan's guard department. Itachi gently ruffled Hanayo's hair, his eyes filled with tenderness and indulgence. After that, everything proceeded very smoothly, without any of those dramatic turn of events found in novels. Everything felt so natural. Just like yesterday, Kagun happily walked into the office around the corner of the hallway. Can you be a bit more serious? Stop playing with the chair all the time. Wai looked at his wife, sitting in the chair with a helpless expression, his tone carrying a hint of affection and reproach. I enjoy it. Anyway, there's no one here. Kagami playfully spun around in her chair, twirling again and again, while the tuft of hair on her head bounced joyfully to the rhythm. Yao sighed helplessly, then looked at his wife with a mix of affection and slight exasperation. Well, who could blame her for being his wife? It was only right to indulge her. So, what is today's task? Kagani leaned in close to Itachi, her face filled with a curious expression. The chairs they sat on were tightly nestled together, with seemingly no gap between them, making it feel particularly intimate, and a faint warmth permeated the air. Just like yesterday, it should be familiar with the rules by now, right? Itachi gently spread out the documents, then casually extracted several intricate files, meticulously organizing them before safely placing them into the folder beside him. Such trivial tasks could simply be sent to the Konoha Village Commission office, and the rest we would handle ourselves. Once everything was properly processed, it could be handed over to the elite jonin. Itachi patiently explained, his words filled with tenderness, and then he gently stroked Kagani's smooth hair, his eyes full of affection. All right, I completely understand now. Kagome nodded slightly, a clear smile appearing on her face. When her gaze fell on the contents of the document, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her rosy lips pressed tightly together as she fell into deep thought. Itachi, while browsing through the report in his hand, occasionally stole glances at the girl beside him. Looking at his wife's tense and serious expression, Itachi couldn't help but feel an urge to laugh, but he restrained himself. What's wrong? Did she encounter a difficult problem? Itachi gently shook his head and then slowly leaned closer to his wife, his face full of concern. It wasn't really that difficult. It was just that she felt a bit confused. It seemed that there were disputes between the Hyuga clan and the villagers. Hanin let out a soft sigh, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness and confusion. Well, that's quite normal. After all, we are all part of Konoha Village, and it's inevitable that some disputes and conflicts will arise in daily life, Itachi gently explained. Finally finished writing 4,000 words. Not easy. Sigh, seeking gifts. Chapter 284. What gift should I give Hanin? Right, tomorrow is that little girl's birthday. What should I get her? Kakashi aimlessly wandered the bustling street, resting his chin on his hand, lost in deep thought. In his mind, Hanyin's sweet smile with a hint of mischief unconsciously flashed before him, making him shiver. Forget it. How about giving her kunai? Kakashi hesitated, quickly shook his head, and decisively dismissed this inappropriate thought. No. After all, Hanan is a girl, so it seems a bit inappropriate to give her such a cold weapon. What should I give her instead? Kakashi was pondering this when he suddenly spotted two familiar figures in the distance. Jiraiya-sensei, Shursui, you're here too? Kakashi quickly walked over and waved enthusiastically at the two. Well, tomorrow is that guy's birthday, and I was just thinking about what kind of gift to prepare. Shursui scratched the back of his head, a faint helpless smile appearing on his face. If it's Hanan, how about giving her some books? Jiraiya frowned, quickly explaining in a flustered manner as he noticed their unusual expressions. I mean, proper books. Don't get the wrong idea. Well, mainly because I've seen Jiraiya-sensei's usual. Shursui hesitated, seeming to find it hard to speak. Hey, don't think of me like that, Jiraiya said angrily as he sensed their gazes. Ahem, all right. Let's not talk about that for now. The priority now is to think about what gift to prepare. Kakashi awkwardly coughed and quickly changed the subject. The three of them looked at each other, and for a moment, no one could come up with an answer. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Henio stretched lazily and let out a yawn. Ah, Itachi, the mission is all done, right? Yes, everything is settled, Itachi replied with a smile. His eyes filled with affection as he looked at his wife. By the way, what are Jiraiya-sensei, Kakashi, and the others up to now? Kaon rested her chin on one hand, lost in thought. Ah, we don't need to worry too much about that. By the way, can you tell me what you usually like? Itachi hurriedly interrupted Kaon's speculation and asked curiously. Well, I don't really know. I don't seem to have anything in particular that I like. Kaon shook her head bobbing like a rattle drum, looking extremely cute. Is that so? I understand now. Itachi sighed softly, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. By the way, Itachi-kun, what do you mean by suddenly asking me this? Huayin looked up curiously at Itachi, her eyes sparkling with. Well, it's nothing. You'll know soon, Itachi said with a faint smile, his words carrying a deeper meaning. It's really strange, Henio murmured to herself, her expression looking extremely cute, making one unable to resist the urge to pinch her little cheeks. With a soft click, the door was gently pushed open by Henio. The couple walked hand in hand along the quiet path of the Uchiha clan. Along the way, passers-by greeted Itachi, and familiar faces warmly greeted Henio as well. Kagani politely responded one by one, her face beaming with a warm smile. After calculating the time, she realized that she had already been in this world for more than 10 years, and everything around her had changed dramatically. Kanon and Itachi wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets of Konoha, watching the lively crowd around them and feeling the warm yet noisy atmosphere. The girl let out a light laugh, looking extremely sweet and cute, as if she could instantly melt away all the frost around her. What are you laughing at? Itachi gently patted Kanon's head, his eyes filled with tenderness as he asked. It's nothing, I won't tell you, you idiot. Kaon pouted playfully, turning her head away in its sundry manner. Well, fine then. Itachi sighed helplessly, his eyes filled with affection and resignation as he quietly gazed at his wife. Meanwhile, on the other side, anxious emotions began to spread. So what should I get her? Kakashi was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. He truly had no idea what kind of gift would be appropriate for Kaon. Sigh, it doesn't have to be taken too seriously, right? Shursui gently patted Kakashi's shoulder, sighing helplessly, his eyes revealing a hint of comfort. Then let's do as we discussed before. I'll write a signature and give it to Kaon. Jiraiya laughed heartily. However, before he could finish speaking, he was met with unanimous opposition from Kakashi and Shursui. Why not? I'm a great literary master. My signature is worth a fortune in the ninja world. Don't you understand? Jiraiya looked at Shursui and Kakashi with a frown, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. The so-called little yellow books you've written, and you want to use them as your representative work to give to such a pure girl like Kaon? Shursui looked at Jiraiya with disdain, his tone full of sarcasm. Go away, you don't understand, that's art. Jiraiya impatiently interrupted Shursui, his face showing clear irritation. Just then, Kakashi's voice suddenly came through, interrupting their argument. I have an idea. What idea? Shursui and Jiraiya exchanged glances and then turned to Kakashi in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation. How about giving her a pet dog? Dogs are so cute. It would definitely be suitable for a girl. Kakashi scratched the back of his head, a silly grin on his face, but he looked somewhat dim-witted. No way, absolutely not. Shursui interrupted Kakashi's suggestion without hesitation, his tone firm. Why do you say that? Kakashi looked perplexed, completely unaware of why Shursui was so opposed. Itachi and Kaon are about to get married. If you give them a dog, they'll all be busy enough with children, and adding a dog to that. Shursui's mind conjured up a chaotic image. Kanon clumsily took care of the baby, while a dog barked loudly nearby. Yao had just gotten off work and returned home, needing to care for both his wife and the baby. Where was there time and energy left to take care of a dog? Shursui made a valid point. Jiraiya crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. This won't do. That won't do. What exactly should we give? Kakashi looked at Shursui and Jiraiya helplessly, his face filled with confusion and frustration. The air was thick with silence, as if even time had stopped at that moment. High above, A flock of crows cawed as they flapped their wings, slowly flying across the sky. The three of them stared at each other, no one speaking. How about this? Let's split up, and once we find a suitable gift, we'll meet at that internet CAF in Area B of Konoha. Kakashi said with his hands in his pockets, his tone a bit lazy. All right, I'll head out first. Shirzue agreed with Kakashi's suggestion, and before he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. Then I'll leave too. Jiraiya waved his hand and turned to leave. Please support for love. This book will conclude this month, Sai. It's finally nearing the end after all this time. Let's name the child Hanny. Chapter 285. Strange. Why is everyone distancing themselves from me? On the streets of Konoha, the sunlight scattered in patches. Kaon was alone, tightly holding the documents in her arms as she slowly walked into the Hokage building. Along the way, Itachi had briefly left her for some matters, so at this moment, Kaon was solitary and continued on. Well, you've worked hard, Miss Kaon. Shikaku took the documents from Kaon's hands, carefully organized them, and placed them in a box. Then he took out a stack of cash and, filled with gratitude, handed it to Kaon, his eyes full of sincerity. It's nothing, just a small effort. Kagani gently waved her hand, declining the stack of cash, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Is that so? By the way, why didn't Itachi come back with you? Riku's words inadvertently revealed a hint of curiosity. Oh, he had something to attend to, so he left first. Kaon let out a gentle sigh, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. I see, she said. Dujio nodded, but a trace of a bitter smile inexplicably appeared on his face, as if hiding some helplessness. Uncle Dujio, what's wrong with you? Kagani looked at the troubled uncle in front of her with concern, her tone filled with worry. Ahem, then I'll talk to you later, but you mustn't tell Itachi. Riku joked, and then he looked around to confirm that everyone was busy with their own matters, and no one was paying attention to them. Kagani tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, somewhat looking forward to what Rucky would say next. After a moment, having listened to Rucky's story, Huayin's brows were tightly furrowed, and her face was filled with worry. It's really too much. How could they assign such heavy work to you? Kagani grumbled indignantly, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. Miss, I said the same thing. Sighing helplessly, Riku's dark circles under his eyes became more pronounced, seemingly telling the story of his recent hardships. He never expected that the Uchiha clan's young lady would be so approachable. He had only been joking casually. Don't worry, Uncle Riku. I will definitely tell Itachiclaims when I get back. Huayin slammed the table, her tone filled with a mix of determination and anger. Sighing, Lujio watched Huayin's disappearing figure, unable to help but break into a cold sweat. This girl is too naive. He was just making a joke. At that moment, the sun hanging high in the sky radiated scorching light, casting Huayin's figure in particularly sharp relief. You have gone too far, Itachiclaims. How can you bully Uncle Lujio like this? Kagani slapped the table with one hand, her eyes filled with anger as she looked at Itachi. Kagani, is there a possibility that Uncle Rikuji is just teasing you? Itachi sighed helplessly, his eyes filled with affection as he looked at his wife. Oh, is that so? Kanon's face instantly turned bright red, as if it had been stained by a fiery cloud. Of course, why would I lie to you? Itachi gently patted Kanon's head, his gaze becoming even more tender. Ahem, actually, I've already seen through it, I just haven't said it out loud. Kaon turned her head with a rosy complexion and said proudly, Oh, so that's how it is. Itachi's eyes twitched slightly, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Forget it. Now is not the time to talk about this. He still needs to think carefully about what gift to prepare for Kaon later. Kanon is now an adult, so we can't view her with the eyes of child anymore. We need to give her something valuable as a gift. How about a pair of shoes? As soon as this thought crossed Itachi's mind, he shook his head and dismissed the idea. What's wrong, Itachiclaims? What are you thinking about? Kagani looked up at Itachi, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. It's nothing. I was just thinking about some matters in the clan, Itachi explained in a flustered manner, his gaze somewhat flickering. Really? You wouldn't be thinking about some woman, would you? Kanon's eyes suddenly became filled with sorrow. Absolutely not. Itachi gently tapped his wife's forehead. All right, then I won't nag you anymore. I still need to go buy some groceries. Itachi shook his head helplessly and let out a soft sigh. Then I'll go with you. Kagani jogged to catch up with Itachi's pace, her face beaming with a smile. No need, you should go home first. I still have to do some other things after I finish shopping, Itachi said helplessly, his eyes filled with regret. All right then. Huayin had no choice but to stand still, quietly watching the figure of the weasel gradually fade away, a sense of inexplicable loss surging in her heart. What is going on? Why does it feel like everyone is distancing themselves from me today? Kagun's mood suddenly became a bit unpleasant. Did I do something bad in the past few days that made them angry? Kanon murmured to herself, her face turning a bit pale, looking pitiful and evoking sympathy. On another street in Konoha, Itachi was walking when he happened to run into Shursui. Hey Shursui, long time no see, Itachi greeted with a smile. Oh, it's Itachi. Kanon didn't come with you? Shursui looked around and patted his chest, relieved. She didn't follow. Are you also troubled about what gift to give? Itachi asked. Yeah, I just don't know what to give. What time is it now? Shursui showed a wry smile. It's already 12 noon, Itachi replied softly, glancing at the clock. Then follow me, Shursui said. Soon, Itachi followed Shursui to an internet CAF, where they saw Kakashi and Jiraiya. You brat, what are you doing here? As soon as Jiraiya saw Itachi, his expression immediately darkened. It's been so long, why are you still holding a grudge? Kakashi patted Jiraiya's shoulder. Jiraiya almost broke down when Kanon was with Itachi back then. Now, 5 or 6 years have passed, and he still hasn't gotten over it. Always looking unfriendly at the sight of Itachi. Lord Jiraiya, have you prepared your gifts? Itachi interrupted Jiraiya, helplessly. Not yet, what's up? Jiraiya asked curiously. Sigh, so you three are all troubled by this matter? Itachi sighed lightly. Itachi, what do you plan to give? Shursui hesitated to speak. I plan to give shoes. Itachi scratched his cheek, imagining Kanon sitting in a chair while he knelt on the ground, putting the shoes on the girl's ankles. Kagun was wearing white stockings, her toes rounded, and Itachi couldn't help but swallow. Itachi, that's a good idea. Kakashi patted Itachi's shoulder, revealing the knowing look that men understand. Move kid from now on. Kagun will be in your care. Make sure to take good care of her. Otherwise, Jiraiya also stood up, looking at Itachi with a serious expression. Don't worry, Jiraiya-sama. I will take good care of Kagun, Itachi nodded. Now the new book has reached 14,000 words. I'm wondering whether to submit it to the male or female category. Chapter 286. What kind of gift should I prepare? Strange, where did they all go? Huayin sat quietly on the bench, propping her chin up with one hand, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, as if she were pondering something. There shouldn't be anything wrong with you, she whispered softly, a hint of unease rising in her heart. Kagani suddenly narrowed her pupils, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes as she thought of something. No, I still have to go see him in person. She stood up, walked to the entrance, carefully changed her shoes, and stepped out of the house. The weather outside was bright and sunny, with the dazzling sunlight pouring over the earth. Kagun is holding an oil umbrella, quietly strolling down the street. Sigh, could it be that I went too far last night? Kagani was walking down the road, and involuntarily, memories of last night surfaced in her mind. Recalling the time spent with Itachi, she remembered how unreasonable she always seemed, constantly making various demands of him. Now, Kanon just wants to find Itachi as soon as possible to apologize to him in person. The Uchiha clan's territory still retains its former appearance, without any changes at all. Hana walked into the back mountain of the Uchiha clan, but found it still empty, quiet, as if even the wind had stopped. Strange. Isn't Yukino not in the back mountain? Huayin murmured softly, quickly making a gesture with both hands. Soon, the figures of 2 black and white wolves appear beside Huayin. Could you please help me find Itachi? Thank you. Huayin squatted down and gently stroked the heads of the 2 wolves, her eyes filled with anticipation. The 2 wolves sniffed the air and then dashed down the mountain at an astonishing speed. Kagani closely followed behind the 2 wolves, her figure darting through the forest like a light breeze. The speed of 1 person and 2 wolves was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had rushed from the Uchiha clan to the commercial center of Konohagakure. Is that where it is? Kaon looked at a clothing store in the distance, curiously touching the head of the white wolf, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The 2 wolves nodded, then transformed into a cloud of smoke, dissipating into the air. Seeing this, Kanon immediately breathed a sigh of relief and began to think about how to apologize to Itachi upon seeing him. The girl quickly walked into the store and immediately spotted Itachi, who was selecting clothes while Kakashi stood nearby, shaking his head in refusal. Itachi-kun Kakashi, what are you doing here? Huayin murmured to herself, her eyes filled with confusion. Huayin, why are you here? The 2 seemed a bit flustered upon seeing the girl, as if they didn't know how to respond. What's wrong? Why can't I come? Huayin looked puzzled, her eyes showing a hint of misunderstanding. It's nothing, Itachi chuckled lightly, then shook his head, seemingly unwilling to say more. By the way, are you 2 shopping for clothes? Hana approached the 2 of them, noticing that the clothes they were picking out were clearly women's styles. Her expression immediately turned resentful. So you 2 are hiding this from me just to buy clothes? Or are you buying them for a girl? Ahem. Hannah, don't misunderstand. We're buying this for Aunt Mikoto. Kakashi awkwardly coughed, trying to explain. Itachi quickly nodded in agreement, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Really? Itachi, you wouldn't lie to me, would you? Huayin glared at Itachi with a displeased expression, her eyes filled with doubt. How could I possibly deceive you? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Itachi's forehead, showing that he was a bit nervous. Dummy, this outfit was originally bought for you. I just haven't figured out what birthday gift to prepare for you yet. Itachi looked at Huayin's demeanor, and his gaze immediately softened. Well, now I understand. You two can continue your work. I'll head back first. Kagun let out a soft sigh, her eyes carrying a subtle hint of sadness and disappointment. All right, be careful on your way home, Itachi reminded his wife with concern in his gaze. I know. Kanon turned her head and glared at Itachi, then disappeared from the spot. She had followed him all the way from the Uchiha clan just to confirm Itachi's safety. Now that she knew he was unharmed, she felt a slight sense of relief in her heart. However, she still couldn't shake off her resentment about Itachi and Kakashi buying clothes behind her back. Once she got home, she would definitely have to punish this idiot. She didn't believe for a second that the clothes were meant for Mikoto. They must have been for a mistress or prepared for Kakashi. Wait, could it be? Is there some kind of relationship between Kakashi and Itachi? As soon as this thought popped into Kanon's mind, she quickly shook her head, the movement resembling a rattle drum, carrying a hint of innocence and cuteness. No. I must be overthinking this. Kanon let out a light sigh, tinged with a hint of helplessness. She then turned around and slowly walked back to the Uchiha clan's territory. Huh, sure, Sway. Are you standing at my doorstep or something? Kagani looked at the beautifully decorated gift box, standing at the door with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Ah, it's you, Kagani. The voice of Shimizu carried a trace of panic as he hurriedly hid the gift behind him more deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That gift in your hand, who are you planning to give it to? Kagami had a curious look on her face. She felt that everyone had become strange today, as if everyone was hiding something from her, filling her with doubt. Oh, you mean this? It's a gift I got for Sasuke, Shirzue said, awkwardly scratching the back of his head while tightly hiding the gift box behind his back with his other hand. But the packaging of that gift is obviously in a girl style. Kaon's words carried a hint of hesitation. She seemed to doubt Shirshue's words. Shirshue immediately fell silent, a look of frustration appearing on his face. Oh no, if I had known earlier, I should have kept the gift wrapping simpler to avoid this misunderstanding. Ahem, actually, this was a local specialty that Sasuke asked me to buy for him, and I specially brought it back from outside the village. Shirsue awkwardly cleared his throat, trying to clarify. Oh, I see, then coming quickly. It won't be long before Itachi and the others return. Why not stay and have lunch together? Kagun nodded obediently, then opened the door and warmly invited Shizuki inside. Ah, no need. I have some matters to attend to. I'll be leaving now. Sorry, Kagun. Shizuki declined and quickly left the spot. Is it really necessary? Kanon watched as Shirsue's figure disappeared, her eyes twitching slightly. If you want to go, then go. But did you forget to give your gift to Sasuke? She sighed, thinking that she would find Shirsue in person another day to talk about it. What important day is it today? Why does it feel like everyone is hiding something from me? Kagami looked puzzled as she muttered to herself, then sighed softly, changed her shoes, and walked into the living room. Kaon paced back and forth in the living room, filled with confusion. I must be overthinking things. The book will conclude on the 30th of this month. I hope everyone can stick with it until the end. He knows this is a bit of filler. Thank you all for getting this far. There will be side stories later, specifically about parenting. I'm asking for support out of love. Chapter 287. Kaon felt a bit lonely. She probably hasn't noticed, right? Jiraiya looked at Shirsue with a face full of disappointment. It hasn't been exposed. Kaon still doesn't know. Shirsue awkwardly smiled, unconsciously touching the back of his head. Originally, today was Kaon's birthday, and everyone planned to give her a big surprise in the evening. However, Shirsue almost revealed this secret while standing at the door at noon today. It's good that it hasn't been exposed. Kaon usually forgets her own birthday. Itachi chuckled softly, his eyes filled with tenderness. By the way, what gift did you all prepare? A bit of sweat appeared on Kakashi's forehead. I prepared a pair of shoes, Itachi said softly. I prepared a set of clothes, Jiraiya said, scratching his cheek a bit shyly. I prepared a dress. A dress should be different from clothes, right? Kakashi hesitated, looking like he wanted to say something but held back. Well, I'm not sure about that either. Jiraiya said helplessly. What about you, Shirsue? Everyone turned their gaze to Shirsue. As for me, I prepared a delicate crow model. Shirsue slowly opened the box. revealing a finely crafted, lifelike crow. Why did you prepare this gift? That little girl definitely wouldn't like it, Jiraiya scoffed, a hint of disdain on his face. Haha, really? Shusui's eyes slightly trembled, his expression a bit disappointed. It's okay, Shui, your thoughtfulness is already great. Kaon definitely won't mind, Itachi comforted, patting Shui's shoulder with a smile. By the way, do we really have to wait until the evening to give that girl a gift? Kakashi asked curiously, hands in his pockets, his eyes looking a bit tired. Of course. Having the birthday party in the evening makes for a better atmosphere, Jiraiya said, patting Kakashi's shoulder a bit too hard. Kakashi sighed helplessly, looking a bit resigned. By the way, how are Naruto and Sasuke's gifts coming along? Jiraiya asked while still patting Kakashi's shoulder, turning to Itachi. I'm not sure, but they probably just started, right? Itachi shook his head, his eyes showing a hint of tenderness. Meanwhile, in Area A of Konoha Village, Naruto and Sasuke were walking aimlessly down the street, looking a bit lost. Idiot Naruto, Kaon is still a girl. Are you really sure about giving her dumbbells? Sasuke looked at Naruto with a look of someone looking at a fool, his tone carrying some reproach. Ah, Sasuke, you do have a point. Naruto immediately looked dejected, swaying like a paper doll. He usually works out and thought Kaon would like dumbbells too, but after Sasuke's reminder, he suddenly realized, hey, you can't be this down, right? Sasuke's eye twitched slightly, looking speechless at Naruto. By the way, what gift did you prepare, Sasuke? Naruto came back to his senses, looking at Sasuke curiously. Me? Just a game console, Sasuke said, his face turning a bit red, seemingly a bit embarrassed. You seem even more foolish than me. You're giving Kaon a game console for her birthday? Naruto immediately felt speechless, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. At least it's better than giving her dumbbells, you slacker. Sasuke retorted angrily at Naruto, his tone full of disdain. Ah, you're the slacker. Idiot Sasuke. Naruto rolled his eyes in anger. All right, stop arguing. It's rare for you two to be out together. Minato walked over, smiling gently, while patting both of their shoulders, his tone carrying a hint of persuasion. The two exchanged glares and then shook hands to make peace. By the way, Dad, what gift do you plan to give? Naruto asked curiously, looking at Minato. Well, the gift I'm giving is a watch. I don't think the actual gift is that important. As long as it comes from the heart, it's fine. Minato gently patted Naruto's head, his eyes filled with tenderness. Did you hear that? Idiot. Sasuke shot a glare at Naruto, pretending to be angry. Shouldn't that be something I say? Idiot. Naruto rolled his eyes at Sasuke. You two are starting again. Minato laughed awkwardly. Then, he looked at Naruto with increasingly tender eyes. Kaon, thank you for protecting Naruto. You three idiots, have you picked out the gifts? Kushina Uzumaki said, holding a pile of various pink-wrapped boxes, looking at the three with a helpless expression. Our gifts are all ready, Minato said, looking at his wife with a doting yet helpless gaze. You three big men really don't understand a girl's feelings. Sending gifts like these for a birthday, you're really clueless, Kushina complained, rolling her eyes at the three. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Sigh. Do girls really have to make their birthdays so complicated? It's nothing like us guys, we just casually celebrate and maybe play some games and that's about it. In the Uchiha clan territory, Huayin dragged her feet, glancing anxiously at the clock on the wall, feeling uneasy. Why do I always have this ominous premonition? As if someone is constantly murmuring about me? Huayin's eyes twitched slightly. She glanced around, and the entire room was empty. For some reason, a faint sadness surged in her heart. Perhaps it was because she had been with everyone for so long. The sudden loneliness made her feel a bit unaccustomed. Never mind. Let's go for a walk outside. Huayin placed the broom in the corner, washed her hands, and then stepped out. The distant sunset was dazzling and brilliant, and the white clouds in the sky looked as if they had been scorched by fire, breathtakingly beautiful. Hannah walked leisurely along the bustling path, feeling the warmth of human life around her. The corners of the young girl's mouth curled up slightly, and the breeze tousled her hair a bit. Hannah stretched out her smooth, jade-like hand and gently tucked her long hair behind her ear, looking very beautiful. Surrounding her were members of the Uchiha clan, some of whom had a good relationship with Hannah and greeted her. Good evening, Uncle Tetsuhebe. Huayin smiled in response. Sure. Uncle Tiawa responded with a kind smile. Seeking to Power Love, Chapter 288. The moonlight is beautiful. Huayin, goodbye all, Otsutsuki. Host, there's still one last Otsutsuki left to deal with. What do you plan to do? Just as Huayin was strolling down the street, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang out. Kanon was taken aback, stepping back like a startled rabbit. What? System, Are you saying there's still Tsutsuki? That's right, they are currently on the moon. So your sudden mission is to have me go and stop them? Kagon's words carried a hint of hesitation. Brave girl, go create miracles and personally deal with all the Otsutsuki. So, system, aren't you going to give me some rewards? How am I supposed to go to the moon alone? That place is so far away. Kagani glared at the virtual dialogue box in front of her. You can go ask Orochimaru for help. Kagani nodded and then summoned the Jade Dog, quickly flying to a cave located 20 kilometers from Konoha, where he found Orochimaru. Orochimaru, do you have a way to help me get to the moon? Kagani curiously watched Orochimaru, who was fiddling with something. Going to the moon? Orochimaru turned his head and licked his tongue, looking at Kagani with curiosity. Yes, going to the moon. Kagani gestured with both hands, looking very cute. Well, come with me first. Even though I don't know why you want to go to the moon, Orochimaru said in a low, raspy voice, his eyes filled with curiosity. He then turned his head, flicked the candlelight, and walked deeper into the cave. Kagani closely followed Orochimaru, observing various test tube solutions along the way. They've arrived. Orochimaru stopped in front. Hana was momentarily distracted and accidentally bumped into Orochimaru's back, covering her head with her hands as she stepped back. Are you okay, Hana-chan? Orochimaru licked his tongue. I'm fine, it's nothing. Kagun waved her hand to indicate she was fine, then looked up into the distance, stunned by the technology before her. A spaceship-like device lay quietly in the cave. What the heck? Is this still the ninja world? What have they done to her? Kanon was stunned. What are you still dazed for? Come up quickly. Orochimaru pressed a button, and the spaceship's door opened. Orochimaru, when did you make these? Kanon turned her head, looking at Orochimaru in confusion. Well, I made them on a whim. If you want to know the time, I digested the physics knowledge you gave me last time and created these. Orochimaru licked his face with his tongue, looking very disgusting, and said in a hoarse voice, Then I'll go in first, bye. As Huayin just walked into the spaceship, the door slowly closed. Then, Orochimaru began to fiddle with some strange things again. Huayin felt the ground tremble slightly. Looking up, she saw that the top of the cave had somehow shrunk open, leaving a huge space for the spaceship to slowly ascend. Then, with a whoosh, it disappeared. In short, it was very sci-fi. Even Lu Zixin would have to give it a 6. I hope you can succeed, Huayin-chan. Orochimaru watched the girl leave the ninja world with a complicated expression. Mizuki. Orochimaru called softly towards the dim area in the distance. Soon, a small boy wearing a Konoha forehead protector walked out. What is it? Mizuki tilted his head, looking at Orochimaru in confusion. You need to protect Sakura well. Sakura? Yes, but she hasn't been born yet. Orochimaru nodded. Above the starry sky, the spaceship sped away, quickly breaking free from the Earth's atmosphere. Kagani looked confused. Is the technology in the ninja world really that impressive now? Host, don't underestimate Orochimaru's inventiveness. The last time you rewarded him with knowledge of physics, he has already used it to create nuclear weapons. All right then. Kagun swallowed hard and nodded. By the way, do you know the specific locations of those Otsutsuki clans? Kagun suddenly thought of something and curiously asked. I don't know, but host, don't you have the ability of soul perception? It seems so. Huayin shook her head, closed her eyes tightly, and activated her soul perception ability. Sure enough, as soon as she activated it, she felt an enormous chakra on the other side of the moon. Kagani simply pressed a button on the spaceship, and it immediately stopped and opened a door. Speaking of which, there probably isn't any oxygen if I just step outside, right? Huayin looked confusedly at the floating debris outside. Don't worry, host, you're now at the peak of the 6 paths. Those Otsutsuki might not even be able to defeat you, and you naturally don't need mere oxygen. Huayin decisively activated her sage mode. At that moment, a pair of dragon horns appeared on her forehead, and her perception significantly increased. Kagun wasted no time and swiftly rushed towards the distance, where the moon lay several kilometers away. By the way, host, isn't this power level a bit off? Don't worry about it. I can't fight those Otsutsuki anyway. Just remember to give me some cheats. Kagani's body passed straight through the surrounding rubble, which was shattered by the shockwave she created. Bang, bang, bang. What the hell? Why are there so many stones in the air? Huayin shook her head, her cute face covered with some dust. Isn't it always like this in outer space? She said. All right. Huayin continued to push forward with more force. Soon, she saw the vast and boundless moon. The area around the moon was pitch black, endless, appearing both lonely and mysterious. In the universe, stars twinkled like a magnificent painting. However, under Huayin's perceptive ability, several planets in the distance were clearly visible. Boom! Hana's sound directly fell above the moon, stirring up a large amount of smoke. Soon, A few members of the Otsutsuki clan intercepted Hana in front. Who are you? Strange. Are they the ninjas from the ninja world? Two Otsutsuki, one tall and one thin, looked at Hana, exchanging a puzzled glance. Hello. May I ask where the Otsutsuki god is? After coughing a few times, Henin stood up, dusted off the dust on her skirt, and politely asked. Akamoto's setting is really absurd. The Otsutsuki clan actually lives on the moon. And what about that Otsutsuki god? Henin can't even remember the name clearly. Are you talking about Lord Shibu? The small Otsutsuki asked in confusion. Yes, I want to kill him. Henin nodded like a chick pecking at rice. What did you say? I said I want to kill him. He's the enemy. Haru, you need to hurry and inform Lord Sha. The small Otsutsuki shouted anxiously. You're wasting my time. Kagani directly smashed the slender Otsutsuki with her bare hands and then turned to glare at Yao, who was about to escape. After a round of questioning with the Sharingan, Kagani quickly learned the location of Shirju. Along the way, countless Otsutsuki attempted to block her. However, Kagani took down each one without exception. As the number of Otsutsuki continued to increase, Kagani's expression grew increasingly grim. Kishimoto and Ikemoto are truly impressive. If Boruto's story can't progress, they can only keep sending out Otsutsuki to drag out the plot. It's a bit amusing. If Boruto can defeat those Otsutsuki, that would be strange. Even the overpowered Kagani might not be a match for them. System Dad, please grant me power. Huayin resisted the massive damage from a distance, anxiously shouting. It's here. Host, blow them up. Soon, Huayin felt a powerful force surge into her body. She easily crushed Shirun with one hand. The Otsutsuki along the way looked even more distressed, their faces filled with terror. Who are you? The one here to take your lives. A flash of red light flickered in Huayin's eyes, and her figure instantly vanished from spot. Chapter 289. Happy birthday, Huayin. Completed. Let the flowers fall. A large number of scenes of collapse suddenly emerged above the moon. Countless corpses were knocked down to the ground by Huayin. Huayin rushed into the interior of the moon and soon saw a magnificent hall. Wow, is it this luxurious here? Hana's pupils constricted in surprise as she looked at the scene in the hall. All right, host, hurry up and deal with the final boss. Then this book can come to an end. It's finally going to be over. Huayin let out a soft sigh and slowly walked in. Along the way, Hana's eyes were complex, although she herself did not know why. After dealing with the Otsutsuki clan, she should have nothing left to do. At a distant corner, Hana pushed open the door. With a creak, the door opened. Inside, there were large amounts of nutrient solution, fed through a tube connected to the body of the sleeping Otsutsuki Shirji. Looking at the sleeping Shirji, Hana sighed again. Let everything end here. Huayin slowly formed hand seals, and soon, a scorching fireball was expelled from her mouth, quickly igniting everything below. Bang! A violent spark and explosion sounded. Huayin turned around and walked towards the corner. As for the explosion, a true woman never looks back at the explosion. A flurry of sparks and strong winds tousled the girl's hair. Huayin walked out of the hall with her hands in her pockets. Back on the surface of the moon, she glanced around, her eyes slightly moist. System, all the tasks are completed. Huayin shook her head, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Okay, then I'm leaving. Unbinding host in progress. Unbinding successful. This time I'll never come back, goodbye. Hearing the system's teasing, a warm current surged in Huayin's heart. Great, finally no longer under the control of the system. Kagani was excited, her long hair flowing wildly behind her as she leaped forward. Due to the lack of oxygen on the lunar surface, her jumps were astonishingly high. The sound of flowers gently fell to the ground. Looking at the earth, her gaze became complicated again. After returning to the village, she must apologize to Itachi. She shouldn't have treated him that way last night. Henin quickly dove back along the original path. Entering the spaceship created by Orochimaru, Henin pressed the return button. The spaceship shook violently and soon flew towards Earth. Wow, I didn't expect Orochimaru to be so considerate. Henin patted her chest. The girl sat in the chair, looking out the window at the scenery outside. In the distance, stars dotted the sky, twinkling beautifully. As time passed, Henin gradually saw the full view of Earth. The spaceship broke through the atmosphere and quickly turned into scrap metal. With flames burning in spots, it soon glowed all over, blazing fiercely. Wow, Orochimaru's technology is not reliable at all. Kagami exclaimed in surprise and quickly broke open the spaceship's door. It scared me to death. Huayin decisively activated her kaleidoscope ability and dove downward. She was unsure how long she had been falling when she finally spotted the Hokage rock in the distance, bringing her a surge of joy. Then, she maneuvered the wings on her back, gracefully gliding down to the ground like a feather. At this moment, the night had grown deep. If Huayin didn't return home soon, Itachi and the others would surely be filled with worry. She hadn't expected that a little fight would take so long. Kagami sighed softly, her gaze turning to the surroundings of Konoha village. Everything was quiet, with no one around. The once bustling shops had all turned off their lights, and everything seemed so lonely and desolate. Kaon smiled gently and then walked towards the Uchiha clan. The sound of cicadas gradually rose, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be gently parted by an invisible hand, revealing the bright and radiant moonlight that spread across the land. Huayin put her hands in her pockets and let out a warm breath of white mist. System, are you still there? After a long while, the surroundings remained quiet, with no response at all. Kagami's bright eyes instantly dimmed, and this feeling was like taking a short nap in the afternoon, only to wake up and find the sky has turned gloomy and dark. This feeling is very lonely. It seems that this broken system has really left me. Kagun let out a light sigh. Well, at least I no longer have to be bound by anything. Sigh. Now that all the Otsutsuki have been dealt with, what should I do next? I feel like the days to come might be a bit dull. The sound of flowers and thoughts surged like tides, and before I knew it, I had returned to the Uchiha clan's territory. In the distance, the mansion was brightly lit, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Strange, isn't it? Isn't it deep into the night? Why are they still awake? Huayin was filled with confusion. With a creak, the door was pushed open by Huayin. Bang, bang, bang. Happy birthday. As soon as Huayin stepped over the threshold, she was startled and took a step back like a frightened deer. But she quickly regained her composure, looking at the fireworks falling above her head and the joyful faces of the crowd. Are you all still waiting for me this late? Hanin looked surprised, then reached out to fiddle with the remnants of the fireworks at the tips of her hair. Speaking of which, where have you been so late? Itachi nodded and gently tapped Hanane's head. Oh, I want to deal with the Otsutsuki. Hanine sighed lightly. Are you okay? Lin looked at Hanine with a worried expression. I'm fine, this blood isn't mine. Did you take care of the Otsutsuki? Shursui also looked at Hanine with concern. Yes, they're all taken care of. So you guys returned away from me all day today just to prepare for this? Hanine looked at everyone with moist eyes. Her voice choked. Yes. Today is your birthday, Hanine Jio Xinai said with a face full of affection. Come, sit down quickly. The cake is already prepared. Meichin opened the gift box on the dining table. Make a wish and blow out the candles, Hanine's sister. Sasuke placed the candles on the cake and lit the flames. Minato gently turned off the lights, looking at the burning flames on the cake and the affectionate gazes of everyone. The whole scene was filled with a lively and warm atmosphere. Kakashi held a camera, constantly taking pictures of Hanine. Everyone familiar with Hanine gathered here to celebrate her birthday together. All right, I'm coming now. Hanine reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and then, surrounded by everyone, walked towards the dining table filled with laughter and joy. Well, my wish show. You can't just say your wish out loud when making a wish. Jiraiya interrupted Hanine. Others can make their wishes however they want. What does it have to do with you? Tsunade twisted Jiraiya's ear, making him wince in pain. Lady Tsunade makes a good point. Kagun shook her head, then pressed her hands together in front of her chest, closing her eyes tightly as she made a wish in her heart. I hope that everyone who sees this sentence can live happily. May all kind people receive the kindness they deserve. All right, my wish is complete. Kanon opened her moist eyes, looking pitiful. Stop crying. It's rare to see you like this, Itachi said, pulling out a tissue with a look of indulgence as he handed it to Kanon. I thought you all hated me, Kanon choked out. Kanon, you're overthinking it, Izumi said, wanting to say more, but stopping. Haha, come eat some cake, Minato said with a smile, skillfully cutting the cake and placing on a white plate to hand to Kanon. Thank you, Kanon said, holding the fork, feeling sweet inside. We're all family. No need to be so polite. Minato shook his head, standing up to turn on the living room lights. By the way, Kanon, everyone's prepared your gifts. Do you want to take a look now? Fugaka chuckled, completely different from his usual serious demeanor. Yes. Kanon nodded obediently. Looking at the pile of gifts in the living room, a warm current surged in Kanon's heart. So nice. Everyone cares about me so much. I really didn't know what to give, so I just brought some clothes, Obito said, scratching the back of his head, looking a bit awkward. You're such a typical ironclad straight man, Haruko teased, glancing at Obito. Hiss, why wasn't I called for your birthday? Orochimaru licked his lips, popping out from the crowd. Orochimaru, why are you here? Sasuke looked confused. Why can't I come? Naruto asked curiously. No one said you couldn't. Jiraiya rolled his eyes, complaining. Oh, I popped out of your heart. Orochimaru teased Jiraiya, his tone low and hoarse. Don't say it's so cheesy, idiot, Jiraiya replied weakly. Huayin watched the two people arguing, covering her mouth and chuckling softly, looking particularly cute. The end. Let us celebrate. Thank you for your company. 2024, 12, 29, 1926. Uploaded at 1932. Thank you all for following along to this point. Thank you. Additionally, there will be a 4,000-word extra tomorrow. Please support with love. Chapter 290 Extra. Huayin is really cute. Time flows like a carefully twisted hemp rope, interwoven with endless heartaches and joys. As spring turns to summer, the sunlight becomes increasingly intense. In a Japanese-style courtyard, the distant sound of cicadas rises and falls, as if playing a summer melody. Mom, where's Dad? Why hasn't he come home from work yet? A little girl, as cute as a porcelain doll, with delicate features, kept shaking the hand of the young girl beside her, her small hand tender and soft. Ah, Dad is still working hard. He needs a little more time. The young girl appeared slightly flustered, but then forced herself to calm down. Is that so? Huayin pouted her rosy little lips and said unhappily, looking incredibly adorable and cute. Huayin gently nodded her head, then extended her white, jade-like arm to lightly wipe the fine sweat from her forehead. Her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall to her slender waist, and Huayin gathered her hair up in front of her chest. Still so slow. Huayin said softly and vaguely, let's wait a little longer. Huayin gently held her daughter in her arms, her eyes filled with endless affection. Ding-dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell rang. Ah, it should be Dad coming back, right? Huayin tightly hugged her mother's neck with both hands, her eyes blinking cutely, resembling twinkling stars. A closer look reveals that the girl's brows bear a striking resemblance to Huayin's, as if they were carved from the same mold. Kagani carefully put the child down and then gently opened the door. Dad, why are you only coming back now? When Hanayuki saw Itachi, she couldn't wait to speak. Her voice clear and pleasant. Well, I dealt with some complicated matters, but it's all taken care of now. Itachi crouched down and gently touched his daughter's head. His eyes filled with deep affection. Itachiclaims. Huayin murmured softly, looking at Itachi with a hint of playful annoyance and a trace of jealousy in her eyes. Itachi securely held their daughter in his arms and then kissed Huayin on her fair forehead, asking, why are you still the same as before? She replied, it's nothing, just worried that after having a child, you will only care about the child and not about me. Henio lightly pursed her rosy lips, her complexion slightly flushed. By the way, how is Boruto doing now? Henio suddenly thought of something and looked at Itachi curiously. Boruto? Recently, his relationship with Naruto hasn't been too good. Sigh. Itachi sighed lightly, then took a chilled bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator, opened it, and gulped it down. Henio gently took out a wet tissue and carefully wiped the sweat off Itachi's cheeks. Sakura is really more understanding, isn't she? That guy Naruto always complains to me about how Boruto is. Itachi gently placed his daughter down and then squatted down, affectionately stroking Sakura's head. Sakura really looks like her mother, Itachi said tenderly, his gaze filled with love. Does she look that much like me? I haven't really noticed. Hana stood to the side, looking at her daughter with the same affectionate gaze. This bond of blood and flesh felt quite inexplicable. She had never understood what kind of deeply loving look Kushina had when she looked at Naruto. Now Hana finally understood. This feeling was hard to describe, but it was truly marvelous and intoxicating. Shall we go for a walk? Itachi once again picked up his daughter with a loving expression, then reached out to gently poke the tip of the girl's small, delicate nose, causing Sakura to giggle. It's so sunny outside. I really don't want to go out, or my skin will get dark. Kaon let out a light sigh, her brows slightly furrowed. Mom, can I go out to play? Huayin said softly and sweetly. With skin as white as snow, a pair of bright pupils, and an exquisitely cute face that looked very lovable. Well, fine then. For Huayin's sake. I'll rarely go out for a walk with you, you idiot. Kanon took a delicate umbrella out of the cabinet, watching the young girl walk gracefully from the entrance. Itachi's eyes became filled with immense affection. He felt particularly happy at that moment, having a beautiful and charming wife, as well as a lovely and obedient daughter. After many long years, Konoha village had undergone several significant economic reforms. The current level of technology had already reached the standard seen in Boruto. Kagun tightly held her daughter's hand, while Weasel looked at the mother and daughter with a face full of affection. Afterward, the three of them handed over their tickets and slowly boarded the Thunder Train. In the past, Konoha village didn't have such technology, but now everyone could just take a train to travel, which was really convenient. Huayin stared out the window intently. murmuring to herself with a look as cute as ever. Completely unlike someone who has already had children. Her skin was still smooth and delicate, and her figure remained light and graceful. Mom, Dad, how did you two meet? Hansakura curiously looked at the beautiful scenery flying past outside the window and suddenly asked with interest, why do you say that? Itachi looked at his daughter with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. Huayin shook her head vigorously, her head bobbing like a cheerful rattledrum, looking extremely playful and cute. Yao stared at his daughter's adorable appearance, momentarily stunned. In that instant, the cute appearance of Hainin when she was little perfectly overlaps with the innocent look of her daughter just now. Dad, what's wrong? Hanayuki gently tugged at Itachi's clothing. It's nothing. Hanayuki really looks a lot like her mother, Itachi said, his face filled with immense affection as he stroked his daughter's head. Do I really look that much like her, Itachi-kun? Hainin's slightly melancholic voice came from the side. Really? You two mother and daughter are simply carved from the same perfect template, Itachi teased, but his gaze was incredibly gentle, filled with adoration. There were also other passengers around, all of whom were looking at this happy family of three with envy, carefully observing them. If nothing unexpected happens, that adorable girl should be the little princess of the Uchiha clan. How wonderful. At 5 years old, she has already reached the peak of her life, and she won't need to worry about buying a house or a car in the future. In the crowd, a boy dressed in black with golden pupils quietly stared at Hanayuki in the distance. He was Shiryu, an artificial human carefully created by Orochimaru. He looked similar to Boruto. While Hanayuki was the bright and beautiful moon, Boruto was the hot and dazzling sun. Shiryu turned to look at the train, speeding forward. All the beautiful scenery rapidly receding behind. A gentle breeze blew through the window, softly brushing against the boy's face. In the distance, the last position on Hokage Rock was engraved with Uzumaki Naruto. The sunlight at high altitude was still bright and clear. The hood that Shiryu was wearing was gently lifted by the wind, revealing his handsome and fair features, his face seemingly carved to perfection. I feel like this is written too awkwardly. The new book will be released on January 3rd, and it is of the same genre, but the plot has no connection to this book. Please support. Thank you all. Chapter 291 Extra. Boruto, why are you skipping class again? In the commercial street of Konoha Village, the family of three was leisurely strolling down the road. Itachi-kun, is that person in front of Boruto? Kanon gently held her daughter and then leaned close to Itachi's ear, whispering softly. It's unlikely, isn't it? At this time, aren't the students at those schools still in class? Itachi's pupils slightly constricted, revealing a hint of confusion in his gaze. Then, following Kanon's gaze, Itachi looked into the distance, where, in a few winding alleys, the figure that emerged was Boruto. Has Boruto skipped class again? Kanon hesitated to speak, her expression showing a hint of helplessness. She had at least watched Boruto in her previous life. However, due to her strong intervention, all the Otsutsuki were quickly eliminated by her. As a result, Boruto wouldn't have to live such a difficult and painful life in the future, nor would he become the most tragic figure in the ninja world. But if there were no Otsutsuki, wouldn't Boruto have to rebel for a long time? Wouldn't that mean that Naruto? Huayin shook her head vigorously, as cute as a cheerful rattledrum. Never mind, I won't think about that anymore. Itachi, please help take care of the child while I go check on that guy. Huayin carefully handed her daughter to you. You lovingly embraced Huayin with a face full of affection. Mom, be careful on the road. Huayin waved her petite little hand, and her tender and cute face melted people's hearts. I will be back soon. Kaon smiled sweetly, her smile like flowers blooming in spring, and then her figure instantly disappeared from the spot. In a narrow alley in the distance, Boruto and Take-Tai were huddled together, looking like a couple of carefree delinquents. By the way, Boruto, aren't you afraid of your mom scolding you harshly for skipping class so recklessly? Take-Tai looked at the nonchalant Boruto with a helpless expression, his hands on his head. You're talking about my mom? She could be really fierce, but I'm not afraid. Boruto sighed dismissively, his face full of indifference. What about your dad? He is a highly respected Hokage. You shouldn't embarrass him. Your mom specifically warned me about this. Take-Tai helplessly patted Boruto's head, looking somewhat anxious. Hey, Take-Tai, why do you care about my dad? That guy's just a big idiot. Boruto rolled his eyes, clearly dissatisfied, his tone filled with resentment. Just as Boruto was about to continue his rant, he suddenly noticed his good friend Take-Tai coming to a halt. What's wrong? As Boruto looked up, he saw a sweet and charming girl at the corner. Kaon, what are you doing here? Boruto's pupils constricted sharply, and he hurriedly greeted her, his voice trembling slightly. Is it not okay for me to be here? You're not studying properly and are skipping class. Your mom would be really sad if she found out. Kaon crossed her arms and looked down at Boruto with a somewhat fierce tone, her expression serious. Cough, cough. Is it not okay for me to admit I was wrong? Also, please, I beg you, don't tell my mom about this. Boruto pleaded with both hands, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, looking flustered and helpless. Boruto, no way. Kaon looked at the flustered Boruto in front of her and couldn't help but find it a bit amusing, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. I have to say, teasing little kids is quite interesting. All right, I won't tease you anymore. This time, I can help you keep it a secret, but Kaon shook her head and suddenly changed the subject, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. Boruto swallowed hard, nervously looking at the girl, his heart racing. Next time might not be the same. Also, don't let me see you skipping class again. Your dad is the Hokage and is busy every day. Kaon extended her fist and lightly tapped Boruto's head, saying in a dissatisfied tone, Ouch, ouch, I got it, Kaon, Boruto said, covering his head with both hands and looking pitiful with tears welling up in his eyes. A few red, swollen bumps instantly appeared on his head, making him look very cute. And you, Tai? Why are you also skipping class with Boruto? Instead of learning what's good, you're learning what's bad, right? Kagani glared fiercely at the giggling Rueitai beside her. Rueitai was instantly taken aback, equally nervous and at a loss for what to do. Ahem, I just wanted to take Boruto back to the ninja school, Rueitai stammered, his voice trembling. All right, stop explaining so much. Your fate will be the same as Boruto's. Kagani stood with her hands on her hips, resembling a stern older sister from the neighboring house, giving a severe reprimand to her two mischievous younger brothers. Soon, both of their heads sported identical red envelopes, emitting wisps of steam. So, Boruto, how did you manage to skip class? Itachi gently held his daughter, looking at Boruto with an incredibly tender gaze. Boruto's appearance was very similar to Naruto's, especially with his sapphire-like eyes. I really don't want to stay at the ninja school. It's just so boring. By the way, Itachi, can I become your apprentice? Boruto looked at Itachi with excitement, his eyes full of anticipation. Why do you say that? Itachi raised an eyebrow slightly, curiously sizing up Boruto. I heard from Kagani about what happened to you in the past. I heard you were on the battlefield at the age of 5. Is that really true? Boruto's eyes were filled with excitement, staring intently at Itachi. Hanazakura tilted her small head, tightly hugging Itachi's neck, curiously examining him up and down. Well, the battlefield is not a fun place. You are in a peaceful era now, much happier than we were back then. Itachi extended his long fingers and gently tapped Boruto's forehead, his expression soft and gentle. Kaon stood closely beside Itachi, her eyes filled with a sweet smile as she watched the scene. How wonderful it is. There will no longer be cruel wars, and no more children will go to the battlefield. Watching the two still engaged in a heated debate, the young girl couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly. A gentle breeze blew from afar, tousling her silk-like hair. Itachi gently brushed his wife's hair aside before continuing to argue with Boruto over a pointless topic. Kagani was momentarily stunned, then felt a sweetness in her heart. The sun shone on the four of them, stretching their shadows longer and longer. Konoha village was thriving, with villagers chatting and laughing, no longer wearing the frowns of the past. The great nations had cast aside their hatred for each other and reconciled. Synopsis: Kagani has traveled to Konoha 50 years into the Uchiha clan, with 9 years left until the night of the massacre. What should I do while waiting? But I have a system. Wait, why is it a cross-dressing system? Kagani looked disdainfully at the dresses in the wardrobe, but soon she was stunned again. Buff effect: 40 to training results while wearing women's clothing. Ahem, cross-dressing isn't so bad, right? And so, Kagani put on women's clothing and began her repetitive practice of swinging her sword.